Our protagonist, Yi Bei, might just be the unluckiest transmigrator in history. Bound by a mysterious system, he was forced to recruit exactly 108 disciples and ensure every single one of them reached the pinnacle of cultivation before he could finally defy fate and be resurrected. After a long slumber of 3 centuries, he finally opens his eyes. But instead of a red carpet welcome, he's greeted by a gang of grave robbers brandishing shovels. On the surface, he looks like a mere youth with the pitiful cultivation of a complete novice. In reality, however, a single snap of his fingers is enough to turn a world-class powerhouse into ash. As he begins his journey to reunite with his 108 disciples, he realizes his former students have all become titans of the world. One is the master of divine arrays, another is a supreme alchemist, and one has even claimed the title of Great Sage to wreak havoc throughout the demon realm. From infiltrating holy lands to rescue his disciples, to quelling self-proclaimed deities on earth and conquering immortal lords in the heavens, wherever this Grandmaster goes, the laws of space are shattered. Welcome back to Manhua Recaps. Now let's dive into the journey of this insanely OP Grandmaster as he reclaims his former glory. Our story begins amidst a range of majestic rolling mountains where an intricately carved tomb is nestled. Upon the plaque hanging over the main entrance, the 3 words, Shah Imperial Tomb, appear simple, yet they exude a mysterious aura. Inside the mausoleum, a lone coffin sits prominently in the center of the main hall, its entire surface constantly radiating a brilliant glow. At this very moment, a crisp sound echoes beside the coffin. A system notification announces that the host's final disciple has successfully broken through to the Saint Realm. Along with this, the exclusive Weo system is officially activated. Resting inside the coffin is a youth possessed of extraordinary, peerless beauty. As the mechanical voice fades, his body seems to be infused with a powerful surge of vitality, reigniting the flames of life. Instantly, his tightly closed eyes snap open, revealing a clouded gaze filled with confusion. Could it be that I have truly come back to life? The young man still cannot believe his eyes. He stares fixedly at his hands, his heart trembling. I have been dead for 300 long years, yet here I am, resurrected. His hands instinctively clench into fists as he remains lying within the coffin. A mocking smile suddenly plays across his lips. This system certainly knows how to tease. According to his rushing memories, he was originally a transmigrator who only managed to activate the system after enduring countless hardships. From there, he stepped onto the glorious Emperor's path and took in numerous female disciples, every one of whom respectfully addressed him as master. The youth let out a laugh. The system once promised that as long as I took in 108 disciples and each of them realized their own Great Dao, I could borrow their strength to overturn the world, to defy heaven and change fate. It was just a pity that until his twilight years, he still couldn't wait for that glorious day, all because the number of disciples was simply too large. Right then, the system's voice rang out once more, announcing that since a disciple had reached the Saint Realm and perfected their Dao, the host would officially begin the process of defying heaven and changing fate in 3 minutes. The corners of the young man's mouth curled into a smug smile. Finally, after 300 long years, I've waited for this momentous occasion. He spoke up and asked, Am I lying in a coffin? System, hurry and tell me which brat just broke through to the Saint Realm today. I need to see for myself. Exactly which trash disciple took 300 years just to stumble into the Saint Realm? He roared in frustration. But the system only replied in an ice-cold tone that it could not be disclosed. He nodded slightly. It seemed this system knew how to protect his disciples' secrets. The youth changed his question. Then tell me, when was the last time someone reached the saint rank? This time, the system answered instantly. 230 years ago. Hearing the answer, he grew even more incensed. If this last one had become a saint just a little earlier, I would have been resurrected a long time ago. The system remained completely silent. Only a notification appeared, stating that the process of defying heaven and changing fate had officially begun. The coffin, carved with dragon patterns, immediately burst into a dazzling light. Accompanying this was the youth's furious roar echoing through the space. Once your master successfully changes his fate, I will personally come find you all, so you can experience what affection feels like after a 300-year delay. Outside, dark clouds rolled in, and lightning struck directly at the tomb, transforming into a shroud of energy that shielded the Shah Imperial tomb. Outside, an old man stood with his hands clasped, chanting an incantation, while those beside him couldn't help but praise him. Elder Li is truly skilled, living up to the reputation of a late-stage half-saint powerhouse. The remaining disciples were buzzing with chatter, their faces filled with both excitement and curiosity as they hurried inside. Moments later, the heavy doors of the Imperial tomb were forced open by their combined strength. A crowd of disciples jostled and shoved at the entrance. Some even carried shovels. Looking no different from a professional gang of grave robbers, they paid no heed to the dragon scales on the coffin, which were flashing with an eerie light. The dragon eyes, once lifeless, now burned with a flame of righteous fury, and the dragon head mounted high above seemed to be glaring down at the ragtag mob. But they remained oblivious, continuing to step closer to the coffin. Just then, the coffin lid vibrated slightly. One disciple gasped in astonishment, "Good heavens, this is Chankin wood, a top-tier material for refining treasures. This is truly too extravagant." The two bravest individuals walked straight to the side of the coffin, greed flashing undisguised in their eyes. Another stared with wide eyes, his face revealing clear longing. All the spiritual energy here is converging and radiating from inside the coffin. Could there be something hidden within? Another person's eyes lit up as well. Immediately shouting about treasures, Elder Lee stepped forward and spoke with great authority. "Let me open the lid." He placed his hand on the lid, chanting a spell while letting out a low roar. "Open for me." The coffin shook slightly, and the lid began to slide open. As the gap grew wider, the form of the youth inside gradually became visible. One person in the crowd cried out in terror, "Lord help me, that's a..." Another was full of doubt. "Is this person really dead? Why do I still feel such a vibrant aura of life from him?" However, greed quickly overrode reason. They hurried to reassure themselves that he must be dead. Furthermore, rumor had it that this supreme emperor had passed away due to old age and physical frailty. Surely someone stuffed a rare treasure into his mouth. That's how his body remained intact and retained its spiritual nature. The eyes of the entire group were glued to the youth's perfectly sculpted face. For some reason, they believed that baseless speculation wholeheartedly. Elder Lee smiled triumphantly and reached out his hand, intending to touch that face. As long as he retrieved the treasure, everything would be fine. His hand extended, aiming directly for the young man's full lips. At the very moment Elder Lee's fingertips were about to make contact, the person lying in the coffin suddenly snapped his eyes open, a bone-chilling gaze locking onto the old man. Paralyzed by fright, the group retreated several steps in unison, watching with wide eyes as the man in the coffin sat up step by step. Yi-Bei let out a cold laugh, his voice dripping with mockery and disdain. "Are you little thieves here to rob my grave? You've got some nerve. Who the hell are you? Why are you here?" An ignorant fool actually pointed a finger at Yi-Bei's nose and questioned him, which Yi-Bei found even more hilarious. "This mausoleum was built for me. Who do you think I am?" By now, Yi-Bei had sat up fully, allowing them to see his face clearly. Hearing his words, the grave robbers grew even more terrified. "You're the Supreme Demon Emperor? Impossible." They denied it immediately, because the Supreme Demon Emperor had drawn his last breath 3 million years ago, and he had been a withered old man at the end of his rope. Taoist Li also thought Yi-Bei was talking nonsense because he had sensed Yi-Bei's cultivation level, discovering that the boy was merely a minor cultivator in the spirit condensation realm, and one who had only recently broken through at that. Consequently, they naturally assumed Yi-Bei was just like them, a fellow thief who had snuck in early and was now playing ghost to scare them off. Being looked down upon by these petty thieves, Yi-Bei merely smiled faintly, momentarily at a loss for words. However, his contemptuous grin infuriated them. Several men lost their patience entirely. They drew their swords and pointed them at his face, interrogating him. "Stop playing games. Why are you here? Speak. Where are the treasures?" Before Yi-Bei could even respond, they threatened him again. HMPH, refusing to talk, "Then don't blame me for being rough." Hearing this, Yi-Bei found it utterly absurd. This was the textbook definition of overestimating one's abilities. As the young cultivator charged with his sword, the others expected Yi-Bei to be killed instantly. But what happened next left everyone's jaws on the floor. In that split second, Yi-Bei stood up with total composure and caught the incoming blade between just 2 fingers, rendering his opponent unable to move. The overconfident attacker was equally shocked and began to tremble with fear. He had clearly used his full strength, yet the other man had blocked it effortlessly with 2 fingers. Sensing danger, the man tried to retreat, but Yi-Bei had no intention of giving him the chance. With a slight flick of his fingers, the young cultivator's blade shattered into dozens of fragments. Then, before the man could even realize what was happening, Yi-Bei reached out and gripped him by the throat, lifting him into the air like a kitten. "A mere waste in the divine court realm, and yet you're in such a hurry to reincarnate. Is life so boring that you've grown tired of living?" As he spoke, Yi-Bei tightened his grip, leaving the man gasping for air. "What are you all standing there for? Attack together." The small-time cultivator in Yi-Bei's grasp was on the verge of death, and let out a pathetic cry for help. Hearing this, the others finally snapped out of their shock, and another fool charged forward with his weapon, shouting, "Put him down." "Shut up." Yi-Bei uttered those 2 words softly, yet they carried an overwhelming pressure. "Who gave you permission to shout in my presence?" With that, he exerted sudden force with his hand. The divine court realm cultivator was crushed in his grip like an ant. Blood splattered through the air, drenching the face of the man who had just charged. the pungent metallic scent freezing him in his tracks. In an instant, Yi Bei had effortlessly killed a cultivator at the late stage of the Divine Court realm. This was proof enough that he was no ordinary person. But by the time the man realized this, it was too late. Yi Bei vanished like a phantom, reappearing behind him in the next second. This time he chose a different way to kill. With a casual strike, the man's head hit the floor. Looking at the head with its expression frozen in shock, the remaining grave robbers broke into a cold sweat. This too had been a late-stage Divine Court realm cultivator. By no means a weakling, for Yi Bei to eliminate two such practitioners with lightning speed and clinical efficiency meant his strength far exceeded their imagination. After waking from a 3-million-year slumber only to be hounded by petty thieves, Yi Bei didn't mind throwing a bloody party to entertain them. He had no intention of letting the remaining small fry go. Next, it's your turn, isn't it? In this moment of crisis, the entire team looked toward Taoist Li, much like a sports team looks to their star player in a desperate situation. However, reality failed them. The old Taoist had already made a run for it to save his own skin. Seeing their leader flee, the others naturally had no reason to stay. But as mentioned, Yi Bei wasn't going to let them leave easily. Before Taoist Li could even reach the main gates, Yi Bei began to cast a spell. A surge of power like an electric current rapidly covered the entire mausoleum. No one within range could escape. Yi Bei laid down a grand array over the massive tomb. The terrifying pressure he released was enough to force those ants to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. An array, Taoist Li muttered, thinking in horror. Why is there an array here? There was nothing when we entered. Is it because of him? Just how strong is he? A half-saint? A saint, or something even higher? Only now did he truly believe that the man might actually be the genuine supreme demon emperor. But it was too late. Yi Bei had already appeared behind him. The eerie smile on Yi Bei's face sent a bone-chilling shiver through everyone who saw it. They desperately kowtowed and begged for mercy, claiming they were just hired hands, and that Taoist Li was the mastermind behind the robbery. But even if they were just employees, Yi Bei had no intention of forgiving those who disturbed his place of rest. Everywhere he walked, those kneeling on the ground instantly turned to ash amidst their screams. This scene terrified the fake Taoist with the half-saint cultivation even more. With such methods, Yi Bei wasn't a man, he was a demon. He kowtowed desperately, promising to hand over all his treasures in exchange for his pathetic life. Yi Bei felt the old man might still have some use, so he didn't strike immediately. Instead, he asked Taoist Li about the whereabouts of the person who had built the mausoleum. But hearing this question, Taoist Li felt even more hopeless. This tomb had been built so long ago, how could he know who built it, let alone where they were? My lord, I truly do not know. I have no idea which master built this mausoleum. Yi Bei's gaze instantly turned cold as ice. In that case, what use is there in keeping you alive? His tone was casual, yet it carried a heavy killing intent. Li was so terrified he felt his soul leaving his body. He kowtowed several more times, speaking so fast he nearly bit his tongue. Wait, my lord. I may not know, but I can contact the Jinyi Shadow Division in Yunfan City. They will definitely know about this. Hearing the words Jinyi Shadow Division, Yi Bei's heart skipped a beat, and he told the man to repeat what he had just said. Yes, Taoist Li was referring to the Jinyi Shadow Division. According to him, it was an intelligence organization founded 200 years ago by a mysterious person. As long as the price was right, there was no information they couldn't dig up. It sounded like a very formidable intelligence network. One could even say they controlled the intelligence of the entire Central Plains. Yi Bei fell into deep thought. He suddenly remembered an old friend who might be connected to this Jinyi Shadow Division. Seeing Yi Bei silent for so long, Taoist Li grew anxious. My lord, I can definitely find what you want to know. I am willing to lead the way to find them. I only beg you to spare my dog of a life. Looking at his miserable state, Yi Bei suddenly found it laughable. He flicked his finger lightly, and Taoist Li's body began to turn to dust in the wind. Don't be so greedy in your next life. Greed leads to loss. Those were the last words the man ever heard in this world. And just like that, Yi Bei efficiently cleared the scene, leaving no survivors. News of the Supreme Demon Emperor's tomb being raided soon spread, eventually reaching the ears of Zhuge Fu. Zhuge Fu was the top array master in the Central Plains, and also Yi Bei's 36th disciple. Zhuge Fu was furious and immediately dispatched orders for all members of the Chen family to prepare. He would make the world know that anyone who dared rob his master's tomb would meet a miserable end. At the same time, Zhuge Fu vowed to do everything in his power to find the ancient immortal array to ensure Yi Bei's rebirth. Meanwhile, Yi Bei had already walked out of his mausoleum to travel the world. After lying down for 3 million years, Yunfan City was certainly much livelier than before. Yi Bei hadn't walked far before his stomach began to growl. It made sense. He hadn't eaten in 3 million years. Thus, Yi Bei decided to fill his stomach before attending to official business. Having slept in such a luxurious tomb, Yi Bei was certainly not lacking in gold and silver funerary treasures. He casually pulled out 2 gold coins and handed them to a young man on the street, asking which restaurant in Yunfan City was the best. The answer he got: the restaurant with the gold-lettered sign run by the famous female chef. The name of the shop was Heisenlao. Looking in the direction the young man pointed, there was indeed an incredibly popular restaurant at the end of the street. Diners were lined up in a long queue waiting for their numbers. Yi Bei walked over and saw the signs for Heisenlao and McDonald's, and the word absurd immediately popped into his head. With these names, had he transmigrated back to Earth? According to the young man selling weapons earlier, Yunfan City owed its current prosperity to that female chef. Her recipes had attracted countless dignitaries and nobles. Unfortunately, she had now broken through to the Saint Realm and rarely appeared in the mortal world. The young man had also kept emphasizing that this female chef possessed beauty that could topple nations, and that catching a glimpse of her was the fortune of 3 lifetimes. Yi Bei thought that since she was a female cultivator who had reached the Saint Realm, there was a high probability she was one of his disciples. And among his disciples, the one with the best culinary skills should be the 40th, Fan Xiaotong. To find out the truth, Yi Bei immediately entered the restaurant to investigate. Flipping through the menu, he didn't find anything particularly outstanding except for Buddha jumps over the wall. Just then, a playboy's voice came from the next table. Today I shall treat you 2 beauties to Yunfan City's most famous monstrous beast, Buddha jumps over the wall. This dish costs 10,000 gold coins. In Yunfan City, no one but me can afford to be so generous. This last sentence sounded very grating to Yi Bei. What did he mean no one in Yunfan City but him could afford the dish? Thinking of this, he immediately ordered a portion of Buddha jumps over the wall. However, the rule of this shop was to pay before the food was served, and one could pay in gold coins or spirit stones. Yi Bei casually took out 5 high-grade spirit stones and didn't even intend to ask for change. When the waiter saw the stones on the table, his eyes went wide. This move also quickly drew the attention of the other guests in the shop. Whispers began to break out all around. What did I just see? Young Master Pan just ordered the monstrous beast Buddha jumps over the wall, but this person ordered the exact same thing. And he's even more extravagant than Master Pan, tossing out 5 spirit stones like it's nothing. Just what is this youth's identity? The young master surnamed Pan also heard these words, and his mood was clearly unpleasant. Fortunately, the food was served to his table first. To show off in front of the 2 beauties, he immediately regained his composure. How is it? Not only does it smell divine, but eating it can even increase your cultivation. The 2 women in Master Pan's arms followed suit with coquettish agreement. The women even demanded that Pan feed them by hand. The combined noise of the 3 was so grating that Yi Bei felt like his ears were growing calluses. He quickly took his first bite of the Buddha jumps over the wall, wanting to see if the flavor differed from the version Fan Xiaotong used to make. To his shock, the moment he tasted it, he slammed his hand on the table in fury. The commotion caused every diner in the restaurant to look at him in unison. Who made this monstrous beast Buddha jumps over the wall? Is this garbage even meant for human consumption? Yi Bei questioned loudly, his voice dripping with rage. His words struck a nerve with young Master Pan, who found it intolerable. He stood up and snapped back, "You country bumpkin, what did you just say? Didn't you see that I ordered a portion as well? Are you implying that I'm not human?" The 2 women with him quickly tried to intervene, urging Pan not to stoop to the level of a peasant like Yi Bei, which allowed the young master to cool his temper slightly. However, Yi Bei added another remark that was like throwing fuel onto a fire. HMPH, this kind of inedible slop is only good for scamming money out of idiots like you. Master Pan was nearly consumed by his own rage. Seeing the situation escalating, a waiter hurried over to play peacemaker. He informed Yi Bei that this dish was personally prepared by the restaurant's head chef. Yet, Yi Bei was relentless, insisting that the waiter bring the head chef out for a face-to-face confrontation. A moment later, the head chef appeared. Though he was a cook, he was also a cultivator with a cultivation level in the divine court realm, named Dong Lu. "Greetings, guest. Young Master Pan of the prestigious Chiang sect has nothing but praise for my skills. May I ask what profound insights you have?" Dong Lu asked, his tone laced with clear displeasure. Seeing Dong Lu's attitude toward Yi Bei, Master Pan broke into a gloating smile. A mere brat in the spirit condensation realm dared to question the culinary work of a late-stage divine court realm chef. He settled in, expecting a good show. In fact, many other diners gathered around to witness the spectacle. Unaware of Yi Bei's true, illustrious identity, they merely saw him as a lunatic daring to cause trouble at the renowned Heisenlao. They figured that even if he could produce 5 spirit stones, he wouldn't be leaving the premises easily. "Young man, what exactly are you dissatisfied with?" Dong Lu pressed again. His towering figure loomed over Yi Bei, making the youth look somewhat small and vulnerable. But a small stature didn't mean Yi Bei's tongue would lose its edge. He took a deep breath and began a rapid-fire critique, his words flowing like a professional rapper. He explained that the ingredients for Buddha Jumps Over the Wall needed to be sun-dried for exactly 49 days to trigger the peak umami of the ingredients, yet Dong Lu had completely replaced that process with fresh ingredients. According to Yi Bei, the man was utterly unqualified to be the head chef. Dong Lu hadn't expected to encounter a culinary master. The very first sentence left him speechless, but Yi Bei wasn't done. He proceeded to point out a string of Dong Lu's errors. The ribs were undercooked, failure. The fish maw was soaked for too long, failure. The abalone was overboiled, resulting in a rubbery texture, failure. The broth was too thin and the heat wasn't maintained properly. The failure of all failures, every failure Yi Bei uttered felt like a stinging slap across Dong Lu's face, leaving the chef drenched in a cold sweat. He never expected such a young man to possess such profound insights into the art of cooking. His knowledge seemed even a few levels higher than that of Dong Lu's own master. After the lecture, Yi Bei asked coldly, "You dare to call such a pathetic dish your signature?" Dong Lu was completely humbled. He took a step back and dropped to his knees, kowtowing in apology. "You are truly a master, a senior in the craft. It was my ignorance that failed to recognize your greatness. Please forgive me." This move by head chef Dong Lu caused the jaws of every diner in the shop to hit the floor, young Master Pan included. He had expected someone to teach Yi Bei a lesson on his behalf. Not for that person to kneel before the boy. Furious and humiliated, Pan rushed forward, grabbed Dong Lu by the collar, and cursed. "He called your food trash, and you actually knelt and kowtowed to him. Have you lost your mind?" But every word of the senior's analysis was a pearl of wisdom. "This Buddha Jumps Over the Wall I made truly is trash." Dong Lu stammered in response. This display only made Master Pan more exasperated. For head chef Dong Lu to admit the dish was trash was tantamount to slapping Pan in the face, or rather implying that Master Pan enjoyed eating garbage. Yi Bei had no intention of stopping there. Seeing the situation, he twisted the knife. "You can't really blame him. For a person of your quality, trash is exactly what you deserve to eat." "What did you say?" Master Pan, still clutching Dong Lu, roared at Yi Bei at the top of his lungs. "I said a person of your quality is only fit to eat trash," Yi Bei repeated, enunciating every word with blunt directness. "Do you hear me clearly now?" Driven to the brink of insanity, Master Pan finally reached his breaking point. A brilliant fireball manifested in his hand and he hurled it straight at Yi Bei. However, he didn't land a hit. Instead, Yi Bei lunged forward, grabbed him by the head and slammed it violently into the tabletop. Yi Bei's movement was one of pure raw physical suppression. He didn't use any profound cultivation, which only served to make the humiliation even more intense. "What kind of trash are you acting tough in my presence?" Yi Bei asked coldly. His actions caused the people in the restaurant to hold their breath in terror, because that playboy was the peerless genius and chosen one of the Chiyang sect. Whoever touched him would face the relentless wrath of the sect. What Yi Bei was doing was no different from declaring war on the entire organization. But while ordinary people feared the Chiyang sect, Yi Bei did not. He had thought Master Pan might have some modicum of skill, but he turned out to be even more pathetic than the grave robbers. His hand remained firmly pressed against the back of Pan's neck, giving him no chance to even lift his head. Master Pan kept shouting threats for Yi Bei to let go, but in reality he was completely unable to rival Yi Bei's strength. Ultimately, the fool was thrown out of the shop by Yi Bei. Although the staff at Heisenlau hadn't done anything wrong, the incident had happened in their establishment. Fearing trouble would follow, the diners all scrambled to flee. Master Pan had been beaten beyond recognition by Yi Bei, mostly because he was so weak he couldn't even withstand a single move. Looking at the man's pathetic state, Yi Bei's face was full of disdain. He had slept for 3 million years, and now that he had woken up, even a dog dared to bark in his face. If the tiger doesn't show its claws, people really will mistake it for Hello Kitty. Dong Lu witnessed everything, unable to suppress the terror in his heart. This was because he could sense that Yi Bei only had the aura of a level 1 spirit condensation realm practitioner. Yet he had defeated Master Pan, whose cultivation was at the peak of the profound mystery realm and on the verge of a breakthrough, in a single move. Dong Lu was so scared he began to stutter. "Say, Senior, you've caused a massive disaster. What is there to fear? I merely crippled his cultivation. I haven't taken his life yet." When Yi Bei said this, Dong Lu grew even more terrified. Was he joking? For a genius, having their cultivation destroyed was a fate worse than death. Furthermore, Master Pan was the darling of the Chiyang sect. They would never let this go out of sheer admiration for Yi Bei. Dong Lu even thought about helping him stall for time so he could escape. After all, the Chiyang sect was currently the most powerful force in Yunfan City. Several elders in the sect had reached the Saint realm, and the sect master had broken through to the Saint King realm a century ago. How could they stand by while their most prized disciple was crippled? Dong Lu sincerely wanted to help him flee, but from start to finish, Yi Bei had no intention of running. "Don't worry, they're just the Qiang sect. No matter how many they send, I'll cripple them all," Yi Bei replied nonchalantly. To him, the biggest problem at hand was still filling his stomach. Dong Lu couldn't hide the panic in his eyes as he stared blankly at Yi Bei. The man had offended the Qiang sect, yet he remained this calm. Just who was this person? A godlike master or a newborn calf lunatic who didn't fear the tiger? Dong Lu had no other choice. With the other guests driven away by Yi Bei, he could only lead the youth to a private room to dine alone. While eating, Yi Bei inquired about the whereabouts of the goddess of cooking behind the restaurant. Dong Lu's master. Regrettably, Dong Lu didn't know. His mistress had been traveling the world for nearly a century, and the last time he had seen her was 5 years ago. "Does she not look after these restaurants in Yunfan City?" Yi Bei asked. Dong Lu replied, "Senior, you must be joking. All of our mistress's properties have been handed over to her disciples to manage." It seemed finding his disciples wouldn't be that easy. Yi Bei then asked if Dong Lu knew where the Jinyi Shadow Division of Yunfan City was located. But it was the first time Dong Lu had heard the name. He thought it might be some sect. It appeared the intelligence agency operated quite covertly. Not just anyone knew their name. Yi Bei didn't press Dong Lu further, simply instructing him to prepare food and lodging for the next few days. Meanwhile, the crippled Master Pan had been brought back to the Qiang sect. As expected, the news of his tragic state at Heisenlao sent the Qiang sect master into a towering rage. "How dare you, Pan Xiaotong? You dare to lay a hand on a member of my Qiang sect?" Sect Master Pan Wenhong nearly crushed the teacup in his hand. Pan's subordinates quickly reported the situation, stating that the young master had been taken down by a youth who appeared to be only at level 1 of the spirit condensation realm. The key point was that the opponent had crippled him in a single move, meaning his strength was anything but simple. "Sect Master, please calm your anger. The priority right now is that the third elder is leading a team of over 10 people to the Night Emperor's tomb to seize treasures. We shouldn't stir up more trouble right now. Please think it over, Sect Master." Hearing this, the Sect Master agreed it made sense. Thus he sent men to monitor Heisenlao and Yi Bei's movements, planning to settle the score once the third elder returned. Meanwhile, Zhuge Fu and the 20th ranked senior sister, Lai Yushan, had arrived at the mausoleum. Upon learning that a group of scumbags had robbed the grave and that their master's remains were missing, both were seeing red with rage. Their master's remains were in the body refinement realm, a level that transcended the normal categories of cultivation. This body was useless to ordinary people, but if it fell into the hands of a lord of a sacred land. Lai Yushan stopped halfway through her sentence, leaving Zhuge Fu frantic. If it's a lord of a sacred land, then what? Lai Yushan simply stated she would never forgive anyone who stole her master's remains, even if she had to stake her life. Neither realized that Yi Bei had actually been resurrected, so they both assumed a band of thieves had hauled the body away. Suddenly, Zhuge Fu sensed something was wrong. She discovered that someone outside was tampering with the restrictions, attempting to break the array. Lai Yushan immediately gripped her blade, her eyes filled with hatred. Perfect timing. It seems if we don't show them some color, they'll really start thinking this place is their own back garden. As soon as she spoke, cheers and praise erupted from outside. The third elder is mighty. His mastery of arrays is truly peerless. He broke the restriction in just a few seconds. It appeared this was the grave robbing squad led by the third elder of the Qiang sect. In reality, the third elder hadn't even had time to do anything before the array broke with suspicious ease, causing even him to feel a momentary flicker of dread. Before he could regain his composure, he saw Lai Yushan and Zhuge Fu inside. "HMPH, you've got quite the nerve daring to come here to rob a grave." The third elder's heart skipped a beat, but he quickly regained his cool, even daring to point a finger at Lai Yushan's nose and curse. "Stop pretending. Are our goals any different? Leave the treasures behind and I'll spare your lives." Zhuge Fu let out a contemptuous sneer and whispered to Lai Yushan, asking how many survivors they should leave among this group of small fry. Lai Yushan was not a merciful person. Aside from the big-mouthed third elder, she didn't want to leave a single person alive. Their attitude actually dampened the arrogance of the Qiang sect grave robbers. Faced with an encirclement of so many divine court realm cultivators, these two showed absolutely no fear. Instead, they radiated a chilling killing intent. The third elder, unaware that he had stumbled upon Yi Bei's genuine disciples, remained arrogant. "Since you want to block our path, don't blame us for using our numbers to bully 2 weak women." At his command, the dozen or so Qiang sect disciples behind him charged forward in unison. Each disciple brandished a weapon, looking well-trained and battle-hardened. But Lai Yushan didn't even bother to move, leaving them all to the mage behind her, Zhuge Fu. With a casual motion, Zhuge Fu activated a grand array. In an instant, a small formation appeared beneath everyone's feet. Once the formations were set, Zhuge Fu immediately activated the soul-consuming array, claiming dozens of lives in a heartbeat. Just as Lai Yushan desired, Zhuge Fu left the leader with his pathetic life. The third elder watched the scene unfold, his entire body trembling violently. Is that the soul-consuming array? His teeth chattered so loudly it could be heard, and he couldn't even stand steady despite his best efforts. You girl, what is your relationship with that soul-devouring demon? How do you know the soul-consuming array? Zhuge Fu didn't care to answer him. A brilliant light manifested in her hand once more, but to her opponent it was the light of death. No, you can't kill me, he whimpered for mercy, his body collapsing into the array Zhuge Fu had just drawn. Soul search, Zhuge Fu uttered softly, her demeanor truly no less impressive than her master's. In an instant, the third elder's memories were forcibly extracted, and the vitality within his body was sucked dry along with them. Lai Yushan, feeling a sudden surge of kindness, delivered a follow-up blow to give him a quick end, sparing him further agony. Once the task was done, she dropped her serious expression and turned to tease her junior sister. Little Fufu, after all these years, why haven't you improved? Your memory extraction is far worse than Master's was back in the day. Master's realm is something I can only look up to. It's completely beyond reach, Zhuge Fu replied, somewhat haughtily, letting out a loud HMPH. All right, I'm just teasing you. The two then quickly departed for Yunfan City to settle the score with the Chiang sect. While his two young disciples were off on a killing spree for his sake, Yi Bei was sitting peacefully in Heisenlao cultivating. He discovered that although his abilities hadn't diminished much in the eyes of others, his cultivation was no different from a level 1 spirit condensation practitioner. It seemed he would have to train from scratch. However, likely due to his special destiny-defying constitution, his cultivation speed after rebirth was staggeringly fast. In just half a day, Yi Bei had broken through from level 1 to level 2 of the spirit condensation realm. At this rate, the future was looking extremely bright. While Yi Bei was still immersed in this sense of achievement, he suddenly heard a commotion outside. He pushed open the door and saw Dong Lu focused on watching the excitement. According to Dong Lu, many people had just seen a ship as massive as a mountain fly over Yunfan City. Hearing the keywords flying ship and mountain-sized, Yi Bei immediately thought of his disciples. Thus he grabbed Dong Lu to go join the crowd, poor Dong Lu even running as hard as he could. He eventually lost track of Yi Bei. Furthermore, he discovered something highly abnormal. Yi Bei had clearly been at level 1 of the spirit condensation realm yesterday afternoon, yet he had broken through a minor realm by this morning. Was this guy a god or a ghost? Yi Bei didn't care about the out-of-breath Dong Lu. His entire focus was on the giant ship flying through the sky. There was no mistake. This was Noah's Ark. Aside from his 20th disciple, Lai Yushan, who else could build such a thing? Wait, Dong Lu suddenly shouted. The direction that ship is landing in, it's the Chiang sect. Could that be their sect's property? The moment he heard the name Chiang sect, Yi Bei's interest was piqued. With Lai Yushan heading there, it seemed a great show was about to begin. He immediately pulled Dong Lu along to join the spectacle. Indeed, Lai Yushan's Noah's Ark had already descended upon the sect. As soon as she appeared, she bellowed, "Su Yuanhao, get out here and face me." This scene instantly caught the attention of everyone nearby. They had no idea who Lai Yushan was, only that she dared to directly shout the name of the Chiang sect master whose cultivation had already reached the Saint realm. They thought she was surely seeking her own death. Meanwhile, squeezed into the crowd, Yi Bei finally saw the appearance of the young woman suspended in the sky. It was true, he had finally found his first disciple. Although he was quite pleased that he wouldn't have to deal with the Chiang sect himself, he was also puzzled as to how his 20th disciple had ended up in a feud with this sect. As for Lai Yushan, she was currently at the peak of her fury. Over the past 2 years, the Chiang sect had disturbed the Night Emperor's tomb 13 separate times, each instance more egregious than the last. Previously, she had been too lazy to settle the score, but now that her master's remains were missing, she could no longer stand by. "Little girl, who are you? Where did you come from? Is our sect master's name something you can just shout as you please?" Someone finally emerged to meet the challenge, but it wasn't the sect master, it was their great elder. This man was quite powerful, having already broken through to the 8th stage of the Saint realm. His sword skills were superb, capable of splitting mountains and rivers with a casual swing. Once he appeared, even more onlookers gathered, all wanting to witness his swordplay. However, Lai Yushan had a fiery temper. The moment the Chiang sect's great elder appeared, she responded by raising her middle finger directly at him. "Don't be in such a hurry to die," she snapped. "I haven't even planned to deal with you first." Her words were arrogant. She clearly didn't hold her opponent in any regard. The great elder was driven mad by this display and immediately delivered a heavy sword strike. Lai Yushan didn't even bother to dodge. Instead, she used her internal energy to trigger a violent explosion as a counterattack. The Great Elder was left dazed and reeling. He had initially thought it was just some ignorant girl looking for trouble, but he never expected her to possess such staggering power and explosive force. Seizing the moment while he was disoriented, Lai Yushan continued her assault. At this point, the Great Elder began to panic. If this continued, things would likely turn out very badly for him. He began to swing his sword wildly, clashing with Lai Yushan's power and triggering a massive explosion. Smoke filled half the sky, but he was actually using it as a distraction to find a chance to escape. However, such petty tricks could not escape Lai Yushan's sharp eyes. She suddenly raised her massive blade, instantly activating a colossal array. The Great Elder turned his head and felt a chill throughout his body. He couldn't escape in time. He was locked firmly in place by the array and took a direct hit from Lai Yushan's blade. It was a gruesome sight. The onlookers were dumbstruck. Even the Great Elder, an 8th stage saint, had been beaten to such a state. Just who was this girl? Following this commotion, Su Yuanhao finally appeared with several disciples. Upon seeing Lai Yushan, his face turned ashen, yet he still maintained a pretense of politeness. I was wondering who dared to cause trouble for my Qiang sect. It turns out to be the godly bamboo fairy, Lady Yushan. I wonder what has caused the fairy such great anger. Lai Yushan's expression was ice cold. Her blade pointed directly at the sectmaster's throat. Hand over everything you stole from the Night Emperor's tomb. I may spare the others, but you must die. With that, Lai Yushan raised her blade again and delivered a resolute heavy blow, but Su Yuanhao was a sect master for a reason. His strength far exceeded that of the Great Elder. He remained unharmed after blocking her strike, and his previously humble demeanor vanished instantly. HMPH, this is the Qiang sect. By what right do you come here to act wildly? You, a mere practitioner of the auxiliary path, dare to want my life? You must still be dreaming. The auxiliary path Su Yuanhao referred to meant cultivation based on life skills such as cooking, construction, forging, and alchemy. As soon as he spoke, he launched a full-scale attack, successfully cutting through Lai Yushan's technique. Seeing that his strength surpassed the godly bamboo fairies, Su Yuanhao gloated, "If I cripple you, a demonic cultivator, today, I'm sure many people will cheer." "Oh really?" Lai Yushan let out a cold laugh. "We'll see if you have the ability." With a wave of her hand, No's arc immediately began to circle overhead. The target, an attack on the entire Qiang sect. At Lai Yushan's command, countless sharp swords shot down from the ship, aimed directly at the sect below. Seeing this, the previously smug Su Yuanhao turned deathly pale. He formed hand seals, ordering his disciples to form a formation to resist her. But she was a step faster. The swords from No's arc poured down upon the Qiang sect in a relentless stream. Witnessing this with his own eyes, Su Yuanhao could only shout incoherently, "Demonic cultivator, this is absolutely a demonic cultivator." The onlookers below also began to run for their lives. Anyone who dared to stay and watch at this point was a pure fool. If they were hit by one of those stray swords, they wouldn't stand a chance. That No's arc was essentially a giant hidden weapon launcher. With it in hand, leveling a sect wouldn't take much time at all. Seeing everyone flee, Dong Lu stomped his feet in anxiety. He wanted to run too, but Yi Bei was like a stubborn spectator, insisting on staying to watch the excitement in the sky. Su Yuanhao was radiating killing intent. HMPH, do you really think this sectmaster is some pacifist monk? With that, the old man formed another seal. He acted immediately behind him. The disciples also formed a formation and seals in perfect unison. The power generated by the new array surged toward Lai Yushan. Even under siege, she remained calm and composed. Then, Lai Yushan clenched her fists and let out a roar. Her clothes transformed into a fiery red outfit, boldly cut and extremely eye-catching. Watching his disciple undergo this transformation, which looked like something out of a magical girl anime, Yi Bei couldn't help but laugh out loud. Dong Lu looked on in confusion. "Senior, what's so funny? Don't you think that battlesuit is very cool?" "Yes, it is indeed very cool," Yi Bei agreed, though he was secretly praising her in his heart. As expected of his disciple, she not only had great strength but also a spectacular figure. After her transformation, Lai Yushan's combat power soared, instantly sending several of Su Yuanhu's disciples flying. Just as everyone thought the battle was decided, Lai Yushan grew careless for a moment and was bound hand and foot by one of Su Yuanhu's arrays. "Lai Yushan, you forced my hand," Su Yuanhao roared, condensing his entire cultivation into a giant sword pointed straight at her. However, before the giant sword could touch Lai Yushan, another voice came from above. "Su Yuanhao, if you dare to harm my senior sister even a hair, I will refine your entire Qiang sect into a formation." Zhuge Fu, dressed in red, flew down from No's arc like an arrow released from a bow. The Qiang sect master hadn't expected the two of them to be together, but he quickly calmed down, planning to kill Lai Yushan first and then deal with Zhuge Fu. Zhuge Fu's longsword left its scabbard attempting to cut the chains binding her sister, but as soon as her blade touched the iron links, Lai Yushan let out a scream of agony. Zhuge Fu was instantly horrified. Su Yuanhao was triumphant. "You brat, did you think your meager skills could break this venerable one's sword path?" At this moment Zhuge Fu was completely panicked because her sister was still trapped and sat directly beneath the enemy's blade. Seeing this, Su Yuanhao grew even more arrogant and laughed loudly. "Haha, all of you go to hell." However, his attack ultimately failed to land. In that split second, Yi Bei flashed in front of Lai Yushan. "With me here, who dares to harm them?" He successfully blocked the opponent's sword path. Su Yuanhao felt as if his old face had been struck by a heavy slap. His strongest strike had been blocked effortlessly by a youth of unknown origin, and the boy was completely unscathed. At this moment, only one thought occupied Su Yuanhu's mind. Who is this person? Although the reborn Yi Bei no longer looked elderly, Lai Yushan and Zhuge Fu recognized him after a 2-second stunned silence. They dropped to their knees in unison, kowtowing to greet the master they had been separated from for 300 years. Yi Bei didn't have time to catch up with them yet, because Su Yuanhao, this thorn in his side, had not yet been eliminated. Although that last move had blocked the attack, Su Yuanhu's physical body might have collapsed, but his primal soul hadn't been dealt with. Just as the two disciples noticed the aura of a great emperor inside Su Yuanhao, Yi Bei also sensed that Su Yuanhu's demeanor had changed completely. The man scanned the crowd with a gaze of utter disdain, questioning, "This seat is the Scarlet Blood Emperor of the Xingyao Sacred Temple. You ants dare to commit mass slaughter here. This seat will give you one chance to end yourselves. Cripple your own cultivation immediately, or I will make everyone around you die with you." Although the opponent's aura was overwhelming, now that their master was here, Lai Yushan and Zhuge Fu would rather die than surrender. On the other hand, Yi Bei showed no fear toward the soul inhabiting Su Yuanhu's body. Instead, he mocked, "Just a measly thread of a great emperor's divine will. Who are you trying to scare? Do you really think you're the original body descended to this world?" The crowd below gathered once again. Yi Bei's performance in blocking Su Yuanhu's world-shaking sword strike had left everyone in awe. Because the aura he radiated showed he was only at level 2 of the spirit condensation realm, it was considered impossible. He must be hiding his cultivation. Someone quickly noticed the truth. This guy was definitely hiding his depth. As a spirit condensation cultivator couldn't fly, yet he stood firmly in the void. While the discussions raged below, the Scarlet Blood Emperor occupying Su Yuanhu's body began to drone on again. "What, do you wish to defy my decree? In this Central Plains domain, everything belongs to my Xingyao sacred land." But before he could finish his sentence, he was swallowed by a massive force. The Scarlet Blood Emperor's soul was instantly kicked out of Su Yuanhu's body. Su Yuanhu's physical form fell like a meteor, completely unable to resist. Lai Yushan and Zhuge Fu watched in stunned silence, both turning to look at their master. It was indeed their master who had acted. "Too noisy," Yi Bei murmured. "Xingyao's sacred land, is it? I couldn't settle the score 300 years ago, but now it's time to pay it back." The remnant soul of the Scarlet Blood Emperor returned to its true original body. He sat on his throne, fuming with rage, wondering which ant had dared to resist him and challenge the majesty of the Xingyao sacred temple. Just then, a divine needle appeared above his head. The Scarlet Blood Emperor's eyes went wide with shock. "What's going on? This divine needle clearly perished along with my avatar just now. Why is it here?" While he was still bewildered, the divine needle seemed to gain sentience, coldly piercing into his crown. The old fellow fell straight off his throne, landing flat on his face in a pathetic heap. His subordinates were scared out of their wits by the sight. The great hall fell into chaos. Some shouted for people to find a saint of medicine, while others sent word to the other great emperors. The doors of the hall slammed open as the blazing fire emperor arrived. The Scarlet Blood Emperor's subordinates, as if grabbing a life-saving straw, hurried to report that their emperor had been struck by a mysterious divine needle and ended up in this state. After hearing this, the blazing fire emperor hurried forward. He saw Scarlet Blood's eyes wide open, only able to stammer out a few words. "Spirit condensation, level 2, Scarlet Blood, finish your sentence." "What spirit condensation? What does that have to do with anything?" Blazing fire pressed him urgently, but Scarlet Blood could no longer utter a single word. He hurried to check his pulse, and immediately discovered an extremely abnormal situation. After the examination, the Blazing Fire Emperor found that it wasn't just a physical injury, but a devastating blow to the soul. He stood up and sank into deep thought. If Scarlet Blood hadn't practiced the path of the soul as a secondary discipline, a wound of this magnitude would have likely caused his soul to dissipate long ago. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but feel terror. Who was it? What kind of terrifying figure had Scarlet Blood offended? Meanwhile, outside the hall, people were kneeling all over the ground, the air so heavy it was suffocating. They hadn't yet recovered from the shock, their hearts full of fear. Senior Yi, he actually destroyed the Great Emperor's projection in one move, and he's the master of these two." Above the clouds, Lai Yushan was weeping uncontrollably. "Master, your disciple missed you so much. You finally came back to see us." Zhuge Fu knelt beside her and added sadly, "Master, please rest easy. I have found an ancient immortal king's secret realm. It must contain an ancient immortal array that can revive you. I swear, no matter the cost, even if it's my own life, I will bring you back to life." Looking at his two pitiful disciples, Yi Bei spoke softly to comfort them. "Don't cry. If you keep crying, you won't be my beautiful disciples anymore." Lai Yushan shouted excitedly, "Little Fufu, I'm not dreaming, am I? Master just spoke to me." Zhuge Fu replied stutteringly, 300 years. I've waited 300 years to finally be this close to Master again." Lai Yushan said, "Quick, hit me." Zhuge Fu shyly tugged at her outer garment. Yi Bei chuckled and pointed at the two girls. "You two silly girls, you don't actually think my power is exhausted and this strand of divine will is about to dissipate, do you?" Lai Yushan asked emotionally, "Is it really you, Master?" Yi Bei smiled confidently and stated firmly, "That's right, I have been resurrected. I have returned." She hugged Zhuge Fu tightly like a child, both shocked and overjoyed. "Little Fufu, can you slap me? I'm so afraid that all of this is just a dream." Just then, a system notification popped up. Reunited with 1,108 disciples. Reward. Host's cultivation speed increased by 10x. Reunited with 1,108 disciples. Reward. 100 years of cultivation. Host version, disciple version. Host version for host only. Disciple version for disciples only. Yi Bei looked at the spiritual energy in his palm, making deductions as he pondered. Sure enough, the speed of absorbing spiritual energy had increased tenfold. If I find a few more disciples, wouldn't I be able to increase my cultivation speed to 50 times, 100 times, or even faster? Yi Bei pondered silently. He then asked with a hint of doubt, "System, how do I use the reward for the disciple version? 100 years of cultivation," the system replied. "The host only needs to come into contact with a disciple and use a thought to allocate it." Yi Bei understood immediately. So it was that simple. Proximity was all it took. The system confirmed. "Yes." Yi Bei gripped the whip in his hand, a slight smile playing on his lips. "Is that so?" Lai Yushan stared at the whip in his hand in disbelief, exclaiming, "That's the god-hitting whip. Master has truly been resurrected. This is simply unbelievable." Yi Bei looked at the two disciples before him and began to point out their mistakes. "One of you is an array master, and the other an architect. Two auxiliary professions actually thought they could brute force a sword cultivator of the same realm. Do you think you're invincible? 10 lashes each, no resisting." The two bowed their heads bashfully and answered in unison, "We know our wrongdoings, Master. Please punish us." Yi Bei didn't hesitate to let the whip fall. In truth, he felt a bit of lingering fear. If I hadn't happened to be in Yunfan City today, these two silly girls would have likely suffered a great deal at the hands of Su Yuanhao. Suddenly, Zhuge Fu let out a cry of pleasant surprise. "What? My cultivation is actually skyrocketing." She wondered, could it be Master? She whipped her head around and asked loudly, "Master, what are you doing?" Her voice choked with emotion as she cried out, "Master, please take it back. We committed a mistake. We cannot accept such a reward. Moreover, you have only just been resurrected." "Master, please take it back quickly." Yi Bei replied indifferently, "I have my own arrangements. Accept your punishment in peace." Once he finished, he commanded, "All right, stand up." The two women's faces were flushed as if their bodies were filled to the brim with spiritual energy. They bowed in gratitude. "Thank you, Master, for your grace." Yi Bei began to calculate. "I still need to find a few disciples with strong combat capabilities." He thought to himself that these two, after all, followed auxiliary paths. Their combat strength would always be a shortcoming. Inside the courtyard, the lights were bright and voices could be heard from within the room. "Master, it was our incompetence that failed to protect senior sister. Please punish us." After a period of conversation, Yi Bei fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected that the culprits responsible for his disciples' dispersal were the 9 great sacred temples. "Since I am back, I will settle this debt personally one by one." Lai Yushan seemed to remember something suddenly and said, "By the way, Master, I forgot to mention earlier. Senior sister Taibai is also in the Central Plains domain, but her state seems to be somewhat chaotic." Zhuge Fu also exclaimed, "Fourth senior sister." Yi Bei pressed for details. What happened to Taibai? Logically, with her talent and aptitude, 300 years having passed, she should be nearing the Emperor realm by now. The spirits of the two young women instantly dropped. Zhuge Fu's voice carried a hint of sorrow. After she broke through to the half-emperor realm, she charged into the Xingyao's sacred land alone. Since then, no one knows exactly what occurred. A surge of rage rose in Yi Bei's heart. "Xingyao's sacred land again," he continued to ask. "Where is Taibai now?" Zhuge Fu replied, "At the Taibai Sword Manor in Luoguang City." After understanding the situation, Yi Bei made an immediate decision. I originally intended to let you stay here for 2 days to consolidate your realms, but now it seems unnecessary. We set out for Luoguang City immediately. Zhuge Fu and Lai Yushan bowed to receive the order. 3 days later, aboard Nozark, Yi Bei was sitting in meditation in the inner chamber, refining energy. Feeling the power within him, he thought with some frustration, it took 3 days to break through only 5 minor realms. Isn't this speed a bit slow? Outside the door, Zhuge Fu looked at her master with an expression of pure worship, saying to Lai Yushan, "Master is practicing again. Ordinary people can't even break through a single realm in 3 years." Lai Yushan nodded repeatedly. At this moment Yi Bei clenched his fists, determination set. "Very well, next I will break through to the profound mystery realm in one go." As the ship crossed the desolate mountain ranges, Yi Bei was full of anticipation. Once that happens, I can unlock another trump card. A day later at an inn, a waiter's eyes lit up as if he had seen the god of wealth descend. Yi Bei made a request, "Tell me everything you know about the Tai Bai Sword Manor." The waiter asked cautiously, "Guest, are you also planning to attend the martial arts wine banquet at the Tai Bai Sword Manor?" Yi Bei asked back in confusion. "Martial arts wine banquet?" The waiter began to explain in detail. "The manor head has been injured for a long time and her strength is no longer what it used to be. I heard her cultivation is nearly gone. Because of this, she spends her days drowning her sorrows in alcohol, staying dead drunk. Now she's even willing to trade the manor's treasures for wine. She's practically selling off her family property," he sighed with regret. Back in the manor's peak, it was teeming with visitors. Countless sword cultivators traveled thousands of miles to seek guidance. What a pity, a real pity. Lai Yushan was so angry she slammed the table and let out a sharp cry, scaring the waiter into thinking he had said something wrong, causing him to shut up instantly. Yi Bei called out softly, "Yushan." Only then did she apologetically admit, "I'm sorry, master, I was reckless." Yi Bei comforted her. "Although we don't know what Tai Bai has been through, I am best at waking up those who are asleep." During the day, inside the Tai Bai Sword Manor, bursts of noise came from the crowd. "Next, bring forth your wine." Jug after jug of wine was placed on the table and everyone's attention was drawn to the activity. Those participating in the banquet whispered amongst themselves. Setting aside the wine inside, just looking at that flask, it could be traded for several top-grade spirit stones. With such an exquisite flask, a wine inside must be extraordinary. It seems that youth getting the treasure is a foregone conclusion. The old butler's eyes sparkled as he stared at the exquisite wine flask before him. Yi Bei held the flask and shifted it out of his line of sight, saying, "Wait." The registrar was somewhat puzzled. "Young master, what do you mean by this?" Yi Bei calmly poured the wine into a small cup and said, "This wine is beyond precious. Giving the manor head a single cup is enough." The old butler grumbled inwardly, "Only 1 cup, that's too stingy." After taking the cup, he sniffed the aroma and looked intoxicated. The fragrance was overwhelming. If he could have just 1 sip in this lifetime, it would be worth it. Yi Bei looked at him and said, "By the way, please convey 2 sentences to the manor head for me." "Of course," the butler asked politely. "Please speak, young master." Yi Bei said, "The first sentence, this wine can only allow the manor head to live and die in a dream, losing track of her destination. The second is a poem. A poem, a pot of wine, a tune, a sword to the horizon." The old butler bowed respectfully and said, "Please wait a moment, young master. I will present the wine to the manor head immediately." Inside the inner hall, Qi Shan was practicing sword forms. Many wine bottles were scattered haphazardly across the floor. Tai Bai leaned against a chair, tasting the dregs of some wine. Qi Shan leaned over and advised softly, "Master, you've been drinking for so many days straight, it's time to stop." Tai Bai said with bleary eyes, "Shanner, you are still young, you don't understand." She pointed out the flaws in Qi Shan's moves. "That sword technique just now was okay, but your mind is too heavy. Remember, the body follows the intent, and man and sword become one. The unpredictability within that is the true essence." Hearing this, Qi Shan gripped her sword and pursed her lips, asking sadly, "Master, is it because my Grandmaster's death anniversary is coming up in these next 2 days that you've become like this?" Tai Bai avoided her gaze. "Shanner, go rest for a bit before practicing again. My wine should be delivered soon." Qi Shan responded, "Yes, master." At that moment, the butler entered respectfully to report, "Manor head, the wine has arrived." He presented the cup with both hands. Tai Bai sat up, somewhat surprised. "Why is there only—" This time, before she could finish her sentence, she lunged upward and walked quickly toward the cup. Tai Bai was shocked as she took the cup and judged, "This wine is of the immortal grade." She raised the cup to drink, feelings of longing surging in her heart as tears rolled down her cheeks. Perhaps only by getting completely drunk could she see her master again in her dreams. "Master, I miss you so much," she asked Old Wei. "Was this wine brought by those people waiting in line?" The butler answered respectfully, "Yes, manor head." He looked like a scion of a great family, with a cultivation level at the 7th stage of the spirit condensation realm. Furthermore, he asked me to convey 2 sentences to you, which sounded quite profound. Tai Bai said, Let's hear them, the old butler thought for a moment and repeated. The first sentence is, this wine can only allow the manor head to live and die in a dream, losing track of her destination. After hearing the first sentence, the wine cup in her hand slipped and shattered on the ground, her hands trembling with extreme shock. This was a complete loss of emotional control. She hurriedly grabbed the old butler's shoulders and asked urgently, "What is the second sentence?" The butler stammered in fear. "The second is a poem, a pot of wine, a tune, a sword to the horizon." Tai-Bai shouted her question. "Where is that person now?" Seeing her so agitated, the butler answered quickly. "He's waiting just outside the gates. What happened to the manor head?" After getting the answer, Tai-Bai vanished from the spot instantly, leaving the butler's unfinished sentence. However, watching the manor head fly away, the old butler scratched his head in confusion. "What's wrong with the manor head?" Seeing Tai-Bai rushing toward them, Zhuge Fu whispered a reminder. "Master, fourth senior sister is coming." Yi Bei looked at the disciple running toward him and replied, "Coordinate with each other first. Whatever you do, don't let the cat out of the bag." He put on a hideous mask while Lai Yushan beside him giggled excitedly. At that moment, Tai-Bai appeared before the three of them and asked, "I'm asking you, was that cup of wine yours?" He answered, "It was mine." Sizing up the disciple before him, he sighed inwardly. Indeed, Old Fourth has become quite depressed. "But even if you've become a piece of scrap iron, I'm going to grind you back into a peerless sword today," she continued to press. "And those 2 lines of poetry were also spoken by you." He still answered, "It was also me." Tai-Bai's entire body trembled as she suppressed the anticipation in her heart and asked, "Tell me who exactly taught you those 2 lines of poetry?" After asking, Tai-Bai became extremely agitated, and a terrifying sword-wind aura radiated from her. Yi Bei asked back, "The wine I sent, are you still not satisfied?" Tai-Bai looked at the 3 people before her, thinking to herself, "Why do these 3 give me such an inexplicable sense of closeness?" Tai-Bai asked, "Who are you, really?" Yi Bei proposed, "I can tell you who I am later, but let's first fulfill our agreement of wine for treasures." Without thinking much, she agreed. "Fine, no problem. I am very satisfied with your wine. Speak, what do you want?" Yi Bei said in a playful tone, "I consider myself a sword cultivator as well. I would like to ask the manor head to suppress her cultivation to the same realm as mine and have a spar with me. Regardless of the outcome, you are not allowed to restore your strength until the spar ends." She agreed readily. "Fine, I promise you." On the practice field, Tai-Bai stood with her sword. "My time is limited. I will accompany your practice until sunset at most." Yi Bei stroked his long sword, evaluating silently. Tai-Bai is quite conscientious. She proactively dropped her cultivation to the first stage of the spirit condensation realm, but that's fine, it makes the lesson more convenient. Zhuge Fu and Lai Yushan held hands, looking on with expressions of both anxiety and pity. They thought to themselves, "Fourth senior sister, you've truly committed a major taboo. You're practically courting death, just pray for the best." On the field, the air seemed to solidify, leaving only Tai-Bai's resonant voice. "Let's begin. You had better use the sword technique you are most skilled in, otherwise you won't even be able to take 2 moves from me." Yi Bei asked back with a look of disbelief, "Is that so?" His figure became as fast as lightning as he thrust his sword straight at Tai-Bai, warning, "Then you'd better be careful." Tai-Bai stood still, sensing his every move, thinking, his sword intent is plentiful, but it's all predictable. She gracefully evaded every sword strike, even offering a critique. "The sword work is good, but it's slightly stiff and lacks fluidity." Yi Bei instantly moved to her right side, raising his sword to attack. Sensing his movement, Tai-Bai judged. Trying to ambush from the right, she leaped to dodge, preparing for a finishing blow, thinking disdainfully, "Pity. I've already seen through you." As the move was unleashed, the winds and clouds shifted. But in her sight, Yi Bei had actually vanished. She exclaimed, "What? Where is he?" Just as she was searching everywhere, Yi Bei appeared behind her. He lipped up again and taunted, "You should look more closely before you strike." Yi Bei vanished once more, leaving Tai-Bai alone in the vast practice field. Unable to find his figure, Tai-Bai felt a surge of panic. How is this possible? In the split second she lost focus, a sword move arrived, and a loud crash echoed through the practice field. The strike just now had injured her significantly, but she still struggled to stand up. Yi Bei began to mock her. "Manor head, don't underestimate your opponent." On the stage, life and death are determined by fate. Underestimating the enemy is a fatal mistake. Off the field, Zhuge Fu sighed. As expected, fourth senior sister lost the first round. Lai Yushan added, "Indeed, Master's power is as great as ever." Tai-Bai steadied herself and stood up, saying in a low voice, "I underestimated you. Continue." Tai-Bai raised her sword and focused, sneering inwardly. "Underestimating the enemy, I was indeed careless this time, but there won't be a next time." Her sword intent grew stronger. "Qinglian sword technique, second style, stroke of genius." Hearing the name of the move, Zhuge Fu said in surprise, "Qinglian sword technique, that's fourth senior sister's strongest sword art." The fierce technique swept toward her opponent. The Qinglian sword intent concealed its form. It wouldn't strike unless certain, but when it did, it was a killing blow. Yi Bei remained standing where he was, showing no signs of defense. He slowly raised his hand. He unleashed a violent surge of sword intent to meet Tai Bai. The powerful intent struck her, and Tai Bai let out a cry of pain. She fell heavily to the ground, making a sharp grating sound. Yi Bei proposed, "Man or head, how about you raise your cultivation to match mine instead?" These words sounded like blatant provocation to Tai Bai. Her face turned grim and her rage erupted instantly. Tai Bai gathered all her strength and leapt, swinging her sword. Qinglian sword technique, third style, Qinglian sword song. Before the move could even reach him, Yi Bei struck her sword with a shock of his own, directly sending the sword in Tai Bai's hand flying. The long sword landed far away, and she lost her balance, kneeling dejectedly before Yi Bei. It was only then that she began to carefully scrutinize the entire situation. Once is an oversight, twice is a coincidence, but what about 3 times? Tai Bai deduced that she must have seen this person somewhere before. This youth knew her, and even her sword techniques inside and out. He was so familiar that every time she changed her stance or attacked, it was within his calculations. She lowered her eyes and asked, "Who are you, really?" Yi Bei asked back, "Who am I?" Before she could react, he gave the order to act. Tai Bai whipped her head around. Zhuge Fu was walking toward her from behind, chanting under her breath. A massive array instantly manifested above Tai Bai's head. Tai Bai hurriedly protected herself with sword intent, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I've been set up." Sensing the abnormal energy, she cried out, "What? My cultivation is rapidly draining away." Before she could react, the array crashed down, pinning Tai Bai so hard she screamed, "How could this be?" The array above left her unable to move, her limbs feeling as though they were bound tight. Tai Bai was horrified. Damn it, every step from the wine offering was within his control. First, he used those 2 lines of poetry to disturb my mind. Then he lured me into suppressing my cultivation to weaken my perception. And finally, he used this spirit-restricting array. A panicked cry came from outside the field. "Master!" Tai Bai looked toward Qi Shan and barked an order. "Shanner, run! Don't come over here!" Qi Shan ignored the warning, insisting on charging toward Yi Bei to save her. "No, I will never allow anyone to harm you." Bursts of pressure weighed down on Qi Shan, making it difficult for her to move. Seeing her disciple in danger, Tai Bai's aura exploded, the color of her eyes changing as she cried out in terror. "Shanner!" A massive force radiated outward. Yi Bei sneered, "Thinking of protecting others when your own death is imminent?" He waved his hand and launched a move. "It's useless. Today you all must die." Tai Bai gnashed her teeth in fury. "Do you think because you've sealed my cultivation I have no way of dealing with you?" 2 powerful forces collided violently, stirring up a gale that sent sand and stones flying, blurring everyone's vision. Outside the field, the 2 young women were communicating via secret voice transmission. Lai Yushan patted Zhuge Fu's shoulder and asked worriedly, "Little Fu, do you think Master is being too heavy-handed? I feel like 4th senior sister is actually trying to kill him." Zhuge Fu was also tense, her fingers twisting together in anxiety. "No matter what, we must stay calm and absolutely not intervene. We have to trust Master," she replied on the other side. Tai Bai's battle intent had completely erupted, her pressure rising steadily. As she watched Yi Bei charge toward her with increasing speed, she was filled with shock. How is this possible? His cultivation is clearly sealed as well. So why hasn't his speed decreased? If anything, he's faster than before. At that moment, Yi Bei concentrated all his strength into his fist, and the 2 were about to clash with equal force. However, Tai Bai's fist failed to even touch her opponent, causing her to freeze for an instant. What? Taking advantage of her distraction, Yi Bei dodged and hammered a heavy punch into her. The massive impact sent her crashing into the ground, rolling a great distance. As dust billowed where Tai Bai lay, she felt a surge of pain throughout her body, her heart filled with terror and despair. Why can this man neutralize my defenses so easily every single time? Why? Yi Bei walked toward her step by step, beginning to sternly berate her. "Do you really think you're strong? You can't even protect those close to you. What right do you have to be so decadent and fallen?" Standing before her, he used the conversation as an excuse to disparage himself. "And that master of yours, your current pathetic state is entirely his fault." These words exploded in Tai Bai's mind like a thunderclap. In her fury, she unleashed a sharp burst of sword chi that lunged straight at Yi Bei, causing even his heart to tighten. He retreated quickly, a hole torn into his sleeve by the chi. That was close, he thought. Despite her internal injuries, Tai Bai's voice remained ice-cold. "You can insult anyone you want, but I will never allow you to insult my master. I will kill you today." Seeing Tai Bai's resolve to defend him to the death, Yi Bei was very satisfied. This sword blade had been tempered enough. The final step was to quench and shape it. A system notification popped up. Reunited with the 3rd disciple out of 108. Reward, Xuanyuan Sword Intent Disciple version. A profound energy appeared in Yi Bei's palm, and he commanded the system, extract the Xuanyuan Sword Intent. In an instant, the surrounding scenery seemed to shatter. with countless fragments suspended in space. Simultaneously, the sky underwent a sudden change as gale force winds rose and the clouds gathered toward a single point in the void. Top-tier experts in the distance noticed the anomaly and began to speculate. Look in that direction. It seems to be the Tai-Bai sword manor. Could a peerless treasure be appearing? Another answered with certainty. Indeed, this kind of phenomenon is no ordinary thing. Come on, let's go quickly. We can't let others get there first. An anomaly this rare must be a massive opportunity. A golden sword tip slowly emerged from the clouds above Tai-Bai's head. Tai-Bai was horrified, feeling as though the world were spinning around her, with countless sharp sword intents locking onto her position. Qi-Shan screamed in terror. "Sister!" Tai-Bai whipped her head around, only to see Qi-Shan being blocked by Lai Yushan. A wave of unprecedented energy erupted within Tai-Bai once more. "No, I can't die now. I still have to look after Shanner, find my junior sisters, and search for Master." Qi-Shan's face was the picture of despair as she let out a pathetic wail. But the sword strike did not stop for her, descending rapidly toward Tai-Bai. Qi-Shan turned suddenly, gritting her teeth with eyes full of rage and hatred. "Bastard, I'll fight you to the death." She brandished her sword and charged at Zhuge Fu, who simply raised a hand to block, unable to dodge in time. Qi-Shan slammed headfirst into Zhuge Fu's bountiful bosom, her face pressed against it, turning instantly crimson with embarrassment. Zhuge Fu was also startled and couldn't help but let out a cry. Qi-Shan retreated several steps in a panic, while Zhuge Fu asked blankly, "Master, what is this?" Yi Bei fell into deep thought, remaining silent. Qi-Shan clenched her fists, staring warily at these three strange people. When Yi Bei met her gaze, the atmosphere became exceptionally quiet. Yi Bei broke the silence, his tone carrying unconcealed disdain. "Tai-Bai, you spend your days drowning your sorrows in wine and losing your will. Where have you put our sex honor? Where is the righteousness of the sword Dao? I had to beat you awake." Qi-Shan countered firmly, "You are not allowed to talk about my sister like that. My sister is the best person in the whole world to me." Yi Bei placed his hands behind his back and said indifferently, "If even I can't manage your sister, then I'm afraid no one in this world can." Hearing such arrogant words, Qi-Shan secretly wondered, who is this guy? His ego is huge. She frowned and asked, "What did you do to my sister? She'll be all right, won't she?" Yi Bei looked toward the center of the light and replied, "She won't die. If she can control and absorb that sword intent, it will be a tremendous stroke of luck for her." In the sky, several figures began to converge. Seeing them, a surge of worry rose in Qi-Shan's heart. The patriarch of the Changsun clan, the sect master of the Changshao sect, the manor head of the Zhulong villa, all of them were Saint King realm experts. What could they do now? Her sister hadn't even woken up yet. She looked toward Yi Bei in a daze, wondering if this youth, who seemed so composed, hadn't noticed the danger. Qi-Shan pointed at the experts in the sky and shouted in panic, "Hey, those are all the top big shots of Luoguang City. Your two divine court realm subordinates aren't enough to even look at them. How can you still be so calm?" Meanwhile, the manor head of Zhulong Villa was asking the Changsun patriarch, "Isn't that the head of the Tai-Bai sword manor? It looks like she's refining some kind of treasure." The Changsun patriarch replied irritably, "Duh, you don't need to tell me that. I saw her realm skyrocket all the way from the 7th stage of the Saint King realm straight into the half-emperor realm." The Changshao sect master marveled. "Heavens, this kind of advancement speed is unheard of. That is absolutely a supreme treasure of the sword Dao." The Zhulong villa head was green with envy. "If I could seize that treasure, perhaps I could pave a path to becoming an emperor." He then proposed to the group, "We can't let her finish the refinement. We must strike now while we have the chance." But the Changsun patriarch stopped him. "Wait, do you want to die? Have you forgotten the strange rumors about the Tai-Bai sword manor?" The villa head snorted contemptuously. "That was probably just a coincidence. Besides, with so many of our major powers joining forces, would anyone actually dare to make an enemy of us all?" Zhuge Fu stepped forward at that moment and issued a loud warning. "My manor head is currently comprehending the true essence of the sword Dao. If anyone dares to take a step forward now, they make an enemy of the Tai-Bai sword manor, and you will bear the consequences." The Zhulong villa head lunged at Lai Yushan with a blade strike. "A mere maid at the 5th stage of the Divine Palace realm dares to be so arrogant? You look down on us far too much?" Lai Yushan's gaze was icy as she waved her delicate hand, manifesting a giant palm. "I said whoever dares to approach will bear the consequences." That giant palm not only shattered the villa head's precious blade into fragments but continued its momentum to crush him. A splash of scarlet instantly stained the ruins. With a casual stroke, Lai Yushan drew an impassable line between the two sides. The Changsun patriarch, heart still racing with fear, whispered to the Changshao sect master, This kind of palm technique is definitely not something a divine palace realm practitioner can use. She is absolutely hiding her cultivation." Another big shot was also terrified. The girl's strength was too great. She was certainly at the peak of the Saint King realm, or perhaps even a half-emperor. Seeing the result, Lai Yushan sighed with a hint of regret. "I intended to only deal with one, but I didn't control my strength well. I'll be more careful next time." Hearing this, the sect masters were so angry they began to curse. "What do you mean you didn't control it? Damn it, you're planning on a next time." Meanwhile, Tai Bai's refining speed within the formation grew faster and faster. The Changsha sect master roared in desperation. Damn it, her cultivation has climbed to the peak of the half-emperor realm. The Changsun patriarch also showed fear. This woman is going to take control of all Luoguang city. If her realm goes one step further, she'll be in the legendary emperor realm. Inside the formation, Tai Bai finally opened her eyes, golden light swirling within her pupils. Seeing her sister wake up, Qishan shouted in joy. "Sister?" Tai Bai landed gracefully on the practice field. Seeing that Qishan was unharmed, she let out a secret sigh of relief. She immediately pointed her sword at the seated Yi Bei and asked coldly, "I'll ask you one last time, who exactly are you?" From behind the mask came Yi Bei's gentle laughter. "Tai Bai, your master is late." Tai Bai froze at those words, nearly stumbling. Master? No, impossible. Master fell 300 years ago, and you only have a cultivation at the 7th stage of the spirit condensation realm. Besides, Master's aptitude back then meant he couldn't even break through the body refinement realm. To prove his identity, Yi Bei casually summoned the god-hitting whip. Tai Bai was utterly shocked. It really was the god-hitting whip. Two young women wearing rabbit ears hopped out from nowhere. Zhuge Fu greeted her with a smile. "Fourth senior sister, long time no see. Congratulations on breaking your shackles and being reborn." Lai Yushan teased from the side. "Fourth senior sister, we won't be able to help when Master lectures you later." Tai Bai's expression turned solemn as she dropped to one knee. "Disciple Tai Bai greets Master." Yi Bei stepped forward and held her by the shoulders. "Tai Bai, you've worked hard all these years." Tai Bai was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down her face. "Master," she wailed, "your disciple finally waited long enough for you to return." Yi Bei comforted her softly. There, don't cry. If you keep crying, Master's heart will ache." The Changsun patriarch stood nearby, dumbfounded. "Master, Manor Head Tai Bai actually calls that youth Master?" The Changsha sect master was also scared witless. Heavens, the master of a peak half-emperor expert, just how terrifying is his strength? The four big shots knelt in unison, kowtowing. "Emperor, we were wrong. My Changsun clan is willing to support Manor Head Tai Bai from this day forward. Emperor, we also realize our mistakes, and we are willing to submit as well." Yi Bei swept a cold gaze over them. "Shut up." Tai Bai played dumb on purpose, saying, "Did you come here because you wanted to have a cup of tea at my Tai Bai sword manor?" The men stammered. Yi Bei's face darkened. "What? It seems you want to stay for the funeral feast." His expression became intensely intimidating. "Get lost." The men were scared out of their wits, scrambling over the walls to escape. Yes, Emperor, we're leaving right now." Only then did Tai Bai calm down. "Master, your disciple has a favor to ask. I wonder if Master could—" Yi Bei interrupted. "Speak." Tai Bai then explained the situation. "In 3 days, a secret realm 1,000 miles away will open. Your disciple wants to ask Master to take Shanner there for some experience." Yi Bei was puzzled. "Why don't you take her yourself? Are you afraid she'll become too dependent and want to protect her from the shadows without showing your face?" At the mention of this, Tai Bai's expression grew a bit lonely. "Master, it's not that I don't want to go, but there is a restriction of laws within that secret realm. Anyone whose cultivation has reached the profound mystery realm or above simply cannot enter." Tai Bai had tried and failed before. The Deep Fall secret realm opens once every 100 years, with only 300 slots. 100 years ago, while I was still at the half-emperor level, I tried to break in once but ultimately returned empty-handed. That power of law is something even an emperor likely cannot bypass. Yi Bei pondered for a moment. Tai Bai added that the 3 great sacred lands valued this secret realm highly, taking up slots every time it opened to send their best disciples. Having finished, Tai Bai pulled Qishan over. "With a world-class powerhouse like Master leading the way, taking her along will be no trouble at all. Plus, she can take care of Master's daily needs and act as a little assistant." Yi Bei agreed. "Fine, I'll take this little girl in 3 days." Tai Bai smiled flatteringly, while Qishan stood nearby, her face pale. Hey, sister, you're just selling me off like that." Yi Bei walked into the West Wing, and a system notification immediately popped up. "Congratulations to the host for reaching the profound mystery realm. 5 cards have been unlocked. The host may choose one to refine." He selected refine in the system. A moment later, electrical arcs danced at Yi Bei's fingertips. This tiny bolt of lightning was the legendary 4-9 lightning art, an entry-level technique from the Immortal realm. He entered a meditative state, closing his eyes to comprehend it. Although this was just the most basic lightning art of the Immortal realm, its power in this world was absolutely not to be underestimated. Outside, thunder roared and lightning flashed, the wind blowing so hard the roof seemed ready to collapse. Several girls ran under the eaves to watch. Qishan asked, Is this Master's doing?" Tai Bai shook her head. I don't know, it's the first time I've seen a spectacle like this too. Suddenly, a massive bolt of lightning crashed down, sounding like a cannon shell exploding. Chi-shan said anxiously. Sister, look at our house. Tai-bai was optimistic. It's fine, isn't there still more than half left? Besides, your sister Yushan is right here. She's a master of divine bamboo construction. The storm finally subsided, and a voice came from the west wing. Tai-bai, cough cough, bring master a set of clothes. Tai-bai walked over carrying a tray. Yes, master, Zhuge Fu gossiped. I bet his clothes were blasted off by that lightning just now. Master probably has nothing to cover himself with. Lai Yushan nodded with a frown. Must be it. Tai-bai pushed the door open and immediately saw the naked Yi Bei sitting there. Her face turned bright red instantly, and she let out an embarrassed cry. Master? Yi Bei felt no shame at all, instead joking with a smile. Why are you standing so far away? Are you afraid I'll eat you? Tai-bai was so shy she looked down, not daring to look at him. Master, but no matter how much she didn't want to, she had to bite the bullet and walk over. Tai-bai squinted her eyes to avoid looking, but Yi Bei suddenly grabbed her wrist. After not seeing each other for centuries, has Tai-bai grown so distant from Master? With that, he suddenly pulled. Tai-bai instantly lost her balance and let out a startled cry. Caught off guard, she tumbled into Yi Bei's arms. Yi Bei groaned inwardly, realizing he had overdone the strength and messed up. Oops, used too much force. Things have spiraled. Just at that moment the door was pushed open, and the person outside announced, Master, are you all right? The nose arc is ready for you. To an outsider, this posture was extremely prone to misunderstanding. Startled by the voice, the two looked toward the door in unison. Only then did Tai-bai hurriedly scramble up, explaining stutteringly, Sorry, master, your disciple didn't mean it that way. As she stood up, her body brushed against Yi Bei's bare thigh. Now it was Yi Bei's turn to feel awkward and cramped. Hey, don't move around so much. Things are going to happen. Seeming to notice some change, Tai-bai's face went pale and she froze in place, not daring to move an inch. A scream came from inside the room, piquing the curiosity of the two young women outside, who immediately burst through the door. Senior sister, what's wrong? The sight before them left them wide-eyed. Their senior sister was slumped on the floor facing their naked master. Zhuge Fu stammered with a red face. Master, senior sister, you too. Lai Yushan on the other hand offered a mischievous grin and teased. So master and senior sister were playing in the room. Honestly, you should have invited us along. She proceeded to push Zhuge Fu back out. Master, senior sister, please continue with your business. We'll take our leave. Little Fu, let's go, let them play together. Yi Bei gave 2 dry coughs. Tai-bai, go tell the little girl to pack up and get ready to leave. Tai-bai responded bashfully. Yes, all right. Once everyone was gone, Yi Bei let out a sigh of relief. Phew, it looks like I can't make jokes like that in the future, or I'll be the one suffering in the end. The master and 4 disciples gathered in the courtyard to board the ship. Tai-bai held out her hand, offering a piece of jade. Master, this is a spatial spiritual treasure. I've prepared some daily necessities inside. Yi Bei looked at her with affection. Tai-bai, you are very thoughtful. After bidding farewell, he and Chi-shan boarded the ship. We shall take our leave first. Tai-bai, Yushan and Xiao Fu stay behind. Be careful on the road. The ship flew for several days. After some time she stepped off the vessel looking utterly bewildered. This doesn't seem to be the entrance to the secret realm. Yi Bei followed behind her. That's because we need to travel the rest of the way on foot. The secret realm here has already opened, and because of the Chu-Zhang phenomenon, the spatial dimensions will be very unstable. It would be a nightmare if we were accidentally sucked into a spatial turbulence. Chi-shan finally realized. So that's how it is. Around them, a few other people were gradually walking toward the same location. Suddenly someone asked, Young lady, are you lost? 3 people from the Tianqi Holy Land introduced themselves. We are from the Tianqi Holy Land. It's dangerous around here. You can come with us to the secret realm. Wary, she politely declined. Thank you, but there's no need. The 2 of us can manage on our own. He smiled sinisterly, thinking Tianqi Holy Land, excellent. I hadn't planned on acting yet, and here you are delivering yourselves to my door. The other party didn't give up, producing a token. Fate has brought us together. Take this token. It's at least another half-day's walk to the secret realm. If anyone gives you trouble during that time, just show them this, and you'll be fine. Chi-shan was about to refuse, but Yi Bei took it. Much obliged, then we shall accept it, he said politely. Our thanks to the Tianqi Holy Land for your assistance. The other man feigned kindness, saying, Think nothing of it. As fellow practitioners on the path, we should stand together and help each other. Having achieved his goal, he bid farewell. I'll take my leave now. Good luck to you both. Chi-shan watched them leave, thinking, It seems the outside world isn't as terrifying as my sister said. At least there are plenty of warm-hearted good people. Yi Bei looked at her meaningfully. So why do you think that man went out of his way to talk to you? Was it because he thought you were pretty and wanted to chat? At this, Chi-shan began to think seriously. Or maybe he really wanted us to go to the secret realm together and gave us the token out of kindness, she asked naively, her eyes bright. Is that not it? After all, we have no money, and the strength we're showing wouldn't pose any threat to them. Speechless, he slapped his forehead. Good grief, this girl has been bought and is still speaking up for them. Seeing Yi Bei's reaction, Qi Shan tilted her head and asked curiously, "Master, what are you doing?" He pointed at the token. "Do you know what this is?" Yi Bei raised his hand and yanked a glow of spell energy out of the token. "Look," she gasped in shock. "This is." Qi Shan never expected it to be a tracking formation, he explained to her. "Opportunities in a secret realm are limited. Every extra person who enters is another competitor." Yi Bei finally revealed the other party's intention. "When he asked if you were lost, he was primarily testing to see which power we belonged to." Now he showed a bit of annoyance. "But you were great. You just blurted out that we're lone travelers." Qi Shan hunched her shoulders guiltily. "I'm sorry, Master, I was wrong. Shanner will listen to everything you say from now on." Yi Bei ruffled her hair. "Little girl, remember this. The malice in this world is far greater than you imagine, and 1,000 times filthier." Qi Shan lowered her head sincerely. "Yes, Shanner will keep Master's teachings in mind." Recalling the encounter, she asked in confusion, "But Master, after they tested our strength, why didn't they just attack us directly?" He speculated. "There were many other factions watching. They didn't want to act directly for the sake of their Holy Land's reputation. They're likely waiting for another opportunity." Worried, Qi Shan said, "If that's the case, should we throw the token away? What if they send people to cause us trouble?" Yi Bei gave a mysterious smile. "This is a good thing." Confused, she asked. "A good thing," he replied with anticipation. "I was actually worried they wouldn't come for us." The scene shifts to the entrance of the secret realm, where people were gathering and waiting. As the master and disciple walked in, they suddenly heard a man behind them instructing his disciples, "Once you enter the secret realm, you can stay for 10 days. After that, the realm will automatically teleport the living out. Remember, 10 days pass in the blink of an eye. Those with secret realm tokens will receive various rewards. The more tokens you have, the more precious the reward." The disciple bowed his head. "Yes, Senior." A man in red shared the news he'd heard. "I've heard that for centuries, the one thing the 3 great holy lands have wanted most is to collect all 100 secret realm tokens. But since the Senluo secret realm was discovered, no one has ever managed to collect them all." A burly man in black echoed, "Indeed, I've heard of this as well." The first man continued, "Because once all the tokens are gathered, one can not only claim the entire Senluo secret realm, but also obtain the greatest reward that only appears once every 50 years. Yi Bei stroked his chin in thought. "No wonder the Tianqi Holy Land didn't cause trouble on the road. They're waiting for the show to start so they can swoop in and reap the rewards." Yi Bei silently deduced their plan. "First, give us a token with a tracking mark, then find an opportunity to kill and rob us once we're inside the secret realm. This way they can protect their Holy Land's reputation without offending any power that might be backing us. I have to say, it's a very safe approach." He sneered at the thought. "Holy Lands, oh Holy Lands, do you have no shame? Centuries have passed, yet your tactics remain as unsightly as ever." Qi Shan approached him. "Master, what's wrong? Did you find something?" Yi Bei didn't plan on telling her his thoughts. "Let's just wait a bit longer." At that moment, the entrance began to open slowly. A deep darkness was revealed within the fissure. A long-haired man in green walked toward it. A man in red wondered, "Is it starting?" She urged him. "Master, let's hurry inside too." But he remained calm and unhurried. "The secret realm is vast. Entering a few minutes early or late makes absolutely no difference." Qi Shan stole a glance at her master, puzzled. Yi Bei remained focused on his observations, unaware that his disciple was mentally questioning his motives. About 10 minutes later, everyone had entered. Just as the entrance was about to close with a flash of light, Yi Bei and his disciple leisurely strolled inside. The first to enter had been a group of women. They were from the Xingyao Holy Land. Following them was a group of youths from the XX Holy Land dressed in purple. Only he and Qi Shan stood alone. Elder Yan issued the command to begin. "Go in. Whether we get the final reward this time depends entirely on you." He was an elder of the Tianqi Holy Temple. The disciples behind him bowed. "We obey, Elder." Before they could move, a rumbling sound echoed from the distance. Elder Yan hurriedly turned to find the source. Then several magical attacks struck the Tianqi disciples directly, catching them completely off guard and leaving them in a panic. He roared in fury, "You bastards! Stop this instant!" Naturally, Yi Bei did not stop, his attacks continuing relentlessly. One disciple stammered, this." Elder Yan was livid. "Damn you." He and she flew past Elder Yan at high speed. "We'll be taking our leave first." Elder Yan was driven mad with rage. "Curse you, come back here." He manifested a giant palm in the air to grab Yi Bei and Qi Shan, but Yi Bei casually threw a ball of fire. Foolish. The two then soared into the sky. Yi Bei looked back with a bye-bye look in his eyes. Elder Yan's face turned black with rage. "You bastard. Just as he was about to give chase, a phantom-like fist slammed violently into the gate, creating a world-shaking explosion upon impact. Debris flew everywhere as Elder Yan was knocked back several steps. A gray-haired man marveled, "Those two were incredibly bold, daring to pluck hairs from a Holy Land's head," another commented. "And those two who launched the sneak attack, one looked to be at the 6th stage of the profound mystery realm, while the other was only at the 1st stage. A third person added mockingly, "They're surely dead men when they come out in 10 days. Elder Yan was still furiously questioning. Who were they? Who exactly were those two? It's been centuries since anyone dared to take advantage of our Tianqi Holy Land," a disciple reported. "Reporting to the elder, I saw those two a few days ago." Elder Yan looked surprised. "Oh," the disciple then recounted how they had given the tokens to Yi Bei and his companion. He lowered his head. "That is exactly what happened. This disciple dares not hide a single detail." Elder Yan looked silently at the token in his hand. He threw 2 tokens which were caught by representatives from the XX Holy Land and the Xingyao Holy Land. He held one as well. "These are tracking jades. They can pinpoint their locations." A woman spoke up. "Elder Yan, don't be so angry. For your sake, I'll make sure my disciples hand their corpses over to you." Elder Yan barked irritably. "Get lost from now on. Don't speak to me." Harboring a grudge, he swore silently. "As soon as you dare to come out, I will grind you into pieces." Inside the secret realm, only the leaves rustled in the wind. Qi Shan was secretly full of wonder. Heavens, just what kind of grand figure am I following? Not only did he dare to attack the elite disciples of the Holy Land and snatch all their tokens, but he also had the audacity to provoke a half-saint of Tianqi. Once she had processed it all, he asked. "Scared?" she replied. "With Master here, I'm certainly not afraid." As they walked, Yi Bei explained, "There's no need to reason with shameless Holy Lands like them." Nevertheless, she still felt uneasy. "But we've offended the Tianqi Holy Land before even finding any opportunities. They definitely won't let us off. What will we do when we leave?" He didn't take it to heart. "Offending them is fine. They were the ones to act dishonorably first, so they can't blame me for being ruthless. Besides, it's just a few half-saints. There's nothing to worry about." Qi Shan was terrified by his words. Just a few half-saints. Her master's words were truly shocking. Suddenly, a strange sound echoed and a giant snake appeared before them. A snake? Qi Shan grabbed Yi Bei's arm in terror. "Master, there's a giant snake there. It's a heart-piercing 3 snake. It's venomous, with strength at the 3rd stage of the profound mystery realm. It's fast, but its attack power is average. What's there to be afraid of from such a beast? With your strength, you could kill it easily." Due to her extreme fear, she didn't notice her body pressing against his arm. After all, girls are naturally afraid of snakes. Yi Bei took the opportunity to shift his posture and gave Qi Shan a challenge. "Then your first task today is to kill this snake, otherwise I'll leave you here." She burst into tears with a "Why?" Qi Shan pleaded with teary eyes, but it had no effect. "Master, you're the best and Shanner is really afraid of snakes," but Yi Bei replied heartlessly. "Acting spoiled won't work." Qi Shan pouted and got angry. "Fine, it's just a smelly snake, I'll kill it." The giant snake lunged with its mouth wide open. Terrified, she jumped up and clung to him tightly. She held on so hard that Yi Bei felt uncomfortable immediately after with 2 thumps. Yi Bei knocked her on the head, lifted her up, and scolded, "Why are you hiding? I told you its attack power isn't high at all." As they looked at the snake, Yi Bei analyzed, "However, if it coils around you, you'll be beyond help." She responded, "Yes." With that, Qi Shan gripped her sword with determination, muttering to herself, "All right, I must show off my skills this time and perform well in front of Grandmaster." The giant snake rushed in, opening its mouth to reveal sharp fangs. Qi Shan unleashed her technique with green lotuses blooming all around. Qinglian sword art, 1st style, Sea Lotus's solo splendor. She leapt up and brought her long sword down on the giant snake. With a single strike, she decapitated it. Sending it back to the embrace of Mother Earth, she landed gracefully, dust swirling behind her. Looking at her handiwork, Qi Shan bragged, "I actually killed a giant snake monster all by myself. I'm incredible." Suddenly, something sharp whistled past, slicing off a lock of her hair. Qi Shan looked at the tree in anger. "Master, you," Yi Bei immediately scolded her. "Still letting your guard down? I'll have to teach you a lesson on behalf of your senior sister." Qi Shan pouted aggrievedly. "But why? I killed a giant snake with my own strength. Why, Master?" She turned to look and suddenly noticed something on the snake's head. "This is," Yi Bei explained the situation. "With ordinary snakes, you strike the 7-inch mark, but this kind of monster has far greater vitality. You must destroy the head directly for a lethal blow." Realizing her mistake, Qi Shan lowered her head sheepishly. "Yes, Shanner understands. Shanner will definitely remember," she thought with a blush. Heavens, that was so embarrassing. Yi Bei extracted a red bead from the snake's head and tossed it to her. "Girl, take this." Qi Shan looked at the slimy object. Though disgusted, she admitted, "The slime is gross, but there seems to be a mysterious power contained within." Yi Bei spoke, "Monsters in the profound mystery realm haven't formed monster cores yet, so this must be a unique product of this secret realm. Try permeating it with your spiritual energy, you'll surely discover its secret." Qi-shan immediately obeyed. Yes, master. She began pouring spiritual energy into the bead and it gradually reacted. Soon after, Qi-shan broke through from the 6th stage to the 7th stage of the profound mystery realm. She looked at her hands and cried out in ecstasy, I broke through. I actually advanced from the 6th to the 7th stage without any obstacles. Yi Bei gave a knowing smile. Just as I thought. This thing is the opportunity within the Senluo secret realm. It can both boost cultivation and help break through bottlenecks. Qi-shan was deeply grateful. Shanner thanks Master for the treasure. She looked at him and thought, it seems Master does care about me. He gives me the good stuff as soon as he finds it. A cry for help suddenly came from the distance. Help, someone please help me, Yi Bei said with interest. Let's go have a look. Qi-shan was surprised. Master, could this be a trap to lure us in? He gave her a meaningful look. We've killed enough monsters, it's time for a change of pace. Yi Bei and Qi-shan approached a weak woman who was reaching out, moaning and pleading. Qi-shan looked at her with concern. Should we save her? Yi Bei suddenly showed a sinister smile and launched an attack directly. The woman nimbly leaped up to dodge and landed gracefully in front of them. She smiled as she looked him over. Little brother, I didn't expect someone so handsome to have such a black heart. I suppose I shouldn't expect less from someone bold enough to snatch all the tokens from the Tianqi Holy Land. Qi-shan stared in shock. She's an elite from one of the 2 major holy lands outside, but Master clearly dealt with the Tianqi people. How did she find us? By now the two were surrounded by people from the Xingyao Holy Temple, yet Yi Bei remained calm and asked, what's the point of you Xingyao Holy Land people hiding around? Do you really need to launch a sneak attack to deal with 2 people of such low cultivation? The woman's face darkened. She asserted, I can kill you 2 nobodies with one hand. Qi-shan tugged at his sleeve, blaming herself. I'm supposed to be a famous young talent in Luoguang City. Why am I so useless now? I didn't even notice a whole group of them hiding here. Yi Bei comforted her. Girl, don't overthink it. Their cultivation levels are higher than yours, it's normal that you didn't sense them. Then the master and disciple took the opportunity to insult the Xingyao Holy Land together. Besides, the Xingyao Holy Land's sneaking and skulking techniques are renowned as the best among all holy lands. Qi-shan giggled behind her hand. Yes, master, Shanner will remember that. The female disciple was instantly enraged by his words. Without another word, she lashed out with 2 palm strikes, roaring, You're courting death, how dare you humiliate the people of the Xingyao Holy Temple? Die! Yi Bei completely ignored her, turning instead to ask Qi-shan, Girl, do you know the 9th style of the Qinglian sword technique? Qi-shan hurriedly replied, Yes, I know it. Seeing the powerful wind from the palm strikes approaching, she urgently warned, Master, the palm wind is coming right at us. With a look of indifference, Yi Bei casually waved his hand, shattering the momentum of her attack. The disciples of the Xingyao Holy Land were filled with terror, but the woman refused to back down. She concentrated her internal energy, dropping into a stance before lunging at the 2 with everything she had. Yi Bei quickly pulled Qi-shan close and took to the sky to evade, offering guidance while in midair. Actually, your sister probably didn't tell you that the 9th style of the Qinglian sword technique isn't a solo dance. Below them the crowd screamed repeatedly. They're up there. The woman triumphantly unleashed her killing move again. Now that you're in midair, let's see where you'll hide. Facing that futile attack, Yi Bei said to Qi-shan, Today your master will let you experience the true final style of the Qinglian sword technique. As soon as he finished speaking, a green lotus bloomed silently in the void. Petals danced in the wind and his long sword was enveloped in thick spiritual energy. The Xingyao Holy Land disciples were filled with doubt and fear. What on earth is this? Isn't that youth only at the 1st stage of the profound mystery realm? Impossible. That was a full power strike from the peak of the divine court realm. How could he possibly break it? Qi-shan and Yi Bei raised their long swords simultaneously, their power converging into a massive wave of spiritual energy that then poured down ruthlessly. A colossal crater was blasted into the ground. The power was so immense that it left the group without even a trace of their bones. Yi Bei swept a disdainful glance over the remains. Is that all? He looked at Qi-shan and asked softly, Are you afraid? Qi-shan immediately fell into a romantic fantasy, thinking that her master cared so much about her, and she smiled sweetly. As long as master is here, Before she could finish, Yi Bei interrupted her. It's good that you're not afraid. His next words left Qi-shan bitterly disappointed. Go handle the bodies and loot the tokens while you're at it. She grabbed his arm with a pitiful expression, thinking, Master, can I please not go? I'm truly scared. Yi Bei feigned seriousness and asked in return, Is there a problem? Dejectedly, Qi-shan walked away, only able to reluctantly accept the order. Yes, master. As she picked up the tokens, she kept muttering under her breath, Master truly doesn't know how to show any tenderness to the fairer sex. Looking at Qi-shan, Yi Bei had already reached a conclusion about her future. If this girl isn't tempered soon, she'll eventually become nothing more than a useless decorative vase. After a while, she ran back with all the tokens to report, "Master, the secret realm tokens and the tracking jades have all been collected." Yi Bei took the tokens and offered praise without hesitation. "Girl, if nothing else, your cleanup work is top tier." Qi-shan shouted excitedly, "Thank you for the praise, Master. Shanner will work even harder next time." Yi Bei nodded. It's good to have that spirit." Then, in a cold tone that sounded like he was entrusting her with a heavy responsibility, he added, "In that case, all future cleanup work will be handed over to you. Keep up the good work." Qi-shan froze, just about to argue. "Wait, Master, listen to my explanation. That's not what I meant," she then shouted as she chased after him. "Master, wait for me." Yi Bei placed the tokens on a map and Qi-shan walked over, asking in confusion, "Master, why are there so many blue dots this time?" Yi Bei explained patiently, "The Tianqi half-saint must have shared our tracking marks with the other two great holy lands, and they used secret techniques to duplicate a large number of tracking devices." Qi-shan said indignantly, "That's too much. These holy lands are exactly as Master described, despicable and shameless." Yi Bei remained calm. "No matter, this will actually do us a great favor." She stared blankly at Yi Bei, her face full of confusion. He looked at the tokens, his tone carrying a hint of ruthlessness. "Now the identities of the hunter and the prey are about to swap." That morning the trees in the forest were withered and bare. High up in a towering tree, two disciples from the XX Holy Land stared at a cave before them, conferring, "He's definitely hiding in there. Be careful, that kid is incredibly devious." The group crept inside cautiously, with one saying, "No matter how devious he is, he can't possibly wipe us all out. Everyone, split up. Try not to damage the corpses," they reminded each other. The elder said, "We must bring the bodies back." The companion beside him answered in agreement. The leader saw a token on a rock, and his eyes suddenly widened as if he had realized something. He shouted a warning in panic, "Oh no, it's a trap, everyone, retreat quickly." A foot wearing a white boot appeared in their sight. He thought, "This is truly eerie. How on earth did that kid know we were coming tonight?" He looked up and found her. The other disciples were also frozen in place by the killing intent they felt from behind. He looked closely, and his body was so terrified he couldn't move. Qi-shan's face was hidden in the shadows as she charged forward, and a shrill scream immediately echoed within the cave. The disciples of the XX Holy Land were all utterly defeated by her. She looked at them with contempt. Thanks to Master's array, catching this lot was as easy as reaching into a bag for an object. Yi Bei walked over slowly and said to Qi-shan, "Girl, you don't need to handle the bodies this time, just looting the items is enough." She immediately turned and replied, "Yes, Master." 2 minutes later, Yi Bei had cleaned up the bodies completely. Watching this, Qi-shan began to wonder, "This is way too convenient. Array Masters seem so powerful. I wonder if I could learn a bit too." Yi Bei saw through her thoughts at a glance and discouraged her. "Girl, stop dreaming. The path of an Array Master doesn't suit you." Hearing this, Qi-shan pouted in anger and grumbled internally, "Master is great in every way, except his tongue is too sharp and he speaks far too directly." Walking out of the cave, Yi Bei urged, "Let's go, the next round is about to begin." Qi-shan asked curiously, "The next round?" She looked at him with a naive face. "Master, you've already had the second Holy Land come knocking. Where else are you planning to go?" Yi Bei replied. "Focus on using the spirit stones to raise your cultivation. Once your level is high enough, you'll naturally understand." Hearing this, Qi-shan replied with a face full of pride, "Yes, Master." She secretly admired him in her heart. No wonder he could become my sister's master. His foresight is truly terrifying. Before the cave from earlier, the entire force of the XX Holy Land had now arrived, looking at each other in confusion. "Where are they?" A blurred light swept beneath their feet and a massive array formed instantly. The leader turned and shouted in terror, "Not good, it's a trap, retreat, retreat quickly." Qi-shan and Yi Bei looked down from a high branch. Qi-shan mocked, "The same familiar scent, the same familiar hunting style, even the lines haven't changed. How boring." Yi Bei gave the order, "Go, girl." As his spell fluctuation surged down from the tree, he activated several more arrays in midair. Shanner leapt out from them, shouting that familiar slogan, "Yes, Master, you're all dead meat." Screams and the sounds of slaughter intertwined, breaking the original silence. After the battle ended, the master and disciple sat down to look at the heap of tokens. Qi-shan was incredibly excited. "Master, it's only been 3 days and we've already collected 76 secret realm tokens. Let's go get the remaining 24 quickly." Yi Bei refused. "No rush. For the next few days you just focus on using the spirit stones to charge through your realms." He tossed the tokens in his hand and said with certainty, "We'll go for the remaining 24 after you've made your breakthrough." She took the order. "Yes, I'll follow Master's arrangements completely." Qi-shan sat down diligently to cultivate, a cyan spiritual aura swirling around her. Yi Bei also sat in meditation calmly, his body enveloped in a red spiritual aura. 4 days passed like this, and he stared at someone with a dark expression threatening, "Answer my question. Hand over the tokens and I'll let you go." Qi Shan also cast an icy gaze their way, scaring the group into screaming for mercy. "Here, we'll give them to you right now." After handing over all the tokens, they fled as if for their lives. Qi Shan said to herself, "Am I really that scary?" They all ran away at once. She turned to look at him, smiling with an expectant face. "This is great, Master. Including today's, we've gathered all 100 tokens. I wonder what treasure we can exchange them for when the secret realm ends." Qi Shan began to daydream. "I've heard that some treasures produce a reaction when put together, even merging into rare legendary treasures." She proposed a novel idea. "Do you think these secret realm tokens could do the same?" Yi Bei was also half skeptical. "We can give it a try." With that, he waved his hand to gather all the tokens together. The tokens gathered into a cluster, emitting a strange sign. Yi Bei cried out that things were looking bad. "Something's going wrong." He gathered his spiritual power in his palm and instantly slashed out a purple chilling light. A world-shaking explosion rang out, and a bizarre purple orb of light appeared in the sky, spreading in all directions. Yi Bei's eyes went wide. Just then a crisp voice came, "Master." Yi Bei looked back and saw it was Qi Shan. He was shocked and shouted, "Girl!" He reached out to grab Qi Shan, but he only caught empty air. Qi Shan vanished without a trace instantly, and Yi Bei's expression grew solemn. "Damn it, some mechanism must have been triggered just now, causing the secret realm to end early. The power of the laws is teleporting the survivors out." Yi Bei's brow furrowed as he cursed under his breath. "Damn it, there are people from the 3 great holy lands waiting outside. If the girl is teleported out alone, the consequences will be unthinkable." He closed his eyes and asked in a low voice, "System, how can I leave the secret realm quickly?" The system appeared immediately, announcing excitedly, "Congratulations to the host for successfully gathering all 100 secret realm tokens, unlocking the final reward. Gaining ownership of the entire secret realm, the host only needs to focus on refining it to succeed. Afterward, not only can you leave, but you can also carry the entire secret realm with you." Hearing this, Yi Bei spread his palm and quickly condensed spiritual energy. While concentrating fully on refining, he was also burning with anxiety. "How can I have the heart to care about rewards now? If anything really happens to that girl, I'll never be able to face Old Four in this lifetime. What's more, even if she wasn't Old Four's sister, based on the fact she called me master countless times over these 7 days, I have to give my all to save her." With that, Yi Bei poured out his full strength, refining the secret realm at top speed. On the other side, above the great hall, a flash of light appeared. Following that, people from various sects and factions suddenly emerged from the light, all of them looking utterly bewildered. Someone spoke up and asked, "Why are you all out? Doesn't the secret realm still have 3 days left?" The disciples of each faction hurriedly reported the situation inside to their elders. "Master, my secret realm tokens were stolen." "Elder, my token was also snatched by a youth at the first stage of the profound mystery realm." "Patriarch, mine was taken by a profound mystery first stage youth as well." Just then, Qi Shan was suddenly tossed out of the secret realm. She slammed onto the great hall, gritting her teeth in pain. Elder Yan suddenly appeared before her, roaring in fury. He grabbed Qi Shan by the throat and cursed, "You wretched thing, I've finally caught you." Elder Yan tightened his fingers and lifted Qi Shan into the air, fiercely interrogating her. "Where is that youth? Is he still inside?" Qi Shan's face turned pale instantly, and she felt a wave of bitterness in her heart. "It's over. How could I be so stupid? I actually gave Master such a bad idea." She kept blaming herself. "I've truly shot myself in the foot and brought this trouble upon myself." Seeing that Qi Shan refused to speak even when death was imminent, Elder Yan said sternly, "Refusing to talk, are we? Then you can go to your death." Qi Shan struggled with all her might, saying, "My sister is a half-emperor." Elder Yan narrowed his eyes. "A half-emperor's sister," he said coldly. "Then I'll kill you first and then go deal with that half-emperor sister of yours." "A mere half-saint dares to threaten me?" Gasping for air, Qi Shan said, "My sister is the manor head of the Tai-Bai Sword Manor in Luoguang City, a peak half-emperor, my master. He just broke through to the great emperor realm before we came to the secret realm." Hearing this, Elder Yan turned pale with fright, blaring out, "What?" Hearing Qi Shan say her sister was a half-emperor, everyone present was stunned. They looked at each other, shouting in shock, "A peak half-emperor sister and a great emperor master? Heavens, with a background like that, she could walk sideways in any holy land." Elder Yan began to hesitate. He looked toward Elder Mu beside him and inquired, "Old Mu, how much of her words do you think are believable?" Elder Mu wasn't sure either. Just as Elder Yan was wavering, a cultivator from an unnamed faction suddenly spoke up to confirm. "Lord Half-Saint, I am from Luoguang City, and I can testify that this lady's words are not false." Another person traveling with him also stated with certainty, "That's right, everyone in Luoguang City knows about this." He recounted that 10 days ago, a celestial phenomenon appeared in Luoguang City, and for 3 consecutive days it all originated from the Tai Bai Sword Manor. Hearing this, Elder Yan finally let go, and Qi Shan fell heavily to the ground. Looking at the coughing Qi Shan, he cursed with lingering fear. I nearly invited disaster. If he had truly killed this girl today, that peak half-emperor and the great emperor would surely have come to claim his life. By then the situation would be thousands of times more serious than losing 20 tokens. Thinking of this, Elder Yan asked in a low voice, "What is your relationship with that youth?" Qi Shan answered weakly, "He is my—" At that point she hurriedly changed her words, "He is my senior brother." Elder Yan stroked his chin, lost in thought. "Senior brother?" Qi Shan firmly agreed. "That's right," she calculated secretly. "Master said he would deal with these half-saints after coming out of the secret realm. I can't act rashly now, and it looks like he doesn't dare touch me anymore. I'll be safe as long as I wait for Master to come out." Inside the secret realm, Yi Bei asked anxiously, "System, based on my current speed, what's the fastest I can fully refine this?" The system replied, "The fastest will take a full day." Yi Bei cried out in shock, "What, a whole day? By the time I get out, the opportunity will be long gone." He was burning with anxiety now. Although the little girl was clever enough to stall them for a while, there was no guarantee they wouldn't suddenly act. He decided to risk everything, taking out a divine medicine and swallowing a madness pill. There was no choice, he had to fight for it. After swallowing the pill, a brilliant light erupted from Yi Bei's eyes. A powerful aura exploded from his entire body. He roared, "Refine for me." Yi Bei's entire form was instantly shrouded in a strange red light. He murmured to himself, "Girl, wait for me." Not long after, in the center of the great hall outside the secret realm, a light suddenly appeared, leaving everyone stunned. Was someone else coming out? As soon as the light appeared, it closed rapidly. Someone in the crowd said disappointedly, "It's over." The elder of the Wooming Holy Land retorted unwillingly, "Impossible. Only 7 days have passed. Aren't there 3 days left?" Another Holy Land elder also sensed that something was wrong. "Wait, where are the people from our Holy Land? Why hasn't a single one of them come out?" Immediately, waves of questioning followed. "Damn it, what on earth is going on? Where is the Senluo secret realm?" Elder Yan's face instantly darkened as he muttered to himself, "How can this be?" At that moment, Elder Yan instinctively looked toward Qi Shan. He flew into a rage and roared, "Hey, where did that wretched girl go just now?" Elder Mu, standing beside him, speculated, "She must have used a secret art to escape while everyone was distracted." Elder Ru barked sternly, "What audacity! To think you dare slip away before my very eyes. It seems I have no choice but to break both your legs." With that, Elder Ru waved his hand and a surge of energy erupted instantly. His fingers pointed toward a single spot, and in a flash that point transformed into a cold light, shooting straight toward the direction of Qi Shan's escape. Feeling the powerful force in pursuit, cold sweat broke out on Qi Shan's forehead. Boom, a world-shaking explosion rang out, and Qi Shan let out a scream, falling heavily to the ground. She bit her lip in pain, thinking, "It seems I am still too weak. I did my absolute best to run for my life, yet I was caught so quickly." Watching Elder Yan's terrifying energy tear through the air and charge toward her, Qi Shan cried out in despair, "I swear if I can escape today, I will definitely cultivate with all my might from now on." Immediately after, a massive explosion erupted. Qi Shan cautiously opened her eyes, and standing there before her was Yi Bei. He gathered Qi Shan into his arms, moving her to tears of joy as she cheered excitedly, "Master!" The corners of Yi Bei's mouth curled up slightly. "Little girl, remember what you just said, you must cultivate diligently." Qi Shan hugged Yi Bei tightly in surprise. "Master, you've actually come out of the secret realm." Yi Bei's gaze suddenly locked onto Qi Shan's neck. His brow couldn't help but furrow. On Qi Shan's slender neck, the brutal strangulation marks left by Elder Yan were now clearly visible. Looking at Qi Shan, Yi Bei's eyes were filled with pity. "Little girl, I let you suffer just now." A blush instantly rushed to Qi Shan's cheeks. Leaning into Yi Bei's embrace, she whispered coquettishly, "As long as Master is here, Shanner is at peace." Qi Shan took the opportunity to nuzzle against Yi Bei, finding his embrace incredibly comfortable and warm. Suddenly, the ring on Yi Bei's finger radiated a brilliant golden light. In an instant, Yi Bei sent Qi Shan back inside the flying ship. She asked with a look of bewilderment. Yi Bei didn't have much time to explain clearly to Qi Shan. Handing her the ring that radiated golden light, he instructed, "Tell your senior sisters to use the spirit stone energy within this to increase their strength as quickly as possible." Qi Shan stared blankly at the flashing ring on her finger. Before she could even snap out of it, Yi Bei lunged out of the ship and slammed the hatch shut with a bang, preventing Qi Shan from following. Qi Shan shouted in panic to stop him. "No, Master, what about you?" Yi Bei comforted her with a smile. "Go back first. If you stay here, I won't be able to fight at my full strength." As soon as he finished speaking, he injected energy into the ship, and in a flash it slowly rose into the air. At that moment Elder Yan caught up to them, roaring in fury, trying to run. Stay right there. Yi-Bei's eyes suddenly turned cold as ice, and he immediately cast multiple lightning punishment. Countless dense bolts of lightning struck down from thin air, hitting the spirit gateway where the secret realm and the real world converged. Through the ship's porthole, Qi-Shan's eyes filled with tears as she watched Yi-Bei's figure and cried out, "Master, Master, you must wait for Shanner. As soon as I get back to the Tai-Bai Sword Manor, I'll call my senior sisters to save you immediately." After the series of terrifying lightning strikes Yi-Bei released, the trees in the forest were all shattered, leaving broken branches and withered leaves spattered all over the ground. As the smoke cleared, Elder Yan's figure was revealed. He laughed sinisterly. "Kid, you picked up quite a few opportunities in the secret realm, didn't you? Your cultivation actually rose from the first stage to the 9th stage of the profound mystery realm." At this, a grim, murderous aura that Elder Yan could not hide appeared on his face. "Should I offer you my congratulations?" Yi-Bei glared at him coldly. "You were the one who bullied my little girl just now, weren't you?" Elder Yan sneered. "So what if it was me? If I had caught her just now, I would have torn her into 10,000 pieces. Did you two really think that having a half-emperor sister and a great emperor master meant you could offend our 9 great holy lands?" Elder Yan's arrogant words completely ignited the fury in Yi-Bei's heart. His 5 fingers snapped shut, and a purple energy orb gathered at his fingertips. Yi-Bei's movements were as fast as lightning, so fast that no one could even see what he had done. All they knew was that the ground beneath his feet began to vibrate violently immediately after. A look of clear panic appeared on Elder Yan's face. He thought to himself, what was that just now? Was it a transmission jade or some secret treasure? Suddenly, Elder Yan's face grew distorted and hideous. He felt an invisible force firmly clutching his leg. Elder Yan screamed in terror. What? Immediately after, he was violently dragged into the ground. In a dark, deep pit, Elder Yan scrambled up in a wretched state, heart pounding with shock. How is this possible? My spiritual power, my power of the Dao, it all vanished in an instant. Suddenly, a rope shimmering with golden light unexpectedly wound itself tightly around Elder Yan. He screamed in terror. What? Yi-Bei manipulated the rope from above, binding Elder Yan until he couldn't move. With a dark expression, the rope in his hand simultaneously erupted with immense power as he gave a violent yank. Elder Yan's body slammed heavily against a massive boulder. A world-shaking boom echoed. And witnessing Yi-Bei's ruthless methods against Elder Yan, the people from the Tianqi Holy Land cursed in exasperation. You're too despicable. If you have the guts, have a fair one-on-one duel with our elder. Yi-Bei glanced at them sideways and sneered. Don't be in a hurry. Once I'm finished with this old thing, it'll be your turn. Elder Yan was in a truly pathetic state, coughing while cursing Yi-Bei. Damn you, let me go if you have the guts. Yi-Bei replied indifferently. Sorry, I don't. Elder Yan struggled frantically. Old Mew, Old Chen, what are you two just standing there for? Hearing Elder Yan call their names, Elder Mew and Elder Chen finally snapped out of it, both breaking into a cold sweat. They hesitated, not daring to strike. But seeing their hesitation, Elder Yan threatened loudly. If I die, I won't let you off even as a ghost. Elder Mew and Elder Chen were frightened by his words. Both struck out at Yi-Bei simultaneously. A startling explosion rang out. The earth shook and dust filled the air. However, when the dust settled, everyone present was dumbfounded. The disciples of the Tianqi Holy Land asked each other in terror. They actually didn't break that big black coffin? Just how hard is that thing? Even a full power strike from 2 half-saints couldn't break it. What kind of divine technique is this? Elder Mew and Elder Chen couldn't help but cry out as well. How is this possible? Elder Chen hurriedly ordered the disciples. All together now, I don't believe that with so many of us, we can't even break this turtle shell. Inside the coffin, Yi-Bei remained standing with composure, letting the frantic bombardment continue outside. Elder Yan knelt below, his face deathly pale. It was clear his opponent had countless opportunities to kill him but had refrained from acting. That's right, I'm a half-saint of the Tianqi Holy Land. Killing me would be a declaration of war against the Holy Temple. At this thought, a cold sneer appeared on Elder Yan's lips. He let out a heavy snort. Brat, you just wait. Once I recover, I'll mince you into meat paste. Outside, after a period of full-power bombardment, everyone was exhausted. Elder Mew panted heavily with his hands on his knees. Curse it, even with our full-power assault, we still can't break it. Drenched in sweat, he pondered to himself, whatever, no matter how strong this kid is, at most he can only destroy Old Yan's physical body. After all, the soul of a half-saint expert isn't that easy to destroy. Besides, there seems to be some kind of sealing power inside. Inside the coffin, the system notified him that time was almost up. Yi-Bei's expression turned instantly dark. His entire body radiated a thick, murderous intent. Elder Yan asked in terror, What are you trying to do? Yi-Bei's blade swept past, effortlessly taking Elder Yan's head. Elder Chen witnessed this scene and blurted out in shock. Is this youth insane? He actually dared to commit murder? Elder Mew was also stunned, shouting, "Doesn't he know that this isn't just killing a half-saint? He's brought down a catastrophe of heaven-shaking proportions?" Elder Yan's head left his neck and rolled on the ground, and his soul subsequently departed from his physical body. Elder Yan's soul appeared as a sphere of brilliant blue light. It quickly searched for an exit, trying to fly out of the coffin. However, when it hit the coffin wall, his soul was violently bounced back. Elder Yan frowned. "What, I can't get out?" The people from the Chenchi Holy Land were completely panicked by now, their voices rising in a cacophony of discussion. "This black coffin can even trap a primordial soul? Damn it, just what kind of heaven-defying technique is this? And he's only in the profound mystery realm, yet he managed to destroy a half-saint's physical body this way. Just who is he?" On the other side, although Elder Yan couldn't escape the black coffin, he showed no fear toward Yi Bei, instead arrogantly provoking him. "Despicable brat, you actually dared to destroy my physical body. I'm in soul form now. All your attacks are futile against me. Are you furious? You old fool, you really don't know when to die. Keep provoking Yi Bei. Unless you reach the saint realm you can't even touch me," he laughed triumphantly. "This divine technique of yours, the black coffin, is about to disappear, isn't it? As soon as it disperses, I'll personally capture you alive." Before Elder Yan could finish speaking, Yi Bei suddenly lashed him across the face with his whip. He rebuked coldly. "You're too noisy," Elder Yan immediately screamed. "This is impossible. How can you possibly hurt me?" The members of the Chenchi Holy Land standing behind Yi Bei didn't dare to act rashly. They could only try to force him to stop with words. "Kid, I advise you to release him. He is a direct disciple of the Ghost Emperor of the Chenchi Holy Land. If you really kill him, even if your master acts, he won't be able to protect you. That's right. Release our elder, and we guarantee that once the black coffin disappears, we won't lay a finger on you." Yi Bei sneered inwardly. "Do you really take me for a fool, or do you think I have no brain? The look in your eyes is clearly one of wanting to kill me." Sure enough, the eyes of the Chenchi Holy Land crowd were full of malice. "Liars!" They smiled hideously, yet their words sounded dignified as they promised to let him go. A murderous aura instantly flashed through Yi Bei's eyes. "Let me go? I don't believe you." With that, he decisively slashed down at Elder Yan's head. In an instant, the skull split in two like a cracked watermelon. Elder Mu's face turned ashen. He really killed a half-saint, and he even destroyed the soul. Having witnessed Yi Bei coldly killing Elder Yan, Elder Mu's face darkened completely, and he said in a low voice, "A profound mystery cultivator managed to kill a half-saint." Elder Chen, standing beside him, continued, "If we let such a person continue to grow, it will be a massive threat to the 9 great holy lands." A hint of killing intent flashed in Elder Mu's eyes. "Exactly. This youth is clearly full of hatred. After all, we sent so many people into the secret realm to hunt them down." At this, cold sweat broke out on Elder Mu's forehead, and he cried out, "Wait!" He looked directly at Yi Bei and questioned, "Kid, the people we in the Xingyao Holy Land sent into the secret realm, were they all slaughtered by you?" Meanwhile, Yi Bei was rummaging through Elder Yan's clothes, pulling out a gold ring. Hearing Elder Mu's question, Yi Bei replied flatly, "Are you only just realizing that? For a half-saint, your brain seems a bit slow to react." Hearing the sarcasm in Yi Bei's words, Elder Mu's fists clenched, his knuckles cracking with a series of pops, so angry he was speechless. You? In the end, he couldn't even utter a full sentence. Elder Mu could only glare at Yi Bei with hatred, wishing he could strike him dead with a single palm. Seeing Yi Bei actually plundering the treasures from Elder Yan's body, the Chenchi disciples pointed at his nose and cursed in exasperation. "You mongrel, put our Holy Land's things down this instant." Yi Bei spoke calmly. He was a half-saint, so he must have quite a few good things on him, right? In that case, this young master will take them all. Having said that, he nonchalantly tucked the ring away. The people from the Chenchi Holy Land gnashed their teeth in rage, nearly dying of fury. Just then, the system reminded Yi Bei, "Host, the black coffin will disappear in 90 seconds. Please be mindful of the time." Yi Bei then turned to the Chenchi crowd and warned coldly, "All of you, listen up. I'll give you 1 minute. Those who don't want to die, get the hell out of here. Otherwise, by the time you regret it, it'll be too late." The people of the Chenchi Holy Land were instantly incensed, roaring in fury, "Death is imminent, yet you still dare to talk big. Do it if you have the guts. Once this black coffin disperses, it will be your funeral. I don't believe that you, an ant in the profound mystery realm, can defeat 2 half-saints plus more than 10 Saint King experts." The system began the countdown. 45 seconds remaining. Just as the Chenchi Holy Land crowd was acting aggressively, someone suddenly spoke up, wanting to withdraw. "Everyone, I am truly sorry, but my Red Lotus sect just remembered we have urgent business." Elder Mu also found an excuse to back out. Seeing this, a Saint King expert pointed an accusing finger at him in anger. "You're all far too cowardly. This kid is clearly just trying to scare you." He asserted righteously that once the black coffin dispersed, the opponent would surely flee for his life in a wretched state. Inside the coffin, Yi Bei remained calm and composed, silently counting down. As the final 10 seconds ticked away second by second, his heart gradually turned cold. I intended to leave you with your pathetic lives, but I didn't expect you to be so ungrateful, insisting on charging toward your own deaths. The people of the Tianqi Holy Land were truly foolish. They had no idea that disaster was upon them, still acting arrogant and glare-eyed, wishing they could swallow Yi Bei alive. When the time hit 0, the black coffin shattered instantly. The Tianqi Holy Land people swarmed forward, attacking Yi Bei en masse and shouting, "Go to hell." A strange, eerie smile played on the corners of Yi Bei's lips. "Then don't blame me." With that, he channeled his powerful spiritual energy into his palms. Elder Mu felt a sudden intense sense of unease. He felt as if the Grim Reaper himself had just appeared beside him. Terror clouded his heart, and his face turned deathly pale, devoid of all color. A thought flashed through Elder Mu's mind. The area all around is filled with deathly qi. This thought scared him so much he nearly lost his soul. In an instant the entire forest echoed with shrill, pathetic screams. "Run, run!" The people from the Tianqi Holy Land scattered in a panic. As they reached the edge of the forest, they suddenly felt a gust of cold wind. Yi Bei's dark and majestic voice suddenly rang out, "Lightning punishment!" Bolts of lightning tore through the air, descending from the heavens and striking directly at the chaotic crowd from the Tianqi Holy Land. Boom! A world-shaking explosion rang out, vibrating through the entire land. Immediately after, a series of explosions occurred one after another. As smoke and dust filled the air, blotting out the sun, the sound of air being sliced was sharp and piercing as purple bolts of thunder roared, echoing through the clouds. A moment later, everyone from the Tianqi Holy Land lay collapsed on the ground in a chaotic heap. Elder Mu coughed violently, looking as wretched as could be. Covered in blood and wounds, his voice trembled as he spoke. "What kind of divine technique was that? I'm afraid even a strike from a great emperor wouldn't be this terrifying." Another expert panted heavily, adding intermittently, "No wonder that kid dared to kill a half-saint." Elder Mu frowned and continued, "No wonder he remained so composed and unhurried from the start. He planned all along to use this powerful secret technique to take us down with him." At this point, a look of clear rage appeared on Elder Mu's battered and bruised face. He gnashed his teeth and cursed Yi Bei. That man is truly terrifying." On the other side, within the ancient forest, a rift suddenly tore open in space. From inside the spirit gateway of the secret realm, a series of crisp, shattering sounds echoed. The moment Yi Bei spoke, he sounded extremely weak. Gasping for air, he muttered to himself, "Damn it, I really can't even manifest a shred of spiritual energy now." At that moment, the system popped up a notification. Although the host successfully refined the secret realm core within 2 hours using the madness pill, your cultivation skyrocketed from the 1st stage to the 9th stage of the profound mystery realm. This has resulted in all the meridians in your body being severed, making spiritual energy unable to circulate. Hearing this, Yi Bei leaned tiredly against the base of a tree and sat down. He sighed, "Forget spiritual energy, it's a struggle for me even to move a muscle right now." Yi Bei calculated silently. If he stayed in this place devoid of spiritual energy without a quiet space to recover his body, it would likely take an eternity. As he spoke, his hands attempted to form seals to gather energy. After a while, Yi Bei let out a long sigh. "I have to find a way to leave this place quickly and absorb the spiritual energy of the world outside to recover." He then reached out toward the spatial rift, but suddenly, Yi Bei's eyes went wide. Looking through the crack at the outside world, he shouted in a mix of laughter and frustration, "Damn it, where is there any place to absorb energy out there? This is clearly right in the middle of a spatial turbulence." He returned to the outside world, looking at the pile of spirit stones scattered on the ground. Yi Bei scratched his cheek and muttered, "I suppose this counts as a marginal success. Now I can only rely on spirit stones to slowly recover." A day later, the ship carrying Qi Shan finally returned to the Tai-Bai Sword Manor. Upon reaching its destination, the ship slowly descended onto the steps. Qi Tai-Bai was already out to greet them. She asked in surprise, "Master is back?" Zhuge Fu was also stunned. "Wait, that's not right. It hasn't even been 8 days since the Senluo secret realm opened." Lai Yushan agreed with Zhuge Fu's assessment, saying, "Exactly, wasn't it supposed to take 10 days to finish?" The three of them walked toward the ship simultaneously. The heavy sound of the engines hummed. Qi Tai-Bai suddenly felt an ominous premonition. "What is going on?" Her brow furrowed instinctively, and her eyes grew exceptionally sharp. Qi Tai-Bai slowly stepped into the ship, calling out cautiously, "Master, are you in cultivation?" From inside came the sound of an object striking the glass walls of a cabin. Immediately after, Qi Shan's familiar voice rang out. "Sister?" Qi Tai-Bai's heart skipped a beat and her footsteps halted behind the glass. Qi Shan was weeping uncontrollably. "Sister, sister!" Full of confusion, Qi Tai-Bai softly called out Shanner's name. At that moment, Qi Tai-Bai seemed to realize something and hurriedly asked Qi Shan, "Wait, where is Master?" Qi Shan said through her tears, Senior sister, this ship was forcibly reverse-locked by someone. Lai Yushan turned to Chi Taibai to confirm. Judging by the technique, Master definitely did this. Zhuge Fu also seemed to understand. Her pupils constricted violently as she shouted in panic, "Oh no, Master must have run into trouble." Cold sweat began to seep from Chi Taibai's forehead, her voice trembled. And this trouble is likely not small, which is why he sent Shanner back to the Taibai sword manor while he couldn't return himself. Chi Taibai quickly opened the seal on the cabin door. Chi Shan immediately threw her arms around Chi Taibai, sobbing with self-reproach. "Sister, it's all Shanner's fault. I'm the one who caused Master to fall into a trap and be in such danger." Chi Taibai gently patted Chi Shan's back to comfort her. "Stop crying for a moment. Tell us exactly what happened, then you can cry." After a few minutes of explanation, Chi Shan told Chi Taibai and the other senior sisters the whole story from start to finish, recounting everything they had experienced. "Sister, it's all Shanner's fault. I brought this upon Master." Chi Taibai's face darkened instantly, a thick murderous aura radiating from her body. She gnashed her teeth and said, "The Tianqi Holy Temple, the Tianqi Holy Land. Damn it, I will never let you off. You three great holy lands, just you wait, I'm going to slaughter every last one of you. You actually dared to lay a hand on my master. How dare you touch my master?" Chi Taibai sneered coldly. "Fine, Tianqi Holy Temple. Fine, very well." Upon hearing Chi Shan's report that Yi Bei was in peril, Chi Taibai took Chi Shan, Zhuge Fu and Lai Yushan onto the ship and set off at top speed to rescue him. While on the ship, Chi Taibai turned and asked Chi Shan, "Shanner, when Master sent you away, did he leave any instructions?" Chi Taibai's brow furrowed as she pondered. Knowing Master's character, he always prioritized the big picture. He would have left a way out. Hearing her sister's question, Chi Shan clapped her hands and shouted, Yes, Master did say something." She hurriedly pulled out the golden ring Yi Bei had given her. "Master told me to give this to you, senior sisters." Chi Shan honestly relayed Yi Bei's words. Master said, "Tell your senior sisters to use the items inside to cultivate diligently and wait for his return." Hearing this, Lai Yushan suddenly cried out, "What?" Zhuge Fu and Lai Yushan both felt as if they had been struck by lightning, asking Chi Shan in trembling voices, "Did Master really say that?" Chi Shan shook her head innocently, and a wave of intense fear surged in the hearts of the other three. Zhuge Fu turned her pale face to Lai Yushan, whose expression was equally grim, and whispered, "Senior sister, Master clearly told us to return and cultivate diligently. If we go to find him now, will we be?" At this point, all three of them felt a premonition that the days ahead might not be pleasant. Chi Taibai steadied her nerves and comforted herself. "We're almost there anyway. If we get scolded, we get scolded." Despite her words, the unease in her voice was unmistakable. Before long, looking down from the ship at the ancient forest where Yi Bei had pushed Chi Shan on board, a bottomless, massive black crater had appeared. Chi Shan confirmed to her sisters that it had been perfectly fine just a day ago. How did it suddenly become like this? Chi Taibai observed the black crater for a moment and speculated. Master must have used a forbidden technique. Chi Shan's eyes lit up instantly as she marveled. Heavens, was this scene caused by Master? It's too terrifying. Lai Yushan proposed, "Let's go, I've sensed the area. There is no longer any aura of living people nearby." Chi Shan softly asked for Chi Taibai's opinion. "Sister, are we not going to look for Master? What if he's currently—" Zhuge Fu suddenly interrupted. "Little sister, you underestimate our Master too much. Master is indeed capable of creating such a spectacle now." Zhuge Fu sincerely advised Chi Shan, "We should listen to Master and go back to cultivate diligently. Maybe in a few days Master will come back to check our progress." Lai Yushan agreed with Zhuge Fu. "True, Master has just been resurrected. Maybe he wanted to go out for some exercise and clear his head." Chi Taibai nodded. "That makes sense. We senior sisters all think so." Chi Shan naturally complied. Then alright. Meanwhile, within the spatial turbulence, Yi Bei was focusing his mind on cultivating to repair his damaged and severed meridians. He held a spirit stone in his palm, absorbing the energy within. After a while, Yi Bei opened his eyes, checked his injuries and sighed. "I've used up all the spirit stones from the Tianqi Half-Saint's ring over these past few days, yet the damage to my meridians has only recovered by 10%. His face gradually darkened. It seemed he had to find a way to leave this spatial turbulence as soon as possible. I finally managed to return to life. How can I waste my time in a place like this?" Yi Bei stood up, glanced at a spatial rift and muttered, "You're the one." He spread his palm and a powerful spiritual energy concentrated in his palm instantly. A purple glint flashed in Yi Bei's eyes, and he unleashed multiple lightning punishment. Countless bolts of lightning struck the spatial rift directly. The wind roared and the sound was deafening. Yi Bei's brow was tightly furrowed. He set his resolve. Only one last push was needed. In the blink of an eye, Yi Bei leapt, passing directly through the spatial turbulence. After breaking free, Yi Bei finally let out a sigh of relief. He had finally left that hellish place. Suddenly he froze midair and the sight before him made his eyes go wide. he shouted in terror. Damn it, this! He hadn't expected that after escaping the spatial turbulence he would fall directly into a state of free fall. Yi-Bei didn't know whether to laugh or cry, comforting himself. Don't panic. With my current physical strength, even without spiritual energy protection, I'll only suffer minor injuries at most. His body fell rapidly, plunging straight into the ancient forest below. With a loud boom, Yi-Bei lay spread eagle on the cracked ground, mocking himself with a bitter smile. Well, I'm already heavily injured, I don't care about a few more wounds. I just need to find a chance to cultivate and heal later. As he spoke, the corners of his mouth curled up slightly, forcing a twisted smile. Yi-Bei looked up at the light blue sky where clouds drifted by, thinking, I've recovered half of my spiritual energy over these 2 days, and the speed of meridian repair has begun to gradually increase. At this thought, Yi-Bei pushed himself up from the ground with his hands. He assessed his current situation. Sitting up was no problem, but walking was still a bit difficult. Suddenly, the slender figure of a woman flashed past Yi-Bei, followed by a chorus of lewd laughter. Little lady, did you think you could escape our grasp? The girl being pursued was strikingly beautiful. The group of men in black behind her looked crude and shameless. One of them opened his mouth to spit out a vile threat. The entire Changshu domain has a bounty on members of your Ren Tang. I suggest you just surrender quietly. Another roared fiercely. Stop talking, we finally found a client. If we can capture her alive, we might be able to trade her for a saint-rank cultivation technique. After saying that, the group of men in black pursued the girl even more urgently. The moment Yi-Bei heard Ren Tang, a look of surprise immediately appeared on his face. He felt a hint of suspicion. Could it be her again? The despicable men in black relied on their numbers to bully the weak, their mouths spewing disgusting words. Little beauty, don't run. Big brother will be gentle with you later. Luo Zhan glanced back at the men, her heart filled with despair. If I can't escape today, even if I die, I must never involve Master Zhuang. Yi-Bei suddenly called out to stop her. Come to me. I promise you won't die. Luo Zhan looked toward Yi-Bei's calm voice and saw him smiling, softly saying to her, Come over. Luo Zhan was slightly surprised, but even so she had no more time to hesitate. She decisively flew down to land in front of Yi-Bei. Once she landed, Yi-Bei asked her flatly, Ren Tang, is he the head manager? Luo Zhan respectfully bowed her head and replied, Yes. Yi-Bei slowly stood up and asked softly, You know Bai Yuling, don't you? Luo Zhan answered honestly, I do, she added. Chairman Bai is the founder of Ren Tang and our greatest physician. Yi-Bei looked thoughtful. I didn't expect to find a lead on my 99th disciple today, turning a disaster into a blessing. But since she's in the Changshu domain and even opened Ren Tang, why hasn't she contacted her sisters for so many years? At that moment, Luo Zhan hurriedly hid behind Yi-Bei, her voice trembling with fear. They're here. Sure enough, the group of despicable men in black had caught up. The leader curled his lip and smiled sinisterly. Run? Why aren't you running anymore? Upon seeing them, Luo Zhan was terrified, clutching the hem of Yi-Bei's clothes. Luo Zhan was petite and looked like a frightened rabbit, which made the men even more excited. They leered, and one of them mocked. Do you really think finding a kid at the 3rd or 4th stage of the profound mystery realm can save you? You'd better give up resisting. Come into Big Brother's embrace quietly. Another quickly chimed in. That's right, if you're obedient, the 3 of us brothers promise to be a bit gentler later. Yi-Bei stood in front of Luo Zhan and said coldly, I wonder if you've heard a saying, Man proposes, God disposes, evil is rewarded with evil and good with good. The time just hasn't come yet. The bearded man in black tilted his head back arrogantly and mocked him. With that half-crippled body of yours, you still want to play the hero saving the beauty? The rat-faced guy beside him joined in the mockery. Hey, are you kidding me? Yi-Bei suddenly pointed at the sky, his mouth curling into a profound smile. Just like right now, don't you feel someone in the sky is watching you? As soon as he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning suddenly descended from the heavens, precisely striking one of the 3 men. In an instant, that man turned into a smoldering pile of charcoal, scaring the remaining 2 men into a cold sweat. The sky was clear and bright. How could a bolt of lightning suddenly descend? And the power of this lightning was far too strong. The man with the long curved face turned to Yi-Bei and interrogated him. Is it you playing tricks, kid? With a loud boom, another staggering bolt of lightning struck the man with the curved face directly. It was too terrifying. The last man in black was scared out of his wits, turning and bolted as fast as his legs could carry him. It's a ghost. Yi-Bei looked at his retreating back and sneered. By the way, I forgot to tell you one more thing. He reminded the man flatly, when you suspect you've seen a ghost, there's no need to wonder because your judgment is correct. Just as Yi-Bei finished, a ground lightning bolt tore through the air from above, heading straight for the last man and annihilating his soul and body. Luo Zhan witnessed Yi-Bei's staggering power and secretly marveled. This youth clearly had a weak aura, yet he had stood there motionless and killed 3 divine court realm experts in the blink of an eye. Having dealt with those 3 troublesome men, Yi-Bei looked toward Luo Zhan. She finally snapped out of her shock and hurriedly bowed to Yi Bei with cupped hands. Luozan, supervisor of the 5th branch of Ren Tang, thanks the senior for saving my life. Yi Bei's tone was neither hurried nor slow, yet it carried an inherent majesty. Tell me everything about your chairman from beginning to end, without missing a single word. Luozan lowered her head and replied, Yes, senior. Luozan told Yi Bei everything she knew. 300 years ago, while Chairman Bai was evading pursuit from those holy lands, she accidentally exposed her identity. She was subsequently taken away by the people of the Tianqi Holy Land. Although the chairman did not join them, she was imprisoned in the Tianqi Holy Temple for a full 100 years, never allowed to leave. At this point, Luozan couldn't hide the sorrow on her face, and Yi Bei's brow furrowed instinctively. Luozan suppressed her grief and continued. By the 150th year, after she gradually gained their trust, the Tianqi Holy Land finally allowed her to search for medical talents within the borders of the Changshu domain. However, she was constantly monitored by a female expert in the Saint King realm. Once the chairman had endured for 250 years, she finally founded Ren Tang. She has been growing and developing silently, and furthermore, she has sent people to do everything possible to find a way to bring the dead back to life. Hearing this, Yi Bei's expression suddenly grew solemn. Doing everything possible to find a way to bring the dead back to life. He seemed to have already guessed the chairman's earnest intentions. Seeing Yi Bei suddenly lost in thought, Luozan called out softly, Senior, you. Only then did Yi Bei return to his senses, quietly telling her to continue. Luozan nodded and added, After that, the chairman developed steadily for 50 years, until just a few dozen days ago when she finally broke through to the Saint Realm. However, she never expected that the second holy son of the Tianqi Holy Land would suddenly petition the Holy King of Tianqi to marry her. How could the chairman ever agree? Consequently, she immediately notified everyone in Ren Tang, ordering them to resist at all costs and retreat from the Changshu domain with all their strength. She also dispatched messengers to other domains to spread the news and publicize the matter as much as possible. At this point, Luozan recalled the instructions the chairman had given her that day. Take this prescription to Ren Tang. They will understand. Luozan lowered her head sadly, calculating in her heart that only 15 days remained until the wedding day. The chairman had told a few of her confidants that she would never marry into the Tianqi Holy Land, even if it meant her death. Suddenly, a powerful surge of energy erupted, causing the earth to shake violently as dust filled the air. After a long while, the dust settled, revealing two figures, one standing and one collapsed. Luozan slumped on the ground, her face full of terror, her voice trembling as she asked, Senior, are you all right? Yi Bei's face was grim, his teeth clenched as he suppressed his inner rage. Tianqi Holy Land, you truly are shameless to the extreme. You imprisoned my disciple for 300 years, and now you actually want to force her to marry one of your own. Xiao Ju, endure it for just 15 more days. After 15 days, I will personally deliver a grand meeting gift that will make the Tianqi Holy Land tremble before heaven and earth. Thinking of this, he softened his tone to comfort Luozan. It's all right. I happen to be heading to the Changshu domain in a few days anyway. Your chairman and I are old acquaintances. Hearing of these events, it's hard not to feel indignant. At this point, Yi Bei seemed to remember something and hurriedly asked Luozan, By the way, what is the level of your medical skills? Luozan replied with absolute confidence, Senior, I won't boast about other things, but regarding medicine, no matter how heavy the injury or how deep the illness, I can bring the patient back. Yi Bei decisively proposed, Then take a look at me. Luozan obediently replied, Yes, Senior. Yi Bei's gaze instinctively fell upon Luozan's vibrant body. A thin layer of sweat broke out on his forehead. He figured this was simply the aura of a healer. Luozan gently placed her fingers on Yi Bei's wrist, focusing intently on his pulse. She was inwardly stunned. Heavens, this senior's body is incredibly tough beyond belief. To still be alive after such injuries. Seeing Luozan's solemn expression and silence, Yi Bei asked, What is it? Is there a way to treat it? Luozan hesitated slightly. There is a way, but given your current condition, we can only use a method with an extremely low success rate to ensure the injuries don't worsen. Before she could finish, Yi Bei interrupted her. The therapy you're referring to should be acupuncture, shouldn't it? Yi Bei asked. Tell me, if I let you use your full strength to treat me, how many days would it take? Luozan answered boldly. At least 7 days, Yi Bei nodded. Good, he pointed at his legs and said, Then let's start from the bottom first. Luozan agreed. She quickly condensed spiritual energy in her palms and began treating Yi Bei. Meanwhile, Yi Bei took the opportunity to calculate. If I cooperate with her treatment now, I should be fully recovered in 4 or 5 days at the earliest. I must use these few days to break through from the 9th stage of the profound mystery realm to the divine court realm so that my third trump card can be unlocked. he speculated. If Xiaoju was taken by the Tianqi Holy Land 300 years ago, there might be other disciples of mine in their dungeons. Even if they aren't there, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. Yi Bei looked up at the sky, thinking that although 15 days was tight, he could manage if he pushed himself. At this thought, a fierce cold glint suddenly flashed in Yi Bei's eyes. Luo Zhan prepared her silver needles for the procedure. She turned to Yi Bei and said somewhat bashfully, "Senior, you can take off your clothes." Yi Bei gave a flat response, then stood up and began to rustle as he undressed. Luo Zhan's face turned crimson instantly. She awkwardly defended herself. "Say, Senior, you don't have to take everything off." With a whoosh, Yi Bei had finished undressing. He hadn't discarded all his dignity, only removing his outer robes and trousers. This was enough for Luo Zhan to easily reach the acupuncture points. She finally let out a sigh of relief. It turned out the senior hadn't stripped completely. Luo Zhan still felt her face burning as she pursed her lips and said shyly, "Senior, I'm beginning now." Time flew by, and 2 days later, outside the main hall of the Tianqi Holy Land, guards were patrolling in shifts behind a massive boulder not far away. Yi Bei was lurking and observing the situation. He stroked his chin, carefully weighing the timing for his move. Yi Bei recalled the guidance Luo Zhan had given him earlier. The Tianqi Holy Land had a strict hierarchy. The outermost and second layers housed the cultivation residences of outer and inner disciples, while the core inner layer was the place where the Holy King Emperor, other emperors and half-emperor elders cultivated. Luo Zhan pointed to the center of the map, revealing that Chairman Bai was under house arrest in the innermost core. Yi Bei had already memorized every corner of the Tianqi Holy Land, and he subsequently ordered Luo Zhan, "Good, you are to immediately relay this information to the Tai Bai Sword Manor, and then we will split up." Luo Zhan gladly accepted the order. Returning to the present, Yi Bei finally emerged from his hiding spot. He walked slowly toward the main hall of the Tianqi Holy Land, thinking to himself, "Although my meridians have fully recovered and my injuries are no longer a major issue, according to the intelligence Luo Zhan provided, this operation must be done through guile rather than brute force." Just then, a guard in front of the hall shouted sternly, interrupting Yi Bei's thoughts, "Halt! Who dares trespass into the Tianqi Holy Land? No one may enter without a command token." Yi Bei calmly presented a token and smiled amiably. "One of your own." The two guards stared at the token and muttered, "It's genuine." Suddenly, without warning, Yi Bei struck. His hands were like iron pincers, gripping the two guards by their throats so they couldn't make a sound. The two guards felt a wave of vertigo, and their bodies went rigid. In an instant, the surrounding scenery underwent a violent transformation. They looked around in shock and stammered, Where is this?" The sound of air being sliced suddenly rang out as a dashing figure floated down from above, his voice low. "This is my own space." Yi Bei now held a long whip in his hand. He sneered, "Now I ask and you answer." The two guards still had no idea what kind of powerful figure they had encountered. One of them actually put on a front of false bravado and blustered, "Who do you think you are to order us? Do you know? We are people of the Tianqi Holy Temple." Yi Bei didn't want to waste words with these two nobodies and lashed the arrogant guard directly across the face. Struck by the whip, the guard immediately collapsed to the ground, wailing like a stuck pig. "It hurts, it's killing me." Yi Bei swept a cold gaze toward the other guard, scaring him into a cold sweat. The man hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed repeatedly to Yi Bei. "Great hero, what do you want to know?" I'll tell you everything," Yi Bei ordered coldly. "Tell me everything about your Tianqi Holy Lands Emperor Transformation Pool, word for word." The guard confessed honestly that the Emperor Transformation Pool was nearly as large as a lake. Located in the core disciple area, it was the most precious and restricted site in the Holy Land. It was guarded by direct disciples of the Holy King level, and checks were performed in daily shifts. Having said this, he concluded that it was fundamentally impossible to sneak into the Emperor Transformation Pool to steal treasures. Yi Bei replied flatly, "Is that so? Well, I'm sorry. Just because others lack the ability doesn't mean I do." With that, Yi Bei instantly transformed into the likeness of Elder Yan and strode toward the Emperor Transformation Pool. He thought to himself that since the events at the Senluo Secret Realm had only just happened, a whole domain still lay between the two Holy Lands. Logically, news of the Tianqi half-emperor's death shouldn't have reached here yet. In that case, I'll borrow your identity for a while. Thus, Yi Bei walked leisurely toward the Emperor Transformation Pool in the guise of Elder Yan. Two direct disciples at the Holy King level were on duty at the entrance. Seeing Elder Yan approach, they hurriedly bowed and offered their greetings. Yi Bei calmly reached out and pushed open the door to the pool. He was certain that unless he encountered an emperor or half-emperor, ordinary people wouldn't be able to see through this transformation. "As long as I pass through this door now without being noticed by anyone in the core area, Then suddenly, a cold voice rang out in Yi Bei's ear. Elder Yan, why have you returned so quickly this time? Did you have some exceptional harvest? Cold sweat instinctively broke out on Yi Bei's forehead, and he cursed inwardly. Damn it, talk about getting exactly what you fear. Just as he was about to enter the interior of the pool, he happened to run into a Holy King expert blocking the way. Although Yi Bei was startled, he was already calculating. The target is within reach. I don't want to fail at the critical moment and have to start over. As for this Holy King expert, he just needed to find a way to deceive him. With this thought, he steadied his breathing, maintained a composed posture, and asked, "It's so late. What are you doing here?" The Holy King expert produced a letter and smiled boastfully at Yi Bei. "I've accumulated merit for 100 years to finally trade for the qualification to enter the Emperor Transformation Pool for 1 day of cultivation. To wait for this day, it really hasn't been easy." Yi Bei glanced at him, secretly breathing a sigh of relief. The Emperor Transformation Pool. This guy was also heading there. He put on a satisfied expression and casually praised. Not bad." Receiving praise from Elder Yan, the Holy King expert actually felt it was a bit strange. He stroked his beard, surreptitiously observing Elder Yan's expression as countless question marks popped into his head. Elder Yan seems a bit off today. Yi Bei didn't want to waste more words and ordered coldly, "Go to the pool and cultivate." "I have business and will be taking my leave." The Holy King expert hurriedly bowed. "Yes, I bid you farewell, Elder Yan." When he looked up, Yi Bei's figure had already vanished. The expert's eyes lit up instantly. A half-emperor powerhouse is truly terrifying. He felt a sense of longing. When would he possess such formidable strength? Little did the expert know that the man he was praising, Yi Bei, had actually used an invisibility technique and was temporarily perched on his shoulder. Late at night, the moon in the sky was bright and clear. The night was quiet and somewhat lonely. The Holy King expert had now arrived at the Emperor Transformation Pool. Seeing someone approach, one of the two distant guards remarked, 200 years, and finally someone has come to cultivate again." The Holy King expert immediately handed over his letter. After opening and inspecting it, the guard nodded in confirmation. In order, the other guard performed a full-body search on the Holy King expert, finally announcing there were no problems. The Holy King expert was finally permitted to pass. The gates of the Emperor Transformation Pool slowly opened, and the expert walked in with his head held high. Inside, the pool was indeed full of magnificent sights, like a paradise on earth. The lake's surface was green as jade, and the peach blossoms on both shores swayed gently in the spring breeze. The Holy King expert couldn't wait to strip off his outer robes, cheering excitedly, "Every minute and second here is precious. Wasting even a second is a sin." As his outer robe hit the ground, the bead containing Yi Bei's true form rolled out with it. The bead rolled a few times and stopped at the edge of the pool. The bead just lay there silently, motionless. Inside the transparent crystal of the bead, Yi Bei stroked his chin, a satisfied smile on his lips. "I didn't expect to successfully sneak into the Emperor Transformation Pool thanks to him. Otherwise, by my strength alone, I'm afraid I really wouldn't have been able to pass through the layers of strict inspections." Yi Bei weighed the situation cautiously. Judging from the conversation between those people just now, very few people should enter this pool normally. However, now was not yet the best time to act. At this thought, Yi Bei's brow furrowed instinctively. He assessed that since this was a heavily guarded area of the Tianqi Holy Temple, any anomaly would likely immediately attract half-emperor or even emperor-level powerhouses. A day later, the guards entered the pool and sternly reminded the Holy King expert, "Time is up, you must leave," the expert replied. "All right, I'm leaving immediately." With that, he quickly grabbed his clothes and put them on. Subsequently leaving the pool slowly, Yi Bei had already hidden himself in the folds of the Holy King expert's clothes. He used the opportunity to record the guards' patrol shifts. With every step the expert took, Yi Bei was conducting a meticulous analysis. Based on their daily patrol frequency, this operation had to be extremely careful. Safety was the priority. Inside the Emperor Transformation Pool, all was dead silent. With a thump, the bead fell directly into the jade-green lake water, in the center of the deep blue-green waters. The bead began to slowly absorb the abundant spiritual energy. Inside the bead, Yi Bei focused his mind on healing his injuries. His entire body was shrouded in a layer of mysterious, faint blue light. Before long, Yi Bei looked at his palm with satisfaction, marveling. Just cultivating in this spiritual liquid, the progress is enough to reach several times that of the outside world. Moreover, this liquid contains a mysterious power that feels very much like the power of laws. Just then, his eyes suddenly widened as if he had detected something peculiar. Wait, the spiritual energy concentration of this lake water is actually this high. Yi Bei decided to dive into the depths of the lake. He speculated that there might even be more startling treasures hidden below. I remember back then, Besides teaching my disciples, I would take them to explore various secret realms in search of all sorts of natural wonders, Yi Bei recalled. As a result, in the end, those disciples had each upgraded their constitution significantly. Innate Dao body, 9 Yin holy body, profound Yin body, sword meridian body, and so on. At this point his tone carried a hint of helplessness and regret. Instead, my own actual situation had miserably few compatible opportunities. Even when there were, they only improved my state of mind, soul, and treasures. As for an opportunity that could change the fate of my trash constitution, I never encountered one even once. Ibei's mouth finally curled into a smile, mocking himself. But fortunately, I've been reborn this time. His eyes sparkled with hope. Hey, it's finally my turn to turn things around. Yi Bei dove deeper and deeper into the Emperor transformation pool. Looking at the violently churning waves outside the bead, his brow furrowed instinctively. With this terrifying water pressure, if he were to go out now, he would likely be pressed directly into a meat pie. Meanwhile, in the central area of the Tianqi Holy Land, Yuling looked out the window, her eyes filled with sorrow and despair, her voice carrying an endless grief. Master, Linger will likely come to join you soon. Are you very lonely down there? Tears silently rolled down Yuling's cheeks. She sobbed, having wanted to find a way to bring her master back to life, but now it seemed she likely wouldn't last until that day. Thinking of her sisters, Yuling's heart broke even more. She said through her tears, "It's just that I'm still worried about those junior sisters. If any of them get hurt, there will be no one left to treat them." In this moment of sorrow, Yuling's longing for Yi Bei grew even more intense and painful. She secretly hoped, "Master, if only you were still by Linger's side, how wonderful that would be." Meanwhile, Yi Bei had reached the bottom of the Emperor transformation pool. The lake bed was pitch black, save for a fantastic faint blue light emanating from a crevice in the rocks a few steps away. He was slightly startled. Yi Bei slowly approached the rock that radiated a mysterious aura and suddenly exclaimed in excitement, "A supreme treasure, this is the true treasure within the Emperor transformation pool." Yi Bei laughed triumphantly. For the Tianqi Holy Land to possess a treasure of this level and only produce 3 emperors, what a waste of heaven's gifts. He stroked his chin and calculated. Although I've found the treasure, how can I store it in the desolate void space? If I go out now, a tragic scene flashed in his mind. The moment he left the desolate void space, he would be crushed into mincemeat by the terrifying spiritual pressure. At that point, even his soul likely wouldn't survive. A sudden flash of inspiration struck his mind, and Yi Bei immediately unleashed his lightning punishment. Countless bolts of purple lightning struck the rock enveloping the supreme treasure. The powerful lightning forcibly cracked the stone. Yi Bei assessed the situation. As expected, the presence of this treasure had caused the hardness of the surrounding rock to change drastically. As he channeled his energy, he made a precise calculation. He could only release 36 bolts of lightning in a single day. Given the circumstances, every bolt had to be as precise as a razor's edge. There was absolutely no room for waste. With that, he continued the punishment, accurately striking the rock's vital points one by one. A world-shaking explosion rang out, and the lake bed vibrated violently in an instant, as the earth and stones on the surface shook fiercely within the terrifying aftershocks. A moment later, all returned to silence. Yi Bei stepped forward to inspect the rock and couldn't help but freeze for a moment. It had only shattered a tiny bit. Yi Bei made a serious mental calculation. To extract the entire treasure, he would likely need 70 more lightning strikes, meaning, "I'll have to stay here for at least another 2 days. Having finished his estimation and realizing it would take at least 2 days to fully claim the treasure, Yi Bei sat down and quickly entered a state of deep meditation. He formed seals with his hands and began to frantically absorb the spiritual energy within the Emperor transformation pool. After all, the spiritual energy in this lake water was several times more concentrated than the outside world, making it the perfect place for cultivation. Yi Bei deduced that because his body was at the bottom of the lake, the patrol personnel above would be completely unable to detect anything abnormal. Having said that, he closed his eyes and devoted himself entirely to his cultivation. 2 days later, Yi Bei slowly opened his eyes. He looked at his palm and assessed, "Excellent. My cultivation has already reached the divine court realm." Such rocket-like cultivation speed was practically unheard of. Yi Bei stood up and approached the treasure, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. If he had possessed his current luck and talent before his rebirth during those 300 years, how could he have failed to slaughter every last half-emperor of the 9 great holy lands? Next, it's this young master's turn to perform. With that, he unleashed the lightning punishment once more. Immediately after, a series of powerful lightning bolts struck the rock containing the treasure with surgical precision. Before long, that stubborn rock was finally ground into dust, revealing the supreme treasure within. The treasure fell directly before Yi Bei, letting out a deafening boom. The corners of Yi Bei's mouth curled into a smile as he said happily, "It seems that after taking this treasure, everything remains unchanged except for the disappearance of that terrifying spiritual suppression at the lakebed." Having finished, he leapt up and swept the treasure into his storage space. In an instant, the water in the Emperor transformation pool was simultaneously sucked into Yi Bei's storage space. The guards outside detected something wrong inside the pool and decisively pushed the door open to investigate. Seeing the Emperor transformation pool completely dried up, they screamed in utter terror. "The Emperor transformation pool is gone, it's disappeared." One guard hurriedly pressed a switch to issue the highest-level emergency directive. In an instant, the entire Tianqi Holy Land was in an uproar. As the people of the Tianqi Holy Land fell into a panic, a young girl asked in confusion, "The highest-level alarm? What on earth happened?" A powerhouse beside her replied in a panic, "As far as I know, this is the first time such a thing has happened since the founding of the Tianqi Holy Land." Another person spoke up. "For an alarm of this level to be issued, something catastrophic must have occurred." Someone else interrupted. "Stop the nonsense, everyone, concentrate and prepare for battle." News of this commotion soon reached Yuling's ears. She chuckled to herself. "Go ahead, make as much noise as you want. It would be best if it gets so chaotic that even the wedding ceremony has to be cancelled." Meanwhile, inside his storage space, Yi Bei let out a sigh of relief. It was a good thing he had broken through to the Divine Court realm. Otherwise, with the strength of the profound mystery realm, he likely wouldn't have been able to pull this off so stealthily. He gave a confident smile. His cultivation had broken through and the treasure was in hand. It was time to head to that place. Suddenly, a tremor that shook the mountains and earth startled Yi Bei. His eyes went wide as he realized that some grand figure from the Tianqi Holy Temple had likely arrived. Yi Bei observed secretly, wanting to see which dignitary had graced the Emperor transformation pool with their presence. At the pool's edge, two guards knelt trembling on the ground, their voices shaking as they cried out, "Greetings, Holy King, greetings, Grand Elder." It turned out the newcomers were the black-robed Holy King and the blue-clad Grand Elder. The guards were so terrified by their pressure that they could barely speak. Holy King, this Emperor transformation pool." With a boom, the Holy King ruthlessly unleashed a palm strike, the terrifying pressure slamming that guard heavily against the rocks behind him. The guard lost consciousness on the spot, leaving the remaining two guards scared out of their wits. The Holy King reached out, his face grim, harboring a sky-high rage. With a puff, the Holy King's hand suddenly gripped a guard by the throat and lifted him into the air. The Holy King interrogated him sternly. "Tell me why this happened. Dare to play tricks and see what happens," the guard reported in fear and trepidation. Holy King, spare my life. We truly perform diligent inspections every single day." "There was absolutely nothing abnormal," the Holy King asked coldly. "Where are the management records for the past few months?" The remaining guard hurried to produce the ledger and presented it respectfully. Reporting to the Holy King, "It is here." After flipping through the ledger, the Holy King was slightly surprised, blurting out, "The last time it was used was 3 days ago." At this, the Grand Elder beside him spoke. "Holy King, I will immediately lead men to search the entire city for clues." The Holy King raised a hand to stop him. "Don't panic." A purple mist flashed in the Holy King's eyes as he made a sharp judgment. "That thief is still nearby." The Holy King's words left the guards deathly pale with shock. "What?" Not only those nobodies but even Yi Bei was startled. The Holy King turned to instruct the Grand Elder. "Seal the entire city immediately. Take men and re-examine the area near the Emperor transformation pool. Remember, not even a grain of dust is to be overlooked." The Grand Elder replied, "Yes, Holy King." A hint of unease rose in Yi Bei's heart as he muttered, "It seems I underestimated them a bit. The grand gift plan in a few days must be even more cautious." Yi Bei quickly arrived at the place where Yuling was being held. Upon reaching the hall gates, he was somewhat surprised. What's going on? Wasn't it said there was a guard team composed of Saint King realm powerhouses inside?" Yi Bei slipped through a crack in the door, thinking, did they withdraw them on purpose because they knew I was coming? As soon as he entered, Yi Bei carefully used his magic to probe the situation. Soon, Yi Bei had mastered the number and level of the patrolling guards. He withdrew his power, a smile appearing on the corners of his mouth. "Excellent, the highest-ranking person inside doing the menial labor is only in the Saint realm. In that case, I won't be polite." With that, Yi Bei leapt up and launched a sneak attack on a servant who was sweeping fallen leaves. The servant, seeing a stranger barge in, cried out in terror. You? Yi Bei gave a cold snort. "Me what? Just lie down for me." With that, he delivered a sharp blow to the man's head. The servant lost consciousness instantly and slumped to the ground. Just then, a voice called out to him, "Niuwan, are you done sweeping? It's time to go clean the rear layer." Receiving no response, the guard looked impatient, shouting as he approached. When he got close, the guard tilted his head to look inside. By then, Yi Bei had already activated his shape-shifting technique, transforming into Niuwan's likeness. He put on an honest expression and replied, Coming, the guard cursed in anger. You idiot, I called you so many times before you answered, I thought something happened to you. Yi-Bei hurriedly replied, No, but in his heart he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. That was close, glad I moved fast. The guard motioned for Yi-Bei to follow. Before long, in the heavenly dungeon on the 3rd underground floor, the guard walked ahead of Yi-Bei, giving instructions with the air of a big brother. People rarely come here normally. When the big shots arrive, you just have to pretend to sweep a bit. Yi-Bei followed behind. He replied obediently, Understood. Yi-Bei took the opportunity to observe his surroundings, assessing that while the 12th underground floor was for light sentences, this floor was for high-security imprisonment. However, for his next plan, he wouldn't be able to get much intelligence from this servant. Suddenly, Yi-Bei's gaze stopped at a black door. He asked hesitantly, This is, the guard quickly warned him, We can't go in there. Yi-Bei nodded, and the guard added, The ones held behind there are all major criminals and the most heinous of villains. At this point, the guard instinctively lowered his voice to a whisper. Those prisoners whose cultivation has been stripped weren't killed because they still have value, but most of them have been placed under sealing techniques. He put on the air of a know-it-all to reveal to Yi-Bei that to break the seal, one must have a cultivation at or above the Saint King realm, and master the correct method of unsealing to succeed. Yi-Bei nodded repeatedly. I see. Reaching the end of the corridor, the guard frowned and instructed Yi-Bei, I'll leave this to you. I'm going to rest for a while. Yi-Bei nodded in agreement. As soon as the guard left, Yi-Bei quickly reverted to his original appearance. He arrived at the door of a major criminal's cell and, based on the intelligence he had just received, placed his hand against the door to break the seal. He believed that for an array restriction of this level, if it were just a matter of penetrating it, the difficulty was nothing more than a split second. Sure enough, in just an instant, Yi-Bei successfully broke the seal. He pushed the door open and walked in boldly. Seeing the scene inside, Yi-Bei couldn't help but be slightly stunned. Each cell here was actually an independent space, separated by several meters. He stroked his chin, lost in thought. After all, this was the 4th floor of the underground heavenly dungeon. Even if he made some noise, it shouldn't attract attention. While Yi-Bei was still lost in thought, a raspy voice suddenly rang out. They sent another brat from above today. It seems the hard way didn't work. So they're starting with the soft approach. Yi-Bei instinctively turned toward the source of the voice. He saw a white-haired old man let out a cold, mocking laugh. Truly laughable. Yi-Bei walked to the iron bars and spoke flatly, Tell me, what is your identity and your strength? If I find them acceptable, I can take you out of here. The old man's brow couldn't help but furrow. He felt a powerful sense of pressure radiating from the youth before him. Cold sweat broke out on his forehead and his pupils constricted violently. He cried out in shock, Who are you? To think someone at the first stage of the divine court realm could appear here. Yi-Bei turned away coldly. It looks like you won't have the chance next. The old man hurriedly stopped him. Wait a moment. It was then that he gritted his teeth and revealed his identity. I am the former 2nd elder of the Qianqi Holy Temple, Lian Yuande, with a cultivation at the mid to late stage of the half-emperor realm. I have been imprisoned here for 700 years. Hearing this, Yi-Bei halted his steps, finding it quite interesting that an elder of the Qianqi Holy Land was also imprisoned. This Holy Land truly handled things impartially. At this thought, Yi-Bei simply bent the iron bars by hand, rescuing Lian Yuande. Lian Yuande stared at the youth before him. He had actually snapped the iron pillars with his bare hands and remained completely unscathed. Waves of shock crashed through Lian Yuan's heart. This is far too strange. Although the spiritual energy fluctuations from this youth were only at the first stage of the divine court realm, the strike just now was enough to rival the full power blow of a Saint realm expert. Yi-Bei walked up to Lian Yuande and made a straightforward proposal. Serve me for 10 years and after that, I will return your freedom. If you agree, offer a sliver of your soul. If not, I won't waste my breath on you. Lian Yuande didn't hesitate, reaching an answer almost instantly. If he could truly be rescued, let alone 10 years, even 100 years would be better than staying in this dark place. Having thought it through, Lian Yuande immediately surrendered a portion of his soul, holding it in his hands. He handed it to Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei offered a satisfied praise. Excellent, quite decisive. He secretly surmised that this old fellow's hatred for the Holy Land must be unfathomable. Yi-Bei figured he just needed to break the sealing technique on the man now. So he reached out and used his magic to dissolve the restriction on Lian Yuande. Countless bolts of purple lightning swirled around the two of them. Lian Yuande let out a roar, and then Yi-Bei silently recited a command, imprisoning and restructuring the soul sliver Lian Yuande had surrendered. Immediately after, Lian Yuande fell to his knees at his feet with a thump. He shouted respectfully, "Old servant Lian Yuande greets the master." From his superior position, Yi-Bei introduced himself with a majestic tone. My name is Yi Bei, you may call me Lord. Rest assured, I am a man of my word. In 10 years I will surely return your freedom. Lien Yuande said devoutly. Yes, Yi Bei let out a sharp cry, lightning punishment. In an instant the iron chains on Lien Yuande were snapped. He simultaneously waved his hand and a bucket appeared out of thin air. He spoke flatly. With this you should be able to recover your strength very quickly, right? While Lien Yuande was still staring blankly at the bucket, Yi Bei already explained. This is water from the Emperor Transformation Pool. Lien Yuande cried out in shock. Can. I absolutely can, but this water from the Emperor Transformation Pool. How did you obtain it? Yi Bei did not answer his question, only replying casually, use as much as you like, if it's not enough just tell me. Lien Yuande was moved to tears. It's enough, it's enough. Lien Yuande took the initiative to lead the way for Yi Bei. The Lord surely wishes to subdue others as well. I am familiar with this place and know most of the people. I will lead the way for you, Lien Yuande said respectfully. Lord, this way please. Just then, a prisoner happened to discover that Yi Bei had rescued Lien Yuande. Other prisoners also quickly noticed that Yi Bei was the rescuer, noisily asking him, Old man Lien, how did you get out? Did you follow that brat at the first stage of the divine court realm beside you? The outside is crawling with Saint King powerhouses, and we have sealing techniques on us. How did he, a divine court practitioner, break them? Yi Bei glanced at Lien Yuande and motioned, It's your turn to perform. Lien Yuande nodded. Yes, Lord. In an instant a powerful aura erupted from Lien Yuan's entire body. The other prisoners couldn't help but shout in admiration. The old man has recovered his cultivation. Old Lien, teach me too. As long as I can leave this wretched place, I am willing to follow you for 100 years. Lien Yuande spoke candidly to the prisoners. Apologies, everyone. I am powerless to help. This old man is now merely a servant under the Lord, so everything depends on the Lord's command. Breaking the seals and chains was also entirely due to the Lord's grace. Lien Yuan's deferential attitude left the prisoners stunned. They looked at each other and discussed, Is this still the same old man who was usually so arrogant? The point is, was it really that divine court brat who helped him break the seal? He's far too strong. After doing a round of the cells, Yi Bei stroked his chin with a thoughtful expression. This shouldn't be. How could they not be here? Lien Yuande followed behind him and asked, Lord, are you looking for someone? It was only then that Yi Bei seemed to wake from a dream. That's right, don't I have a former second elder of the Holy Land sitting right beside me? He turned and asked directly. Lien Yuande, let me ask you, is there a 5th floor to this heavenly dungeon? Lien Yuande answered without hesitation. Lord, the heavenly dungeon has only 4 floors. Lien Yuan's eyes lit up as he suggested. Lord, do you wish to subdue even stronger people? On the 4th floor there are 2 secret cells holding extremely dangerous criminals. Do you want to go take a look? Sure enough, Yi Bei's expression brightened instantly. He thought to himself, so there are secret rooms on this 4th floor. Not bad, they must be there. A few minutes later, Yi Bei and Lien Yuande came to a halt before a seemingly empty wall. Lien Yuande stated with certainty, Lord, this is the place. Yi Bei reached out and channeled his essence, thinking to himself, impressive. I didn't expect the Holy Land to hide this so deeply. They actually placed a concealment array here. He infused his palm with spiritual energy, and a strangely shaped array manifested upon the wall, only to be shattered an instant later. Just as Lien Yuande had said, a secret passage was revealed behind the wall. Lien Yuande offered a cautious reminder. Lord, I've heard the person imprisoned in this cell is exceptionally dangerous. Back then she caused immense trouble for the Holy Land. It was said that if 2 elders hadn't joined forces, they might not have been able to capture her. Yi Bei paid it no mind, placing his hand directly on the cell door and using his power to peer inside. He immediately saw a petite girl whose limbs were tidily bound by heavy iron chains. The girl looked up at Yi Bei, who suddenly froze, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could I have made a mistake? Yi Bei's brow furrowed, but he ultimately ordered Lien Yuande, open it. Lien Yuande obeyed immediately. Yes, Lord. The heavy stone door slid to one side. Yi Bei stood frozen on the spot. Before him was a girl with her head bowed, her messy purple hair cascading over her shoulders. Yi Bei walked up to Zhang Limo and asked in a low voice, Tell me, how did you get in here? She cursed coldly. Get lost, sooner or later I'll level this Qianqi holy temple. Halfway through her sentence, Zhang Limo seemed to find the tone familiar, and a thought surfaced in her mind. Wait, that voice. Zhang Limo snapped her head up and saw Yi Bei's familiar figure. For a moment she couldn't control her tears, sobbing as she cried out, Master? Yi Bei looked at her with a gentle gaze, his eyes filled with a trace of heartache. He lightly stroked Zhang Limo's head and whispered, Silly girl, you've suffered. Zhang Limo wept uncontrollably. Master, she sobbed, your wicked disciple finally sees you again. Having finished, Zhang Limo suddenly leapt up and threw her arms around Yi Bei. Witnessing this, Lien Yuande was utterly shocked. Master, this high-risk prisoner, the most dangerous of all, actually calls the Lord Master. Heavens, just what kind of master have I pledged myself to? Yi Bei shattered the chains for Zhang Limo, placing a hand on her shoulder with a smile and asking with concern, "Time is short. Tell me, how did you end up in here?" Zhang Limo didn't dare look him in the eye, tilting her head away and giving a dry laugh. "Master, I said I accidentally on purpose let myself get caught. Could you go a little easy on the punishment later?" Yi Bei's eyes instantly ignited with rage, and he barked, "Are you joking? You entered this place voluntarily?" Zhang Limo shrank back and replied timidly, Master, let me explain first." Yi Bei suppressed his anger, sat down and commanded, "Speak. What stupid thing did you do this time?" Zhang Limo confessed honestly. 130 years ago, after I broke through to the Saint King realm, I accidentally heard that the 4th floor of the Tianqi Holy Land's heavenly dungeon held several super powerhouses. Upon hearing this, I immediately began to plan. After all, if I could turn them into my undead puppets, my strength would surely skyrocket later. Relying on my mastery of the path of necromancy, I successfully got myself marked as an extremely dangerous figure by the Holy Land, which eventually forced 2 half-emperor experts to join forces to capture me. Reaching this point, Zhang Limo scratched her cheek with a dry laugh. "And so I was locked away on the 4th floor of the heavenly dungeon." After hearing her story, Yi Bei's face turned grim. He shouted in a low voice, "Others flee from this place, yet you actually walked straight into the snare, and the moment you got in, you delivered yourself to the very bottom of their dungeon." Zhang Limo hurriedly hugged Yi Bei like she was acting spoiled. Master, I won't dare do it again. From now on I'll listen to everything you say. Please don't be angry, okay?" In the end, Yi Bei couldn't withstand Zhang Limo's delicate pleading act, and his anger subsided. He closed his eyes and said helplessly, "Fine." The system then issued a notification to Yi Bei, reunited with 4th 108 disciple. Reward. Divine ability, Great Dao Resonance. The Great Dao Resonance ability allows the user to utilize the Great Dao power of a disciple for 24 hours, with a 10-day cooldown. Currently available Daos for Resonance: Path of Necromancy, Path of the Sword, Path of Erase, Path of Construction. Does the host wish to select a resonance? Upon receiving the prompt, Yi Bei's eyes lit up. Great Dao Resonance. This was clearly the ability to replicate another's Great Dao power. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk. There were still 10 days until the Holy Land's joyous day. This ability had to be saved for the wedding day, no matter what. Zhang Limo stood behind him, bragging while she channeled her spiritual energy. "Master, even though those Holy Land bastards sealed my cultivation, my undead summons can still continue to cultivate within their summoning space," she added. "Furthermore, I've already subdued 4 half-emperors and over a dozen late-stage Saint King undead right here on the 4th floor." Yi Bei's face stiffened, and he tapped Zhang Limo on the forehead. His tone couldn't hide his disdain. "Trash like that was worth putting yourself in danger for?" Yi Bei gave her a sharp knock on the head and scolded, "If you want to find more powerful undead, is there anywhere you can't find them? The ancient battlefields, the extraterritorial battlefields, the primeval ruins. Which one isn't better than this? If the Holy Land hadn't intended to keep you alive, you would have turned into an undead yourself by now. Do you understand?" Zhang Limo knew she was in the wrong, and lowered her head, admitting, "Yes, I won't dare do it again." Standing aside and listening to the master-disciple duo, Lien Yuande was dumbfounded, muttering silently to himself. Zhang Limo suddenly seemed to remember something. She looked up at Yi Bei and asked softly, "By the way, Master, why are you here?" After a brief explanation, Yi Bei concluded a few minutes later, "And that's the situation." Zhang Limo's gaze turned ice-cold in an instant. "What a piece of work this Tianqi Holy Land. To dare imprison my little junior sister for 300 years, I swear I will refine their entire Holy Land into the undead." Yi Bei set down a bucket of water and commanded, "Within 10 days, no matter what method you use, you must advance to the half-emperor realm." Zhang Limo bowed and replied, "Yes, Master." She then began to focus intensely on her cultivation with a resolute will. "To rescue my little junior sisters this time, I'll give it everything I've got." Yi Bei glanced at her sideways, thinking, "This brat really needs a firm hand." He instinctively looked toward Lien Yuande, seeing the man's eyes shimmering with tears, and said, "Don't just watch, there will be a share for you later." Lien Yuande replied happily, "Thank you, Lord." Yi Bei turned to instruct Zhang Limo and Lien Yuande. "After leveling the 4th floor of the heavenly dungeon, both of you go and recover." At this he let out a cold laugh. "Tianqi Holy Land, just you wait to enjoy the grand gift I have in store for you." 7 days later, in the holy capital, the brilliant sun shone down. Yi Bei appeared with a solemn expression alongside Zhang Limo. The official in charge stepped forward and asked, "May I ask which faction you belong to, young master? I need to report this to the superiors." But the answer he received was cold. "Yi Bei, no sect, no faction. I'm just here for the spectacle. Does the Holy Land not welcome guests?" Seeing that expression, the man could only reply sullenly, "Welcome, welcome." He then added politely, "Please enter, young master." Geronimo whispered, "Master, let's just kill our way up and save my junior sister right now. We should strike while the emperors haven't reacted yet and catch them off guard." She also said that if they didn't wait for everyone to arrive, we wouldn't be able to save everyone. But Yi Bei stopped her. "Don't be in a hurry," he said. "We need to wait for their people to all get here. It'll be easier to wipe them all out at once." Hearing this, Geronimo covered her mouth in shock. But master, the other side has 3 great emperors." Yi Bei asked in return, "Are emperors even strong?" Hearing him ask this, both Lien Yuande and Geronimo were stunned. "Lord, are great emperors not strong?" Yi Bei looked like he took it for granted. "Neither of you has low aptitude. Becoming an emperor is only a matter of time. If that's the case, what is there to fear?" Yi Bei said with a smile. "Wait until they've all gathered. I'll handle 2, and the remaining 1 will be for you to practice on." Lien Yuande broke into a cold sweat, thinking, "Is the Lord planning to fight 2 at once?" Suddenly the crowd grew restless, and someone shouted, "They're here!" Everyone began to buzz with discussion. The 3 great emperors of the Tianqi Holy Land descended before the crowd. The Holy King and the 2 elders appeared, followed by Yuling, who was wearing a veil. Lien Yuande explained, "Lord, according to the traditional wedding customs of the Tianqi Holy Land, the couple will now walk to the center of the hall, hold hands and kneel to the Holy Land to swear their vows. Currently, the groom is standing opposite the bride." Yuling thought to herself, "Soon. It's almost over." Looking at the second Holy Son before her, she thought, "If I take this Holy Son's life in front of everyone, it will be truly satisfying." The Master of Ceremonies shouted, "Let the wedding begin." Suddenly, a long golden whip lashed out. The whip swung toward Yuling, sending the surrounding maidservants into a panic. The veil was slowly pulled away, revealing Yuling's face. Yi Bei suddenly appeared, placing a hand on her shoulder and saying politely, "My apologies, but this bride is mine." Yuling hurriedly turned around at the sound of his voice. "Master," Yi Bei said softly. "Girl, you've suffered." With that, Yuling lunged into Yi Bei's arms and began to cry loudly. She recounted her grievances. "It's Master. It's really the Master I've missed every day." "You really appeared?" The onlookers began to gossip. "Isn't the one standing next to the bride the mysterious youth who just walked in?" "No way. Is this an ex-husband coming to snatch the bride? Could the second Holy Son be?" The surrounding chatter rose in waves. The second Holy Son roared, "Let go of my linger!" A blast of fire erupted from his palm, heading straight for Yi Bei. Yi Bei waved his hand casually, shielding Yuling completely. The flames were dispersed by a single move from Yi Bei. The Holy King held a glowing object in his hand and said coldly, "Where did this brat come from, daring to disrupt my Yuaner's wedding?" At this, the crowd looked at each other in terror as an array suddenly manifested, with lightning condensing within it. A massive hole was blasted through the roof, and a beam of light shot straight into the sky. A giant crater appeared in the ground, in the center of which floated a long sword enveloped in swirling lightning. Yuling realized something as well. This sword Qi, its 4th senior sister, Tai Bai and the others descended from the sky. "Hand over my junior sister," but after seeing clearly, they were secretly overjoyed. "It's them," Yuling also cried out, "Senior sister." Yi Bei was very satisfied. "Excellent, everyone is here. Tianqi Holy Land next, please enjoy the grand gift I have in store for you." Yi Bei and his disciples stood in confrontation against the Holy King of the Tianqi Holy Land. The aura of each person was exceptionally outstanding. Yi Bei issued a warning, "Anyone who doesn't want to be caught in the crossfire, leave immediately. I'll give you 10 seconds otherwise." The wedding guests scrambled to flee the hall. A chorus of chaotic shouts rang out, "Stop watching the show and run, or you'll lose your life in a moment." The second Holy Son saw his bride had already run to Yi Bei's side. He charged toward Yi Bei frantically, his voice filled with resentment. "Take your filthy hands off her, don't touch my linger." Seeing the second Holy Son lose his mind, Yuling couldn't help but feel afraid. She pressed herself tightly against Yi Bei's side. Zhang Limo ran forward to block him, her entire body erupting with an intense killing intent. Zhang Limo's eyes glowed, revealing a confident yet dangerous smile. The second Holy Son reached out to unleash a technique, sending 2 surges of aura straight toward Yi Bei's group. Seeing the second Holy Son use his ultimate move, the Holy King also stepped forward, simultaneously unleashing a strike as a powerful red aura lunged toward Zhang Limo. He roared in fury, "How dare you!" Zhang Limo was not to be outdone. She leapt up to meet the Holy King, erupting with a destructive power that made space flicker, forcibly intercepting the Holy King's strike. The Holy King furrowed his brow, a trace of killing intent appearing in his eyes. He gathered his aura, a flash of light appearing at his fingertips. The Holy King mocked, "Let's see how many times you can block." Before his voice had even faded, Zhang Limo issued a warning, "Don't move." Unbeknownst to anyone, Zhang Limo had appeared behind the second Holy Son. She gripped his head with both hands. He no longer dared to act out or demand his bride. Zhang Limo's eyes were filled with pure killing intent. She curled her lips into a smirk and warned the Holy King, "Otherwise, if my hand slips, he'll die by my hand and become an undead." The Holy King, the Grand Elder, and a subordinate of the Tianqi Holy Land were all stunned. The Holy King withdrew his aura, Zhang Limo's words echoing like thunder. The subordinate gnashed his teeth, staring fixedly at Zhang Limo, then said worriedly, "It's that girl who uses necromantic sorcery." The Holy King stepped forward, his eyes full of disdain. His voice rang out, laced with clear irony. "I was wondering who it was, just a few escaped convicts causing trouble." The Holy King's brow furrowed, and with his innate arrogance he questioned Zhang Limo. "What? Did you think you could leave this place just by taking the Holy Sun hostage?" Yi Bei revealed a sinister smile, his eyes glowing as he validated the act of taking the Holy Sun hostage. "My apologies, but I don't need a hostage." In an instant, Yi Bei made a cutting motion with his fingers, summoning a bolt of lightning that struck the second Holy Sun directly, charring his entire body. The Tianqi subordinate's eyes went wide, frozen in place by the horrific sight. Though the Grand Elder couldn't see, he sensed something had happened to the Holy Sun, and sweat began to break out on his face. The Holy King could not suppress his rage. His eyes flashed, his aura surged, and his pressure grew overwhelming. The Holy King threw a full-power palm strike at Yi Bei, roaring in despair, "You honor!" In his extreme fury after losing the second Holy Sun, he unleashed a lethal palm force, howling frantically, "You actually dared to kill my Yuhonor? Die!" Sensing the power was too immense, a worried voice shouted urgently, "Lord, watch out, that's the Tianqi Holy King's ultimate move, the Xuanchen Palm." Yi Bei showed no fear, immediately utilizing the laws of space. Yi Bei said calmly, "It's just the Xuanchen Palm." The laws of space instantly shattered the Holy King's strike. A blast of power erupted, sending smoke rising everywhere. A giant crater was blasted into the ground where the wedding had just been held, and as white smoke filled the air, a terrified voice asked, "This is..." The Holy King stood frozen on the spot, his face full of shock as if struck by lightning. His consciousness fell into chaos, secretly doubting the power of the laws of space. The Holy King closed his eyes and furrowed his brow to enter his spiritual sense. In his divine consciousness, the outside world seemed unaffected by Yi Bei's move. The Holy King frowned, his eyes revealing disdain for the power of the laws of space Yi Bei had just utilized. The Holy King squeezed a sentence through his teeth. "Only a few dozen meters. What a pity, your fates will not change at all today." His subordinate stood aside, watching everything unfold in terror. He reported the situation to the Holy King. "Holy King, this is bad. They don't seem to be planning to escape. An anomaly has suddenly appeared in the sky, and lightning is condensing and striking down. A bizarre, deathly aura has enveloped the entire area." Zhang Limo's hands formed seals, as a strange light flashed in her eyes, her entire body radiating a massive demonic qi. Zhang Limo let out a sharp cry, necromantic calamity. As soon as she spoke, those evil spirits and demons seemed to burst through their seals. They roared and surged downward, catching the retainers and Grand Elders completely off guard. The undead opened their maws wide as if to devour the two. Seeing the situation turn dire, the Grand Elder hurriedly shouted to the retainers, "We must kill that little girl controlling the undead immediately, or the Holy Temple will suffer heavy losses today." Tai Bai's figure rose abruptly, swinging her sword at the Grand Elder and the retainers, leaving them unable to defend themselves. She sneered, shattering their wicked thoughts. "Dreaming, are we? First, measure your own worth before attempting such a feat." As the sword edge slashed down, the retainers and Grand Elder scrambled to dodge. Zhuge Fu appeared alongside her, charging straight at the retainer. At the same time, the Grand Elder was ambushed by Tai Bai. He gnashed his teeth, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, where on earth did these female devils come from?" Sharp sword chi slashed relentlessly toward the Tianqi Holy Land's Grand Elder and the retainers. While the sect master was busy dealing with the necromantic calamity, a retainer's gaze suddenly locked onto a certain direction, his entire body freezing in place. After a moment he cried out in shock, "Look, it's that youth!" In midair, Yi Bei was utilizing the laws of space, and the demonic qi condensing around him grew thicker and thicker. He sacrificed a Dharma treasure to set up an array, his aura rising steadily, erupting with a destructive power. The onlookers marveled at the potential Yi Bei displayed. Heavens, is he even human? His speed in increasing his strength is terrifying. No, this might just be some secret technique to boost power for a short duration. But for him to cross so many realms, doesn't he fear the backlash? Yi Bei's eyes were clear, and the aura surrounding him soared to the heavens. Seeing him in this state, the sect master and his group were filled with terror. Has this fellow succumbed to the demonic path? Heavens, this pressure has already reached the half-emperor level. What exactly is he trying to do? Yuling also looked shocked. Succumb to the demonic path? Would someone who has truly fallen have eyes so clear and calm? What's more, this is the master. In the presence of the master, even demons are humbled by 3 points. At this moment, demonic qi swirled around Yi Bei. This surging demonic chi within his body was precisely one of the 5 trump cards he had unlocked after breaking through to the divine court realm, the supreme demonic bone. Unable to restrain himself, the sectmaster flew forward, thinking he must not let this youth succeed and had to resolve the threat immediately. Seeing the sectmaster approach from a distance, Yuling shouted a warning, "Master, the Tianqi sectmaster is attacking." Yi Bei turned and instructed Lien Yuande, "Old man Lien, protect this girl. If she loses even a single hair, I'll hold you accountable." Lien Yuande bowed to receive the order, vowing solemnly, "Please rest assured, Lord, this old servant will protect her with his life." Before the sectmaster even arrived, he had already manifested a colossal flaming palm strike to attack Yi Bei. Looking at this Xuanchen palm move, Yi Bei snorted coldly, "Spatial imprisonment, are you afraid I'll run away again?" Yi Bei then waved his hand to counterattack. He condensed his power and magnified it continuously, thinking to himself, "Pity, but this time I will fight to the end. Even if I must use all my trump cards, I will flatten this Tianqi holy temple." He let out a great roar, "Sectmaster, pay with your life." Immediately, Yi Bei threw the accumulated power, which transformed into another giant palm that firmly resisted the opponent's strike. The collision of the 2 palms triggered a violent tremor, and even Yi Bei was slightly affected. The sectmaster fared no better, thinking angrily, "Damn it. Although it looks like I have the upper hand on the surface, my soul was actually shaken by his giant palm just now, and I nearly couldn't break free." The sectmaster realized the youth before him was an extremely difficult opponent. He no longer dared to show the slightest contempt, fearing that any minor oversight would allow the opponent to drive him into a corner. Yi Bei's figure flashed as he rushed forward to taunt, "Haven't you eaten? For the Grand Sectmaster of Tianqi, you're actually this weak." Hearing this, the sectmaster's face turned green with rage. He immediately shot a bolt of lightning to split the giant palm before him, followed by a fireball aimed straight at Yi Bei. Yi Bei let out a light laugh, responding with composure. This time their palm powers collided head-on, and both fell into a stalemate, with everything in the vicinity being affected. While the sectmaster struggled to hold on, Yi Bei remained calm and composed, showing no signs of exhaustion. The sectmaster felt the situation turning unfavorable. Whether it was this youth or those female devils below, they were all making him feel overwhelmed. The aptitude of these people was too terrifying. Achieving the status of Great Emperor was likely only a matter of time. With a furrowed brow, he observed Yi Bei's fighting style, whispering to himself, "I must resolve this immediately. If they are allowed to become great emperors, I'm afraid it will be the Tianqi Holy Land that is flattened today." The sectmaster decided to use a killing move, summoning even more powerful spiritual energy. At this moment, a giant dragon spiraled in, merging into that massive flaming palm. Yi Bei saw through it instantly. The opponent was going all in for one final clash. A world-shaking explosion echoed through the clouds, space trembled violently, and Yi Bei's figure vanished. Seeing the aftershocks of the Xuanchen palm disperse with no sign of Yi Bei, the crowd cried out, "He's gone." The sectmaster finally let out a sigh of relief, thinking he had finally dealt with that strange youth. Having taken such a palm strike, even a great emperor would likely lose their combat capability, and the ground before him had been blasted to pieces. He looked at the still-burning fire pit and continued, "What's more, he was just a half-emperor who relied on a secret technique to boost his strength." The sectmaster was triumphant, thinking that now that he had dealt with the toughest obstacle, it was the other's turn. However, a familiar voice suddenly rang out, "If you want to touch them, you have to ask me first if I agree." The sectmaster looked toward the fire pit in disbelief, screaming, "What?" He gnashed his teeth in absolute resentment. "How is it possible? He's actually still alive." Yi Bei was slowly walking out of the fire pit, looking majestic. Under the sectmaster's shocked gaze, Yi Bei leapt up and his disciples cried out to their master. Yi Bei thought to himself that if it hadn't been for the protection of the supreme demonic bone, that strike just now truly would have cost him his life. Standing behind, the sectmaster's face was white with rage. All his previous plans had come to nothing. The sectmaster looked pale, filled with suspicion and dread. How is this possible? Is that still a human body? How could a youth who boosted himself to the half-emperor realm with a secret technique have such staggering defensive power? Yi Bei's expression grew eerie, and his voice carried a hint of malice. "I intended to show mercy, but now it seems unnecessary." With that, he issued a command to the system. "System, use the divine ability Great Dao Resonance." The system immediately popped up a prompt listing the Daos currently available for resonance: necromantic summoning, sword, array, and construction. Please select the resonance target. Yi Bei immediately selected the Dao of necromantic summoning. A colossal magic array instantly shrouded the area. All things seemed to obey Yi Bei's command, drawn into a vortex of magical power. The sectmaster was terrified. Isn't this the water from the Emperor transformation pool that mysteriously vanished a few days ago? Damn it, so it turns out he was the thief. Kill him." Under the sect master's order, the Grand Elder and Elder Mu launched a solemn attack. However, Tai Bai and Zhang Limo instantly appeared to block them. "Your opponents are us." They unleashed the Qinglian sword dance, its terrifying power splitting the ground in two. Isolating the Grand Elder and Elder Mu, the Grand Elder roared in fury. "Damn it, how are these two female devils so difficult to deal with?" At this moment, Zhang Limo's face was grim, her hands crossed in a seal as she released a bizarre spiritual power, shouting, "Necromantic calamity!" Swarms of hideous purple demonic beasts emerged. This forced the Grand Elder into a bitter struggle, and he shouted in exasperation, "Bastards, get away, you disgusting things, all of you, go to hell." He then shifted his target, swinging a palm at Yi Bei and roaring, "Brat, stop!" Yi Bei countered with his hand, blocking the assault. The two sides fell into a fierce battle, unable to determine a victor for the moment. Yi Bei pointed to the sky and commanded softly, "Otherworldly summoning." Instantly, a bizarre aura enveloped the surroundings. Everyone was astonished. The soldiers summoned looked exceptionally strange. Suspended in midair, the sect master asked in a trembling voice, "What is this thing?" One of the soldiers opened its maw, and spiritual energy gathered rapidly around it. The sect master's face turned white as paper. In an instant, a destructive force erupted from the summoned soldier's mouth, sweeping through like a hurricane. However, the sect master actually managed to dodge the attack in a peculiar manner. He charged toward Yi Bei, thinking, "As long as I kill this strange youth, the monsters he summoned will disappear immediately." The sect master's strike caused a violent tremor, filling the area with dust. From the smoke a figure sped out, radiating killing intent. Yi Bei turned back in surprise, only to see the opponent charging toward the soldiers he had summoned. Only then did it dawn on him. Just now this fellow was fainting. His target wasn't me, but Old Hu and the others. Damn it, what a despicable person. Although the summoned soldiers were defeated by the sect master, as soon as one batch fell, even more soldiers surged forward. The battlefield was thick with dust, and the sect master's figure appeared somewhat wretched in the mist. He thought to himself, exhausted, "These monsters know no pain and fear no death, and their combat power is so extraordinary. What kind of monsters are they?" Yi Bei pointed at the sect master and ordered, "Kill him." The disciples answered in unison and charged toward the sect master together. The sect master's vigilance rose to the highest level. The group leapt out, and Yi Bei cautioned with concern, "Be careful." Suddenly, the group was teleported to a strange place where the wind was howling. Zhuge Fu cursed in anger. Damn it. He actually escaped by hiding in the void. Yi Bei was determined not to let him go, and ordered a pursuit. Tai Bai accepted the command. In the quiet forest, only the sound of the wind rustling through the leaves could be heard. This was the forbidden forest of the Tianqi Holy Land. Yi Bei lunged against a tree trunk, using the force to soar into the air, with Tai Bai following closely behind. "Master, if we continue in this direction, we will reach the most mysterious core-restricted zone of the Tianqi Holy Land." Yi Bei asked from the front, "Old man Lien, do you know if there is anyone in the Holy Land stronger than the sect master?" Lien Yuande answered from behind, replying to the Lord, "The strongest in the Holy Land is the sect master." Yi Bei felt a surge of suspicion. Then that's strange, he calculated silently. The Tianqi sect master could clearly run faster, but he didn't. Instead, it's as if he is intentionally luring us to a certain place. A moment later, the group landed in a desolate area. Lien Yuande said in surprise, Isn't this the Forbidden Land?" He was also puzzled as to why the Tianqi sect master would come here. After walking for a distance, they found a tightly closed stone door, and everyone watched with bated breath. Zhang Limo took a step forward and said in a low voice, "I can sense an extremely powerful undead aura nearby." Lien Yuande also approached the stone door and added, "Only the current sect master is qualified to enter this place. All others are strictly forbidden." He recalled that when he was an elder, many disciples had wanted to sneak into the Forbidden Land to seek opportunities, but in the end, not a single one survived. Yi Bei insisted on entering, coldly ordering, "Open it." Lien Yuande reached out to touch the magic array on the door and replied, "Yes, Lord." The demonic array on the door lit up, sensing his palm. The stone door opened slowly, and surges of bizarre purple aura erupted. He kindly reminded them, "Everyone be absolutely careful once we enter, you must not be careless." The disciples accepted the order. When the demonic chi sensed intruders, it seeped out from the depths of the cave, spreading to the innermost part of the Forbidden Land. The sect master sensed they had followed him inside and felt a secret joy. Standing before the stone tablets carved with the names of past ancestors, he cried out for help. "Ancestors, Tianqi is in trouble, please, everyone step forth to help." The hanging spirit banners seemed to understand his words, followed by a burst of cursing. "Unfilial son, have you wasted the foundation your ancestors left you just like that?" Hearing that his enemies had pursued him here, The sect master instead showed a look of joy. Yi Bei shouted sternly, "He's over there!" The giant beast traveling with him opened its maw and spat fire. Dense lightning transformed into a stream of fire aimed straight at the sect master, yet he showed no fear, standing firmly in place as if provoking them. The ancestors clearly would not sit by and do nothing. Demonic chi overflowed from the spirit banners. "In my territory there is no room for you to act wildly." In an instant the demonic chi pierced through the curtain of fire to counterattack. Yi Bei took the blow head-on, letting out a muffled groan, then immediately deployed an array to block the incoming countermagic. Tai Bai looked confused. "What is this?" Zhuge Fu cried out. "Senior sister, look!" The pervading demonic chi converged into monster faces, then transformed into shadows of old men radiating eerie smiles. Lien Yuande asked blankly, "Aren't these the likenesses of the past sect masters of the Qianqi Holy Land?" These words immediately caught Yi Bei's attention. "What did you say?" Lien Yuande fell into tears, trembling. "But the first sect master has been dead for nearly 10,000 years. How could they possibly appear here?" Like a child reporting to his elders, the sect master said, "Ancestors, it was these people who destroyed the Qianqi Holy Temple. Those giant beasts were also summoned by them. And now the Holy Land's halls are filled with withered bones." However, at that moment, a surge of demonic chi pierced straight through his chest like a long sword. The sect master's eyes went wide, and he only had time to let out a scream. The demonic shadows behind him glowed in their eyes, whispering, "Go, go in peace. Consider this the last good deed you do for us." The sect master began to age at an extreme speed instantly. Qi Taibai, Lai Yushan, Zhang Limo, and Lien Yuande witnessed this, and were all struck with astonishment. Yi Bei continued to observe the situation calmly. That sect master had already transformed into a demon. Yuling shrank back beside Yi Bei in fear. The demon locked onto her. "Though this girl's cultivation is the weakest, I like her." A long tentacle suddenly attacked Yuling, catching her off guard. Fortunately, Yi Bei was quick-eyed and quick-handed, waving his hand to block the attack. "Are you even worthy of touching my disciple?" he said proudly. The demonic shadow scoffed. "Just a brat in the 8th stage of the divine court realm. This generation's sect master was too pathetic, unable to even deal with an 8th stage divine court boy. What a waste. No matter, it's better than nothing. As long as we absorb your source power, perhaps we can see the light of day once more." Yi Bei gripped the iron chains tightly, and everyone's hearts were with their master. The demon roared frantically, "Don't be in a hurry, your turn will come in a moment." Yi Bei's palm actually emitted demonic power, which took the demon by great surprise. "Continue, why have you stopped?" Yi Bei taunted. "What exactly are you?" The demon was incensed hearing this. Yi Bei answered coldly, "I am the one who has come to flatten your Qianqi Holy Land." The demon cried in terror. "No, let me go, boss, come save me. This kid is too eerie, he's absorbing my source power." The demon seemed to have lost control. Yi Bei turned the tables and the iron chains began to counterattack. Zhang Limo offered a reminder, "Master, be careful." Yi Bei gripped those chains firmly, taking the opportunity to gather them. He looked at them coldly. "This bit of demonic nature you have is far from enough." These words piqued the other's pride. It cried out in shock, wondering how anyone in this world could counter this power. "It's demonic nature, boss. This person has an extremely pure demonic nature." Immediately it begged for mercy. "Spare me, spare us, Lord, we were wrong. We beg you to spare us, we are willing to honor you as our Lord." Everyone stood behind, their hearts full of confusion. Why would Master have demonic nature? Yi Bei coldly refused. "Honor me as Lord, I'm sorry, you're not worthy." Those demons turned into withered bones under Yi Bei's assault. Yi Bei stepped forward and destroyed them completely, leaving everyone with pounding hearts. He asked, "That thing is at the deepest part of this place, isn't it?" The demonic shadow answered in a trembling voice, "Lord, you are correct, it is right here. Lord, I have never committed an evil deed, it was all their instigation. I am innocent, don't do this, Lord." However, begging for mercy was futile. Yi Bei turned to Zhang Limo and said, "Limo, remember this scent. Until you become a great emperor, do not collect such demonic creatures as undead," he told his disciple. "Let's go, we must see exactly what turned them into this state." While absorbing the energy of these wicked things didn't raise his cultivation. The compatibility of the supreme demonic bone had improved significantly. Tai Bai asked, "Master, those 4 wicked beings should have been transformed from souls by something demonic. They possessed long lives yet were imprisoned here by that demon." Yi Bei replied, "So that's how it is." Everyone realized the truth as the final portal gradually opened. "I'll go take a look, you all wait here for me to return." Thus, Yi Bei went alone to investigate. I can feel the object making the supreme demonic bone run hot is right inside. Yi Bei placed his hand on the magic array and a colossal monster manifested. Yi Bei was surprised. "Is this corpse a member of the demon race?" Resting his chin in his hand, Yi Bei fell into deep thought. Judging by its appearance, it has likely been dead for tens of thousands of years. Moreover, its bloodline is extremely noble, and its rank is not low. He secretly analyzed. The demon race is an incredibly fearsome race, possessing terrifying power, formidable talent, long lifespans, and an intense desire for destruction. Clearly, tens of thousands of years ago, the demon race was defeated by the alliance of humans and beasts. Yi-Bei felt a hint of doubt. But why would one appear here now? A blue soul manifested and suggested. Ask the person in that space. In the blink of an eye, Yi-Bei entered the space. The old man, face full of terror, pleaded, "Lord, please spare me." Before he could finish, Yi-Bei pointed at the old man with a serious expression. "Now tell me everything about that demon corpse, in detail, or else," the old man hurried to answer. Yes, Lord," he began his tale. "I found that corpse at the edge of a secret realm in the Central Plains domain. At that time, this demon was heavily injured and on the brink of death," the old man continued with pain. "Out of greed, I didn't kill him immediately, but brought him back to the Tianqi Holy Land and settled him here. Although we found a method of near immortality through him, we also fell into the demon's trap. We were unable to leave this place and eventually turned into these things, neither human nor ghost," the old man confessed. "After that, I gathered the past sect masters of the Holy Temple. After 1,000 years, we finally had a breakthrough and a chance to regain our freedom. But I never expected," Yi-Bei let out a look of disdain and emphasized, "but you never expected to run into me. Heaven is watching everything you do. This is entirely your retribution," the old man let out a pathetic wail. Yi-Bei clenched his fist and a powerful burst of lightning erupted from between his fingers. The old man exploded instantly. Yi-Bei fell into deep thought. He hadn't expected the demon race, which had vanished for tens of thousands of years, to not be fully extinct. He returned to the restricted area and stood before a rectangular object. He thought to himself, "For this fantasy world, this is not good news." Yi-Bei reached out toward the rectangular object and began to cast a formation. The object rose slowly, then shot into the high sky like a rocket. In the void, the majestic heaven and earth cauldron manifested. With a world-shaking boom, the lid of the cauldron snapped shut. Yi-Bei gave the order expressionlessly. "Refine." The heaven and earth cauldron rotated in midair, red light rising like flames, its pressure intimidating. Yi-Bei channeled his energy to refine it, his entire body radiating a brilliant green light. Yi-Bei's disciples were astonished. Yuling looked up and asked, "Fourth senior sister, has Master already become this strong?" Tai-Bai replied, "Master was already this powerful back then." She continued, "Even if a saint descended, Master could kill them in an instant, even with a body refinement realm cultivation." Zhang Limo stood aside, patting Yuling's head and exclaiming with a face full of excitement, "Master's cultivation has already reached the divine court realm. Even if he killed a great emperor, I wouldn't be surprised. In short, Master is just that incredible," Lai Yushan said with a smile. 300 years ago, Master was the person I was most reluctant to submit to yet admired the most. And it's the same 300 years later," Zhuge Fu echoed. "Exactly," Yuling's eyes sparkled. "That's right, whether Master protects us or we protect Master, as long as we can stay by his side, it's enough." An hour later, many blood-colored auras rose from the center of the restricted hall. Red light enveloped the space, and those auras gradually dissipated. Yi-Bei walked quickly toward his disciples and said, "All right, let's go. Our business here is finished." Everyone responded obediently. Yuling, like a lost little deer, thought to herself, "For some reason, even though Master's cultivation hasn't changed, it feels as if he has been completely reborn." Yi-Bei noticed something was off with her and asked with concern, "What's wrong?" Yuling's face turned bright red and she hurriedly turned away, replying, "No, it's nothing." After sizing her up, Yi-Bei praised, "Linger, to be honest, you look very beautiful in this wedding dress." His praise made the girl feel like she was about to go up in smoke from shyness. He sighed, "I was so focused on the battle just now that I didn't have time to take a proper look at this girl." Tai-Bai was stunned. She hadn't expected Master to have such a side. Zhang Limo nodded repeatedly. Hum. Zhuge Fu touched her ear, bashfully exclaiming, "Heavens, Master never used to praise us like that." Lai Yushan echoed with a hint of jealousy in her tone. "Tell me about it," she complained. "Back then we were not only whipped but also given a lecture by Master." Zhang Limo was overjoyed. "You guys were so pitiful. Fortunately I didn't get beaten. I was only given a talking to." Lai Yushan was fuming, arguing, "That's called tough love." After being praised, Yuling replied awkwardly, "Duh, thank you for the praise, Master." Yi-Bei furrowed his brow and said with heartache, "This time Master arrived late and let you suffer in the Tianqi Holy Land." Yuling's eyes went wide in surprise, and she replied, No, being able to see Master again is the happiest thing in Linger's life." Yi-Bei rubbed her head. "Silly girl. From now on, Master and your senior sisters will never let anyone bully you again." Yuling spoke her heart. "Linger hopes to stay by Master's side forever, never to be separated." Yi-Bei suddenly froze for a moment. "Wait." He closed his eyes and called out in his mind, "System, Where have you hidden the reunion reward for this little girl? It's been over half a day, why hasn't there been any movement? He stared into Yuling's eyes, pondering with a deep expression. Could it be because Linger was imprisoned for too long that her trigger condition is different from the other disciples? Being stared at intently by her master, Yuling felt confused. Yi Bei opened his arms. Linger, come here for a hug. Yi Bei's words were like a thunderbolt to the other disciples, leaving everyone looking blank. Yuling thought shyly to herself, what does master mean? Is it because we haven't met for so long? Suddenly, Yi Bei moved past like a flash, his robes fluttering. Yuling's eyes went wide in surprise. Yi Bei hugged Yuling tightly, startling the girl into a small cry. Tai Bai, Zhuge Fu, Yushan and Zhang Limo witnessed this scene, their faces turning bright red with bashfulness. Lien Yuande secretly marveled. I didn't expect the Lord to have such a side. Yi Bei was a bit puzzled. This little girl used to be so clever, why has she become so slow and hesitant? Although Yuling was surprised, being hugged by her master filled her heart with happiness. Yi Bei froze for a moment, asking silently, System, is that enough? I've done this much, why haven't you reacted? The system popped up a notification, reunited with 5th 108 disciple. Reward, host version cultivation speed increased by 20 times. Yi Bei gave a happy smile. The cultivation speed had increased by another 10 times. Not a bad reward. This action left Yuling utterly confused. Yi Bei rubbed her head and instructed, Linger, you must step up your efforts in cultivation now. 3rd stage of the Saint Realm. I'm afraid you have the lowest cultivation among your sisters, Yuling responded politely. Yes, master, Linger will certainly give her all to catch up with my senior sisters. Yi Bei smiled with satisfaction. Yi Bei led his disciples toward the Qianqi Holy Temple. On the way he asked Yushan, I remember that every 10 years. You all go to the Yi Emperor tomb to pay your respects to me. Lai Yushan replied, yes. Yi Bei continued his question. By my count, this year is a year for the visit, isn't it? Yushan rested her chin and thought, yes, master, by my calculation next month is the day to pay respects to you. But since you've been resurrected now, I think we should just tear down or seal off the Yi Emperor tomb. Otherwise looking at it just feels unlucky. Yi Bei hurriedly stopped her. No, this year's ceremony will proceed as scheduled. Hearing this, the disciples cried out in unison. Ha! Their faces were filled with surprise and confusion. Zhang Limo asked with some doubt to confirm. Master isn't just not tearing it down, he wants the ceremony to continue? Zhang Limo furrowed her brow. What does master mean? Chi Taibai spoke up. I think master must have his reasons for doing this. Zhuge Fu exclaimed. That makes sense. During the day, outside the main hall of the Qianqi Holy Land, Yi Bei returned with his disciples. Zhang Limo speculated, it seems that while we were away from the hall, the major criminals master released from the heavenly dungeon and my undead have cleared out all the remnants of Qianqi. Yi Bei evaluated. Excellent. Tai Bai asked, Master, how should we handle this area? Lien Yuande looked around and commented, although this place counts as a prime location with auspicious feng shui, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and various resources are plentiful. But before he could finish his sentence, Yi Bei suddenly barked in fury. Are we not tearing it down, keeping it for New Year's? Yuande felt as if struck by lightning and could only remain silent. Zhang Limo also expressed her anger. Master is right. This hellhole imprisoned our junior sister for 300 years. Keeping it around is just bad luck. Yuling's eyes filled with tears and she called out timidly, Master, senior sister. Zhang Limo's gaze was sharp as she clenched her fists. Master, your disciple will go tear it down right now. Yi Bei hurriedly stopped her. Wait. He calculated that they should wait a few more days. There were still more important things to do. Qi Shan appeared and ran quickly toward everyone, shouting in surprise and joy. Sister, master. Tai Bai looked up at Shanner in surprise and asked curiously, Shanner, why are you here too? At this moment, Qi Shan buried her face in Tai Bai's arms and replied, Master told me to come. Yi Bei nodded with a smile. Excellent. Now that everyone is here, it's time for some serious business. A purple-red aura rose. Yi Bei pressed his hands together, performing some kind of array. The heaven and earth cauldron appeared before everyone with a roar. Yi Bei spoke. Next, whoever has the ability will benefit the most. Someone asked curiously, what does Master intend to do? Yushan was somewhat skeptical, thinking they were likely about to enter a state of cultivation again. Tai Bai looked up with a face full of confusion. Yi Bei gave the order, sit down and prepare to cultivate. Someone speculated, Master is likely going to use a great divine ability to break through his cultivation and help us along the way. The others responded politely. Yes, eldest senior sister. The ground suddenly shook violently. Yi Bei opened his arms, his entire body radiating a green aura. Lien Yuande shouted in astonishment. This is... With a loud roar from Yi Bei, the underground spiritual vein erupted. A green pillar of light shooting straight into the clouds. Zhang Limo exclaimed, Heavens, I never expected a spiritual vein to be hidden beneath the Qianqi Holy Land. Yushan sighed. No wonder it could flourish for 10,000 years, Daibai was also stunned. Not only does it make the cultivation method circulate automatically, but even secret techniques and martial arts have improved. She was speechless with shock, thinking, this is truly miraculous. Bei was cultivating, sitting cross-legged within a sphere suspended in midair, hundreds of powerful auras radiating from his body. Bei closed his eyes tightly. A day later, Bei was still cultivating. Looking at the chaos chi in his palm, he thought, have I already reached the limit? The first true challenge a cultivator faces is becoming a saint, although this barrier has stopped countless geniuses. Bei let out a great roar from within the sphere. Break for me, he loudly chanted the incantation. Supreme demonic bone, refine it all for me. A beam of chaos light erupted from Bei's broad forehead. The chaos light grew wider and more dazzling. Huge cracks suddenly appeared in space. Bei stood up, his entire body radiating an eye-piercing golden brilliance. Bei shouted in ecstasy, I've become a saint. Although I'm only at the first stage of the saint realm now, it only gets harder from here, especially when practicing the most difficult art like the chaos reincarnation art. He felt a bit worried. He had barely managed to become a saint this time by borrowing the spiritual energy of the entire Holy Land and half a pool of Emperor transformation water. What will I do next time? The tribulation clouds rolled, thunder roared, and the sky turned pitch black. Bei froze. These are tribulation clouds. He looked down at Chi Taibai, who was surrounded by green aura, and thought, over 20 days ago this girl was already at the peak of the half-emperor realm. Today, under my influence, she is finally about to break through and become an emperor. Wanting to become an emperor, then let her become an emperor, Taibai suddenly said loudly. Master, does your disciple need to suppress her cultivation and find another place to break through? She swore heroically. I don't know how strong the emperor tribulation is, but if my tribulation causes Master and my junior sisters to be injured, that is absolutely unacceptable. Bei replied with a face as calm as water. No need to suppress it. Soar into the sky and face the tribulation with all your might. Leave the rest to Master. Otherwise, once you miss this opportunity, who knows how long you'll have to wait for the next. Taibai responded politely. Yes, your disciple thanks Master for fulfilling her wish. With that, she shot into the high sky like a rocket. Taibai's eyes sparkled, thinking to herself, if it weren't for Master, I would have been a failure all my life. I would likely have died long ago. If it weren't for Master, I would still be drowning my sorrows in wine at the Taibai sword manor. She faced the lightning in the tribulation clouds head-on. Without Master, I wouldn't be who I am today. The violent lightning crashed down from the sky like heavy fists, showing no mercy. While performing her moves, Taibai thought, Master is like a father. Master is like the heavens. She raised her hand and a barrier protected her body. She secretly encouraged herself. The Emperor Tribulation has 9 levels, each stronger than the last. By enduring 9 levels of lightning tribulation, one can become a great emperor. Bei focused all his attention on observing Taibai, but this time was different. Waves of chaos chi radiated from Taibai's body. She unleashed the Xuanyuan sword intent, simultaneously swinging her sword forward with a heavy strike. Countless arrays appeared, accompanied by a powerful aura. A flash of light passed, and seeing Taibai show no reaction, those below shouted in anxiety. Sister, 4th senior sister, Bei thought in surprise. This is the heart demon lightning. Taibai clenched her teeth in pain, curling up from the agony. Within this sky full of lightning and rain, a giant dragon appeared, coiling around Taibai. It acted like a meat shield, blocking every violent bolt of lightning that fell from the tribulation clouds for her. Zhang Limo exclaimed, the energy contained in this lightning is too strong. It's more violent than 7 or 8 bolts merged together. Zhuge Fu was also very worried. What should we do? Can 4th senior sister endure in her current state? Qi Shan furrowed her brow, pressing her hands together in prayer, silently cheering for her sister. Sister, you must hold on. The giant dragon spiraled around Taibai. The lightning glow of a 10,000-bolt strike surged in an instant, its violent momentum appearing ready to tear everything apart. The giant dragon opened its massive maw to swallow the lightning. Bei assisted his disciple from above. Taibai looked up at Bei and said awkwardly, I'm sorry, Master, your disciple was distracted just now. She thought with lingering fear, I was almost ensnared by the heart demons. Fortunately, at the last moment I thought of Master, of Shanner, and of my sisters. Bei pondered, it's good that you're awake. Just then, an array appeared above their heads. It looks like a vortex that wants to devour everything. Taibai stood frozen. Bei explained that interfering with an Emperor Tribulation would trigger the wrath of the Heavenly Tribulation. Once the Tribulation wrath is unleashed, there is no turning back. Taibai felt guilty, and said with a hint of apology, Master, your disciple was wrong. However, Bei lunged directly toward the center of the array. Taibai's eyes widened as she cried out, Master, what are you doing? Bei replied calmly, the tribulation wrath is just right. I have a supreme treasure that can only be refined with enlightening. Perhaps this is my opportunity." His disciples were all extremely worried. They grew restless, watching their master charge straight into the tribulation clouds. But that was where the power of the lightning tribulation was at its strongest. Zhang Limo wondered, "Will he be all right? Should we give master a hand?" Tai Bai landed beside them and said, "Don't go over there. A single person interfering with the tribulation clouds has already caused such a massive impact. If one more person joins in, it will only create trouble for master." She clenched her teeth. "If master encounters danger, I will slash these tribulation clouds apart." Yi Bei had already entered the interior of the array. Unleashing the Lu Yuan fire, the two powerful energies clashed head-on, triggering a world-shaking explosion. As hundreds of violent lightning bolts scattered in all directions, everything gradually dissipated, leaving behind only a trace of chaos chi. Tai Bai commanded, "Junior sisters, continue your own cultivation below. I will go to Guardmaster." Lai Yushan respectfully agreed. Yes. Tai Bai took flight, preparing to enter the array. Before she could enter, Yi Bei had already walked out. His eyes were tightly shut and his brow was furrowed, appearing exceptionally exhausted. Tai Bai smiled brilliantly. "Master, congratulations on breaking through to the saint stage and successfully refining the supreme treasure." Yi Bei replied, "I should rather congratulate you on breaking through to the Great Emperor realm." A system notification popped up. 5 disciples have now broken through to the Great Emperor realm. The reunion with disciples function is being upgraded. Yi Bei was both surprised and delighted, secretly surmising, "Hey, have 5 of my disciples already reached the Great Emperor realm?" Yi Bei enthusiastically asked Tai Bai, "Tai Bai, among all your sisters, which one do you think you are to break through to the Great Emperor realm?" She held out her hand and replied, "Probably the 5th. Yi Bei was startled. "Hey, how did you know?" Tai Bai shared confidently. "When I broke through to the Great Emperor realm just now, I suddenly had an intuition, realizing I was the 5th to do so." Yi Bei smiled and placed a hand on Tai Bai's shoulder, saying, "Then try to sense them, see if you can discover their specific locations." Tai Bai replied quickly, "Master, I already tried just now." She pointed into the distance and explained, "But I don't know if there's a problem with my perception or if it's because the distance is too great. But they should be in the southwestern region of the Central Plains." Yi Bei was shocked. "The Central Plains? Isn't that exactly where the Nether Evil King discovered the demon race?" Yi Bei instructed Tai Bai. "Now I'm entrusting you with a task." Tai Bai replied without a second thought, "Please speak, master, your disciple will certainly give her all." Yi Bei explained, "Next month is the day of worship. Before then, you and the others must use the Shadow Guard's hidden division or other means to recall all the sisters we can contact." Tai Bai blurted out in surprise, "Master, why?" A giant question mark appeared in her mind. "Master has clearly been resurrected. Why is there still a need for worship?" Yi Bei explained, "It is time to officially declare war on the 9 great holy lands." He smiled, his entire body radiating a powerful aura. "No, it's the 8 great holy lands." Tai Bai reported respectfully, "Master, according to my investigation, the strengths of the 9 great holy lands vary. The Tianqi Holy Land is the weakest among the 9 great holy temples." Yi Bei tilted his head slightly and replied flatly, "I know." He asked, "What about the Xingyao Holy Temple? What is its rank?" Tai Bai thought with some hesitation. "Xingyao," she thought to herself, "today I have finally become a great emperor, and now I have the ability to confront the Xingyao Holy Temple. But if we really declare war?" After pondering for a long time, Tai Bai spoke, "Xingyao is ranked 3rd. On the surface, the Xingyao Holy Land only has 3 great emperors, but I've heard that these 3 are disciples of the same master. The previous Xingyao Holy Master." She rested her chin in her hand and continued with a worried expression, "But that man is not dead. He has been in secluded cultivation all along. 1,000 years have passed. I'm afraid he has already broken through to an even higher realm." Yi Bei gave a cold laugh, thinking to himself, the foundation of a holy land truly isn't something ordinary people can fathom. He sighed secretly. "However, what does it matter how powerful the remaining 8 holy lands are? When the day of worship arrives and I reunite with more disciples, my strength will surely increase tremendously. By then, even declaring war on all 8 holy lands will be nothing to fear." Yi Bei announced with heroic spirit, "Tai Bai, after the day of worship, the Xingyao Holy Land will be our first target for conquest." Tai Bai pressed her hands together in a salute and responded loudly, "Yes, your disciple understands." She secretly comforted herself. "If Master says it can be done, then it surely can." She then asked, "Master, when we contact the sisters, do we need to tell them the news that you have been resurrected?" Yi Bei replied, "It will be more interesting to give them a surprise," he said as he walked. "I want to see what those girls have grown into after 300 years. Yi Bei suddenly questioned with a serious expression, "Linger was imprisoned in the Tianqi Holy Land for so long, yet no one noticed. When I bring out the ruler, each of you will have a share." Taibai was so frightened she hurriedly knelt. When Qi Shan and Yuling saw the 4 senior sisters kneeling in unison, they were terrified and immediately followed suit. Yi Bei raised his hand using his aura to lift the 2 younger disciples up. Yi Bei roared in fury, "What are you 2 kneeling for? They are the senior sisters. It was their dereliction of duty." His face was grim. "If I had come out 200 years later, wouldn't Linger still be imprisoned for another 200 years? Yuling was terrified, explaining loudly, "Master, you can't blame my senior sisters for this. It was Linger's fault. Please don't blame them." The disciples, however, showed happy smiles, thinking that such a scene hadn't appeared in many years. They never expected to see it again after 300 years. Yi Bei waved his hand with 3 parts helplessness and 7 parts indulgence, saying, "Fine, everyone get up. Now I have other things to do." He reminded them once more, "I have already clearly explained to Taibai what you all need to do." Everyone responded in unison, "Your disciples understand." Taibai asked curiously, "Master, are you going to the Central Plains?" Yi Bei replied, "I will be back quickly." He thought about going to the Central Plains to find one of his emperor disciples, but more importantly, there might be news of the demon race there. Yushan introduced happily, "Master, this is an improved small-scale aircraft. Its speed is not at all inferior to the limit speed of the Nose Arc. It will only take about 2 days to reach the Central Plains." Yi Bei said with joy, "Excellent, I like it very much," he announced loudly. "Next month, we will gather at the Yi Emperor tomb." Everyone respectfully accepted the command. Inside Zook City in the Central Plains, a large crowd of people gathered discussing animatedly. They shouted indignantly, "You're being far too unreasonable, aren't you? This is the first time I've seen this kind of discrimination." They seemed to want to protest the demon race's decision. "Exactly, why do demon beasts not need to queue for inspection to enter the city? What era is this? How can you still play this kind of nonsensical discrimination?" At this moment, a red-haired youth explained loudly, "The queuing isn't discrimination. It's because the demon race is offering a massive bounty in the Central Plains to find alchemists." Yi Bei happened to be here as well and heard the whole story. Through the crowd's conversation, he gathered some information. It was said that the great birthday of Jiamo Demon Lord was approaching. The 4 demon emperors had issued a decree to the Central Plains, offering a bounty for a method to extend his life. As long as it was effective, there would be a heavy reward. But in the years since the announcement was made, although many had come to try, almost no one had succeeded. He approached from behind to inquire, "Excuse me, sir, who are the 4 demon emperors you just mentioned?" Yi Bei's somewhat ignorant question took the 2 men by surprise. "Huh? You don't even know the 4 demon emperors," they then kindly explained. "Golden Peng Emperor Diao Zhuang, Qingyu Emperor Niu Fen, Demon Empress Da Feifei, and Qishan Emperor Sun Wushao." Among the 4 names they listed, he noticed the last one, confirming again in surprise. You said what was the name of the last emperor?" the red-haired youth affirmed. "It is indeed Qishan Great Sage, Sun Wushao, but it's normal if you haven't heard of her because this emperor is far too legendary." According to him, this girl's aptitude within the demon race was a rarity in 10,000 years. 200 years ago, she was just a saint king, and back then she had already self-titled as the Qishan Great Sage. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei was certain there was no mistake. The emperor they spoke of was indeed Sun Wushao, who practiced the Tao of Strength. "My 5th disciple, it only took her 100 years to go from the Saint King realm to half-emperor, and then to Great Emperor." Thinking of this, he wanted to ask one more thing. "Sir, why is the Great Sage Sun also helping the Jiamo Demon Lord look for longevity pills?" The man gave a dry cough and continued, "That brings up the Great Sage Sun's glorious history." The man recalled how she had once single-handedly swept through half of the demon race's territory, and was eventually favored by Jiamo Demon Lord, who kept her by his side to cultivate. Later, Jiamo Demon Lord wanted to take her as his disciple, but she flatly refused. Jiamo Demon Lord didn't take offense, only instructing that if the demon race ever met with disaster in the future, he hoped she wouldn't stand by and watch. Great Sage Sun agreed. As time passed, Great Sage Sun became an emperor and subsequently attacked the Upper Alliance Holy Land. She not only killed thousands of their experts but also snatched their supreme divine weapons. Reaching this point, the red-haired youth gave him a smirk and finished the story. In the end, if Jiamo Demon Lord hadn't stepped in to protect her, she probably would have been beaten to death by the Holy Land's emperor long ago. After hearing the whole story, Yi Bei could only smile bitterly, thinking, "Oh boy, if I'd known, I wouldn't have told her the story of Journey to the West back then." This little monkey really thought she was the Qishan Great Sage. Immediately after, his expression suddenly became very serious. "But I remember that after breaking through to the Divine Court realm, I unlocked the 9 Heavens Longevity Pill card. I wonder if that card could." The system's explanation quickly dispelled his doubts. "This is a rank 7 pill formula that can increase longevity. Rank 1 is the lowest, rank 9 the highest. but it requires extremely rare and precious treasures to refine. Once refined, each pill can increase the user's lifespan by 100 years, but it is limited to a one-time use. Multiple doses are ineffective. He absorbed this knowledge. I see. Time passed, and half an hour later, the registrar unhurriedly asked Yi Bei, "Are you an alchemist, or are you bringing a ready-made pill?" He gave a lazy reply, "Alchemist." The man proceeded to ask for his detailed information to register. What rank? The simple answer was, rank 7. The registrar's attitude was still normal at that moment. Rank 7, but the next second he couldn't hide the alarm in his eyes as he looked at Yi Bei. Wait, rank 7? His gaze narrowed, and he gave a stern warning. Do you know the demon race absolutely hates people who lie? Do you know what a rank 7 alchemist means? He then proceeded to lecture incessantly. Currently, the most powerful alchemist on the continent is the rank 9 alchemist, Yao Xingqian. This person only broke through to become a rank 7 alchemist upon reaching the Saint King realm. That name was all too familiar to Yi Bei. What a surprise, Yao Xingqian. The registrar wasn't finished. Who is Yao Xingqian? That's the person with the strongest alchemy aptitude in 10,000 years. Your cultivation is only at the 7th stage of the Saint realm. What do you have to compare with such a person? Being so slighted by him, Yi Bei really wanted to snap back. That girl is my 22nd disciple, and I'm her master. What do you think I have to compare with her? The man didn't have a shred of trust in him and directly chased him away. Fine, just leave. With that he turned and left, muttering as he walked. I've never seen anyone brag so big. Lucky for him, Yi Bei wasn't the petty type. What? No one believes the truth these days. Forget it. Since you praised my disciple to the heavens, I won't hold it against you. On the streets of Zouk City, the shouts for recruitment still echoed in every corner. The Yushan Alchemy Association is recruiting alchemists. Anyone with a cultivation at the Saint Realm or above and a rank 3 alchemist or higher can sign up. Don't miss out. Come to the Yanyu Alchemy Association. We accept those starting from the late stage of the Divine Court realm. No alchemist rank required as long as you have talent for alchemy. Yi Bei also appeared here. He inquired of the man in front of him, "Excuse me, do you know where the recruitment office for the Xingqian Alchemy Association is?" Just like the previous registrar, this man also looked at him with a look of disdain. "Your cultivation is only at the 7th stage of the Saint Realm." This made Yi Bei's face momentarily stiffen. What's wrong with the Saint Realm? Does the Saint Realm deserve to be looked down upon? Can a Saint Realm practitioner not be a rank 7 alchemist? Just then, a girl by the roadside softly called to him, "Sir, that red pavilion behind you is the Xingqian Alchemy Association." As she spoke, she looked toward the pavilion with eyes full of admiration. "However, an association as grand as Xingqian won't recruit passers-by like us. Their requirements are very high. If you don't have good talent for alchemy or haven't reached rank 4 alchemist, they won't take you at all." In contrast to her admiration, Yi Bei replied very flatly, "Is that so?" She also wanted to invite him to her own association. "I see you have an extraordinary aura, sir. How about I speak to our people and you join us?" Before she could finish, he had already turned and walked away. "Much obliged, miss." No matter how hard she called out behind him, "Hey sir, don't go sir." Yi Bei soon appeared before the doors of the Xingqian Alchemy Association. An apprentice of the association saw him approach and asked knowingly, "Want to join the Xingqian Alchemy Association, right?" The man then ordered him to be led inside. They didn't seem as cold as the rumors suggested. Instead, they were very friendly. "Sir, please follow me." This took Yi Bei by surprise as well. "Oh, is it that simple? Nothing else asked?" The room was already gathered with many alchemists just like him. From this number alone, the prestige here was evident. It seemed the Xingqian Alchemy Association indeed lived up to its name, with so many people wanting to join. On the podium, Baishan stepped forward and announced loudly, "Welcome everyone to the Xingqian Alchemy Association. Next, we will begin the first test." His steady tone echoed through the room. "Let me introduce myself. I am Baishan, with a cultivation at the peak of the Saint King realm. I know you're all here for President Xingqian, but my master is currently in secluded cultivation, so we will be conducting your assessments now." His appearance caused a stir among the crowd below. Rank 7 alchemist, Yao Xingqian's direct disciple. With these two identities, his status in the alchemy world is already extremely high. I wonder how the Xingqian Alchemy Association conducts its tests. Their curiosity was soon answered by Baishan. "Our first test is..." Everyone's eyes were filled with tension, fixed intently on him. The next second, a ring suddenly appeared around his eyes, and an anomaly instantly shrouded the entire room, acting directly on those present. Many were thrown into a panic. What kind of trick is this?" Only Yi Bei remained silent from beginning to end, secretly showing a profound smile. "I see." After that initial probe, Baishan continued, "When refining pills, An alchemist must concentrate fully and not be distracted, and when an accident occurs during the process, one must remain calm and not panic. The action just now was a test for every alchemist present. Among the natural treasures used for alchemy, some are even unique. If you are momentarily negligent, you might never have the chance to refine them a second time in your life. Therefore, all those who stepped back just now are eliminated. Those who closed their eyes are eliminated. Those who panicked are eliminated, Baishan demanded loudly. My spiritual sense has already covered the entire hall. Those who have been eliminated, please leave immediately. Thus, the alchemists who had the misfortune of being sent home before even starting felt very indignant. What? No way, it's over already. Heavens, that was so sudden. Why didn't they test our alchemy skills? Exactly. It ended before it even began. The Xingqian Alchemy Association is far too unfair. Yi Bei, however, was different. He found this method of selection quite intriguing. Both men and women were filled with indignation at being eliminated so unceremoniously. The pressure aura the senior had radiated earlier only reached the mid to late stage of the Saint realm. If they had been mentally prepared, they all could have endured that level of pressure. The arrogant tone of that female alchemist made Yi Bei furrow his brow in annoyance. Ignoring their buzzing discussions, Baishan remained steadfast in upholding the rules. He ordered those whose names had just been called to leave the venue immediately. Thus, with sighs of regret, the crowd departed. I knew it wouldn't be easy to get into the Xingqian Alchemy Association. Exactly. And I heard that very few people actually passed the first 2 rounds of testing. Even so, the association did not lower its standards. After all, those who entered were meant to be alchemy geniuses. The selection naturally continued, with Baishan leading the remaining group forward. Now please follow me to the next venue. The second test will begin in 10 minutes. Yes, senior. Yi Bei had a good impression of Baishan. It seemed Xingqian was quite good at judging character. This man had excellent aptitude, a steady personality, and a sharp gaze. He was practically born for alchemy. As Baishan walked past him, he couldn't pull his gaze away. A hint of doubt rose in his heart. Does this youth really only have a cultivation of the first stage of the Saint realm? He has the lowest cultivation here, yet he passed the first test so easily. This boy is a genius. Yi Bei seemed to sense Baishan looking at him, and met his gaze without hesitation. Yi Bei's piercing look made Baishan even more startled. Wait, compared to Master's gaze, this youth's eyes are actually— He shook his head vigorously to remind himself. No, it must be an illusion. He could hardly believe the sensation he felt for that brief moment. Perhaps I just saw wrong. How could a boy in the Saint realm have that kind of gaze? 10 minutes passed quickly. Next, the state of mind from the first test proves nothing. The second test is what truly examines a person's alchemy aptitude. Now, a scroll containing the pill formula for the heart-cleansing pill was prepared on everyone's table. Baishan explained the requirements to them. The second test is actual refinement. I will give you the formula and the medicinal ingredients. As long as you can refine a finished heart-cleansing pill, you will pass. Upon hearing the rules, some alchemists showed a hint of disdain for this round of competition. Is it that simple? As a rank 4 alchemist, although I've never refined this rank 2 heart-cleansing pill, I'm certain I can succeed. That female alchemist couldn't hold back any longer, eager to start immediately. Just you wait. I'll refine a perfect pill within an hour. But Baishan's next words were truly shocking. I forgot to tell you, for this test the use of alchemy furnaces is prohibited. Sure enough, waves of indignation soon erupted one after another. What? No furnaces? Are you joking? How can we refine pills without a furnace? That's fundamentally impossible. Yi Bei, however, seemed quite familiar with this. The corners of his mouth curled slightly, as he thought, Xingqian, you're still as mischievous as ever, Baishan helplessly explained to them again. You think it can't be done, but I can tell you that when my master was only a rank 2 alchemist, she attempted to refine a rank 3 pill without a furnace. When mentioning his master, his eyes and tone were filled with admiration. Master once said that nothing in this world is difficult if you're willing to climb. There are no unthinkable thoughts, only undoable actions. For some reason, hearing these words made Yi Bei find it a bit comical. Heavens, that furnace-free method was clearly something that girl came up with in a panic after she'd blown up all her own furnaces. I never expected it to evolve into such a positive manifesto. The atmosphere in the room instantly became exceptionally tense. The confidence the alchemists had just now was replaced by worry. There was only one set of ingredients. If they failed, they would be eliminated. To refine a pill without a furnace would surely require countless attempts, but now they had to succeed on the first try, which was clearly impossible. While they were still at a loss as to where to begin, Yi Bei had already started his exam. His actions quickly drew the attention of those around him. What is this guy trying to do? The heart-cleansing pill has over a dozen main ingredients and 7 or 8 auxiliary materials. Does he plan to just dump them all in and boil them together to try his luck? A series of guesses came thick and fast. The timing of refinement, the order of fusion, and the method of purification. Not a single error was allowed. One wrong step and everything would be ruined. Yi-Bei completely ignored the world around him, concentrating fully on his refining. Not only were the others surprised, even Baishan was shaken. That aura. It's an aura only a true alchemist possesses. The state he displayed truly earned Baishan's respect. It was eerie for a youth at the first stage of the Saint Realm to have such an aura. But no matter how much of a genius he was, it should be impossible. By now, he had entered the fusion stage. In the next second it was time for refinement and condensation. The other examinees seemed to forget their own tests, watching Yi-Bei curiously. What kind of fire is that? He's refining way too fast. Did he cheat? Even using a top-tier furnace to melt a profound ice flower and remove impurities would take 2 breaths of time. Yi-Bei stood in the center of the room with a rare poise, refining the pill with skillful movements and 0 errors. Before long he reached the purification step. At this moment Baishan truly dared not have a shred of doubt about his ability. Could it be? Could it be? Is this youth's alchemy talent actually 100 times stronger than Master's? With a flick of his finger, all the ingredients were officially fused together. The more Baishan watched, the more astonished he became, eventually rendered speechless. This youth not only possesses extraordinary alchemy skills, but is also proficient in arrays, dual cultivation of pill and array. What kind of monster talent is he? The other alchemists soon realized that he was already halfway to success. Next was the most critical step, pill condensation. If he succeeded, the heart-cleansing pill would be complete. Yi-Bei was only 1 step away from success. He was now fully concentrated on the refinement, and as spiritual energy converged at a single point, the resulting fluctuations affected his internal energy, causing his brow to furrow instinctively. Baishan noticed this and seemed to think he would fail this time. What a pity! If the heat control were just a bit better, the pill might have formed. But immediately after, the cries of shock from the crowd completely dispelled that thought. Look, that youth isn't finished. He's still refining. Turning to look, they saw him let out a low shout as the embryonic form of the pill took shape at that moment. But others still believed he hadn't truly succeeded. As expected, he failed. True, he's only been refining for a few minutes. If you want a finished product, it takes at least 3 hours. With his cultivation, it would be strange if he didn't fail. Facing their doubts, Yi-Bei only offered a mysterious smile. Cracks appeared in the object in his hand, and as the shell officially fell away, a mass of mist enveloped it. This phenomenon was all too familiar to alchemists, who didn't know of its rarity. Pillbone, heavens, he didn't just refine the pill. A pillbone appeared. It's a top-grade heart-cleansing pill. The effects of this kind of pill were 5 times higher than ordinary ones. Is he even human? Holding the finished product, Yi-Bei gave a satisfied smile, thinking not bad. He hadn't expected the 20x alchemy speed reward to actually increase the refinement effect. Although it didn't reach 20x, it was at least 10x. In the next second he looked at Baishan and asked, "I wonder if my pill is considered qualified?" Baishan didn't rush to answer, instead proposing, "Young master, could we have a private chat?" Upon hearing this, Yi-Bei immediately agreed. "I was thinking the same thing." Once in the room, Baishan wanted to clarify, "Dare I ask your honored name, young master? Do you have a master yet?" Yi-Bei replied calmly, "Yi-Bei, I have no master." This answer completely exceeded Baishan's expectations. To be able to perform alchemy to this level without a master. It seems I still underestimated his alchemy talent. Since he said so, Baishan took the opportunity to propose, "Yi-Bei, if I were to introduce you to my master, the president of the Xingqian Alchemy Association, Yao Xingqian, would you be willing to take her as your master?" After hearing this, Yi-Bei wasn't just unhappy. His face was covered in black lines. Seeing his awkward expression, Baishan added, "I know your alchemy aptitude is very high, but the path of alchemy only gets harder the further you go. 130 years ago, Master broke through to become a rank 9 alchemist, and her cultivation is also at the peak of the half-emperor realm, only 1 step away from the legendary alchemy celestial master. But this was a step his master had tried to cross countless times without success. Yi-Bei finally understood his intention. It turned out bringing me here wasn't to join the association but to have me take a master, and to take that girl Xingqian as my master at that. Since he had this intention, Yi-Bei accepted it readily. "I have no objection, but I dare say that when your master sees me she definitely won't take me as a disciple." Baishan still didn't know the truth, so he answered naively, "Impossible. If master sees you she will surely be very happy." Yi-Bei had the same thought. True, if that girl Xingqian sees me she'll definitely cry with joy. He already imagined her hugging him, crying loudly and saying, "Master, I missed you so much. Good girl, don't cry." He was also very much looking forward to that scene. Suddenly Baishan added, "Counting the days, Master's current seclusion should be ending soon. She once said that after finishing her seclusion, she would make a trip to the Central Plains." Hearing this, Ibe followed up with a question, "Your master was here recently?" So he listened as Baishan explained in detail. Yes, upon hearing that Jiamo Demon Lord's longevity was nearing its end, Great Sage Sun, one of the 4 demon emperors, came to find my master. Unfortunately, at that time, Master had no way to increase Jiamo Demon Lord's lifespan. Only afterward did the Central Plains region issue an announcement seeking other alchemists or longevity-extending pills. Based on what he said, the end of one's longevity, wasn't Jiamo Demon Lord's situation exactly the same as his own back then? If that were truly the case, he could be certain of one thing. Ordinary rank 7 longevity pills would definitely have no effect on the Jiamo Demon Emperor. A thought immediately formed, making him let out a laugh. But what if it's not an ordinary pill? He turned back to Baishan and smiled pleasantly. "Very well, then I shall wait right here for your master to arrive," Baishan replied with a face full of anticipation. "Wonderful." Baishan also made a special offer. "If you lack alchemy materials, feel free to take any ordinary ones. For rare materials we can sell them to you at internal prices, which is surely much more cost-effective than buying outside." After hearing this, Yibei wasn't happy at all. He just thought, well, look at that. How had they talked so much only to circle back to buying and selling herbs? If he didn't know he was Xingqian's disciple, he might have thought he'd walked into some scam guild. Regardless, he had Baishan prepare some materials including longevity fruit, 3 origin azure flower, red spirit ganoderma, yin condensing grass, golden spirit seed, and blue star divine leaf. Yibei intended to refine the 9 heavens longevity pill today. Hearing the names of these herbs, Baishan was somewhat shocked, as he knew very well that these were all rare treasures, each worth a fortune. Does he really intend to use these materials for alchemy? Thinking of this, he couldn't help but ask, "Yibei, I'm a bit curious. What rank are you currently as an alchemist?" Yibei pondered for a moment and replied calmly, "Consider it rank 7. This level was still not enough for him, especially now that he possessed 10x alchemy speed, combined with the black fire of the supreme demonic bone. Rank 7 had become the minimum level he could perform at. Returning to the main topic, Yibei proposed to Baishan, "If there's nothing else, could I trouble you to help me prepare the materials as quickly as possible?" Baishan was naturally happy to be of service. "No problem, I'll go right now." 15 minutes later, he returned quickly. "Brother Yi, the materials you wanted are all here." He also pointed them out to him. "This room has a high-quality alchemy furnace that can refine pills of rank 8 or higher." Having said that, he carefully placed the items on the table. "If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave first." Unexpectedly, Yibei actually called out to stop him. "No need, you can stay." This was truly an excellent opportunity. Really, he certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to refuse. "Then I shall respect your wishes." Thus, Yibei began the refinement process. Right at the start, it was an eye-opener for Baishan. Surely he doesn't plan to refine the 9 heavens longevity pill using this method? Yibei used his spiritual energy to grasp the herbs, throwing them directly into the furnace for refinement. From beginning to end, Baishan couldn't pull his gaze away from his every move. The effect of the phantom furnace was not inferior in the slightest to physical alchemy furnaces. Furthermore, not only did Brother Yi complete every step flawlessly, but his efficiency was also several times faster than ordinary people. Things continued this way until noon the next day. Baishan suddenly heard a commotion outside. "Heavens, look!" Their voices were loud enough to make him slightly displeased. Thinking about it, alchemists are not allowed to be disturbed during refinement. Otherwise it could lead to failure at best, or a furnace explosion at worst, damaging one's path of alchemy. Thus he decided to go out and see exactly what was happening. To his surprise, the scene before his eyes made even him jump in shock. Bolts of lightning were descending from the heavens, striking down one after another. This is a pill tribulation. This is a sight that only appears in legends, let alone rank 7. Even ordinary rank 9 pills cannot trigger a pill tribulation. Only rank 9 peak or heaven-defying pills can achieve this. Having said that, only one hypothesis appeared in Baishan's mind. So was it really Brother Yi who triggered the pill tribulation? Suddenly, a figure streaked across the rooftop. This person's speed made him pay attention. He also hurriedly chased after the person, bowing respectfully before the Lord of Zook City. "Lord City Lord, long time no see." Seeing him, the other party expressed equal surprise. Could it be that this pill tribulation wasn't triggered by Brother Baishan? The Lord of Zook City, the half-Emperor Zook. He had initially thought it was Lady Xingqian herself who had come to the alchemy tower to refine. Immediately after hearing the explanation, he couldn't help but be stunned. No, my master will likely arrive in a few days." The one currently refining is actually a friend of mine." Meanwhile in the room, Yi Bei had completed the refinement. Pill formed. Just as it was finished, an extremely powerful beam of light pierced through the roof, shooting straight into the night sky. The commotion was so great that Zook and Baishan had to come in person to investigate. They saw him gesturing at a purple ring, causing it to instantly ignite, which forced the lightning to converge. Witnessing this scene, Baishan and Zook were speechless with shock. Success. Baishan looked at Brother Yi in astonishment. No, with Senior Yi's alchemy skills, he was absolutely not a rank 7 alchemist, but a genuine bona fide rank 9 alchemist. At this moment, Yi Bei tossed out the freshly refined pill from the alchemy tower. After the pill fell, it stopped before Baishan. Yi Bei commanded, "Baishan, test the pill." Baishan cupped his hands in a salute. "Our thanks to Senior Yi." Zook, standing aside, was filled with envy and marveled. "Test the pill? Does a supreme pill like this even need testing? Heavens, why don't I get a lucky break like this?" Baishan didn't answer. He silently concentrated his spirit and began to consume the pill. 10 minutes later, Baishan was still refining the pill. Suddenly his expression changed drastically, breaking out in a cold sweat, followed by a beam of spell energy shooting out from Baishan straight into the clouds. After completing the refinement process, Baishan let out a long sigh of relief and withdrew his energy. Zook hurriedly ran to his side, congratulating Brother Baishan on breaking through to the half-emperor realm. He suddenly widened his eyes, looking at everything before him in utter shock. "What? Your alchemy realm seems to have also," Baishan replied with some joy. "Thank you, City Lord. My alchemy has indeed improved. I'm afraid I have now officially stepped into the ranks of the 8th rank alchemists." Zook pressed. 8th rank? He fell into deep thought. Although there is only one rank between the 7th and 8th, the status symbolized by these two levels is worlds apart. Just then, Yi Bei's voice came from within the alchemy tower. "How is it? By how much has your lifespan increased?" Hearing this, the crowd below immediately broke into a flurry of discussion. "What? By how much has the lifespan increased? Shouldn't he be asking how much the cultivation has broken through? Or perhaps how much the alchemy has improved? But what does this have to do with lifespan? Wait, what kind of pill did that senior in the pavilion actually refine?" Baishan quickly and respectfully bowed. "Reporting to Senior Yi, my lifespan has increased by a total of 300 years. Zook hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Baishan's shoulder. "Brother Baishan, I only ask you one thing. If we give this pill to Lord Jiamo, will it be effective?" Baishan didn't know how to answer. The city lord would have to ask that senior in person to get the answer to this question. Zook responded in agreement. Inside the pavilion, Yi Bei held the remaining pill in his hand, mulling it over. Although the medicinal effect was fine, the success rate of pill formation was still a bit low. Only 4 pills had reached the extraordinary quality, while the remaining 5 were merely ordinary top-grade pills. Where was the problem? It was only then that Baishan and Zook entered the pavilion. Upon entering the room, Zook abruptly looked up at the person before him, speculating in surprise. "Level 1 of the Saint Realm? This cultivation isn't much to look at, is it?" Seeing Baishan standing aside with his head bowed respectfully, he grew even more curious. The look in Brother Baishan's eyes toward that youth is so full of reverence. But Brother Baishan is already a half-emperor and an 8th rank alchemist. He can surely see through this youth's cultivation. Zook scrutinized Yi Bei and evaluated. It seems this youth at the first level of the Saint Realm is indeed a bona fide 9th rank alchemist. Yi Bei ignored the presence of the two, remaining immersed in his deductions. It seems the problem lies in the fact that the heat control during the transition to the pill tribulation during condensation hasn't reached a state of perfection yet. Baishan spoke to call him. "Senior Yi, this is the city lord of Zook City. He has business with you." Yi Bei turned his head and said, "Speak then, what is it?" Looking at the person before him, Zook was slightly dazed. After Yi Bei sat down, he asked softly, "I wonder if Senior Yi knows about the matter of Lord Jiamo the Demon Venerable. I would like to ask Senior Yi if the pill you just refined would be effective for Lord Jiamo?" Yi Bei answered simply and directly, "It is, but the medicinal effect will be significantly weakened, adding at most 100 years of lifespan." Zook pressed in shock. "What, 100 years? Are you truly not joking?" Yi Bei nodded. "I am serious." Zook hurriedly bowed in a gesture of respect, saying deferentially, "I implore Senior Yi, would you be willing to accompany me to the central territory of the demon race for a trip?" Yi Bei poured himself a cup of tea, answering flatly, "My apologies, I refuse." Hearing this, both Zook and Baishan widened their eyes. Baishan stammered. This Zook lowered his head and proposed, "Senior Yi, it's like this. If you are willing to accompany me to the central territory of the demon race and heal Lord Jiamo the Demon Venerable, we can satisfy any requirement you have." Yi Bei sat opposite him, still leisurely drinking his tea, as if he hadn't heard a thing. This made Zook feel extremely displeased. He furrowed his brow and cursed inwardly. "Damn it, no one has ever dared to ignore me like this." He stared at the jade ring on Yi-Bei's hand thinking, if I'm not mistaken, the peerless grade pills refined just now must have been stored in that ring. Subsequently, Zook stole a glance at Baishan, a plan forming in his mind. Since it's come to this, I might as well just snatch the pills by force. Although Brother Baishan has just stepped into the half-emperor realm, I'm certain I can defeat him in an instant. He looked again at where Yi-Bei was sitting, thinking, as for this Senior Yi, his cultivation is only at level 1 of the Saint Realm. Suddenly Yi-Bei's face darkened as he spoke. What? Since the soft approach didn't work, you're planning to resort to open robbery? Seeing his thoughts seen through, Zook appeared somewhat flustered. Yi-Bei gently placed the teacup on the table and laid out his conditions. How about this? I'll give you 2 choices. He held up one finger and said, first, you can try to take them by force, provided you are skilled enough. Then he held up a second finger. Second, you go back and call the great sage and have her come to invite me in person. Yi-Bei thought to himself that previously he had always been the one to take the initiative to find his disciples. Would he finally get to experience the feeling of having a disciple come to his door this time? After hearing these 2 conditions, both Baishan and Zook widened their eyes in astonishment. Baishan was so anxious he broke into a cold sweat, thinking, has Senior Yi gone mad? Zook is a half-emperor. Snatching something would be as easy as turning over a palm. Aside, Zook also pondered. To want the great sage, the most hot-tempered of the 4 demon emperors, to come and invite you. What on earth are you thinking? Ultimately, he channeled his demonic power, making up his mind as he asked, does Senior Yi keep his word? Yi-Bei replied softly, naturally. Seeing the situation grow tense, Baishan hurriedly rushed forward to stop them. Senior Yi, you mustn't. Unfortunately, his strength was insufficient. Just as he tried to intervene, he was swatted away by a palm strike from Zook. Subsequently, Baishan crashed heavily into another pavilion opposite them. He quickly sat up, his heart burning with anxiety. Damn it, this is a huge mess. Senior Yi thinks so highly of me. I must stop Zook even if it costs me my life. Baishan hurriedly flew back to the pavilion. Just then, several bolts of electricity shot out from within the pavilion. Baishan cried out in terror. Senior Yi, he charged inside furiously, roaring, Zook, I'll fight you to the death. Seeing the scene inside, Baishan suddenly froze. What happened? The miserable scream just now hadn't come from Senior Yi, but from Zook opposite him. Yi-Bei continued to taunt, the power is decent, keep going. Zook was slumped on the ground, stammering and unable to speak. You. Witnessing this, Baishan thought in astonishment, is Senior Yi's realm truly not level 1 of the Saint Realm? Meanwhile, Zook struggled to his feet. I was careless just now. The next second he roared in fury, I will definitely get my hands on those pills today. Zook summoned a circular Dharma treasure and attacked Yi-Bei. The corners of Yi-Bei's mouth curled up slightly, revealing a profound smile. In an instant, a cube composed of lightning trapped Zook within it. Zook observed his surroundings, thinking, oh no, in human form, I can't deal with this much lightning, but if I show my true form just to deal with someone in the Saint Realm, it would be too humiliating. After a moment of stalemate, Zook had no choice but to admit defeat. Senior Yi, I'm convinced I concede. Yi-Bei, however, had no intention of stopping, replying with a smile. Since this lightning has been sent out, there is absolutely no reason to take it back. After all, a gentleman's word is his bond. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning within the pavilion flared brilliantly, illuminating the entire space. This was followed by a shrill scream from Zook. He couldn't stand steadily, pointing at the other party while trembling. Yi-Bei gave a light laugh. Well, do you want to be struck again? Zook thought with a pounding heart. Although those lightning bolts just now looked fierce, they didn't hit my vitals. It seems this Senior Yi intentionally held back. Damn it, for a dignified member of the demon race to be shown mercy by a human in the Saint Realm is truly a loss of face. He immediately shifted his body, revealing his true form as he surged into the air. As he flew away, Zook shouted, Senior Yi, remember your words, I'm going to help you notify that great one right now. Watching the direction Zook flew off, Yi-Bei remarked, not bad. Zook's flight speed isn't inferior at all to the small aircraft I modified. Taking him as a mount would definitely be very flashy. Having said that, Yi-Bei turned to look at Baishan. All right, he won't be back for a while. Accompany me for a stroll around Zook City, Baishan responded respectfully. Yes, Senior Yi. He admired him to the point of total submission in his heart. Senior Yi, you are truly calm. The great sage is about to charge over here, yet we're still strolling around leisurely. Is that really okay? Zook had already flown back to the central territory of the demon race. He transformed back into human form and landed before a pavilion, bowing and shouting loudly, Zook has an urgent matter to report to the great sage. Please pass word. A moment later, someone entered the hall and Zook hurriedly knelt to pay respects. Zook pays respects to the great sage. At this time, a pretty young girl appeared. She was precisely the 5th-ranked Great Emperor, one of the 4 demon emperors. Sun Wushao. Wushao furrowed her brow and said, What do you want with me? Zook bowed and reported back, Reporting to the great sage, I have found a pill that can extend Lord Jamo's lifespan. Before he could finish, Wu Xiao had already grabbed him by the throat. She asked furiously, "Do you have any idea how many people have told me those exact words? Since the announcement spread through the Central Plains, I've heard it dozens of times. You give me hope again and again, only to let me down every single time." Zook hurriedly begged for mercy. Great sage, this time I saw it with my own eyes, and that senior is at the Xingqian Alchemy Association. Wu Xiao was slightly stunned. The Xingqian Alchemy Association? She released Zook's throat and signaled for him to continue. "That's right, that senior is a 9th-rank alchemist," he added. "I saw with my own eyes Brother Baishan consume the pill refined by him. Not only did he break through to the half-emperor realm, he also became an 8th-rank alchemist, and his lifespan increased by a full 300 years. More importantly, that person personally guaranteed that this pill can extend Jiamo the Demon Venerable's lifespan by 100 years. Hearing this, Wu Xiao grew interested, thinking, guaranteed to extend that old man Jamo's life by 100 years. Interesting, truly interesting. She pinched Zook's chin and threatened, "If I go and don't see what you've described, then the life of this bird will be mine," Zook replied, cold sweat pouring down. "I wouldn't dare, absolutely wouldn't dare. Every word I say is the truth without a shred of falsehood. Only," seeing him pause, Wu Xiao glared and threatened, "Speak." Zook bowed and said, "That 9th-rank alchemist said that if you want the pill, the great sage must go in person to invite him to see Lord Jiamo." Wu Xiao gave a cold laugh. "To want this old lady to go and invite him in person?" The corners of her mouth curled up. "I'd like to see if he has the skill for that." Within Zook City, people were coming and going in a constant stream. Baishan accompanied Yi Bei as they strolled through the streets, occasionally glancing back into the distance. Although this place was far from the central territory of the demon race, with Zook's staggering speed he should be back in 2 or 3 hours, yet Yi Bei still acted as if nothing were amiss. Watching Yi Bei calmly eating, drinking and shopping without a shred of vigilance, he couldn't help but feel apprehensive. Suddenly, Yi Bei spoke up. "Baishan, tell me about your master, I want to hear it." Baishan bowed and complied. Just then, Zook arrived in the high sky carrying Wu Xiao, and he announced loudly, "Baishan, Senior Yi, I have invited the Great One, please come up for a meeting." Hearing that title, Zook called out. Wu Xiao slightly furrowed her brow. "Senior Yi, there are very few people in this world with the surname Yi. In all my life I have only ever met my master with that name." Standing atop Zook's head, she asked, "Zook, is that 9th-rank alchemist you mentioned named Yi? Do you know his full name?" Zook replied, "This Senior Yi's cultivation is only at level 1 of the Saint Realm, and he has the appearance of a youth, and is skilled in the arts of lightning." Wu Xiao thought with slight disappointment. "It seems I was overthinking it. If Master hadn't died with his heaven-defying aptitude, how could 300 years of cultivation still leave him in the profound mystery realm, or even short of the great emperor realm?" A moment later, Zook landed before Yi Bei and Baishan. He said respectfully, "Senior Yi, I have brought the Great One. Whatever business there is, please speak to her yourself." Suddenly, Wu Xiao's pupils constricted as a surge of force flicked onto Zook's head, causing Wu Xiao to fall from his back as well. Baishan hurriedly tried to explain Yi Bei's action. Great sage, calm your anger. Senior Yi didn't mean it that way." At this time, Yi Bei put an arm around Baishan's shoulder. He stepped forward and Baishan tried in terror to stop him. "Senior Yi, you," only to see Wu Xiao in front of them suddenly fall to her knees with a thump. Both Zook and Baishan were dumbfounded by the sight. They thought, the great sage actually knelt before Senior Yi. How is this possible? Wu Xiao paid no attention to the reactions of those two, saying with tears in her eyes, "This unworthy disciple greets Master." Yi Bei asked sternly, "Wu Xiao, how are you so sure it's really me?" Wu Xiao replied respectfully, "I could mistake anyone else, but as for Master, I would never mistake you in this lifetime." She raised her head with tears in her eyes, thinking that the last time she heard that title was 200 years ago when her eldest senior sister said farewell. Looking at the disciple before him, Yi Bei remarked, "You recognized me with just one look? You truly have a pair of fiery eyes, don't you?" Behind him, Baishan was still in a petrified state, mouth agape. "What? This Senior Yi is actually the great sage's master?" After a while, Wu Xiao quickly gave the order, "Zook, carry me and Master to see Lord Jiamo." Zook responded cautiously. "Yes." Yi Bei also entrusted a task to Baishan. "Baishan, you stay here and wait for Xingqian. If you see her, tell her to hurry to Lord Jiamo's place to find us." Baishan bowed in a salute. "Yes, Ancestral Master." A moment later, Zook carried the master and disciple toward Lord Jiamo's location at top speed. Atop Zook's back, Yi Bei looked at Wu Xiao and asked, "Wu Xiao, back then you attacked the Kangming Holy Land just for this broken staff?" She denied it. "Master, those holy lands truly needed to be cleared out. They deserved to die. If given another chance, I would definitely level that holy land." As they conversed, the system's voice suddenly rang out. "Reunited with 6th disciple out of 108. Reward, Great Emperor skill card." Yi Bei widened his eyes in surprise. "Ha!" He clapped his hands in realization. right? I remember after Taibai broke through to the Great Emperor realm. The system mentioned an upgrade to the reward mechanism. Could this be that upgraded reward? eBay ordered the use of the Great Emperor skill card, and the system's voice rang out again. Congratulations to the host for drawing the Dao of Strength exclusive skill, King World Fist Kaioken. King World Fist can double or even multiply combat power for a short duration. The multiplier depends on the cultivator's current realm. This skill can be taught to disciples of the Dao of Strength. eBay looked at his fist in surprise. King World Fist, is this the ultimate move from a certain anime of my past life? But this skill is indeed excellent. A pity I only have a Saint Realm cultivation now. Currently I can only manifest 5 times the power of the King World Fist. Having thought this, he turned and called out, Wu Xiao, come here, I will teach you a set of divine skills, give it a try. Wu Xiao nodded. All right, master. eBay touched her forehead with his fingertip, imparting a beam of divine light. After absorbing this power, Wu Xiao soared into the air, followed by a thunderous boom as she slammed a punch heavily onto Zook's back. Zook wailed miserably in his heart. Lord Great Sage, it hurts, this is a back not a rock. Could you please be a bit more gentle? Wu Xiao knelt to offer thanks. Thank you, master, for bestowing this divine skill. This divine skill is practically tailor-made for me, she thought to herself. If I'd had this skill back then, how could I have been chased and beaten by the Emperor of the Kangming Holy Land? She chuckled with joy. Master is indeed still master, he gave me such a great gift right at our first meeting. eBay stepped forward and asked, Tell me, if you fully manifest this King World Fist, how many times can you increase your strength? Wu Xiao reported politely. Reporting to master, it's about 50 times, she raised her arm proudly to show him. And I feel that as my strength improves, this divine skill can uncover even greater potential. Hearing this, eBay took a step back in shock. Good heavens, I can only manage 5 times, yet this girl can manage 50, and it doesn't even stop there. He wept silently in his heart. It seems the difference between people, no, the difference between a human and a monkey is indeed staggeringly large. Within the central area of the demon race, eBay looked down vigilantly. This aura belongs to a great emperor, Wu Xiao barked sternly. Halt, you stupid bull, why is it you again? Do you believe I won't bash you to death with one swing of my staff? Below, Niu Fen provoked. Dead monkey, come down if you have the guts. This old bull is definitely going to settle scores with you today. Wu Xiao was fuming with rage, and at that moment eBay walked up to her. eBay looked at Niu Fen with great interest. Seeing eBay fall into a brief silence, Wu Xiao assumed her master was angry and hurriedly explained, Master, please believe me, I really don't cause trouble usually. I've already restrained myself a lot, she defended herself urgently. Really, it's actually because that stupid bull feels I stole his ranking among the 4 emperors, making him the last of the 4. So every time I appear, he insists on stopping me for a fight. He's blocked me more than a dozen times just for this. eBay smiled and gave the order. Since Wu Xiao found the Qingyu Emperor's personality so bothersome, she didn't need to pay him any mind. Otherwise, she should just beat him until he was utterly convinced. Wu Xiao followed up excitedly. Master, you mean? eBay nodded. Go ahead, just don't beat him to death. Wu Xiao responded. Yes, master, your disciple understands. In an instant, she enlarged her Ruyi Jingu Bang and swung it toward Niu Fen. You stupid bull, take a hit from my staff. Niu Fen was not to be outdone, slamming his palms together. He channeled his demonic power and snorted coldly. Damned monkey, he revealed his true form and took Wu Xiao's strike head-on. Wu Xiao smiled triumphantly. Stupid bull, I was giving you some face just now. Next you can take your time suffering. Niu Fen furrowed his brow, thinking, I didn't expect that after not seeing you for a few days your bragging skills have leveled up again. Wu Xiao wasted no more words. She suddenly exerted her strength, gathering all her power into her fist with a roar. Wu Xiao threw a punch. King World Fist 10 times, Niu Fen looked on with disdain, feeling this was merely child's play, and immediately began to manifest his own secret technique. Following that, a surge of demonic chi as violent as a storm slammed down. Wu Xiao sidestepped, narrowly dodging it. She propped herself up on the ground and cursed angrily. Damn it, this stupid bull is playing for keeps. Niu Fen threw another streak of light toward the sky, roaring, Dead monkey, just stay there quietly for me. Wu Xiao's eyes widened in shock, and she quickly countered with King World Fist 2 times, her moves creating bursts of violent wind. The punch she was about to throw suddenly halted. Wu Xiao felt a wave of anxiety, realizing that using King World Fist at 25 times had already pushed her body to its limit. With no other choice, she could only grit her teeth and unleash one final strike. 2 formidable forces that could not be underestimated clashed in midair on the verge of collision. High above, eBay was closely observing the battle. He turned and ordered Zook. What are you dazing off for? Fly higher. Zook hurriedly flapped its wings. Yes, senior? Below, the 2 terrifying forces of Niu Fen and Wu Xiao collided with a roar. triggering a violent tremor. Even Zook was blown far away by the aftershocks of the battle. Yi Bei remained composed, calmly looking down at the battlefield. Zook looked at the deep crater left by the battle, thinking with total submission. The great sage is indeed too brutal to be able to fight the mid-stage great emperor Qingyu to such a state. In the deep crater, Wu Xiao sat slumped on the ground completely drained, while Niu Ven beside her had fallen into a coma. Yi Bei signaled to Zook. "All right, go down and get her." Zook quickly complied. "Yes, senior." Yi Bei leapt into the crater and reached Wu Xiao's side, asking with concern, "Can you still move?" Wu Xiao hurriedly asked, "Master, can you give me a hand?" She closed her eyes tiredly and explained, "Because right now, I'm temporarily unable to move." Yi Bei helped her up. "Let's go." He privately assessed the situation. From what just happened, Wu Xiao used at least 20 times for her second King World Fist, but this also pushed her body to its limit, making her unable to move for a short time. Yi Bei carried Wu Xiao and flew onto Zook's back. Wu Xiao complained coquettishly, "Master, it hurts so much." Yi Bei immediately comforted her. All right, I'll be gentle." The flying Zook was dumbfounded by the scene. What's with this pitiful appearance? Is this still the same hot-tempered great sage who fights at the drop of a hat? Yi Bei asked again. "How many times did you use for that last King World Fist?" Wu Xiao replied excitedly. 25 times, she smiled happily and said, "Master, this divine skill of yours is simply invincible. The gap between each layer of the Great Emperor realm is massive, yet this skill can actually allow me to challenge across levels. It's just too miraculous." Yi Bei cautioned, "Learn your lesson. In your current state, 10 times is the most you should use. Your body can't handle the load of 25 times yet." Wu Xiao replied obediently, "Yes, master, your disciple understands." 10 minutes later, the three of them reached their destination. Wu Xiao led the way. "Master, we've arrived." Yi Bei signaled. "Let's go," Wu Xiao replied softly. "Yes, master." She introduced, "Master, this is Jiamo Demon Venerable." Yi Bei swept a gaze over him, his brow furrowing slightly as he fell into thought. After careful observation, he wondered, why is there a faint trace of demonic qi on this Jiamo Demon Venerable? Judging by the reaction of his supreme demonic bone, the intensity of this demonic qi was many times stronger than the sum of all the wicked things in the Tianqi Holy Land. Jiamo Demon Venerable opened his eyes and looked toward him. Yi Bei pondered, why would a high-level Demon Venerable have demonic nature within him? Could it be? Jiamo Demon Venerable asked with some curiosity, "Human brat, your reaction is exactly the same as that girl Xingqian's back then." Wu Xiao replied proudly, "Old Jia, Yao Xingqian from last time was my junior sister. This one is my master." Yi Bei introduced himself politely. "I am Yi Bei. Greetings, Jiamo Demon Venerable." Jiamo Demon Venerable confirmed again in shock. "Dead monkey, you say he is your master?" Wu Xiao boasted happily. "Naturally, master's methods are beyond anything you can imagine." Hearing this, Jiamo Demon Venerable grew even more curious. "Then why have you come here today? If you want to leave the Central Plains, I won't stop you this time, as long as you don't forget our agreement," Wu Xiao answered excitedly. "Old Jia, I am indeed leaving this time, but before I go I will help you solve the problem of your longevity." As she spoke, she pointed at Yi Bei and said exaggeratedly, "Because problems that others can't solve are not problems at all in my master's eyes." Yi Bei was left speechless, his expression shifting slightly as he thought, "You wretched monkey, I haven't seen you for 300 years, and now you have the same temperament as that stupid bull. Your bragging skills have improved by leaps and bounds. You weren't like this before." Jiamo Demon Venerable lowered his head slightly in a gentle refusal. "You should just leave in peace. I might as well tell you that this longevity issue cannot be solved by ordinary pills," he added. "Instead of wasting time on me, you'd be better off putting more effort into your cultivation and breaking through to the next realm." Wu Xiao clenched her fists, thinking unwillingly, "In this world, aside from Master, Old Jia is the person I owe the most. Seeing him like this, how can I leave in peace?" Just then, Yi Bei took out a pill and tossed it over, saying, "Old Jia, you can give this pill a try." He continued, "Whether it works or not, you'll only know after using it." Jiamo reached out to catch the pill. As he scrutinized it, he was secretly astonished. "This is actually the highest-grade longevity pill I've seen in nearly 100 years. His gaze grew somewhat sorrowful as he thought, "A pity that with my current physical state I'm afraid." Seeing his silence, Wu Xiao asked anxiously, "Old Jia, how is it?" Jiamo praised. "This pill is of the highest quality. It can extend one's life by at least 30 years." Wu Xiao cried out in surprise. 30 years, she confirmed again. "Old Jia, you're not mistaken, are you? My master said it could increase it by at least 100 years. Jiamo Demon Venerable let out a hearty laugh. "I only had 2 years of life left. To be able to increase it by so many years all at once, regardless, I must thank you both today," he said gratefully. "From today on, you are a VIP of our demon race. If you ever need help, feel free to ask me." Yi Bei replied politely, "Thank you, Old Jia." Beside them, Wu Xiao urged, Old Jia, hurry up, I'll protect you now, just refine this pill directly. Jiamo Demon Venerable took the pill composedly and smiled. What's the rush? I haven't reached my final hour yet. As he took the medicine, Yi Bai whispered a set of instructions to Wu Xiao. Wu Xiao, this Jiamo Demon Venerable might still be saved. He followed up with, next, no matter who comes, they are not allowed to disturb me. Understand? Wu Xiao nodded repeatedly. Understood, Master, you go ahead, just leave this to me. Whoever dares to come and cause trouble, I'll definitely make them run with their tails between their legs, she thought happily. Great, Old Jia is saved. If Master says it's possible, then it definitely is. At this moment, Jiamo Demon Venerable sat cross-legged, focusing fully on refining the pill. Suddenly, several wisps of demonic chi seeped from his body. Jiamo's face turned deathly pale, and he was drenched in sweat. These seeping wisps of demonic chi frantically devoured the spiritual energy, consuming all the refined spiritual power in an instant. Jiamo Demon Venerable furrowed his brow. As expected, it's those damn things again. Every time I take a longevity pill, they devour it, and then continue to lurk in my body to suck away my vitality. Just then, a voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. Old Jia, these are the internal injuries that have troubled you for years, aren't they? Jiamo Demon Venerable opened his eyes in shock to see Yi Bei's phantom projection before him. You are that wretched monkey's master, Yi Bei said calmly. I can help you clear the demonic nature left behind by the demon race. Though surprised, Jiamo Demon Venerable agreed to Yi Bei's help. Fine, then give it a try. He thought to himself that there were very few people in this world who could recognize demonic nature. Since he could see it, he might truly have a way. He smiled and said, if you succeed, I will owe you a massive favor. As long as I live, no matter what difficulties you face, even if you want to destroy the holy temple, I will give you my full support. Of course, it's fine if it doesn't work. I've held on for tens of thousands of years. Another 30 years won't make a difference. Yi Bei took out his alchemy furnace. Good, then I shall begin. A massive phantom furnace burst through the roof, suspended in the center of the space filled with demonic nature. Yi Bei's hands formed seals as spiritual energy circulated around his body. Rise! The furnace began to burn fiercely, and the demonic nature let out frantic roars as it was scorched. Jiamo laughed with relief. Burn all these things to ash for me, Yi Bei suggested. Old Jia, the demonic nature within you is deep-seated. If you want to root it out completely, you need to show your true form. That way you can avoid immense pain. He immediately agreed. Pain, little friend, bring it on. As long as these demonic natures can be expelled, you can do whatever you want, Yi Bei requested. Good, then please show your true form, Old Jia. I'm going to start. Following a loud boom and a roar, a massive black shadow blotted out the sun. Looking at the giant turtle that appeared before him, Yi Bei was jolted. Damn it, if I'd known Old Jia's true form was this big, I wouldn't have made that request, Wu Xiao explained from the side. Master, Old Jia's true form is the Haitian ancestral turtle. He possesses an ancient bloodline, and his power is enough to shake heaven and earth. Yi Bei's spiritual energy erupted. Wu Xiao, I'm about to begin. Make sure you keep watch, she replied. Don't worry, Master. He shouted a stern command. Sky-filling black fire, supreme demonic bone, begin the refinement. At this moment, the demonic nature within Jiamo was being frantically refined by the spiritual power. He marveled, I didn't expect this girl's master to be able to control black fire, and so dominantly at that. But as long as these annoying things can be forced out, I can endure even 10 times the pain. In his turtle form, Jiamo's eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light. Half an hour later, Wu Xiao marveled with admiration. Master is indeed powerful. Maybe Old Man Jia really will fully recover this time. Niu Fen's voice came from the distance. Dead monkey, what did you do to Lord Jiamo? Wu Xiao cursed angrily. Stupid bull, are you blind? My master is treating Old Man Jia. He roared back in rebuttal. You're lying. Can't I feel that Lord Jiamo's life force is weakening? She couldn't be bothered with him. Believe it or not, if you want Old Jia to get better, just stay there quietly. He didn't believe her. HMPH, I'd be a fool to believe you. How many people actually want Lord Jiamo to survive? Tell that man to get down here now, or don't blame me for fighting you to the death. Wu Xiao furrowed her brow in anger. This stupid bull. If I'd known, I would have hit him harder earlier and left him unconscious for a few months. She ignored him and continued to monitor the situation. At that moment, Diao Zhuang appeared. Great sage, what on earth happened? This was the Golden Peng Emperor, Diao Zhuang, ranked second among the 4 demon emperors. Wu Xiao turned to explain. The one up there is truly my master. He is saving Old Jia. Believe it or not, it's up to you. If you don't believe it, then let's go to war. The other party suddenly changed face. Then I don't believe it. The 2 women stood with daggers drawn, their spiritual power surging, looking as if they were about to fight. Wu Xiao roared excitedly, if you want to fight, let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Just then, the appearance of another person made them stop. An elegant figure walked over from the distance, 9 foxtails swaying in the wind behind her. It was Da Feifei who walked over gracefully, casually tidying her hair. Diao Zhuang glared at Feifei. Da Feifei, what do you want? This concerns Lord Jiamo's safety. We must deal with that suspicious person. Feifei replied calmly. Be quiet. I can feel that the person has no malice toward Lord Jiamo. Perhaps he really is saving him, just as the great sage said, she suggested. Let's wait and see. If there's any anomaly, it won't be too late to act. Niu Ven opposed. Da Feifei, that's a human. The demon race is currently in a special period. Most humans harbor ill intentions. She casually cast a spell, instantly freezing Niu Fen in place. Feifei warned seriously. My decision is not for you to question. She turned to Wu Shao and said, Great Sage. Feifei believes your words, but for now I'll have to trouble you to endure a little. Diao Zhuang felt it was very unfair to be treated differently. Wu Shao's movements were also restricted. She struggled hard, but to no avail. Seeing this, Diao Zhuang laughed triumphantly. Stop wasting your energy, it's useless. This immobilizing power is one of the innate divine abilities of the Sky Fox clan, she added. Never mind that you only have the strength of an early-stage great emperor. Even if Niu Fen came up, he wouldn't be able to break free, Wu Shao provoked. Diao Zhuang, why don't we make a bet? If I can break the immobilization within 1 minute, you'll have to call me Grandpa's son whenever you see me from now on. How about it? Diao Zhuang naturally didn't believe her. With just you, Wu Shao smiled mysteriously and began to activate her secret technique. If I can't break it within a minute, I'll call you Grandpa whenever I see you, and offer a grand salute. How about that? Feifei looked at her in surprise. Niu Fen keenly sensed something was wrong. Could this dead monkey be? Diao Zhuang agreed readily. As long as Da Feifei doesn't help you secretly, I'll bet with you, Wu Shao immediately responded. Deal? She settled into a horse stance, her whole body exerting force as she let out a great roar. King World Fist 10 times. Feifei looked on with disdain. Even if you could use a secret technique, what could it possibly do? To break through Da Feifei's immobilization power, one would need at least the strength of a late-stage or even peak-stage great emperor. At this moment she was completely immersed in her own world. King World Fist 15 times, King World Fist 20 times, King World Fist 25 times. Da Feifei anxiously tried to stop her. Great Sage, stop, you cannot continue like this, Wu Shao gritted her teeth, lightning erupting from her eyes. King World Fist 30 times. Today's gamble was not just for face, it was for her Dao. In the pitch-black night everyone noticed a point of light. It was the brilliance of her unfearing spirit, challenging her own limits. As long as she could cross this threshold, she would achieve a personal breakthrough. A boundless surge of spiritual energy gushed out like a tide. The three of them stared intently, afraid to miss a single detail. Niu Fen was stunned. Good heavens, the impact of this strike was simply too terrifying. Just then, Sun Wu Shao hovered in midair, and the three below couldn't help but marvel at the sight. Aside from a few minor fractures in her bones and meridians, her blood energy and momentum had not weakened. Instead, they rose steadily. When others used forbidden techniques, they either suffered a drop in cultivation or damaged their potential and life source. She, on the other hand, only grew stronger the more she used them. Wu Shao remained immersed in the afterglow of the forbidden technique she had just unleashed. Suddenly a scolding voice rang out. Are you few trying to tear down my demon god temple? Feifei, Niu Fen and Diao Zhuang were all startled. Lord Jiamo, everyone asked in unison with urgent concern. Lord Jiamo, are you all right? He appeared quite satisfied. I am very well. In 20,000 years, this is the first time I have felt this good. Da Feifei was genuinely delighted to hear this. In all these years, this was the first time she had seen Lord Jiamo so happy. Diao Zhuang finally accepted the facts. It seemed the great sage hadn't lied, and that human truly had helped their lord. It turned out they had been too suspicious. Jiamo commanded, all 4 of you behave yourselves, and stay there quietly. They accepted the order in unison. Lord Jiamo felt a sense of relief in his heart. The demonic nature that has tormented me for 20,000 years has already been a third eliminated. Regardless of whether it can be completely rooted out, this human has truly done the demon race a great favor. Meanwhile, Yi Bei was still focused on the refinement, dealing with the demonic nature with single-minded intensity. This demonic nature and his supreme demonic bone were practically 2 sides of the same coin. He could absorb them into his body for complete refinement. Jiamo inquired, Little friend, do you intend to transfer the demonic nature onto yourself? Yi Bei admitted, that is exactly my intention. Having said that, he channeled all the demonic nature toward himself. These forces surged frantically into Yi Bei's body. Subsequently, he vanished into the void, and Jiamo gradually reduced his physical size. Jiamo returned to human form and landed on the ground. Sun Wu Shao hurriedly ran over. Old man Jia, how are you feeling? Why don't I see my master? He replied with some hesitation and difficulty. I am already fine, but that little friend. To avoid affecting us, he took all the demonic nature and hid in the void to refine it alone. Within the void, Yi-Bei was concentrating his energy to refine all the demonic nature. He pressed his hands together, thinking that this demonic nature was indeed violent. Fortunately, he had the Tianqi treasure, or he would have barely been able to suppress it. As Yi-Bei pondered, he casually grabbed a wisp of demonic nature as it streaked past. If he could use the supreme demonic bone to completely refine them, perhaps he could use the resulting burst of spiritual energy to help himself break through several levels. Jiamo and Wu Xiao both looked up at the sky, waiting for Yi-Bei's return. At this time, Yi-Bei was gradually stepping through the breakthrough process. Saint Realm first level, second level, third level, finally reaching the peak stage. Sun Wuxiao was overjoyed. Lunging to hug Yi-Bei and shouting, "Master!" Wuxiao held him tightly, refusing to let go. Yi-Bei spoke. "Old Jia, the demonic nature has been refined by me. There is no need to worry. However, I wonder how your body's recovery is coming along." He cupped his hands in a salute. "This old man thanks you, little friend, for the life-saving grace. My lifespan has been extended." Jiamo answered with a glowing face. "By 10,000 years." Niu Fen, Feifei, and Diao Zhuang were dumbfounded. He solemnly pledged, "In the future, if there are any requests, my entire demon race will surely repay you with all our strength." Only then did the two release each other. Yi-Bei responded, "Good, then it's a deal." Da Feifei displayed an air of pure charm, her eyes sparkling as she said, "From now on, this little woman is willing to serve as the honored benefactor's bedmate every night, giving my body to repay your kindness." Niu Fen pushed Feifei aside. "Move over, you old woman. Great benefactor, I, Old Bull, admire you greatly. Why don't we become sworn brothers?" "You be the big brother." Hearing this, Wu Xiao objected fiercely. "Get lost. If you become my master's sworn brother, wouldn't you become my martial uncle?" Diao Zhuang crossed his arms, watching them bicker with a face full of disdain. Wu Xiao provoked him. "Stupid bird, you've seen my master's skills with your own eyes, yet you're still so arrogant." To everyone's surprise, Diao Zhuang suddenly dropped to one knee, cupped his hands and shouted, "Foster father above, please accept your son's bow." Yi-Bei nearly spat blood on the spot, his face covered in black lines. This fellow was far too decisive in claiming a father. Niu Fen hadn't expected this move either, cursing inwardly, "Damn it, I didn't think you were this kind of person. Wait, this kind of bird." Feifei covered her mouth and laughed. As expected of one who knows how to adapt, Diao Zhuang has surely graduated from this course with full marks. Yi-Bei waved his hand in refusal. Enough, let's skip the foster father business." He got straight to the point. "I still have important matters to discuss with old Jia." Jiamo tried to guess. "Does the little friend wish to discuss that demonic nature?" Yi-Bei stroked his chin in thought. "Exactly. I previously saw a wicked thing at the Tianqi Holy Land with a very similar demonic nature." He was struck with shock. "What could it be?" Jiamo Demon Venerable invited Yi-Bei into the hall. "Come, little friend, please enter the hall for a detailed discussion." Yi-Bei followed behind with his hands behind his back. "Good. The matter of the demon race truly cannot be explained in a few words. Let's sit down and talk slowly." The two sat opposite each other at the table, with Wu Xiao, Diao Zhuang, Feifei, and Niu Fen standing by as attendants. Yi-Bei recounted how a demon race skeleton was enshrined in the deepest part of the Tianqi Holy Temple. He recalled that skeleton. "Although I have never seen a living member of the demon race, I could feel an extreme sense of foreboding just from the aura that skeleton radiated." Hearing this, Jiamo was furious, suddenly slapping the arm of his chair. "Those bastards at the Holy Land truly deserve to die, actually daring to keep demons." Yi-Bei comforted him flatly. "No need to worry, I have already wiped them all out." He swallowed hard in surprise. How is that possible? Even for our demon race, taking down the Tianqi Holy Land would require at least 3 great demon emperors joining forces. But he soon let out a sigh of relief. "Wiped out is for the best. If it were this old man, I surely would have eliminated them as well." Yi-Bei clarified the situation. "Although the Tianqi Holy Land is no longer a concern, our understanding of the demon race is indeed too sparse. That is why I wanted to hear old Jia talk about the alliance between humans and demons to resist the demon race tens of thousands of years ago." Jiamo fell into reminiscence. Back then, the cultivation world was several times stronger than it is now. The demon race alone had 7 emperors, and the humans had more than double that. Yet even so, in the prolonged war against the demon race, we still lost more than we won. Furthermore, those creatures were born killing machines, the bane of all mortal life. It wasn't until 20,000 years ago, after we paid an extremely heavy price, that we finally defeated them. He closed his eyes and let out a breath. After that, the demon race went into hiding and vanished without a trace. At this point, Jiamo looked up and smiled. "Little friend, if you wish to go to those hidden places to investigate their tracks, my demon race is willing to go with you." Yi-Bei harbored some doubts. Old Jaw, hearing you say that, the demon race is truly unpredictable. I believe we shouldn't alert them for now, and instead make full preparations first, he calculated privately. These demons seem like they won't be easy to deal with. I should first adjust my state to its peak, Giamo spoke. Oh, prepare what, little friend? Just say the word and my demon race will surely give our all to complete it. eBay wrote the required items on a piece of paper. Within 3 days I need some alchemy materials and natural treasures. The more the better. He handed the paper to Da Fei Fei. Little Fei, I'll leave this matter to you to handle. Be sure to complete it with all your heart. Fei Fei bowed her head in joy. Fei Fei accepts the command and will not disappoint the benefactor senior. Subsequently, eBay stood up. The 3 of you have nothing to do, right? Then come and spar with me. I won't use divine abilities, and you aren't allowed to use demonic power. He changed into a set of light training clothes, his strong upper body bare, preparing for a physical brawl. eBay felt the surging power within his body. The energy from refining that demonic nature was truly massive, and absorbing just a portion of it to raise his cultivation had brought him directly to the peak of the Saint Realm. He clenched his fists, his spirit invigorated. It would be a pity to use it all to raise my cultivation. I'd better use the remaining energy to polish my physical foundation. Niu Fen excitedly rubbed his shoulders. Since the senior has said so, a bit of sparring won't hurt, but I wonder if the senior's human body can withstand a few punches from this old bull. Diao Zhuang also wanted to give it a try. Although the senior possessed vast divine abilities, even the top experts among humans find it difficult to contend with our demon race. Since he is so confident, I also want to see just how much he's worth. The newly promoted Wu Xiao was also enthusiastically cracking her knuckles. Oh my, I wouldn't dare disobey Master's orders. Niu Fen kindly gave a warning in advance. I'm going to use my full strength in this attack. eBay settled into a stance. Begin. As soon as he finished speaking, Sun Wuxiao was the first to strike. She reached out to grab a wooden staff, stepped forward with a high horizontal sweep, and immediately followed up by slamming it heavily toward Yi Bei. Yi Bei simply raised his hand easily to block it. Yi Bei looked at his well-built muscles and felt very satisfied. Excellent, this portion of the demonic nature has already been ground into my foundation, achieving a perfect fusion. Immediately after, Niu Fen appeared behind him. Subsequently, a continuous and fierce battle broke out among the 4, fighting until the sky turned dark. Yi Bei seemed to have realized a truth. As expected, humans still need more polishing and tempering to become truly talented. Another heavy punch came flying at him. The situation had now turned into a 1 against 2. Yi Bei valiantly swung a fist to knock Wu Xiao back while his other hand landed a punch that skewed Niu Fen's face. He rubbed his aching shoulder with some discomfort. This is how it should be. If we're going to fight, let's fight to our heart's content. A guard with black bullhorns stood aside with a worried face. Is the demon venerable just going to let the 3 demon emperors and Senior Yi keep fighting like this? Giamo was merely focused on observing this lopsided battle. It's no problem, it's just sparring to temper the physical body, stopping where appropriate. Looking at the 3 who were being beaten into a disorganized mess, the guard wailed in his heart. No matter how I look at it, this doesn't seem like stopping where appropriate. 3 days later, the scene below returned to tranquility. Yi Bei spoke. Before I knew it, I've already been fighting with you for 3 days and nights. After venting the demonic nature in his body, Yi Bei felt a surge of refreshment. After such high-intensity training, all the energy refined from that demonic nature has been converted into my foundation. He could feel that he had become much stronger. This time, no matter what terrifying skills the demon race had, they wouldn't be able to touch him in the slightest. Niu Fen slumped on the ground and complained, Birdman, if I ever want to pick a fight with someone again, you must hold me back. Diao Zhuang also propped himself up, panting heavily. The beatings he'd taken over these 3 days were more than the past 100 years combined. Sun Wuxiao sat behind them and pointed out the benefits. It really hurts to be hit by Master, but haven't you noticed? The accumulation from these 3 days is almost equal to 10 years of bitter cultivation. Diao Zhuang touched his body. You don't say, it really is. My bones and muscles are indeed a bit stronger than before. Niu Fen also looked at his hands, savoring the feeling. I, Niu Fen, want to take another severe beating. At this time, Giamo Demon Venerable stepped forward to offer his thanks. Little friend, you've worked hard these past 3 days. While stabilizing your own foundation, you didn't forget to help temper those 3 fellows. Yi Bei replied modestly. Not at all, it was just something I did along the way. The 2 had just exchanged a few words when Fei Fei hurriedly approached. She bowed respectfully with cupped hands. Greetings, Lord Giamo. Greetings, Senior Yi. Fei Fei held out her palms to display her acquisitions. These are the alchemy materials and treasures found within 3 days. They are all here. Yi Bei picked up a shimmering material to examine it. Yi Bei thought to himself, this is way too much. If that boy Yao Xingchen saw this, he'd be green with envy. He spoke to bid farewell. Old Jia, you should take your time to recuperate. Having unburdened yourself of 2,000 years of shackles, your realm will surely advance further in the future. Jiamo was genuinely grateful. This is all thanks to your blessing, little friend. I cannot thank you enough. After saying his final words, Yi Bei turned to leave. Then I won't disturb you any longer. I'm going to take Sun Wushao now to scout out the demon race's situation. He appeared somewhat melancholy. Let's go, little one. It's time for you to return to Master's side. Meanwhile, Wushao still acted very naturally. Yes, suddenly, Feifei blocked the path. Wait a moment, with tears in her eyes, Feifei said, Lord Jiamo, Senior Yi, Feifei also wishes to go along. Sun Wushao asked irritably, my master is going to handle business. Why are you joining the commotion? Feifei swayed her massive tails and replied softly, the great sage is mistaken. My Sky Fox clan's territory is not far from that hidden place, and I am very familiar with it. She blinked playfully and said, isn't there a saying among humans that knowing the people makes the job easier? If I follow you too, I might be able to help. Yi Bei pondered for a moment before speaking. It's true that having a local guide is not bad. Feifei, you come with us. Hearing this, Sun Wushao shouted in dissatisfaction, Master, how free would it be for just us master and disciple to go? Why bring this talkative fellow along? Seeing this, Niu Fen thought to himself, I want to follow Senior Yi and cultivate more too. Diao Zhuang was also calculating privately. Feifei had always been a step ahead of him among the demon emperors. He absolutely couldn't let her monopolize this opportunity alone. At this thought he spoke up. Lord Jiamo, Senior Yi, for this investigation of the demon race I also wish to go. Niu Fen chimed in as well. Me too, Diao Zhuang urged. The demon race is cunning and strange. Senior Yi, having a capable member like me assisting by your side will surely be like adding wings to a tiger. Lord Jiamo, wouldn't you agree? Niu Fen nodded repeatedly. Me too. Hearing this, Yi Bei showed a helpless expression, thinking, I'm not the Tang monk going to the west to fetch scriptures. Do I really have to take 4 demons along? On the other side, Jiamo, Demon Venerable, spoke gently. I have no objection. You'll have to see the little friend's decision. Diao Zhuang excitedly proposed. I can carry Senior Yi and everyone and fly there. Who in this world has the fastest flight speed? Besides my golden pung's 90,000 miles in one flap, who else is there? Niu Fen joined the commotion again. Me too. Sun Wushao grabbed Niu Fen's long horns and cursed. What are you, a land-dwelling bull, joining the ruckus for? Having heard this, Yi Bei thought to himself, fair enough, I wanted to take Zook, but compared to the golden pung, Zook's speed really is as slow as a snail's crawl. At this thought he readily agreed. Fine, then you come along too. Diao Zhuang immediately cupped his hands and responded respectfully. Thank you, Senior Yi. Seeing this, Niu Fen said stutteringly, what about me? Jiamo Demon Venerable patted his head to comfort him. They've all gone. Someone has to stay as a demon emperor to guard the central plains, right? Niu Fen pouted aggrievely. His heart was bitter, but he didn't say it. Sun Wushao said softly, Then, old Jia, we shall take our leave. Yi Bei's tone carried a hint of melancholy. Old Jia, I'm off. I'll miss you. Diao Zhuang also spoke his farewell. Lord Jiamo, we are setting off. With that, Diao Zhuang revealed his true form. He spread his massive wings and carried the 3 of them into the clouds. Yi Bei softly praised, the golden-winged pung truly lives up to its reputation. Feifei beside him suddenly spoke. The hidden place we are going to is no smaller than Zook City. It's a trade center for the Central Plains, with a vast variety of goods for sale, anything you could imagine, she continued unhurriedly. That place is a no-man's land beyond any jurisdiction. Countless factions, large and small, populate this land here. Might makes right. As Diao Zhuang sped through the sky, he suggested, Senior Yi, the hidden land lies just below. We should be cautious and proceed on foot. Yi Bei nodded in agreement. Very well, you can land in the forest just ahead. No sooner had he spoken than the golden-winged pung dove down, coming to a halt within the nearby woods. Moments later, the 4 of them stepped out of the forest, strolling forward at a leisurely pace. As they walked and talked, they learned that besides its well-deserved reputation for convenient travel, the hidden land also housed an emperor-level secret realm. Yi Bei asked, puzzled, is an emperor-level secret realm one that only emperor-level powerhouses can enter, or does it contain emperor-level opportunities? Anyone can enter, Feifei replied. It's the latter. While there is no hard requirement for one's cultivation, the level of danger within is such that even emperor-level powerhouses dare not underestimate it. Furthermore, the method of entry changes every year and is extremely demanding. Look, Senior Yi, that is this year's entry method, Feifei said, pointing ahead. Inside the city was a bustling street crowded with people, echoing with the cries of street vendors. A volume of the ancient extraordinary score for only 10 high-grade spiritual stones. Sir, would you like to take an introductory chess manual? Perhaps you'll gain an insight that allows you to enter the secret realm directly. Do you wish to comprehend the Great Dao through the game of heaven and earth? Looking to break through a bottleneck? I'll show you step by step how to pass the first trial. The price is low. I await your inquiry. Defy pointed to a massive go-board diagram posted on a wall and continued, It's a chess match. Yi-Bei stroked his chin, lost in thought. I know a thing or two about chess, that won't be a problem. We'll take turns playing against that elder, he said in a low voice. I have a premonition that this emperor-level secret realm is closely linked to the demon race. Sun Wushao hesitated, looking as if she wanted to speak. Yi-Bei turned his head and asked in confusion, What is it? Am I wrong? Sun Wushao, Feifei and Diao Zhuang gave honest, simple smiles and said in unison, We don't know how to play chess. Hearing this, Yi-Bei thought to himself that it was exactly as he had expected. Just then, a man appeared nearby, sighing in dejection. I've played 10 games already and still can't win. I just can't get the qualification to enter. Another man advised him. Your chess skills are terrible, yet you love to play. You'd be better off finding Quan Hong to buy a volume of the entry manual. Although his manual can only be used once, anyone who has it can safely enter the secret realm. Yi-Bei felt a surge of doubt. Buy an entry manual. He turned and asked the man, Excuse me, where can I find the person selling the entry manuals? The man immediately replied, You mean Quan Hong? Just follow this road. Turn left, then right again, and you'll see him. Following the directions, Yi-Bei saw a group of people gathered together with a loud voice ringing out from the center. Only the last 2 volumes left, to the highest bidder, no spiritual stones. I'll accept other rare treasures, the surrounding crowd began to bid noisily. My flying dragon Pavilion is willing to trade a bottle of Dragon Man pills, my golden light sect offers a high-grade saint weapon, my moon-gazing demon tiger clan offers 10 natural treasures of profound rank or higher. Yi-Bei arrived at the stall and said softly, It seems this is the place. A sinister smile appeared on Quan Hong's face as he thought, If I can trade for some good treasures this time, the master will surely reward me handsomely. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes as he pointed at Yi-Bei and said, Kid, I like the look of you. Speak up, what do you have to trade? If it's suitable, I'll sell to you. Several people nearby began to whisper, Such a green youth, if he really gets the manual we'll kill him and take the goods. Yi-Bei said coldly, Apologies, but I don't buy things of unknown origin. Hearing this, Quan Hong stood up abruptly and shouted sternly, Quite the attitude, it's lucky for you that I value fate. Otherwise I would have kicked you out long ago. Speak, what origin do you want to know? Yi-Bei got straight to the point. Are you currently possessed by the demon race, or are you serving as their lapdog? Upon hearing this, Quan Hong froze, his face filled with shock. He suddenly bared sharp claws and lunged at Yi-Bei, roaring, What nonsense are you spouting here? Sun Wushao appeared out of nowhere and slammed a punch into him, sending him crashing heavily to the ground. Quan Hong was beaten black and blue, slumped on the floor and unable to move. Yi-Bei spoke coldly. I said there is a demonic stench on you, and it's foul beyond belief, Defei added. A mere half-emperor, yet you dare to be so arrogant. The onlookers began to buzz with discussion. Aren't those the 3 Yao emperors? What are they doing here? Could that youth be Jiamo the demon venerable? Yi-Bei asked in confusion. You are human, right? What did the demon race give you to make you sell your life for them? Quan Hong forced himself to threaten. I suggest you'd better release me. If I die, the demon lords will gut you like fish. Yi-Bei reached out and began to channel a technique, saying in a deep voice, Truly a loyal dog. Since you refuse to speak, I will search your memories myself. Quan Hong let out a pained wail under the powerful impact of the magic. Suddenly, a grotesque face manifested within Quan Hong's mouth. It was surrounded by chilling black energy, emitting a hair-raising voice. Thief, a voice rang out from within the black energy. So you are the one who cast the soul-snatching technique on Quan Hong. Yi-Bei remained silent. As expected, it was the demon race. Black filth continuously spewed from Quan Hong's mouth, sickening to the extreme. He cried out in agony for help. Master, save me! The demon detached itself from Quan Hong's body, grabbed him by the face and sucked away his life force. You've helped me collect countless treasures over these years. Consider your duty done. Subsequently, the demon tore Quan Hong's remains in 2 and dove into a black transport hole to escape. As for you, I have no time for you right now. Sun Wushao lunged forward, trying to catch the fleeing demon. Trying to run, stay right there for old Sun. Feifei and Diao Zhuang also rushed to help. Great Sage will assist you. Unfortunately, the 3 were still unable to catch up, watching helplessly as the demon dove into the black transport hole. Immediately after, the mass of black shadow flew inside. The eye demon appeared, angrily rebuking his subordinate. I sent you to watch over Quan Hong. How did you end up in this pathetic state? The confidant soothed. Master, calm your anger. Although I failed in my duty, I have lured 3 Yao emperors here. You can have a magnificent feast now. The eye demon looked up. 3 Yao emperors. By then, Feifei, Wushao, and Diao Zhuang had also charged into the black transport hole, roaring in fury. Demon race, come out! Lord Jiamo suffered for 20,000 years. You must pay for it with your lives. The eye demon let out a cold laugh, reaching out an arm to grab at the three. "Come help me trim my nails." Sun Wushao and the others were shocked as the eye demon's giant hand lunged at them. But fortunately, the three dodged just in time. Feifei's brow furrowed. What was going on with this demon? Even 3 Yao emperors like them found him difficult to contend with. The eye demon looked at them with disdain, like a mantis trying to stop a carriage. With that, he attacked again. Sun Wushao and the others turned pale, their hearts filled with worry. The demon race is indeed powerful. No wonder even old man Jia, in the distance, the eye demon's giant hand struck again. "Daring to spy on our demon race's intelligence? Then get in here and I'll explain it all to you slowly." Suddenly, a bolt of lightning fell from the sky, blocking the giant hand. Yi Bei arrived to rescue his disciples and immediately launched an attack with black flame divine wrath. The eye demon roared in agony as he was burned. "Damn it, who is it? Who can restrain my demonic divine abilities?" Yi Bei observed the situation from the side, evaluating, is this the strength of a demon race powerhouse? To be able to withstand lightning and fire, he truly cannot be underestimated. Quan Hong, the remnant soul, said to the eye demon, "Master, it's him. Although he is only at the peak of the saint realm, he dares to oppose you by relying on some strange methods." The eye demon roared. "You fool, are you blind?" he added in fury. "This person is unfathomable and poses a massive threat to my plans. He must not be left alive." Quan Hong pressed. "Master, do you intend to personally deal with this weak human?" A mixture of lightning and thick demonic chi erupted from the eye demon's eyes as he ground out, "I will make sure you die here." The eye demon's power erupted completely, his dominant aura and pressure causing the entire space to flicker. Yi Bei held a Great Dao array in his hands. Desperately resisting the eye demon's attack, he gritted his teeth, staring ahead with fixed determination, thinking to himself, "It is rare for such powerful energy to exist in the mortal realm." Feifei Wushao and Diao Zhuang also arrived behind Yi Bei. Sun Wushao spoke up, "Master, let your disciple lend you a hand," while supporting the Great Dao array. Yi Bei shouted urgently to the three, "Run, I'll handle this." An eerie black divine light swirled around Yi Bei. Seeing this, Sun Wushao's face filled with worry. She clutched her arm, staring blankly at Yi Bei, and hesitated. But Diao Zhuang and Feifei had already turned away. Diao Zhuang warned, "Monkey, we can't withstand the power of that eerie black light." The eye demon continued to apply pressure to the black light. Yi Bei struggled to hold on from behind, shouting, "Everyone get back!" With that, the eye demon's divine power pierced through and shattered the black light. Yi Bei crossed his arms before him. Desperately resisting the crushing force, the divine power slammed straight into the ground, obliterating the entire surface. The force tore the earth in two, with 2 streaks of lightning swirling along the cracks. After a long time, when the divine power dissipated, only remnant sparks of electricity remained in the air. Strange phenomena filled the sky. The surroundings were a mess and the air was thick with dust. The eye demon showed a triumphant and mocking smile. His eyes flickered, and Quan Hong floated in the air beside him. Looking at the ruins before him, the eye demon remarked, "So insignificant, they have long since been obliterated by my might. This move consumes too much stamina. Let's return to the depths of the secret realm." Amidst the rubble, Diao Zhuang spread his wings, carrying Feifei and Wushao through the air to search for Yi Bei. A voice rang out, breaking the silence. "We are on a completely different level from an Yao Emperor. How did Lord Jiamo fight these monsters back then?" From high above, the houses looked eerie and cold, a scene of desolation. Screams of extreme panic rang out. "Run, what kind of hellish attack is that? Forget about the Emperor-level secret realm. Save your lives, whatever you do, don't go near the entrance. There really are demons." Diao Zhuang carried the two toward the area hit by the divine power, thinking to himself, "If the people in the hidden land don't run fast enough, I'm afraid they'll vanish into thin air just like the town." Sun Wushao shouted anxiously, "Master, where are you?" As he flew and searched for everyone, Diao Zhuang offered comfort, saying, "I think given Senior Yi's abilities, there shouldn't be any major problems." Meanwhile, Yi Bei was hiding behind a massive boulder, clutching his chest. His clothes were in tatters. Yi Bei furrowed his brow, his expression exceptionally grave. He whispered to himself, "Fortunately, I had the supreme demonic bone to protect my body. I've only sustained minor injuries." Yi Bei looked ahead, his eyes filled with a clear resolve. He pondered, "Initially, I felt I could either go to this hidden secret realm or not. But now I have a different thought. It seemed this secret realm was now a must-go." A good while later, Diao Zhuang, Feifei, and Wushao finally discovered Yi Bei's hiding place. The three landed before Yi Bei, their tones urgent. Sun Wushao asked Yi Bei, "Master, it's so good that you're all right. That's wonderful." She lunged directly at Yi Bei, hugging him tightly. Sun Wushao sobbed, "I thought you." Yi Bei reached out to hug her and said comfortingly, "Do you really think so little of your master?" Then Yi Bei looked at Diao Zhuang, his tone a bit surprised, but he followed up with an order. "Diao Zhuang, return to old man Jia now and tell him the situation here." Diao Zhuang cupped his hands in salute. As you command, Senior Yi. Diao Zhuang transformed back into his true form and spread his wings in the sunlight, flying away. Below, Yi Bei gave instructions to Fei Fei and Wu Xiao. I need to enter the secret realm to see the situation. You have internal injuries, stay outside and recover. Seeing this, Sun Wuxiao was anxious and tried to stop him. There's no need to be so hurried, right? Wait until Fei Fei and I have recovered, and we'll go in together. Yi Bei rested his chin in his hand and thought for a moment, then decided, there's no time to lose, delay will only lead to further trouble. With that, he left the two standing there and took flight. In an instant he was at the entrance of the secret realm. After a moment of hesitation, Yi Bei decided to reach out toward the gate of the secret realm, but his arm was repelled by a force of counter-shock. Yi Bei stared into the interior of the secret realm, his eyes showing a hint of confusion. Yi Bei looked at his palm, then back inside. A flash of insight struck him. The demon race can easily launch attacks through the entrance, which means there must be a trick to it. Demonic chi suddenly surged from Yi Bei's palm, the purple-red light appearing exceptionally eerie. Without hesitation, he placed his palm laden with demonic chi directly over his face. Soon a wisp of black smoke rose from both Yi Bei's face and palm, his eyes turned blood-red, and his entire body radiated the aura of a demon. The demonized Yi Bei showed a chilling demonic smile. His eyes flashing with a sinister light, he let out a cold laugh. This should work, shouldn't it? The demonized Yi Bei then stepped through the gate of the secret realm. Wu Xiao and Fei Fei watched Yi Bei's receding back. Before entering, he hadn't forgotten to instruct them. Wait for Diao Zhuang to bring old Jia here and have him seal off the entire hidden secret realm. I'll go on ahead. With that, Yi Bei charged inside without hesitation. The sky within the secret realm was pitch black, and all he could see were bare stone mountains and withered trees. He felt certain. As I suspected, one can enter easily by temporarily disguising as a member of the demon race. In his demonic state, he stumbled forward, leaning against a withered tree. Yi Bei recalled the technique he had performed on Quan Hong, stroking his chin in thought. Although the soul search on Quan Hong was forced to an end, I still gained some clues. Looking at the scene before him and the chilling firmament, Yi Bei recalled the past. In the Great War 20,000 years ago, to ensure the survival of their race, the demon race sent a portion of their core strength here to lie low. Yi Bei lowered his head, his gaze profound. He suddenly cried out in shock, "The supreme demonic bone." Yi Bei gritted his teeth, his eyes resolute. He recalled that nothing had ever produced such a powerful attraction for the supreme demonic bone. Yi Bei's gaze settled on the mountain range before him, sensing an anomaly. A doubt rose in his heart. From the moment I entered the secret realm, I felt something was wrong with that mountain. Sure enough, Yi Bei took to the air, decisively choosing to investigate to the end. Yi Bei flew toward the ridge and saw countless demon bones gathered below. Seeing this scene, he spoke as he sensed, "I feel it. The thing attracting the supreme demonic bone is at the mountain peak." Based on his assessment of the situation below, he stared at those things and said, "There are at least 2,000 or 3,000 here. If they all charge out of the secret realm, the consequences will be unimaginable." Suddenly, a surge of energy struck, making him feel oppressed. Yi Bei cried out, "What?" In an instant he fell from the sky in full view of everything, rubbing his forehead in a daze. Yi Bei cursed inwardly, "The suppression of this mountain is too strong. It's practically a no-fly zone designed specifically for this area." Yi Bei turned around to see several figures with supreme demonic bones engaged in conversation. A black-haired man mocked him for trying to act clever, sneering that the Saint Mountain was not so easily scaled. Beside him, another man stood with hands on his hips and chimed in, "As long as the stone tablet at the peak remains, any great demon lord, no matter where they come from, must obediently proceed on foot." Hearing this, Yi Bei felt quite surprised. A red-robed demon stepped forward, striking a daunting pose to intimidate Yi Bei. "Newcomers must register with me. No registration, no pilgrimage to the Saint Mountain." Yi Bei scratched his head and gave an awkward smile, replying, "I entered this secret realm 20,000 years ago, and have been in secluded cultivation ever since. I'm afraid I don't know what this pilgrimage to the Saint Mountain entails. I would appreciate it if the Excellency could explain." Yi Bei added. The demon wore a look of utter disdain, mocking him for being a country bumpkin. From the demon's explanation, Yi Bei learned of a massive stone tablet at the summit. As long as one entered within a 1,000-meter radius of the tablet, they could gain insights into the mysterious laws it radiated. Afterward, the demon raised his hand, displaying profound erudition and reverence for the demon venerable. He claimed that after ascending the Saint Mountain, the 6 demon emperors and the demon venerable had all achieved a thorough enlightenment of the demonic Dao under the tablet's influence. Yi Bei rested his chin in his hand, sinking into deep thought. This demonic stone tablet sounded similar to the supreme treasure of the Tianqi, but its power was clearly superior. If he could claim it for himself, he would strike it rich this time. While he was lost in thought, Yi Bei was suddenly shoved aside by a golden-haired demon. The fellow looked at him with disgust, crudely ordering Yi-Bei to get lost if he wasn't going to register. He shouted arrogantly, showing extreme contempt for Yi-Bei. A scrawny brat like you actually wants to climb the Saint Mountain? You're completely overestimating yourself. Yi-Bei didn't back down in the slightest. The corners of his mouth curled into a smirk as he shot back. So confident are we? Then let's have a contest. The fellow let out a mocking laugh, finding the idea amusing. The two quickly began their competition, racing up the steep stone steps of the cliff. The golden-haired demon gritted his teeth and shouted at Yi-Bei, telling him to crawl back down if he couldn't handle it. As weak demons had no right to climb the Saint Mountain, Yi-Bei swept a cold glance over him but remained silent. Before long, the golden-haired demon was proven wrong. While Yi-Bei ascended the steps as if strolling through a garden, the other fellow could only crawl with immense difficulty. Yi-Bei said proudly, "Is this all you've got? If you can't make it, just roll back down." The golden-haired demon replied, panting heavily. "I can't go on." Yi-Bei braced himself against the rock wall, his gaze deep as he looked ahead. He clenched his fist, a single thought rising in his mind, almost at the summit. The supreme demonic bone has already sensed that stone tablet. Suddenly, Yi-Bei's eyes widened as he looked forward, his brow furrowing and his expression darkening. Wait, there's someone beside the tablet. At that moment the eye demon was suspended near the summit with his eyes closed. Yi-Bei looked up, his heart churning with a mixture of surprise and curiosity. The person who had ambushed him with 2 cold arrows was actually here as well. The eye demon suddenly snapped his eyes open and laughed loudly, standing before the massive chaos stone tablet at the summit. The old man lamented, "Fortunately, I have the supreme demonic treasure, the chaos stone tablet. I'll be recovered in less than half an hour." Yi-Bei approached calmly, step by step. When the old man noticed someone drawing near, he gnashed his teeth and glared at Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei waved his hand with a smile, greeting him as if he had forgotten their previous life and death struggle. He spoke up, "Hello there, senior." Looking at the eye demon before him, Yi-Bei thought, "It truly is a small world. I'll stabilize him first, then adapt as things develop." The eye demon stared coldly at Yi-Bei, saying with disdain, "To be able to climb to this height, you do have some skill. Which race are you from?" Yi-Bei walked up to him, spreading his hands as he replied, "Senior, I am a rogue cultivator. I have no tribal lineage." The eye demon furrowed his brow, his face full of displeasure as he attempted to lure him. "Having no tribal lineage means no stable cultivation resources. Why not join my sect?" Yi-Bei slowly drew closer, reaching into his robes. He wore a face full of smiles, intending to offer healing pills to the old man. "Senior is truly kind. Senior, aren't you injured? I happen to have a few healing pills here," the eye demon explained. "Your kindness is appreciated, but..." Before the old man could finish his sentence, Yi-Bei suddenly launched a palm strike at him. The old man let out a cold snort and dodged the powerful blow, though a lock of his hair was still sliced off. The eye demon flew into a towering rage, his face darkening as a murderous glint flashed in his eyes. He fumed with anger. "You?" Yi-Bei reached out toward the old man, having just utilized the full power of his supreme demonic bone. Yi-Bei stared at the eye demon with a resolute gaze. He thought to himself, "The suppression of this stone tablet is indeed formidable. I must keep the supreme demonic bone fully active just to barely resist it." The eye demon stared at him with wide, fixed eyes, roaring, "It's you, human." Seeing the old man prepare to counterattack, Yi-Bei asked, "Planning to use that move again?" Yi-Bei flew into the air to level himself with the eye demon, mocking him with a dark expression. "Pity, this distance is far too close for you." The eye demon was soon forced to close his eyes. Yi-Bei recalled that his black flames hadn't been able to damage the other's foundation before. He dove down, launching a full power strike as he shouted sternly, "Now try this." The eye demon threw his head back and let out a shrill scream, his demonic chi surging as he gasped for breath. But he was not so easily killed. He barked, "If you want me dead, you don't have the ability." With that he took a deep breath, his cheeks bulging unnaturally. Yi-Bei, currently gripping his eyeball, felt a surge of doubt. Is he planning to self-destruct to avoid being burned to death? But he immediately sensed something was wrong, his gaze turning solemn. Yi-Bei thought, "No, it's not self-destruction." The eye demon unleashed the heavenly demon Soul Eater to shift his offensive, sending a surge of demonic chi straight at Yi-Bei. Facing the incoming demonic chi, Yi-Bei did not dodge, instead quietly waiting for the surges of demonic chi to hit him like a torrent. The eye demon was triumphant. "You can't possibly block this move." Seeing the demonic chi about to touch Yi-Bei, the eye demon roared with laughter, "I'm going to devour you completely, from the inside out." Yi-Bei only held his hands out before him, and the demonic chi easily bored into his body, along his arms. Watching the demonic chi enter and begin its erosion and fusion, the eye demon mocked excitedly, "How is it, kid? Does the sensation of demonic chi entering your body feel like 10,000 ants gnawing at your bones?" Yi-Bei's face turned icy as he replied coldly, "It is indeed agonizing, but I must thank you." With that, Yi-Bei activated his supreme demonic bone to incinerate himself. his divine power exploding instantly. The demonic chi shattered within the space, and Yi-Bei turned away with indifference. The Eye Demon hadn't expected this move at all, screaming in terror, "What? This is impossible." He reached out, trying to grab Yi-Bei. As he realized Yi-Bei's true objective, the old man went completely mad. "So it turns out you had no idea. My black flames aren't released by condensing spiritual energy but come from my own supreme demonic energy." Yi-Bei reached out like a devil and grabbed the Eye Demon's soul, his gaze brimming with killing intent. He said in a deep voice, "Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will never be defeated. That is why you failed." The Eye Demon wailed, "My soul is burning." Yi-Bei showed no mercy, crushing the soul. As the demonic chi dissipated, the Eye Demon was completely annihilated. Yi-Bei looked ahead with a grim expression, stating flatly, "Now no one can hinder me. With the Chaos Stone Tablet combined with the Tianqi treasure, there is hope of cultivating 108 great Emperor-level disciples." Yi-Bei stood before the massive stone tablet and looked up. With every step he took, the earth and stone beneath his feet crumbled. He looked at the changes before him with a grim expression, his heart filled with worry. The closer he got, the stronger the suppression became. Yi-Bei felt the ground beneath him vibrate and slammed a fist into the earth. Although he had the supreme demonic bone protecting his body, he still felt the strain, able to move forward only bit by bit. He stared ahead solemnly, muttering to himself, "What's happening over by the tablet? I heard the Eye Demon's voice, but the situation is unclear. I'll go take a look." For the demon race, the pilgrimage to the Saint Mountain and a demon lord's ascension to emperor status were matters of the highest priority, and could not go wrong. A thought flashed through Yi-Bei's mind in an instant. These two auras belonged to demon emperors. Two demon emperors appeared behind Yi-Bei, one of whom sneered, "Hey, a human? I truly didn't expect this. Where did that fellow Eye Demon go?" Yi-Bei gritted his teeth, his heart filled with restless anxiety. It was too late for a disguise now. Old Blade and Old Bow stared at Yi-Bei's back, their demonic eyes piercing through the thick demonic chi. With a casual wave from Old Blade, the demonic chi dispersed. Old Blade saw through the truth and frowned, telling Old Bow, "It seems that Waste Eye Demon was killed by this fellow." Old Bow quickly notched an arrow and warned Yi-Bei, "Step away from the Chaos Stone Tablet and I'll give you a way to live." With that he fired an arrow into the sky as a warning. The two arrows shot into the sky, their speed and power not to be underestimated. In an instant a red fireball exploded in the air. Facing the provocation of the two demon emperors, Yi-Bei froze in place, his brow furrowed as he stared at the fireball, his heart full of doubt. A sense of anxiety rose in Yi-Bei's heart. These two were demon emperors after all. Their strength was not to be taken lightly. Yi-Bei analyzed the situation privately. Dealing with one might be possible, but if the two joined forces he would likely be unable to withstand them. His gaze turned resolute. He had made his decision. "Since it's come to this, then let's settle it this way. I can't worry about the consequences anymore." Suddenly, the system issued a warning. The system predicted that Yi-Bei was attempting to forcibly use Great Dao resonance while it was still on cooldown. Warning: forcibly using this will result in severe consequences lasting for a full week. Yi-Bei ignored the system's mechanical voice, gritting his teeth as an intense killing intent erupted from his eyes. He barked in a low voice, "Dao of strength." Yi-Bei's hands gripped the massive Chaos Stone Tablet tightly, and he let out a deafening roar that caused the tablet to vibrate violently and develop cracks. Witnessing this, Old Bow gritted his teeth and said in a deep voice, "Look, Old Blade, is he trying to uproot the Chaos Stone Tablet?" Yi-Bei's eyes sparkled as he smiled. "Exactly as you thought." Old Bow immediately drew his bow to fire, shouting, "Don't you dare!" Yi-Bei countered confidently, "Your arrows can't hurt me at all." Two arrows shot rapidly toward Yi-Bei's back, but were locked in place by a surge of force before they could even touch his robes, subsequently falling to the ground and shattering. Old Bow cursed in frustration, "Damn it, I forgot that the closer you are to the Chaos Stone Tablet, the stronger the suppression becomes." Old Blade also realized this, stepping in front of Old Bow and saying, "Old Bow, it seems this kid is very experienced at dealing with long-range attacks like yours and the Eye Demons. I'd better go and cut him down." Old Bow clenched his fists, his face icy, determined to take Yi-Bei's life. "I'll go call the other three demon emperors. We absolutely cannot let him steal the Chaos Stone Tablet." Old Blade stomped heavily on the ground, his legs exerting force as he swung his weapon and declared, "With this strike I'm going to split you in two." Meanwhile, Yi-Bei was gritting his teeth, holding onto the tablet with a death grip. He let out another roar, finally uprooting the Chaos Stone Tablet entirely, and then threw it without hesitation. Old Blade launched a fierce assault at that moment, swinging a powerful strike. To his surprise, Yi-Bei leapt onto the stone tablet first, shouting triumphantly, "Until next time." Old Blade was so angry he barked in fury, "You wouldn't dare." Yi Bei completely ignored him, letting out a loud wahoo as he calmly calculated his next move. With this momentum, I should be able to burst straight through to the secret realm exit. Seeing the crystal containing immense energy rushing down, someone hurriedly issued a warning. Get out of the way, something is rushing down the mountain. Yi Bei sat with his arms crossed, composed. The massive suppression radiated by the stone tablet made it impossible for those demons to catch up to him. Black smoke filled the space. Outside the secret realm exit, the crowd was waiting anxiously. Diao Zhuang said, "I've brought Lord Jiamo here." He thought to himself, has Senior Yi still not come out? Just then, Jiamo stared at the entrance as he saw the silhouettes of the Chaos Stone Tablet, and Yi Bei burst out. After landing, Yi Bei let out a great shout, "Retract," and landed before Jiamo the Demon Venerable. He narrowed his eyes and urged, "Old Jia, you've come at the perfect time. Quick, give me a hand, shut down the secret realm exit." Jiamo the Demon Venerable hurriedly responded, "Understood. I know a thing or two about sealing arrays." With that, the two simultaneously formed seals. An array ring manifested beneath the gate instantly. Jiamo's ancestral rule array combined with the stone tablet's suppression produced a significant effect. Old Bo watched as the exit slowly began to close, crying out in terror, "No, Old Blade, the exit is being blocked." Old Blade realized the situation was dire and ordered, "I know, quick, stop them." Once the array took shape, Yi Bei barked decisively. Close, a series of crashing sounds echoed from the void. The bodies of Old Blade and Old Bo were held firmly in place by the power of the ancestral rule array. Old Blade couldn't help but curse, "Damn it." The two turned deathly pale, drenched in sweat, as Old Blade said to Old Bo, "Now the Demon Venerable is definitely going to kill us." Old Bo echoed with a face full of sorrow, "Don't say another word, just start thinking of some excuses." Watching the entrance be sealed, Jiamo the Demon Venerable evaluated calmly, "With a seal of this level, even a sovereign would find it hard to escape. Little friend, just what did you see inside?" Yi Bei made no attempt to hide the truth. "I saw about several thousand demons inside, commanded by a Demon Venerable, along with 6 Demon Emperors. I settled one of them along the way." Hearing this, everyone turned pale with shock, saying in unison, "What? You actually managed to kill a Demon Emperor?" Jiamo the Demon Venerable made a sincere bow. "If it hadn't been for little friend Yi risking himself, the demon race would surely have become a massive threat. This old man is eternally grateful." Yi Bei replied with a casual wave of his hand, "You flatter me, you flatter me." He patted Sun Wushao on the head and announced, "The threat of the demon race is temporarily resolved. I still have private matters to attend to, so I'll be taking Wushao and leaving now." Jiamo the Demon Venerable, Diao Zhuang and Defei watched as they departed. They raised no objections and agreed immediately. "I will take turns with the 3 remaining Yao Emperors to guard this place. Rest assured and go, little friend." And Wushao, upon hearing this, Wushao turned to Yi Bei with excitement, "Master, where are we going next?" Yi Bei stood with his hands behind his back, answering with a stride, "To attend my 300th memorial anniversary." At that moment, Zook appeared again, speaking with a sincere and expectant expression. "Senior Yi, I am willing to carry you there." Hearing this, both Yi Bei and Wushao looked back at her in surprise. Yi Bei rested his chin in his hand, calculating seriously in his mind. "Though her speed doesn't match the Golden Pung's, this place indeed needs people to guard it." "Zook's speed isn't actually bad either," Yi Bei said after a moment's thought. "We'll make a stop at the Xingqian Alchemy Association first." Zook immediately reverted to her true form, and Wushao's excited voice rang out, "Yay, the weather is so comfortable today. Blue skies, white clouds, and the sun is so warm." Wushao opened her mouth wide and shouted at the top of her lungs, "Hey, Xingqian, stop your seclusion and come out quick." No sooner had she spoken than the gates opened. Yao Xingqian walked out with a kind smile and asked, "Fifth senior brother, it's been months. How have you been?" Yao Xingqian stood before Wushao looking somewhat hesitant. She began to speak haltingly. "Lord Jiamo's condition is very difficult to handle. It's mostly due to old injuries. With pills alone, his life can only be extended by a few years at most." Hearing this, Wushao stood with hands on her hips and comforted her. "Silly girl, old man Jia's illness was cured long ago. Your information is really out of date." Wushao smiled and pointed toward the gate, saying meaningfully, "Look who's here." Seeing that the person at the gate was Yi Bei, the sudden appearance left Yao Xingqian utterly shell-shocked. She froze on the spot as Yi Bei offered a doting smile. Yi Bei opened his arms and called out, "Xingqian ah." Yao Xingqian's fair face turned slightly red as she covered her mouth, tears welling in her eyes. She responded with a choked voice, "Master, master, is it really you?" Yi Bei blinked and teased, "If it were a fake, could I even be swapped for another?" At this, Yao Xingqian hurriedly knelt before Yi Bei and shouted respectfully, "Disciple Yao Xingqian pays respects to master." Then Yao Xingqian raised her head, her eyes still filled with tears as she spoke with surging emotion, "I missed you, master, I missed you so much." Yi Bei's broad warm palm rested on her head to comfort her. You're the president of an alchemy association now, why are you crying? Yi-Bei looked at the woman before him and smiled dotingly again. You're no longer that little girl who used to blow up her furnace every day while refining pills, she responded with a soft acknowledgement immediately after. A system prompt arrived. Reunited with 7th 108 disciple. Reward, half Emperor skill card. Congratulations host, you have drawn an exclusive skill. Space teleportation array. Seeing these prompts, Yi-Bei's eyes widened in shock, followed by him rubbing his hands together in excitement. He thought happily to himself, this will make traveling to different places much simpler in the future. Yi-Bei opened the system and stared at it, lost in thought. It seemed the usage was similar to those in online games. Though I've never heard of such a thing existing on the Cultivation continent, he was delighted when a map appeared on the screen, allowing him to find suitable strongholds to set space coordinates himself. Zook suddenly walked in and asked, Senior Yi, shall we continue our journey? Yi-Bei replied quickly without hesitation. Let's go. Later, at the Yi Emperor tomb under the scorching sun, the four of them appeared before a magnificent gate. Looking at the half-open gate, Zook marveled, this mausoleum is simply too massive. She couldn't help but make a comparison. Even a great emperor wouldn't dare build a tomb like this. Yi-Bei summoned a longsword into his palm and gave a low-voiced order, Zook, find a place nearby to rest. Yi-Bei began to slowly carve into the ground with the tip of his sword. Seeing Yi-Bei focused on carving, Yao Xingchen felt a bit confused by his actions. Her curiosity piqued. Master, what do you intend to do? Soon, a line of characters manifested on the ground. Yi-Bei looked back at his two disciples and gave them separate instructions. Wu Xiao, you stand behind the character for 2. Xingchen, you stand behind the character for 3. Yao Xingchen did not hesitate and walked quickly to the position of the character 3. Wu Xiao also found the position for the character 2. And soon both were standing in the spots Yi-Bei had assigned. Yao Xingchen was the first to speak out of curiosity, wondering why they had to stand by different characters. Is Master planning to distribute rewards? Wu Xiao answered her with hands on her hips. Do you even need to ask, when has Master ever treated us poorly? At that moment the sound of noisy discussion came from outside the gate, the tone filled with surprise. It seems there's already someone in the main hall. Really? Is there actually someone faster than us? Tai Bai, Limo, and Yuling led a group of people into the Yi Emperor tomb. Upon seeing Yi-Bei and the others, Tai Bai marveled, It really is, Master. I didn't expect junior sisters Wu Xiao and Xingchen to return with you as well. Wu Xiao proudly gave a thumbs up in praise. Long time no see, senior sister Tai Bai. I didn't expect you to have reached the Great Emperor realm as well. Yi-Bei turned around and interrupted their conversation, saying to Wu Xiao, I'll group you all first. You can chat after I'm done. Yi-Bei pointed to the other characters on the ground and ordered, Tai Bai, you stand behind 5, Shanner, Limo, you several stand behind 1. Just as he finished, Yuling tugged at his sleeve a bit awkwardly and asked nervously, Master, did you forget about Linger? Yi-Bei didn't make her wait long, immediately stuffing a small bottle into her hand and instructing, take this for now. When I tell you to distribute them later, then you do it. Looking at the emerald green bottle in her hand, Yuling's head was full of question marks. Suddenly, a voice rang out that took Tai Bai by surprise. Senior sister Tai Bai, has everyone arrived early? Tai Bai looked at the woman walking toward them and exclaimed, Xiaotong. Fan Xiaotong, carrying a food container, walked over with a flower-like smile. This is the 40th ranked disciple, Fan Xiaotong, who practices the Dao of food. She gently placed the food container on the ground. Tai Bai stepped forward and asked with concern about all the food she'd brought, to which Xiaotong replied excitedly, For Master's 300th memorial, I prepared some offerings. Seeing everyone, Xiaotong shouted excitedly, Ha, 5th senior brother is here too, and junior sister Yuling, I haven't seen you in so many years. Yi-Bei coughed twice on purpose. With his hands behind his back, he strolled up to her and called out softly, Xiaotong ah. Yi-Bei's sudden appearance made Fan Xiaotong's hair stand on end. Her entire body froze in place, her eyes fixed on the person before her before she grabbed her face and screamed in terror. A ghost Master's soul has appeared. Due to the extreme fright, Fan Xiaotong fainted directly onto the ground. Yi-Bei thought to himself, I didn't expect that after so many years Xiaotong would still be this easily scared. He waved his hand helplessly and said to the others, You several help her to a place to rest first. Just then another pair of feet came running urgently. Tai Bai stood to one side and reported to Yi-Bei, Master, someone else is coming. It looks like Ouyang Leng. The woman walking against the light looked heroic and sharp. She was the 8th ranked disciple Ouyang Leng who practiced the Dao of Shira. Seeing her, everyone fell into thought. Over these past 300 years, on every memorial anniversary, Senior Sister Ouyang was one of the disciples who never failed to show up and pay respects to Master. Practicing the Dao of Shira, she had a cold and brutal personality. Aside from Master and the eldest senior sister, she looked down on everyone. As Ouyang Leng drew near, 2 streaks of hot tears were already on her face. She choked out a call, her voice breaking due to excitement. Bei remained silent, a surge of indescribable emotion in his heart. Ouyang Lang clenched her fists and said with a trembling voice, "Damn it!" Suddenly, Ouyang Lang gnashed her teeth in a furious roar. Zhang Limo froze upon hearing her name called and asked in confusion, "What?" Abruptly, Ouyang Lang used a move to tightly restrain Limo's body. Limo spoke with difficulty. "Senior sister, what are you doing?" Ouyang Lang's gaze was sharp as she questioned sternly, "Was it you who turned Master into the undead?" With her throat locked, Limo felt sharp pain but still quickly retorted, "How could I ever do such a thing? Can you just listen to my explanation first?" Limo thought to herself. Is there something wrong with her head? At that moment a long whip descended from the sky and lashed Ouyang Lang across the back. She snapped her head back, her teeth gritted, and her eyes widened in terror. Bei approached with a grim expression, whip in hand. Bei scolded in a deep voice, "Fighting with your junior sister the moment you meet. Where did you pick up such bad habits?" Bei, holding the whip, continued to lecture Ouyang Lang sternly. "Number 8, I've always taught you to observe closely, think calmly, and not to act recklessly." Bei questioned loudly, "Did you forget?" At the same time the whip lashed the ground heavily again, landing just inches from Ouyang Lang's feet. She was stunned for a long while before finally calming down and asking stutteringly, "Master, have you really been resurrected?" A trace of doubt still remained in her heart. Ouyang Lang moved closer, pressing her hand to Bei's chest, observing and calculating as she assessed the situation. "Indeed, it's different from a mindless undead. The blood energy is full, and the vitality is extremely strong." Ouyang Lang continued to lean in, sniffing hard with her nose. She pursed her lips, thinking that the sensation from that whiplash on her soul just now was definitely correct. Because she was too close, this sudden contact caused 2 streaks of blood to unexpectedly leak from Bei's nostrils. She hurriedly knelt and shouted respectfully, "Disciple Ouyang Lang pays respects to Master." This forehead-to-ground bow was the highest etiquette of the Grey Wolf tribe. Bei leaned down, gently took her hand and responded softly, "Get up, you've all worked hard these years." Suddenly a hand reached out from nowhere and grabbed Bei's hem. The action forced him to look back. To his surprise, Fan Xiaodong was also kneeling on the ground, sobbing as she pleaded, "Master, fate has tortured your disciple with such a deadlock. I thought I'd never see you again in this lifetime. Master, please give me 2 lashes as well so I can wake up." Hearing this, Bei asked with concern, "Xiaotong, when did you wake up?" Bei smiled, rubbed her head, and comforted her softly. All right, Xiaotong, Xiaoleng, you 2 follow the arrangement and go stand behind the numbers, facing the disciples." Bei warned with a stern tone, "Since everyone is here, I'll first talk sense into you." Soon his face darkened, and he barked sternly, "Do you still remember the unity is strength lesson I taught you? Right now, many of your fellow disciples are still unreachable." Bei pointed at the dejected Yuling and continued, "Your little junior sister Linger was missing for 300 years. Why? Because she was imprisoned by the Tianqi Holy Land for 3 whole centuries." Bei's words were like a thunderbolt. What about the others? Were there others currently imprisoned by other holy lands or factions? It had been 300 years. You must be curious what the numbers beneath your feet represent, right? It's actually very simple. Faced with these reproaches, Wu Xiao remained silent, not daring to argue. Bei continued, 1 represents 100 lashes, 2 represents 200 lashes, and 5 represents 500 lashes. The spot where Wu Xiao stood instantly became her nightmare. Soon, Bei pointed at her and announced, "Wu Xiao, don't even think about it. The word N that you're standing on represents 2,000 lashes." Wu Xiao was terrified, her mouth agape as she stammered, "But Master, Bei's face was grim, his brow furrowed and his gaze sharp as he barked, "You are the 5th senior brother, and the one who broke through to the great emperor realm first. What have you done? Do you think 2,000 lashes is too much?" Wu Xiao hurriedly knelt and replied remorsefully, "It is not. Even if it were 20,000 lashes, your disciple would willingly accept the punishment." "Please, Master, bestow the punishment." Bai, standing aside, also knelt and said seriously, "Your disciple is also willing to accept a 2,000 lash punishment, even 20,000 lashes. Please punish me, Master." Limo and the other disciples also spoke firmly, "Master, we are willing to share this with our 2 senior sisters." Subsequently, Bei gave a cold order. Bai and Wu Xiao, stand together. The others return to your positions. Take the whips, he said angrily. Now, each of you reflect well on what you have done over these years. As soon as he finished speaking, a series of sharp, air-piercing cracks rang out. Wretched screams echoed continuously within the Yi Emperor tomb. Standing outside, Zook's fair face turned red with shock and she asked awkwardly, "What are they doing in there? It sounds so intense." Bai lay on the ground turning her head as she let out a faint sob. Bei turned and gave Yuling an order. "Linger, the punishment is over. Go and distribute the pills to them." Bei opened the medicine bottle in his hand and explained kindly, "These are pills I had the demon race's defy refine from natural treasures. Though I punish you, I do not wish for you to be left with internal injuries." Yuling carefully dripped the medicinal liquid onto Bai's wounds. At that moment, Yi Bei gazed at the two spatial rifts in his palm and said, "The coming time will be the opportunity for your breakthroughs." Yi Bei looked at his disciples and guided them. "Effortfully comprehend the power of laws. With me here, even if you break through to the Emperor realm, I can protect you." Yao Xingchen, who was meditating, replied, "Yes, Master." Having finished what needed to be done, Yi Bei calculated with relief. "While they are cultivating, I'll first set the first space teleportation point here at the Yi Emperor tomb." Yi Bei subsequently buried the teleportation point coordinates. In another location, the sound of urgent running echoed on the road. The 5 element sisters were running with all their might, the sound of urging voices constant. "Sisters, run faster. The Yi Emperor tomb is just ahead." One of them said urgently, "Today is Master's memorial. Our senior and junior sisters are all there. They will surely be able to help us lose these pursuers." Before long, the 5 element sisters arrived before the Yi Emperor tomb. Zook also sensed their arrival. She quickly blocked the gate and asked cautiously, "Who are you?" "Senior Yi is busy inside. No unauthorized personnel allowed." They replied in unison, "We 5 sisters are all Master's disciples. Quickly, let us in." A voice suddenly rang out from within the Yi Emperor tomb. "Is it the 5 element sisters who have come?" One of them cried out in shock. "That voice, is it, Master?" The gate then opened automatically. Yi Bei appeared behind the gate with a smile. He evaluated with satisfaction. "Among all the disciples, only you 5 sisters are as united as you were back then. I am very gratified." At this, one of them spoke up. "Master, the Xingyao Holy Land has been intercepting and attacking us 5 sisters on the road to seek revenge." Hearing this, Yi Bei let out a disdainful cold snort. "The Xingyao Holy Land truly overestimates itself," one of them reported seriously. "Master, that group from the Xingyao Holy Land knows they are no match, so they've invited an extremely powerful helper." Just as she finished speaking, 3 pursuers arrived. They roared in fury. "The grudge from that arrow a month ago nearly annihilated my soul. Today I will surely make you all vanish into thin air. Though we've brought a helper, we must not be careless." The masked man calmly reassured the other 2. "You 2 great emperors worry too much. No matter how much ability he has, as long as I am here, there is nothing to worry about." Upon seeing the 5 element sisters in their group, they shouted, "Found them, the brat and his 5 disciples are all here." Qishui and Quan Hong watched coldly from the side while Yi Bei provoked them fearlessly. "Challenge me if you have the guts. You're truly overestimating yourselves." Qishui and 2 others hovered in midair. Knowing Yi Bei's strength, Qishui didn't dare move, only taunting from a distance. "I know I can't beat you alone, so I brought help." Marcel, an elder of the XX Holy Land, appeared with a triumphant and arrogant laugh. "You called me here just to deal with this wet behind the ears brat? It seems the Xingyao Holy Land has truly declined." Yi Bei thought with a grim expression. The XX Holy Land is a sect from the Western nations that seized territory on the Xuanqian continent and declared itself a Holy Land. Since their sect consists of 20 core members and thousands of martial monks, and 20 is written as XX, the Roman numeral, in their native tongue, everyone has long called it the XX Holy Land. Their exotic secret arts are difficult to defend against. Marcel sneered, completely disregarding his opponent. He tilted his chin provocatively. "I only need one move to leave him unable to counterattack." Marcel gripped his weapon and pointed forward. "Take this." He soared into the sky, unleashing spells to bombard Yi Bei's surroundings. Several beams of light fell in succession, forming a cage where he stood. Watching this, Yi Bei remained steady as a mountain, saying contemptuously, "Is that all the tricks you have?" Immediately he launched a counterattack, one hand in a fist and the other quickly forming seals. Following his movements, a longsword was slowly drawn from his hand. He swung the sword directly at the incoming beams of light. But strangely, the beams remained unharmed. Yi Bei furrowed his brow and thought, "Is this condensed from the trunks of 10,000-year spiritual trees? Even divine weapons can't cut through it. Furthermore, it can restrict various divine abilities." Marcel praised triumphantly from above, "You have some insight," not one to back down. Yi Bei changed his strategy, his palm holding a ball of fire. "If I can't cut it, I'll burn it. The supreme demonic bone won't be subject to these restrictions." However, the flames were extinguished as soon as they rose. The fire vanished into thin air, leaving Yi Bei stunned. "The supreme demonic bone couldn't be used," the system prompted. Since the host ignored warnings and forcibly used Great Dao resonance, the supreme demonic bone is now sealed for 1 week. Yi Bei pursed his lips in frustration. He had forgotten about that. Qishui gloated from above, creating a sea of blood intended to drown the world. "Yi Bei, you're now a turtle in a jar. Killing you is as easy as reaching into a pocket." Yi Bei turned and ordered those behind him. "Jinping, 5 element sisters, set up the array. Do not let Qishui charge into the Yi Emperor tomb." On the other side, Qishui manipulated red blood waves and told his accomplice, Leo, Marcel and I will handle Yi Bei, you take care of the rest. Leo smiled coldly. No problem, Qishui has victory in his grasp. Once my blood sea manifests, anyone touched will die instantly. You can't even enter the void realm. So you can only sit and wait for death. The blood sea transformed into a massive vortex surrounding the cage. Yi Bei gathered his spiritual energy, thinking, he only knows part of the story. I indeed cannot escape underground, but he doesn't know the rest. He tapped his forehead and instantly moved to another spot where a female disciple was gritting her teeth and struggling to maintain a defensive array. The blood sea surged, trying to break the barrier. Leo flew in from a distance, mocking, a mere half-emperor dares to contend with my Xingyao Holy Land? Suddenly, Yi Bei's longsword shot out like lightning. Leo was bewildered, not even seeing what was coming. When he saw what it was, Leo could hardly believe his eyes. What? That's Yi Bei's sword. Didn't the XX Holy Land's treasure trap him? How is this possible? After the successful strike, the sword turned and flew back to its owner. Yi Bei caught the sword, looking gallant as he mocked. You think that trashy birdcage could trap me? The female disciple maintaining the array asked with concern. Senior Yi, are you all right? Yi Bei didn't answer because he was secretly worried. Although I escaped, spatial teleportation has a cooldown. If I get trapped by that XX Holy Land elder again, it will be troublesome. I must suppress him first before dealing with Qishui. With that thought, Yi Bei flew forward to resolve the threat. Marcel blocked his way with a ferocious expression. I don't know how you escaped, but this move will surely take your life. A powerful force erupted from the longsword in Yi Bei's hand. He said in a deep voice, I will never fall for the same trick twice. In midair, Qishui roared, blood flooding the world. Dark red waves surged toward Yi Bei, but he leapt gracefully, skillfully avoiding all attacks. Yi Bei's gaze was sharp as he quickly calculated. Defeating Qishui is simple enough. The trouble is the XX Holy Land Elder's treasure, which can restrict divine abilities. It's truly troublesome. A wicked smile appeared on Yi Bei's face as he thought, got it. He quickly landed on the ground and shouted a provocation upward. Qishui, don't you want revenge? Come then, my head is right here, come take it if you have the guts. Qishui was furious, pointing at Yi Bei and cursing, damn it, don't think you can trick me with such a clumsy taunt. You want me to get close? Not a chance. Qishui raised his hands and began to manifest a move again. He roared confidently, watch me destroy your soul with this sea of blood. Yi Bei also smiled, preparing to form a seal, saying playfully, who told you I was trying to trick you into getting close? In an instant, several violent bolts of lightning struck down, immediately tearing through Qishui's blood sea. Sensing something was wrong, Qishui's eyes widened in terror. Yi Bei's devastating strike pierced the blood sea and directly wounded Qishui. Seeing the situation turn dire from a distance, Marcel gritted his teeth and shouted, oh no! Marcel and Quan Hong were both stunned. Seeing Qishui's blood sea defeated, Marcel's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth. This kid actually saw through the fact that Qishui's blood sea doesn't come from himself, but is drawn from a place of death. Once Qishui is exhausted, he can no longer control it. Now that the blood sea was collapsing, he and his accomplices couldn't even find Qishui. A red umbrella slowly rotated as a voice rang out. This kid saw through the fact that the blood sea was not formed by Qishui himself, but was drawn from a place of death. When Qishui is exhausted, he loses control. Eerie creatures appeared in the blood sea, mocking, since you like to manifest moves with both hands raised, isn't this just shooting yourself in the foot? The blood sea had completely lost control, crashing onto the ground with a thunderous roar. My treasure can only restrict divine abilities. How can it block the falling water of death? The red umbrella opened again, and Yi Bei repeated his previous words. Since you like to manifest moves with both hands raised, isn't this just shooting yourself in the foot? Yi Bei held the umbrella to block the blood rain, speaking coldly. This was paying them back in their own coin. Just then, a system notification came from the Xingyao Holy Land. Qishui the Grey Emperor has been killed by Yi Bei's lightning. Marcel of the XX Holy Land has died at the hands of Qishui the Great Emperor. Accidental friendly fire. Before him was a sea of red, but Yi Bei didn't care, only turning to order his disciples. You all should enter the tomb as well and cultivate with your sisters. The disciples answered in unison, yes, master. A small bottle suddenly landed in a female disciple's hand. Yi Bei instructed with a smile, this is a celestial grade pill I refined personally, take it. Hearing this, she bowed quickly and replied gratefully, Senior Yi, I cannot thank you enough for such a generous gift. Suddenly the sky turned dark with clouds. Yi Bei observed with a serious expression and judged, an emperor tribulation has appeared and it's a two-cloud one. Seeing the lightning begin to flash, he wondered which two disciples are about to break through to the great emperor realm. Inside the Yi Emperor tomb, Yi Bei's disciples were concentrating on their cultivation. Yao Xingchen's brow furrowed slightly as she thought, with the pill from Master protecting me, and since my Dao tribulation clouds aren't too strong, I will surely endure this. Soon, lightning began to strike, but Yao Xingqian was enveloped in massive energy, and the lightning couldn't penetrate it at all. Then the system's voice rang out. Yao Xingqian, Great Emperor, Dao of Alchemy. Outside, Tai Bai breathed a sigh of relief and said, "Junior sister Xingqian's tribulation is going smoothly. That's fortunate." Wu Xiao, however, asked with worry, "But why is the other tribulation cloud so violent?" "Who is that?" A pair of golden eyes flashed with cold light. Ouyang Leng was now enveloped in terrifying killing intent. Lightning struck directly at her from high above. The power from Ouyang Leng's body continued to spread outward. Without any effort, she repelled the lightning with a single move. Two completely opposite forces clashed head-on. Witnessing this, Tai Bai shouted in terror, "Wait, junior sister Ouyang seems to have succumbed to qi deviation." Ouyang Leng's eyes flickered. She had completely lost her reason, roaring frantically. Under the impact of this power, Limo closed her eyes and shouted, "Just how strong has she become to dare to resist the lightning tribulation with her bare hands?" Massive arms continued to manifest behind Ouyang Leng, their terrifying power making everyone's hearts pound. Wu Xiao gripped her weapon, furrowing her brow as she said to Tai Bai, "Fourth senior sister, only by joining forces can we subdue her now." Tai Bai responded quickly, "We have no other choice. We cannot let her succumb to qi deviation, or the consequences will be unimaginable." Ouyang Leng launched an attack, charging at the two like lightning. Just then, Yi Bei suddenly appeared before Wu Xiao and Tai Bai, shouting, "Wait!" Ouyang Leng had not regained her senses, still roaring as she charged forward, her eyes full of killing intent. Yi Bei easily dodged the attack and performed the soul-snatching technique. He tapped Ouyang Leng's forehead with his fingertip. Her pupils dilated instantly before her vacant gaze refocused. Soon, Ouyang Leng closed her eyes and returned to normal. Yi Bei didn't hesitate, immediately using his divine power to control the residual mental energy within her. Seeing the situation stabilize, Yi Bei explained patiently, "Xiao Leng practices the Dao of Shira, also known as the Dao of Killing. This Dao is extremely fierce and brutal. Fighting someone during a breakthrough is like adding fuel to the fire. It can only be resolved by using softness to overcome hardness, combined with proper guidance." Under Yi Bei's guidance, Ouyang Leng sat cross-legged and began to comprehend the Dao of Shira again. Enveloped in mental energy, she concentrated fully on accepting this power. Meanwhile, a series of system prompts rang out. Ouyang Leng, Great Emperor, Dao of Shira, reunited with 8th 108 disciple, 9th 108 disciple, 10th 108 disciple, 11th 108 disciple, reunited with 12th 108 disciple, 13th 108 disciple, 14th 108 disciple. The system continued to release reward information. 1 Great Emperor skill card, 6 Half Emperor skill cards. Detecting that the host has not yet opened the Dao of Shira. Activating Dao Foundation Automatic Exchange Mode. Rare Grade Dao Foundation requires 10 Half Emperor skill cards, Ultra Rare requires 20, Epic requires 50, and Mythical requires 100. After hearing all the announcements, Yi Bei cursed in his heart. Damn it, this crappy system, it only mentions such an important function now. Yi Bei was in a terrible mood, asking the system irritably, "The above says Half Emperor skill cards. What about the Great Emperor ones?" The system replied, 1 Great Emperor skill card is equivalent to 10 Half Emperor cards. After calming his anger, he regained his composure and analyzed the situation. "By that calculation, I now have 10 Half Emperor cards. I must save up 50 no matter what to exchange for an epic grade foundation." The scene shifted as massive stone gates slowly opened, and a voice rang out from within. "Midday is approaching, the sacrificial ceremony is about to begin. Everyone who could come should be here by now." A respectful voice rang out again. "Senior sisters, you've arrived so early. You're the 70th disciple Mo Feng, Dao of Wind, and the 75th Yan Shan, Dao of Defense." The system immediately popped up notifications. Reunited with 15th 108 disciple, 16th 108 disciple. Yi Bei was happily greeting these two arriving disciples. Xiao Feng and Xiao Yan shouted in surprise upon seeing their master. "Yay, master," the system continued to announce. Reunited with 17th 108 disciple, 18th 108 disciple, 19th 108 disciple, 20th 108 disciple. Yi Bei sat high above the crowd below, conversing excitedly. "Oh, it really is, master." After a long time his face looked a bit weary. He hadn't expected only 20 people to show up, Lai Yushan said in confusion. Even for the small sacrificial ceremonies every 10 years, at least 45 sisters would show up. "What happened today?" she then said respectfully to Yi Bei. "Master, today's situation is indeed strange." He also agreed with a serious expression. "I know, even if someone were in seclusion for 8 or 10 years and couldn't make it, that would be normal. But for this great sacrifice, only 20 people came. That is indeed very unusual." His gaze was sharp as he said in a deep voice, "Something is clearly wrong." Just then, Ouyang Leng stepped forward and said, "Master, I think I know where the other brothers and sisters are." she began to reminisce. After the small ceremony 10 years ago, the eldest senior sister asked me to go with them to seek an opportunity, but since I was at a breakthrough bottleneck I politely refused. She then shared her speculation. Most of the sisters who attended the last ceremony left the Central Plains with the eldest senior sister, so I suspect they might be at the external battlefield now. Hearing this, Yi-Bei was secretly surprised. Yi-Bei questioned seriously. Did that girl leave any words before she went? Yanling replied respectfully that there were no other words. She suddenly remembered and added, however, the eldest senior sister seemed to mention that the opportunity they were seeking this time was related to the Dao of Time. Yi-Bei's eyes narrowed, and he repeated with a grave expression, the Dao of Time, beside him. Lai Yushan also spoke up, Master, shall we set off for the external battlefield now? Yi-Bei replied calmly, no need for now. A smile appeared on the corner of Yi-Bei's mouth as he said playfully, a good show is about to happen right here. Looking at his disciples, Yi-Bei ordered, since you all have made breakthroughs, it's time to find someone to practice with. Hearing this, a disciple asked in confusion, find someone to practice with? Fan Xiaotong also asked curiously, aside from us sisters, who else is here to spar with us? At this, Qi Taibai and Wu Shao answered in unison, the Xingyao Holy Land. After thinking it over, Yuling said, is it that Leo, the great emperor whom Master let go before? If he went back for reinforcements, it should be about time for them to arrive. Yi-Bei's gaze was as sharp as a blade as he calmly laid out his plan. Instead of me going to them, I might as well wait here for them to come to me. Meanwhile, in another location, a massive floating mountain appeared in the void. Quan Hong knelt on the ground, reporting respectfully, Holy Master, Qi Shui has been killed and his soul was completely obliterated. Please, you must seek justice for us. Tianlai lay lazily on her seat resting and rebuked him flatly. That was the result of your unauthorized actions. You brought that humiliation upon yourselves. How can you blame others? The Xingyao Holy Land has no need for such disgraceful trash. Hearing this, Quan Hong trembled all over. A feathered quill suddenly shot forward, piercing straight toward him. Quan Hong's eyes widened, filled with pain and indignation, and his body soon collapsed. Tianlai continued leisurely. However, for him to dare look down on the people of the Xingyao Holy Temple, I won't let him off easily either. The scene shifts back to Yi-Bei and his group. He was looking at his disciples as they spoke. At that moment, Xiaotong brought out a large amount of food and everyone ate while waiting for the enemy to attack. Fan Xiaotong chimed in cheerfully, Senior and junior sisters, I have all sorts of flavors here. Yan Shan asked with concern at this time, Senior brother Xingchen, didn't junior sister Tianlai go with you to the Central Plains domain back then? Where is she? Why don't I see her? Yao Xingchen answered haltingly, we separated later. This conversation caught Yi-Bei's attention and he turned to look at her asking, Tianlai, Xingchen, tell me about Tianlai's situation, just tell me the truth. Yi-Bei's gaze grew deep as memories of the past surfaced in his mind. When he had ranked his disciples back then, it was not based on their strength at all. Although Cho Tianlai was ranked 100th, her talent was extremely high and her cultivation speed was incredibly fast. The Dao she practiced was even more unique. The Dao of greed, her heart was always filled with greed and ambition. She not only frequently challenged her senior sisters in an attempt to seize their ranks but also secretly practiced demonic and unorthodox arts. Yi-Bei pondered. Had he remained, he certainly would have had the confidence to correct this disciple. But after his lifespan was exhausted, he could no longer intervene. At this moment, Yi-Bei's expression was grave, and he concluded in his heart, it seems Tianlai has indeed gone astray. Yao Xingchen spoke hesitantly. Master, regarding the matter of junior sister Tianlai, she looked up at Yi-Bei, carefully choosing her words. Junior sister Tianlai joined the Tinluo Holy Temple 50 years ago. Hearing this, Yi-Bei's face darkened. The other disciples were shocked, exclaiming one after another, how is that possible? How could junior sister Tianlai join a holy land? Yanling stroked her chin and speculated. There must be some misunderstanding. Junior sister Tianlai must have been forced to join, right? Senior brother Xingchen. Was junior sister Tianlai forced to join after being captured by them? At that moment, someone suddenly stomped heavily on the ground and shouted angrily. I want to remind everyone, don't think so highly of that Tianlai, she continued with gritted teeth. She joined the Tinluo Holy Temple of her own accord. Yan Shan looked at her with great surprise and asked, how could that be? Senior brother Wu Shao, could it be? Son Wu Shao interrupted. Stop. I know what you want to say. Yi-Bei's calm voice also rang out. Wu Shao, say whatever you know. She smacked her lips and replied. Among the major holy lands, Tinluo ranks second, but the one Tianlai wanted to join most wasn't Tinluo. It was the Wuji Holy Temple, which ranks first. Her hands involuntarily clenched into fists. She said in a low voice that the ultimate reason was unknown. But after being rejected by the Wuji Holy Land, she joined the Tinluo Holy Land. I didn't believe it when I first heard the news either. I thought she was trying to infiltrate the enemy's interior, but after a thought she continued calmly. However, shortly after she joined the Tinluo Holy Land, several places of opportunity that Master had worked so hard to find were occupied by them. Not only that, the identities of several junior brothers were exposed at the same time, and they were hunted or pressured to surrender by the Tinluo Holy Land. Wu Shao questioned angrily with gritted teeth. Tell me, is this all just a coincidence? Do you believe that? Ouyang Leng fell into silence. Tai Bai was also somewhat embarrassed, not knowing how to answer. Yi Bei's face became extremely unsightly, and a thick killing intent radiated from his body. Feeling Yi Bei's state of mind, Yao Xingchen trembled all over. She thought to herself that Master was truly angry. This was the first time she had seen Master like this. A dart suddenly shot out from behind the half-open gate, and Tai Bai noticed it immediately. She flashed forward to block it and then shouted, "Master, watch out!" The dart struck her sword with terrifying force. Tai Bai looked at the dart, thinking in surprise, how could a mere peacock feather possess such immense power? At this moment, Ouyang Leng and Sun Wushao shouted in unison, "Fourth senior sister, we'll help you." The three combined their strength to resist the peacock feather's attack but were soon shaken back. A voice rang out with great interest. The three great emperors together couldn't block it? The corners of Yi Bei's mouth curled slightly as he sneered. The golden peacock feather. It seems the Xingyao Holy Master can no longer sit still. The peacock feather shot toward Yi Bei with unstoppable momentum. He faced it without fear, meeting it directly with one hand. The impact pushed Yi Bei back a few steps, but he eventually caught it and then easily crushed it. Yi Bei's expression was solemn as he said in a firm tone, "I happen to have a stomach full of anger with nowhere to vent, and now something has delivered itself to my door." The gate slowly opened, and many figures appeared faintly in the high sky. The people outside didn't know the truth and were discussing excitedly, no matter how great the divine abilities of the demon who killed Qishui are, after being hit by the Holy Master's move, he'll be tripled if not dead. The remaining disciples are just a disorganized rabble. With over 20 great emperors stationed here, wiping them out will be as easy as turning over a palm. Yi Bei led his disciples and gave the order, "Follow me out of the tomb. Since you've been sitting in meditation for so long, it's time to stretch your muscles." At this moment the people who were so proud just now were lying unconscious all over the ground. One person whose collar was being gripped thought tremblingly, "Heavens, how is this possible? Why is every single one of them so strong?" Yi Bei still held the man's clothes tight and declared calmly, "Go back and tell your holy master, if she wants to be my Yi Bei's enemy, have her come in person. To only dare sneak attack with a tiny quill from a distance, she is nothing but a coward." After saying that, he threw the person into the air with force and barked sternly. "Get lost." Wu Shao stepped forward to ask for instructions. "Master, why don't we take this opportunity to follow them, kill our way straight to the Xingyao Holy Land and deal with that bird, Holy Master?" Yi Bei reached out to stop her, explaining, "Although the Xingyao Holy Land suffered heavy losses this time and won't dare act rashly, the Holy Master is in her headquarters and should not be underestimated. I heard there is also an Emperor Sovereign Ancestor who is often in secluded cultivation. Do not be reckless for now, I have my own arrangements." Then Yi Bei gave the order with a serious expression, "We are setting off now for the external battlefield to find someone." Then his expression softened, revealing a faint smile. Yi Bei thought to himself, "Luo Shuishang, we are bound to reunite eventually." Yi Bei glanced at the person beside him and requested, "Jin Peng, please take us there." Jin Peng responded respectfully, "As you command, Senior Yi." Yi Bei's majestic voice rang out again, "Qi Taibai, Sun Wushao, Ouyang Leng, you several will follow me to the external battlefield." Those called responded in unison, "Yes." Yi Bei continued his orders, "It is inconvenient to take too many people this time. The rest of you are dismissed. Go and cultivate on your own." At this moment, Jin Peng reverted to his true form, let out a long cry and soared into the high sky. Meanwhile, in another location, a person's feet were dangling in midair, their neck held tight by a hand. The person pleaded with a pale face, "Holy Master, spare my life." But the hands did not stop, instead increasing their strength. Tianlai released her hand and cursed with disdain. "Waste!" She furrowed her brow and calculated that if she were to gather a suppression force of the same scale as the one just now in a short time, it would likely alarm the ancestor. She could only let that Yi Bei go for the time being. Just then, her body was suddenly controlled by a force, and a mocking voice came from her mouth. "The Xingyao Holy Master shows her full divine abilities, losing troops and generals while being greedy for life and afraid of death." Tianlai's eyes widened, and she barked, "Presumptuous, who dares speak such wild words?" At this time that voice continued to echo, "The Xingyao Holy Master shows her full divine abilities, losing troops and generals while being greedy for life and afraid of death." Tianlai was filled with killing intent, roaring in fury, "Yi Bei, you brat, I swear I will skin you alive." An unknown power descended once more, followed by a deep voice, Why is it so noisy outside? Hearing this voice, Tianlai's heart skipped a beat. The Emperor Sovereign Ancestor appeared and asked, "Holy Master Grand Disciple, what has happened?" Tianlai knelt and answered respectfully. Reporting to the Emperor Sovereign Ancestor, it was just a madman who had the audacity to use a voice transmission art to provoke us. To have disturbed the Ancestor's seclusion, this disciple deserves 10,000 deaths. The Ancestor laughed and repeated, "Deserves 10,000 deaths." Then he spoke. "Then use this ordinary mirror to look at yourself. See if your appearance looks like the small matter you claim." Unexpectedly, Tianlai covered her eyes and replied tremblingly, "Ancestor, please don't. You know I am most afraid of looking at myself in a mirror. Why punish me this way?" The Ancestor said, "I naturally know you have a mirror phobia. Isn't this exactly a test for you?" Then his figure vanished, leaving only a fading laugh and a sentence, "Truly a competent holy master." Immediately after, she stopped trembling violently as she had before. A trace of a smile appeared on the corner of Tianlai's mouth as she looked at herself in the mirror, striking a charming pose. Her cheeks flushed as she remarked, "The Ancestor treats me well. I was just thinking about checking if my hair is messy." At the entrance to the external battlefield, Jin Peng beat both wings together, his true form flying powerfully through the high sky. At this moment a soldier discovered them and barked loudly, "Who goes there? Don't you know that flying is prohibited at the entrance to the external battlefield?" Immediately after, the soldier pointed at them and ordered, "Get down here now or I'll beat you animals who don't know the rules to death." As soon as he finished speaking, the soldier was hit head-on by a long halberd, the powerful internal energy blowing him far away, leaving only a cloud of dust on the spot. The halberd remained stuck in the ground, bringing with it a question about rules. Wu Shao smiled triumphantly and said, "In our demon race, the biggest fist is the rule." A man stepped forward, cupped his hands and said respectfully, "Greetings, great sage. My younger brother was ignorant. Please forgive him, forgive him." Behind that man, a seemingly injured man was leaning against the stone wall. Sun Wushao swept a cold glance over them and said, "Get lost." Hearing this, they felt as if they had received a grand pardon and hurried to support the injured man, responding repeatedly, "Yes, yes, we'll get lost right now." Just then another group of people appeared to one side, shouting respectfully, "Greetings, great sage. Greetings, great emperor. Greetings, Kishin, great sage." Wu Shao responded generously, "No need for formalities. I'm not as narrow-minded as Jin Peng." After clearing away the bystanders, she looked up toward the sky and shouted loudly, "The area below has been cleaned. Bring Master and the others down." Jin Peng then landed, his thin feathers fluttering in the wind, and Yi Bei's group appeared before everyone. Everyone was dumbfounded, and someone asked in confusion, "Is this that great sage's master?" The person beside him also marveled that he was just a youth, never expecting him to stand in the prestigious position between two human great emperors. At this moment an old woman walked toward Wu Shao and called softly, "Great sage, great sage." She turned and asked, "What is it?" The old woman replied, "Just now a few people in black calling themselves the Night Demon cult came and asked me to pass word that they wished to see the great sages." Wu Shao repeated curiously, "Night Demon cult?" Finally she gave a soft instruction, "Invite them over and all of you back off." The envoys of the Night Demon cult bowed respectfully. "Envoys of the Night Demon cult pay respects to Lord Sun Wushao." Suddenly, Ouyang Leng spoke, causing Sun Wushao and the others to look over in surprise. "Junior sister, are these people you know?" When Ouyang Leng and Chi Taibai approached, the Night Demon cult members hurriedly bowed. "Envoys of the Night Demon cult pay respects to Lord Chi Taibai and respects to Lord Ouyang Leng." Taibai glanced over, his heart full of confusion. "Who were they?" The two exchanged a private glance. "Eighth junior sister, are they your friends?" Wu Shao quickly denied it. "I don't have friends." Ouyang Leng was slightly startled upon hearing this. Only then did Yi Bei step forward at a leisurely pace. "Night Demon cult, this name seems quite fated with me." He rubbed his chin and said softly, "Since it's fate, then stand up and speak." The members of the Night Demon cult rose and the leader looked at him curiously, asking, "And you are, may I ask this lord's surname?" This story begins 10 years ago when Luo Shuisheng left a message. "The founder has not passed away. One day he will appear before us." She also instructed that when that time came, everyone must follow the founder's orders and have everyone memorize his name clearly. Finally, he gave his own name, Yi Bei. Upon hearing this name, everyone fell to their knees again, shouting in unison, "Greetings, founder." Yi Bei was a bit taken aback by this display. "Founder, wait, isn't your cult leader Luo Shuisheng?" Everyone immediately replied, "Reporting to founder, indeed it is." Yi Bei recalled Luo Shuisheng's name again and then said, "Rise." He got straight to the point. "I assume you didn't come here just to pay your respects?" The man immediately answered respectfully. "The founder is exactly right. Before the cult leader entered the external battlefield 10 years ago, she gave us several portraits." After saying that, the man spread his hands, revealing 2 emerald green jade pendants, and continued, "She instructed that if we encountered the lords in the portraits, we were to hand this over to them. When Yi Bei reached out to take them, an array diagram suddenly surfaced on the jade pendant, and a coordinate image began to manifest. He studied it for a moment and thought to himself, "There is a map hidden within this jade pendant with a red dot marker. It must be the place of opportunity found by the girl." After handing over the jade tablets, the man asked for instructions again. "Founder, what do we need to do next?" Yi Bei replied. "I will go with my 3 disciples to find your cult leader. I'm giving you a task. Gather information everywhere about the secrets of the Xingyao Holy Temple. I need to know myself and my enemy to be victorious in every battle." The man immediately knelt to accept the order, and the crowd behind him also leapt away. Yi Bei spoke calmly once more. "All right, next it's time to step into the external battlefield. It is full of dangers, so take good care of yourselves." Chi Taibai looked to his side and said with some concern, "Wu Xiao and I are fine, but I'm afraid 8th junior sister will go on a killing spree inside and turn everything upside down." Before setting off, he instructed once more, "Moderation in all things. Set out, enter the external battlefield." The 3 walked toward the array diagram before them, when Sun Wuxiao suddenly looked back and asked in confusion, "Where's Master?" Turning around, they saw Yi Bei stuck before the formation. He called out helplessly, "I'm over here." Then he rubbed his face and thought embarrassedly, "This is truly disgraceful. The external battlefield actually has a realm restriction." Finally he said unwillingly, "So it requires the Saint King realm, then I'll just practice it." As soon as he finished speaking, he entered a state of cultivation. 2 thin layers of aura appeared on his hands, and a flash of light crossed the mountain peak. Finally that light burst forth, brilliantly obscuring half the sky, followed by a series of system notifications. System announcement: Realm breakthrough to Saint King realm. System announcement: Host has stepped into the external battlefield. Entrants will be randomly teleported to different locations by the power of rules to engage in battle with various factions. Extreme cruelty and ruthlessness are championed here. Battle merits in the external battlefield serve as currency, which can be used to exchange for items and passes. An initial amount is issued upon entry. Subsequent merits must be obtained through kills. Yi Bei looked with satisfaction at the thin aura enveloping his body, recalling his bitter cultivation in his previous life when he was unable to break through no matter what. It was nothing like his current state where things were so refreshingly simple. The system issued another notification, and the power of rules began its distribution. The bodies of Sun Wuxiao and the other 2 immediately reacted. Looking at his hands, Yi Bei remarked, "It seems that after being assigned to different factions, we'll be forcibly teleported to different locations across the external battlefield." Finally, he instructed his disciples to hold tight to their map jade talismans, so they could reunite at the place of opportunity marked by their eldest senior sister. Upon hearing this, the group immediately replied, "As you command." Shortly after, the 4 transformed into beams of light and shot off in 4 different directions. A figure flashed across several mountain peaks, finally landing on a stretch of open ground. Before him stood a white tent, and a circle of light appeared in front of a cave. Yi Bei manifested in the center of the light circle. In the wolf faction camp, 2 men stepped out from the tent. "Boss, look, someone else has arrived. I wonder which unlucky soft-skinned brat has been assigned to us this time." Meanwhile, Yi Bei was still focused on his own power. "This thing must be the battle merit calculator. 300,000, that's quite a lot." Suddenly a foot appeared beside Yi Bei. The leader of the men reached out warmly and said, "Little brother, it's very dangerous for someone in the Saint King realm to be here. Do you need your big brother to show you around?" Yi Bei cast him a sharp glance. He noticed a white towel wrapped around the man's hand. The man also noticed something on him. 300,000. That number was displayed on Yi Bei's watch. Immediately, the man's attitude shifted. He hooked an arm around Yi Bei's shoulder enthusiastically and said, "Brother, is this your first time in the external battlefield? No companions with you?" At that moment, Yi Bei was contemplating a rule of the external battlefield. If people of the same faction kill each other, the battle merits only vanish. They do not transfer. However, according to the system, there was a loophole. One could have an outsider kill a teammate, then kill that outsider to seize the battle merits. Currently, the hand of the man behind him was resting on the hilt of his sword. Having figured everything out, Yi Bei spoke up warmly. "There are 4 of us in total, but I'm the only one who was assigned here." Observing his state, the man secretly surmised, "This youth is likely a disciple whom some holy temple poured countless resources into cultivating. He has a naive personality and lacks worldly experience. A perfect prey." Finally he led Yi Bei to a tall pillar, pointing at it as he introduced, "Look, brother, these sturdy black towers are everywhere in the external battlefield. There are 2 monuments in front of the tower. One is called the God of Slaughter list, and the other is the Battle Merit list. Anyone who can make it onto either of these lists is a powerhouse renowned throughout the external battlefield." Yi Bei was suddenly startled as if realizing something. Looking at the two lists before him, he thought, the Night Demon cult leader, Luo Shuisheng, is not only ranked 12th on the battle merit list, but her name is also on the God of Slaughter list. Just how hard is this girl pushing herself? Ultimately, he understood, it wasn't surprising given that she practiced the Dao of destruction. Seeing the current situation, a subordinate asked for instructions. Boss, shouldn't we move now? Another suggested. Cripple this kid's cultivation and throw him to the wild beasts. 300,000 battle merits would be easily obtained. However, the thick-browed man stopped them. Don't rush. Resting his hand on the hilt of his blade, he said, this kid has been infected by my enthusiasm and is completely unguarded. Let's do it now. He drew his long blade and slowly approached Yi Bei, the edge flashing with a faint light. Suddenly, Yi Bei spoke, by the way, why did the people behind us suddenly stop moving? He condensed a ball of light in his hand, turned, and asked, I have a treasure here. Do you want to take a look? A crystal pulsing with multiple colors appeared in his hand. He asked them, what do you think of this thing? The group immediately replied involuntarily. A good thing. The crystal emitted a light carrying immense pressure. A violent tremor followed, so strong it slightly distorted the man's face. The pressure spread outward, trapping everyone within it. Boss, we can't move. The leader clenched his fists, his body pressed tight against the ground. Yi Bei hummed a little tune as he knelt before the leader. He removed the cloth covering the points on the man's hand, and the number was clearly displayed on the screen. Yi Bei stroked his chin and praised, 10,000 battle merits, not bad. It seems robbing the robbers truly is the shortcut to wealth. Next he checked the points of the other two. Sitting in front of the person who possessed 390,000 points, Yi Bei expressed his dissatisfaction. 390,000 battle merits, you're not doing so well. You look stronger than him, but your points aren't as high as that guy's. The boss, drenched in sweat, pleaded, please withdraw your divine ability, we promise not to harm you. The external battlefield is full of perils, only by teaming up can we have a chance of survival. Yi Bei retorted mercilessly, when you team up with others and then rob them of their battle merits, have you ever thought about showing them mercy? Then he sank back into thought. The 8 of them added together make a total of 3.8 million battle merits. Not bad at all. The leader was shocked upon hearing this. With a casual flick of his finger, Yi Bei caused the leader to freeze instantly, his eyes rolling back. Having finished the task, he stood up and bit his finger as he calculated, who should I find to send them on their way? The sun remained blindingly bright as he dragged the 3 men into the woods, the sunlight piercing through the withered canopy. When he reached a stretch of flat ground, a figure appeared. A Hulk-like giant stood on a rock carrying a massive wooden club. He spoke, Kid, leave the people and beat it. Yi Bei looked up, and the fellow with red eyes and a mouth full of fangs continued, didn't you hear what I said? Without a word, Yi Bei tossed the 3 men over. If you want them, then they're yours. As the 3 flew toward him, the giant swung his club violently, sending them flying. His bloodshot eyes looked at his wrist, where the points displayed 3.8 million. He laughed excitedly. 3.8 million? I'm rich now. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind him. It's not you who's rich, it's me. Yi Bei had appeared behind him at some unknown moment. Startled by the voice, the giant froze on the spot. Finally, Yi Bei condensed an energy ball in his palm and said coldly, hand it over. In the silence, a series of crisp sounds followed. And finally, the giant lost his combat strength and collapsed to the ground. The points on his wrist began to transform into streaks of light. The points on Yi Bei's hand increased accordingly. The more he looked, the more satisfied he became. 4.26 million, not bad, not bad. This can be exchanged for plenty of good things in the Black Tower. This trip hasn't been in vain. Finally, he picked up a jade tablet and muttered to himself, it's time to go to the place of opportunity marked by the eldest girl. 4 red dots appeared on the jade tablet. Yi Bei took a glance and concluded, it seems my current position is quite far from there, even traveling at full speed it will take 2 hours. Suddenly a stone flew out from nowhere, catching Yi Bei by surprise, but he still reached out quickly to catch it. After crushing the stone, he swept a cold gaze over and barked coldly. Who? A pair of woman's legs appeared in his field of vision. Jiyu Shen'er toyed with the remaining stones in her hand and asked, you must be Yi Bei, the patriarch of the Night Demon cult. Yi Bei replied, I didn't expect news to travel so fast in the external battlefield that even a little girl knows. Jiyu Shen'er gave a disdainful snort. It's not that the news travels fast, but that my information network is broad. Suddenly she asked, I have a question. What is your relationship with Luo Shuisheng? Instead of answering, Yi Bei asked back, who are you? My relationship with Luo Shuisheng is none of your concern. Jiyu Shen'er introduced herself generously. I am Jiyu Shen'er, the only daughter of the Shadow Moon Hall Master. I have been pursuing Luo Shuisheng for many years, and sooner or later we will become Dao companions. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei immediately turned his head away in boredom. Bizarre. I've never heard Luo Shuisheng mention she has such preferences. Seeing she was being ignored, Jiyu Shenner shouted excitedly. "Turn back here," she screamed. "Don't think I won't dare lay a hand on you just because you're the patriarch of the Night Demon cult. Tell me now, what exactly is your relationship with Luo Shuisheng?" suddenly he asked. "Don't you like Luo Shuisheng? Have you confessed?" This question dealt considerable damage to Jiyu Shenner. With a flushed face, she stammered in reply. Confess? Who said that liking someone means you have to confess?" Yiba thought to himself. "Isn't this just unrequited love?" He then added a few more verbal stabs. "Why not confess? How will you know if you don't? You think you're not even worth a piece of green onion. So what if you get rejected once? You don't have to think you're a fairy." Incensed by him, Jiyu Shenner challenged loudly. "Let's duel. If you win, I'll leave immediately. If you lose, you must tell me Luo Shuisheng's whereabouts." Yibei continued walking forward, acting as if he didn't care. "Forget it, I'm afraid you'll lose and then go run to your daddy to complain," he added. "Someone ranked second on the God of Slaughter list, yet still being a crybaby. I can't afford to provoke you." Hearing this, Jiyu Shenner promised, "Rest assured, if you can defeat me today, I guarantee my father won't cause you trouble." Yibei asked again. "Fine, then let's do it this way. As long as you can touch the hem of my clothes, you win. How about that?" As he spoke, he thought to himself that his mood was decent today, so he'd just treat it as playing along with this little girl. Hearing this, she immediately charged forward. "Fine, you said it." Yibei took out the seal of the Chaos Stone again. He figured that against just one person, the pressure suppression of this range would be sufficient. The pressure restricted Jiyu Shenner's movements. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Yibei stood there proudly. The outcome was already decided. He then turned to leave. Before departing, he dropped a sentence. "Out of respect for you being a girl, I didn't increase the intensity to leave you paralyzed on the ground. You should be satisfied. Stop following me." As Yibei lifted his leg, he suddenly sensed something was wrong. "HMPH, what's going on? I can't move." Only then did Jiyu Shenner, sitting slumped on the ground, speak up. "You're not the only one who can suppress others so they can't move." Jiyu Shenner persisted to the end, manipulating the pressure as she said to Yibei, "Don't even think about running." Yibei was being suppressed by a layer of power. He glanced back thinking, this little girl is utilizing the power of laws. He already had the answer, gravity law. Jiyu Shenner gritted her teeth, enunciating each word. "Don't take this young lady for some pampered miss who knows nothing." Yibei sighed again, then mercilessly exposed her to her face. "A pampered miss is indeed a pampered miss. Feeling a slight advantage and you're already gloating and overbearing." At this she shouted in a fit of rage. "What did you say?" He didn't answer. Simply reciting an incantation. Lightning arts. Instantly his body was enveloped in lightning. Jiyu Shenner was shocked at the sight as a powerful bolt of lightning struck down with terrifying force. When the light faded and the smoke cleared, Jiyu Shenner's figure was revealed slumped on the stony ground, tiny currents of electricity still coursing through her body. Yibei flexed his wrists and said, "You discarded your defense for an all-out attack. That was indeed a wide-open opening just now," he added. "I controlled the intensity of the lightning arts to just be enough to knock you down without being life-threatening." Jiyu Shenner struggled to get up, saying unwillingly, "Yibei, you're despicable. You didn't even wait for me to be ready," he retorted. "Despicable big sister, please use your brain and think. If you encountered an enemy or a foreign race and told them you needed to use the bathroom before the fight, do you think they'd wait for you?" Hearing this, Jiyu Shenner screamed in rage. You're in the Great Emperor realm. Who would say they're going to the bathroom? You're vulgar, too vulgar." Yibei ignored her completely, waving his hand as he said, Fine, go wipe your face. From now on we stay out of each other's way." Hearing this, she stomped her feet in anger. "You infuriate me." Suddenly, Yibei noticed something. He looked back in confusion. "Why are you still following me? Didn't we agree you'd leave if you lost?" Jiyu Shenner gave a light snort and turned her head away. "Can't I be going the same way? Besides, I haven't lost yet. Did I admit defeat?" she continued shamelessly. "This young lady originally had many trump cards, but I'm tired today, and not in the mood to keep fighting." Hearing this, Yibei was rendered speechless. This girl is truly persistent. Finally, he had no choice but to close his eyes and let her be. "Fine, go the same way if you want." As they walked, Jiyu Shenner suddenly asked, "Yibei, where are you going? Is Shuisheng there too?" After asking, she puffed out her cheeks in annoyance. How could such an annoying person know Shuisheng? What kind of complicated relationship does he have with her? Within the territory of the Beast King insect clan, the two walked slowly forward, the ground scattered with skulls gnawed by small creatures. They passed by slowly. On a stone pillar, a white snake flicked its tongue, scaring Jiyu Shenner out of her wits. Swaying cocoons hung above the cave. Jiyu Shenner spoke up in fear. "Yibei, let's take a detour." Yibei replied, "This decayed area is extremely long. Taking a detour would waste several days." Finally, he proposed, "If you're that scared, then let's part ways here." Hearing this, she immediately turned her face away and announced ambitiously, As the daughter of an emperor sovereign and a great emperor powerhouse, I won't be afraid. Eerie sounds echoed through the cave, and she asked in confusion if there seemed to be movement ahead. It turned out that below a young girl was swinging a longsword with movements that were extremely seasoned and skilled. Yi Bai stood above and observed for a moment, recognizing that it was indeed a Leng. Ouyang Leng was busy clearing out larvae. She appeared very irritable. These things were indeed difficult to eradicate at the root. Larvae kept emerging, and the longsword in her hand continuously cleaved out sword chi. No matter how many of these pests were killed, it never seemed to end. Finally, two sword glows crossed. Standing atop a mountain of cleared larval corpses, Ouyang Leng panted and calculated. There must be a powerful mother bug somewhere controlling them. If I don't capture the leader, my stamina will be exhausted. The larva that had been lying motionless on the ground suddenly spat out spider silk. The silk entangled her twin swords, putting her at a disadvantage. As the silk tightly bound the longswords, Ouyang Leng was shocked, using softness to overcome hardness. Immediately after, two thick strands of spider silk shot toward Ouyang Leng, who was now restricted and unable to move. She cursed inwardly, "Damn it, I can't dodge." Yi Bai quickly appeared and reached out to grab the silk. This appearance made Ouyang Leng cry out in surprise. "Master," he gripped the silk tightly, and subsequently began to lecture her. Leng, your combat style is known for its fierce power. It's fine for dealing with those tough opponents, but for these things it clearly falls short. Finally, he recited an incantation. Supreme demonic bone, burn, a wisp of energy enveloped his body. The energy conducted along the spider silk, expanding frantically toward the other side. Those larvae were sent flying upon being hit. Finally, Yi Bai said, "The formation is so dense, just like a chain of ships, using a fire attack is the most effective." At this time, Jiyu Shen'er also flew to their side, hands on her hips as she praised, "This annoying guy really does have some skills. To burn so many insect slaves to death in the blink of an eye." Ouyang Leng was somewhat surprised by her sudden appearance. As she observed, she thought to herself, "This woman following Master, could it be that Master and the eldest senior sister?" At this moment, Yi Bai had already squatted down, reaching out to grab a larva and bringing it to his nose to sniff. The presentation is disgusting, but it smells quite fragrant when roasted. His next move was to toss it into his mouth. "I ate these kinds of roasted silkworm pupae at night market stalls in my previous life," he reminisced as he chewed. After eating, he enthusiastically invited, "Do you two want some?" Jiyu Shen'er recoiled in horror. "You absolutely not." Ouyang Leng was also startled into incoherence. Though it was their master's order, a voice coming from nowhere gave them a start. "It has always been our insect race that devours humans. Since a human dares to eat our kind, I will make you pay a heavy price." Yi Bai seemed to have expected this, and was not surprised. It really wasn't going to be that simple. The ground began to tremble, and things began to crawl out from the cracks. Yi Bai stared blankly in that direction as a giant mouth filled with slime appeared before them. He quickly ordered, "Leng, take Jiyu Shen'er and break out. They're coming for me." Ouyang Leng immediately accepted the order, as layers of insect swarms began to surge frantically toward them. Shen'er refused to be outdone and erupted with her own power. "Don't look down on me. I don't need anyone to lead the way." She unleashed gravity suppression, radiating an extremely powerful pressure. A small vacuum zone formed around the two of them, surrounded on all sides by larvae. Meanwhile, Yi Bai had already laid out an array at his feet to protect the two. "If you like to win by numbers, then I shall do the opposite." He pressed his hand onto the array and recited an incantation. "Great Dao resonance, summon the undead Dao." As soon as he finished, a massive undead creature appeared. Ouyang Leng turned her head in confusion. "What does Master intend to do?" Jiyu Shen'er was also curious. "What is that thing? What use is summoning such a weak corpse?" Yi Bai waved his hand and ordered the zombie, "Go on, play with him." The zombie charged out at high speed, making strange sounds from its mouth. "Aba, aba." It dove into the swarm of larvae, seemingly enjoying the sensation of the larva striking its body. Immediately after, it began to spin at a high speed, knocking the larva flying. Jiyu Shen'er shouted in confusion. Facing the overwhelming insect tide, a single zombie seemed utterly useless. She then turned anxiously to Ouyang Leng and said, "Hey, let's fight our way over to save Yi Bai." Leng stood calmly in place and spoke to soothe her. "Don't be so reckless." On the other side, the larvae began to gnaw on the zombie, their sharp teeth tearing bit by bit. Suddenly, their eyes turned green, and the larva's entire bodies rapidly underwent a mutation. Shen'er was so shocked she was speechless. Yi Bai explained, "This is the zombie virus. After this swarm of insects eats infected zombie meat, we just need to wait for it to spread from 1 to 10, 10 to 100, 100 to 10,000. Having said that, he waved his hand and ordered, "Fly out, my zombie insects." As soon as he spoke, countless larvae charged straight at the unmutated larva to bite them. Whether being bitten or biting others, it led to a large-scale spread of the virus. When the swarm of larvae began to flee, he ordered again, "Stop, no need to pursue." He stood on a rock to observe. Ji Shen'er asked in confusion, "Why aren't we chasing them?" Yi Bei replied, "Don't be so reckless, I have a foolproof plan." After hearing this, she cursed inwardly. Truly master and disciple, they're both equally insidious fellows. They continued forward together, and someone asked, "What should we do next?" Yi Bei answered with just one word, "Wait." In the depths of the abyss, 2 points of light flared up. The Wulu King gnashed her teeth in fury. To not even be able to handle a mere human, it seems I must step in personally. Suddenly, an insect bit her leg. She was shocked beyond belief. What? His zombie virus actually has an incubation period? The zombie virus was invading her meridians. The Wulu King clutched her head and wailed. Agonized sounds echoed from the deep trench. Yi Bei and the others had already been waiting above for a long time. Yi Bei spoke up, the time should be right. 2 giant spider legs rose from the fissure. Ji Shen'er shouted excitedly, "That's the Wulu King's true form." By now, her silhouette was fully revealed to everyone. Yi Bei spoke flatly as before, "The Wulu King's battle merits have been transferred to me, which means she is dead. Let me see how many points someone ranked 50th on the battle merit list has." A long string of numbers appeared on the Wulu King's hand. Seeing this, Shen'er was exceptionally excited. Heavens, over 300 million, but Ouyang Lang didn't think much of it. With master's strength, 300 million isn't that much. Yi Bei also spoke. Besides this massive amount of battle merits, there is another great harvest. He reached out toward the Wulu King, his palm radiating crystal light. This kind of insect powerhouse would surely be of great use later. He said, "But for now, help me protect the Chaos Stone Tablet and the Tianqi treasures for a while." Having dealt with the Wulu King, they set off once again. Yi Bei said, "The obstacles are cleared this time. We aren't far from the place marked by Shui Shang." Ailing responded, "Master, let us continue forward." Ji Shen'er also leaned in. "Don't think you can ditch me." Under the blue sky and white clouds, the crowd around the Black Tower was buzzing with discussion. "Look quickly, the battle merit list has changed. Who got pushed down?" Sun Wushao, loving a commotion, pointed over and shouted, "Fourth senior sister, it's so lively over there. Let's go take a look." Chi Taibai showed no interest and pulled her away. "Don't meddle in other people's business. We need to meet at the place of opportunity marked by the eldest senior sister." However, Wushao pulled her back enthusiastically, saying that a quick look wouldn't take much time. After squeezing into the crowd, both of them froze as they looked at the rankings. From a distance, the battle merit list was densely covered in text, and among them was a name they were familiar with. Ranked exactly at 50th, Wushao watched in a daze. She'd heard the battle merit list hadn't changed for several years, and Master's efficiency was simply illogical. Taibai was also deep in thought. Given Master's personality, he likely hadn't just surpassed the 50th rank, but killed them outright. While everyone was paying attention, a person suddenly appeared on the high platform. The person held an object high and shouted loudly, "New auction item, new auction item." The person raised a green crystal and introduced, "Rank 50 on the battle merit list. The location of the human Yi Bei is right inside this battle merit crystal. Starting price, 3 million battle merits." Baishan turned to the person beside him and said, "A 3 million point gamble for a 300 million point chance. Let's join forces and split it later." But the person beside him disagreed. Anyone who could make it onto the battle merit list was no pushover. "I think we'd better not meddle." The auctioneer on the platform continued to provide information to stir up the atmosphere. "Yi Bei, human, St. King realm, no sect." Hearing this, the crowd below immediately erupted. A brat in the St. King realm actually managed to get so many battle merits? It must be because he got lucky and stumbled upon an opportunity. They discussed among themselves, offering several million battle merits to quickly go and kill that St. King realm brat. They could gain over 300 million as a reward. What could be a better deal than this? Subsequently, people raised their hands to bid, and the price rose steadily. 3.2 million battle merits. I'll give 3.5 million for this intel. Hope no one fights me for it. 4 million should be enough. 5 million? I don't believe anyone will bid higher. Chi Taibai furrowed her brow and said, "Although Master has vast divine abilities, becoming a target for everyone will likely lead to big trouble." Sun Wushao also stared intently in that direction. Suddenly someone raised a finger and shouted a number. "I bid 10 million. This move drew everyone's gaze. The person who appeared was Ji Wudi of the Wuji Holy Land. As soon as he opened his mouth, he directly shouted, "I, Ji Wudi, bid 10 million. The crowd was in an uproar again. How was the Holy Son of the Wuji Holy Temple here too? Another person added that even if someone could bid higher, they wouldn't dare to. Those who offended the Wuji Holy Temple never came to a good end. The auctioneer on the platform spoke again. If there were no higher bids, this item would belong to Ji Wudi of the Wuji Holy Land. Ji Wudi then snatched the crystal from the auctioneer's hand. Excellent. As long as he followed the coordinates shown on the positioning crystal, he could find that Yi Bei, He stared at the crystal confidently. 300 million battle merits were practically within his grasp. A red dot appeared on the black background crystal. In another location, Yi-Bei was also holding a jade tablet with coordinates. It was roughly ahead. Ouyang Leng pointed ahead excitedly. "Master, look, it should be right there." What appeared before them were several towering stone pillars. A Leng turned and said, "During my time roaming the external battlefield, I heard that the eldest senior sister and other sisters were all cultivating in the most dangerous places." Yi-Bei fell into thought. He said in a deep voice, "This place is indeed on the main road, yet it's sparsely populated. Those 3 white towers likely have some sort of mechanism. Ordinary people wouldn't dare approach." Suddenly his gaze shifted downward. Someone was coming. A force struck rapidly, landing heavily on the ground. A figure emerged from the dust, found the 300 million. Ji Wudi appeared before them with the positioning crystal. He said confidently, "Submit to your execution obediently, and I'll give you a quick death." Yi-Bei, however, remained composed. Another hound who smelled blood. Only then did Ji Shen'er run over slowly. "Hey, why are you running so fast? Wait for me." Ji Wudi was even more excited to see her. The second-generation heir of the Shadow Moon Hall. It's truly buy one get one free. Only then did Shen'er notice this uninvited guest. "Ji Wudi," she immediately shouted. "The external battlefield is not the Wuji Holy Land. It's not your place to act wild. If you want to make a move, then just come at me." Hearing this, Wudi laughed loudly, raising his fist disdainfully. "With just you." As soon as he finished speaking, he stomped heavily on the ground. This strike sent earth and stones flying. Shen'er, caught in the center of this offensive, let out a scream. After trapping Ji Shen'er, he charged toward Yi-Bei again. "Yi-Bei, you brat, take this." Ouyang Leng turned pale with shock. "Master, this punch is no small matter. Do not meet it head-on." However, Yi-Bei didn't care. He reached out and pushed Leng aside. Leng's eyes widened in shock as she shouted. "Master," Wudi continued to charge forward, mocking, "Don't want your disciple to be buried with you." How touching. By now, the fist was right before his eyes. Yi-Bei narrowed his eyes and asked back, "Is that so? Then I'm looking forward to seeing you cry." Then he lightly reached out a hand to block the attack. Pressure spread in all directions. His hand firmly caught Wudi's fist. He shouted in disbelief, "This is impossible, absolutely impossible. This punch used 60% of my power. Even someone at the Great Emperor level couldn't block it." At this moment, Yi-Bei spoke with a hint of praise. "I must admit you do have some skill. You actually made my hand hurt." He followed up with a question. "You say you practice the invincible Dao?" Then he added, "If you want to defeat me, you'll have to recultivate a Dao specifically designed to counter Yi-Bei." Hearing this, Ji Wudi roared in fury. "How dare you be so arrogant?" Then he swung his other hand to strike Yi-Bei. Yi-Bei threw a punch to his face in counterattack. However, this punch only knocked him back a few steps. He looked at his fist and thought, "The feeling of this punch is wrong." After steadying himself, Ji Wudi spoke, "Great force, but useless against me." He also said that the invincible Dao, as its name suggests, is invincible. Yi-Bei provoked him again. "The attack is limp, but the defense is quite strong. You should be called Ji the Turtle instead." Wudi wasted no more words and charged forward with a fist again. Dust rose in the center of the battlefield, and the moves were so fast only afterimages could be seen. Ji Shen'er's mouth hung open in shock. "Is this the serious Yi-Bei? He's actually evenly matched with Ji Wudi." Ouyang Leng corrected her from the side. "No, they aren't evenly matched," she said leisurely. "Master is just cracking a big crab." Shen'er imagined Yi-Bei cracking a crab, her face full of confusion. In the dust a figure was faintly visible. Yi-Bei stood tall and declared, "The outcome is decided." However, Wuji, lying in the crater, let out a laugh. He said meaningfully, "Weak and powerless. I, Ji Wudi, can afford to make as many mistakes as I want, while you only need to make one mistake to die at my hands instantly." Yi-Bei composedly raised his foot and kicked Wudi in the stomach. He took this strike head-on. His face was kicked out of shape, and he eventually slammed heavily into the rock wall. Yi-Bei furrowed his brow and gnashed his teeth, thinking that wasting time here with this iron-skinned turtle was not a good thing. Ji Wudi remained standing, saying confidently, "Is this all you've got? Then wait to be slowly worn to death by me." On the other side, Yi-Bei heard useful information in his words. "Worn to death?" He smiled slightly, a sharp long object manifesting in his hand as he spoke. "That suggestion of yours is actually not bad." That thing opened a massive space, and countless zombie larvae leapt out of the space, followed by the emergence of tens of thousands more. Yi-Bei teased, "Ji the Turtle, I'll find you a few playmates." Ji Wudi spoke disdainfully. "With just these few insects, damn it, I, Ji Wudi, am actually being looked down upon." With that he erupted with power and sent the insect swarm flying. Yi-Bei waved his hand and turned to leave. "Don't worry, for every 10 you kill, the Insect King will produce another 100, enough to keep you busy for an entire year." Then he added, I have serious business to attend to, I have no time for you. Woody threw a punch at the insect swarm, shouting as he killed, You bastard, stand right there. The dense swarm of insects surged up. He gnashed his teeth irritably. Damn it, why are there more and more the more I kill? Ultimately they turned to leave. Yi Bei said to Ouyang Leng, Let him play slowly, let's go Xiao Leng. 2 hours later they stopped. Yi Bei checked the jade tablet and confirmed, It should be right here. Ahead 2 women stood guard at the entrance. Seeing someone approach they spoke up, Halt. This is a forbidden hall, no unauthorized entry. Zhu Ying whispered, Isn't that girl Jiyu Shenner of the Shadow Moon Hall? Li Kui also couldn't resist gossiping. To chase the cult leader all the way here. Should we praise her for her incredible perseverance, or say she's as persistent as a blood-sucking leech? Hearing them speak ill of her behind her back, Jiyu Shenner shouted, Who are you calling a leech? What business is it of yours? Finally, Yi Bei spoke to stop her. That's enough, stop making a scene. Shenner's face turned red with anger in the back. At this time Zhu Ying and Li Kui noticed his appearance. This young man's looks, temperament and aura, could he be? He asked, Are you members of the Night Demon cult? The 2 immediately knelt and bowed respectfully. Zhu Ying of the Night Demon cult and Li Kui of the Night Demon cult pay respects to the founder. Yi Bei said flatly, Rise, we'll reminisce later, quickly take me to see Luo Shuisheng. When they reached the entrance one of them said to him, Founder, inside is the place of opportunity for the cult leader, but it requires a significant amount of battle merits to enter. Hearing this, he turned to Ouyang Leng and said, Xiao Leng, you and the others stay here to guard me. I'm going in. She immediately agreed. As Yi Bei entered, Jiyu Shenner hurriedly ran over. Hey, wait for me. This was followed by a dull thud. Shenner crouched down, clutching her nose in pain. A line of text appeared at the entrance. 10 million battle merits must be paid to enter. Seeing this prompt, Shenner shouted excitedly, Is this crazy? What kind of ghost place of opportunity costs 10 million? Inside the gate, the corners of Yi Bei's mouth curled up. Luo Shui, your master is finally going to reunite with you. Jiyu Shenner pointed excitedly at the gate. You guys are doing this on purpose, right? When Sister Shui took so many people inside before, it was impossible for everyone to have 10 million points. Zhu Ying explained, This place of opportunity has a feature. One can pay for others. Last time everyone went in, the points were all deducted from the cult leader. Li Kui also fell into thought, reminiscing, That's right, I remember a total of over 300 million points were used that time. By now, Yi Bei had been teleported to a dreamlike place. He slowly stepped onto the stairs. Subsequently, he arrived at the top of the tower. He narrowed his eyes to examine it, determining that this white tower was a treasure worth 10 million battle merits. Finally, regardless of the cost, he pushed the door and entered, not caring if it cost 10 million. In the center of the room stood a stone lion surrounded by a blue glow. The stone lion spoke to announce, Upon entering this tower, whichever floor's Great Dao you wish to comprehend, you must pass the trial of that floor. Standing below, Yi Bei pondered, Comprehend? Trials? Do I look like the type of person who is so idle they have nothing better to do? The stone lion reminded him. If you do not seek the opportunity to improve your strength through the trials, then this entry fee of 10,000 points will have been in vain. He appeared completely unconcerned and reached out to grab the stone lion. There's no need for you to worry about that. The stone lion broke into a cold sweat and tried to stop him. Hey, wait! Without a word, Yi Bei tossed the stone lion high into the air. I don't have time for your nonsense. Open the second floor for me immediately. A door above opened and a long set of stairs appeared before him. He ascended step by step. On the second floor, as soon as Yi Bei went up, he saw 5 girls sitting around an incense burner. So it's only the 5 of you. One of the girls' eyes widened in shock. She looked toward her side. His voice was, Master? The 5 girls turned around, one after another. It truly was Master. I hope this isn't the trial of the second floor. Master must have sensed that the eldest senior sister is in danger and appeared. That's right, if it really is Master, then the eldest senior sister will surely turn danger into safety. It must be so. Hearing Luo Shuisheng's name, he immediately asked, What happened to the eldest girl? Hurry up and explain it clearly to me. After the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, Yi Bei had a general understanding of what had happened and began to ponder again. It turned out that the entire time trial tower was heavily covered by the laws of time. The flow of time on each floor was different. On the first floor, 1 day in the outside world equals 2 days inside the tower. The time ratio was 1 to 2. On the second floor, 1 day in the outside world equals 5 days inside the tower, a ratio of 1 to 5. On the third floor, the ratio was 110. On the fourth floor, 150. On the fifth floor, 1 to 100. On the sixth floor, 1 to 200. On the seventh floor, 1 to 500. On the 8th floor, 1 to 1000. On the 9th floor, 1 to 2000. the pink-haired girl added. In order to master the laws of time, the eldest senior sister determined to challenge all 9 floors of the tower. The eldest senior sister spent 20 years passing the first 8 floors, which meant she had consumed 1,000 years of her lifespan inside the tower. Yi Bei began to analyze further. An ordinary human practicing to the half-emperor realm will increase their lifespan by 3,000 years. If they can break through to the great emperor realm, the lifespan limit is 10,000 years. Hearing his analysis, the 2 disciples behind him breathed a sigh of relief. If that were the case, there was no need to worry about the eldest senior sister's lifespan, as she still had nearly 9,000 years left. Suddenly, Yi Bei recalled something important and asked urgently, "Wait, how long has Luo Shuisheng been trapped on the 9th floor?" The pink-haired girl replied. "From the moment she stepped onto the 9th floor until now, more than 4 years have passed." The person beside her silently added that those 4 years were counted according to the time in the outside world. Yi Bei began to bite his finger again, muttering to himself, "More than 4 years." He calculated privately in his heart that according to the time flow of the 9th floor, Luo Shuisheng had already spent nearly 8,000 years. He bit his finger more vigorously, and after some deduction he reached a conclusion. Adding the 1,000 years previously consumed, wouldn't this silly girl's lifespan be nearly exhausted? A disciple lowered her eyes and said, "Already more than 30 senior and junior sisters have tried to break into the 9th floor to persuade senior sister Luo to leave. But forget the 9th floor, not even a single person has been able to set foot on the 8th floor in these 10 years. Ultimately, Yi Bei decided, "All right, you all continue your cultivation. Since I have come, you need not worry any more." His face was full of determination. "This silly girl, just wait a moment for your master." Yi Bei rushed straight toward the 8th floor, where a tower guardian sat presiding over a vast landscape. Yi Bei leapt and charged forward, facing him. The tower guardian warned sternly, "I am the tower guardian. If you dare attempt to set foot on the 9th floor, you shall be killed without mercy." After saying that, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, but just as his hand was about to rise, Yi Bei used a move descending from the heavens and shouted at him, "Get out of my way." With a thunderous boom, the tower guardian fell heavily to the ground. His head split into 2, using the guardian's head as leverage. Yi Bei kicked off fiercely and leapt up, his mind focused only on rushing upward. He rapidly climbed the steps, flew through a stretch of lush grass, and finally landed on level ground. He looked around and spoke coldly. Finally reached the 9th floor. Suddenly, he turned and discovered something. There was a stone tablet on the ground with words carved into it. He glanced at it and read the text, "Defeat the inner demon within the allotted time." After reading, he sighed again and scolded in a low voice, "If this girl could truly let go of the obsession in her heart, she would likely have shattered her inner demon long ago." He successfully passed the 9th floor, but immediately following, the ground began to vibrate violently, as a long black tentacle burst out from the earth. Yi Bei looked up abruptly, his face full of astonishment, and he shouted loudly in surprise. That is, before him appeared a monster that looked like a snake, but of a massive size, more majestic and domineering. In the center of its brow was an oval-shaped jade, inside which a figure was faintly visible. It was precisely the person he was looking for. The unconscious Luo Shuisheng, the giant black monster, also spoke. "Audacious brat to dare despise the time trial tower. This great emperor girl who is cultivating has nearly reached the end of her lifespan and is about to become my fine meal," it continued with a sharp gaze. "It's perfect that you appeared. It's practically like adding a little seasoning to the meal below." Yi Bei gripped the longsword in his hand and retorted arrogantly, "Just a long worm causing trouble by borrowing the power of the laws of time. You talk too much." Hearing this, it roared in fury, "How dare you insult me? In that case, I'll use you, a brat in the Saint King realm, as an appetizer." It opened its bloody maw, revealing sharp fangs and viscous venom. Yi Bei also prepared his moves and responded, "Daring to look down on the Saint King realm, I think this blunt sword alone is enough to kill you." As soon as he finished speaking, the flames in his hand slashed toward the snake's head with unstoppable force. A cracking sound rang out, precisely indicating that the jade atop its head had begun to shatter. Another roar echoed, completely dissolving the seal on Luo Shuisheng. Following the momentum, she plummeted down, and his hands caught her steadily in his arms. Yi Bei looked at the person in his embrace and said softly, "Silly girl, we have finally met again." Seeing that she still had her eyes tightly closed in a coma, he began his deduction and analysis once more. Lifespan only has 300 years left. According to the 1:2000 time ratio of this floor, your lifespan in the real world only has a mere 60 days remaining. If I had arrived 2 months later, I'm afraid. Before he could finish, Shuisheng slowly opened her eyes and woke up, a memory naturally flashing through her mind as Yi Bei's voice continued to echo there. The youth Yi Bei opened his arms and introduced himself with a smile. "I am Yi Bei. What is your name?" Back then, they were both small children. She blinked her watery big eyes and looked at him innocently, stammering in reply, Luo Shuisheng now. He still held her in his arms. Luo Shuisheng woke up with a start and responded subconsciously, here, but immediately after, she pursed her lips tightly. Shuisheng closed her eyes, her tone bitter. With time passing inside the tower, seeing that my lifespan is nearly at its end, have you started to change the form of the trials? As for the time inside the tower, I don't need this final comfort from you before the end. Bei said softly, girl, I'm sorry, your master has come late. Shuisheng reached out to press against his chest and performed a spell, her tone still carrying a hint of misery. Inner demon, do you want to play the emotional card this time? She spoke resentfully, but can't you put a little heart into it? My master was unable to break through the body refinement realm until the day he passed away. How could he possibly reach such a high cultivation level? Immediately after, she opened her bloodshot eyes wide and screamed, are you intentionally looking for death? Bei was also stunned by Shuisheng's words. She swung her palm and struck his chest directly, and the surrounding earth trembled along with it as countless purple lights fell and blood dripped onto the ground. Bei was sent flying by her strike, clutching his chest in pain. This kind of destructive power, looking at the deep palm print on his body, he scolded in astonishment. This wretched girl, she really wants to turn me directly into an inner demon with one strike. After pulling himself together, he took out a long whip shimmering with golden light. Bei thought to himself, this whip is my exclusive weapon, surely she should be able to recognize it now? But Luo Shuisheng sneered loudly in mockery. Using a divine whip, quite an improvement. You finally manifested a new trick. Bei pursed his lips in anger upon hearing this. This wretched girl is still as stubborn as ever. She paid no attention and gave no response, simply charging rapidly toward Bei once more. Bei was not one to be outdone and swung his whip forward directly. The two engaged in a magnificent and peerless exchange, fighting until the heavens and earth seemed to crumble. Due to the fierce battle between them, the surrounding area was filled with swirling smoke and dust as rocks flew everywhere. After a while, Bei stopped his offensive and instead retreated several times. He spoke in a serious tone, Shuisheng, have you had enough trouble? Shuisheng reached out directly to press against him. Her face darkened and her lips tightly pursed. Seeing this, Bei couldn't help but call softly, Shuisheng, ah! Luo Shuisheng still kept her mouth tightly shut, but before he could finish speaking, a gentle kiss fell upon his lips. After a passionate kiss, the two finally separated. Luo Shuisheng leaned in Bei's arms. She said softly, inner demon, just let me treat you as my master. I want to say a few words. Bei gave no response, quietly listening to her continue. Shuisheng said in a sorrowful tone, Master, it is my incompetence. After 9,000 years I haven't even been able to thoroughly pass the time tower. Unable to master the laws of time to bring you back to life. Then she raised her head to pour out her heart. It's just that in these 9,000 years I have missed you more and more. Subsequently, she closed her eyes again, leaning aggrievedly in his arms. I remembered the most beautiful days of the past, Master. Do you still remember? You personally taught me how to cook, yet I was so clumsy. And I was scolded by you many times, she recalled with tears in her eyes. Master also taught me how to make cotton candy, taught me how to make fireworks, and taught me how to ice skate. Finally, she said, Bei, Shuisheng is afraid she will follow you in just a few days. I truly wish that day would arrive sooner. Once Shuisheng finished pouring out her heart, Bei finally comforted her. Silly girl, is your master worth this from you? He reached out to lift Shuisheng's chin, gazing at her with a steady look. Always being like this and never growing up, how can I feel at ease letting you stand on your own? He did not stop and continued. Master will teach you once more. Crack after crack appeared on the time tower. Just like that, Bei held her and leapt down from the top of the tower, escaping to the outside through the rift. Finally, they landed steadily. Luo Shuisheng sensed something and asked loudly, Wait, isn't this outside the time tower? Bei gave no answer, only a faint smile. Now Shuisheng looked bewildered. Why, inner demon? Immediately after, she jumped down abruptly, leaving his embrace and taking a few steps back. Her eyes were filled with panic. Master, are you real? He showed a benevolent smile and responded softly, Just now you were using you. So why has it turned into the formal you now? Before she could answer, he patted his chest and continued. If it weren't for your master being the real deal, I'm afraid I would have been struck into total annihilation by those two Dao of destruction palms of yours. After hearing this, she was directly frightened into a daze. What? She muttered to herself in a panic. What should I do? I actually forcibly kissed Master just now and said so many things that are embarrassingly shameful. What should I do? What on earth can I do? Bei looked at her and smiled slightly, scolding dotingly. You silly girl, you still love to care about these trivial matters. No wonder you were trapped here for 9,000 years. It truly was a difficult tribulation to cross. Subsequently, he straightened his expression and announced loudly, Silly girl, start your breakthrough now. Master will protect you, she asked back in disbelief. Master, it's not that I don't want to break through, but I'm worried I won't be able to survive the Emperor Sovereign Tribulation. Yi Bei looked radiant and full of confidence. Silly girl, if you don't undergo the tribulation, how can I hold your hand and grow old together? These words left Shuisheng completely stunned. Seeing this, Yi Bei couldn't help but tease, what are you dazing for? Do you really want to die rather than be with your master? She stammered in reply. I want to. Shuisheng was willing. After speaking, Luo Shuisheng turned and soared into the sky. Master, then I shall begin. Yi Bei cheered her on from below. Waiting for your good news, she charged straight into the clouds and shouted, Emperor Sovereign Tribulation, descend. Above, Shuisheng began the peril-filled process of the tribulation. Yi Bei remained on the spot to fulfill his promise, his gaze always following her. He observed the entire process with focus. Elsewhere, Jiyu Shen'er was anxious and restless, pacing back and forth and muttering to herself, why haven't they come out yet? Suddenly, she opened her eyes wide, her face full of astonishment. She screamed, Hey, look quickly, Zhu Ying. Li Kui also looked over. Zhu Ying said in surprise, It doesn't seem to be the cult leader. Shen'er also shouted in surprise, The Emperor Sovereign Tribulation. She wondered privately, what's going on with Shuisheng? How is it possible to break through to Emperor Sovereign so quickly? The lotus above continued to glow, and Shen'er couldn't help but marvel. My father prepared for a full 1,000 years back then just to face the Emperor Sovereign Tribulation. On Yi Bei's side he slowly approached, thinking with pride in his eyes. The tribulation will determine its strength based on the power of the Dao practiced by the one undergoing it. This kind of tribulation cloud is truly worthy of the Dao of destruction. Immediately following, streaks of golden lightning struck down frantically. They concentrated their attack on a single point in the space. Luo Shuisheng easily blocked those lightning bolts using only one hand. A massive surge of energy shattered the lightning to pieces. Having succeeded, she spoke in mockery, too weak. The lightning appeared again, its power even greater than before, the energy condensing into 3 blurry human figures. After observing for a moment, Shuisheng analyzed in a low voice, all were once chosen ones of the heavens, figures who dominated their respective regions. I didn't expect that after dying to the Emperor Sovereign Tribulation, they would become wisps of mindless remnant souls sealed within the tribulation. The 3 figures merged into a sphere, firing a golden light to attack her. Shuisheng spoke calmly, Since you are dead, you should act like dead people. Why reappear in the mortal world? As soon as she finished speaking, she abruptly raised her volume and shouted, Obliterate! Following her command, ripples of power burst forth, tearing through the sky as they charged forward. Luo Shuisheng's junior sisters observed from the side, blurting out in surprise, Look quickly, isn't that the eldest senior sister? Master is there too. The people beside them also shouted excitedly, Heavens, the Emperor Sovereign Tribulation. Above, Shuisheng continued to issue challenges. Whatever moves you have left, feel free to use them. That golden light transformed into countless phantom images of immense power. Shuisheng closed her eyes, showing no fear and paying no attention. She gathered power in both hands, her mouth continuing to mock, I'm going to open the eyes of this arrogant tribulation. In the next second her expression became incomparably cold and stern, her gaze sharp and profound. The Dao of destruction. The instant the shout rang out, purple power slammed down with a roar, and a purple pillar of light shot into the sky. Luo Shuisheng stood on the roof surrounded by a vast amount of energy. Those lightning bolts had now turned into tiny electrical sparks. Yi Bei spoke with gratification. The tribulation was a success. The system also popped up an announcement. Luo Shuisheng, cult leader of the Night Demon cult, early stage of the Emperor Sovereign realm. Yi Bei immediately leapt up and flew to the front of Luo Shuisheng. Yi Bei opened his arms and urged, Come here, give me a hug. Congratulations on breaking through to the Emperor Sovereign realm. Her face flushed as she turned her head away, somewhat shy. Master, the junior sisters are all here. Aren't we being a bit? Below the stage, the junior sisters shouted considerately, It's all right, eldest senior sister will cover our eyes and won't look. And so the two embraced, creating an incredibly romantic scene. He praised her gently. Shuisheng, my girl, congratulations, you truly are everyone's eldest senior sister. Afterward he turned to the crowd and announced loudly, Disciples, your master has returned, you've worked hard all these years. He continued, From now on, whoever dares to bully us, we will certainly make them pay the price. Finally, before his feet touched the ground he added, Whoever dares to look down on us, we will smash their faces. From now on we need not fear anyone, nor be intimidated by any faction. After Yi Bei spoke, he strode forward with his head held high. In another space, system notifications rang out one after another. At first it was 22 of the 108 disciples, but the reward announcements quickly soared to 61 disciples. Looking at the prompts before him, he smiled with satisfaction. They all jumped out at once. Let me calculate the total. He then entered a precise calculation mode. 1 Emperor Sovereign skill card, 1 Great Emperor skill card, and 52 Half Emperor skill cards. Rare Great Daos require 10 half Emperor cards, Ultra Rare Daos require 20, Epic Grade Daos require 50, and Mythical Grade Daos require 100 half Emperor skill cards, and 1 Great Emperor skill card is equivalent to 10 half Emperor cards. After a moment of thought he asked, "System, is this Emperor Sovereign skill card equivalent to 100 half Emperor cards?" The system responded quickly, "1 Emperor Sovereign skill card is equivalent to 50 half Emperor cards." Hearing this less than satisfactory answer, he clenched his fists, a few less than refined words escaping his lips. "Damn it, I knew it. How could this crappy system be that generous? But fortunately, I can finally exchange for a mythical grade Great Dao now." After some careful calculation, he gave the command, "System, I want to exchange for a mythical grade Great Dao." After processing the information, the system prompt rang out again. "Congratulations to the host for mastering the mythical grade Great Dao, the Creation Dao. A mythical grade Great Dao can additionally be compatible with another tier of Great Dao." eBay read it from beginning to end, still pondering the Creation Dao. HMPH, there are even notes. The system then opened the explanation interface. Legendary Great Dao notes. Activation conditions for the Creation Dao. 1. The host must master the energy of another Great Dao. 2. Must possess a personal small world. 3. Requires a divine artifact to suppress the small world. Detection indicates the host is temporarily unable to bear a legendary grade Great Dao. He shouted in anger, "I worked so hard to collect 100 half Emperor skill cards and this is all you show me?" But despite the complaining, eBay continued to ponder. A personal small world. The Yi Emperor tomb space should be no problem. Mastering the energy of a Great Dao is also simple. Only that final divine artifact requirement. eBay raised his hand and manifested a piece of radiant quartz. A note appeared beside the stone, Chaos Stone Tablet, top-tier Emperor artifact. Only then was he somewhat satisfied, though his tone suggested he had seen it coming. As expected, it's only a top-tier Emperor artifact. Where am I supposed to find a divine artifact right now? Suddenly, something occurred to him, and he exclaimed, "I've got it." He looked toward the tower again and called to the system, "System, what level is this white tower?" The system answered quickly, "Time Tower, an ultra top-tier Emperor artifact only one step away from being a divine artifact." Hearing this, eBay let out an insidious smile, stroking his chin as he said smugly, "I have a bold idea." He released his spiritual sense, feeling that every place must have its own core. As long as he found the tower's core, everything would be easy. But there was a problem currently puzzling him. Is the core on the 10th floor? This time, the system popped up a prompt automatically without being summoned. To enter the hidden 10th floor, one must pass the inner demon trial of the 9th floor. Before he could react, a hand gently tugged at Yi-Bei's sleeve. He looked back in surprise as Luo Shuisheng said softly, "Master, let me accompany you to conquer the inner demon." He agreed to this request, inside the 9th floor of the Time Tower. Yi-Bei sat in quiet meditation. Entering the inner demon illusion, wisps of blue smoke curled around, bringing him into a room. He looked around and concluded, "This is the rental apartment I had before I transmigrated." The inner demon continuously distorted the truth. What transmigration, what disciples, what external battlefield? It's all just a dream. Yi-Bei looked at himself in the mirror, his hand gently stroking his cheek as he asked himself, "Is this me? The real me?" That voice still echoed in his ear. "This is but a long dream from which it's hard to wake." Standing before a giant window and looking at the sky outside, Yi-Bei's gaze became resolute. "Inner demon, you want to lie to me. Though you calculated so much, you were still negligent." Yi-Bei stood dazed before the window for a long time until the image in the mirror began to clear, and then he spoke. "Before I transmigrated, the city I lived in was covered in smog year-round. How could it be this clear and bright?" He walked straight forward, mocking himself. "So returning to that beautiful yet painful world is my inner demon. If there really comes a day when I must return, I hope I'm not alone." On the other side, Yi-Bei snapped his eyes open, his gaze as sharp as a torch. He turned to look beside him and found Shuisheng fast asleep by his pillow. He murmured softly, "Asleep? I wonder how long it's been since this girl had a peaceful night's rest." Yi-Bei reached out to stroke her head, saying tenderly, "This sleeping position can't be comfortable at all." He smiled to himself and added, "Whatever core, whatever 10th floor, I'll wait until she wakes up to talk about it. This is the 9th floor of the Time Tower after all. The one thing we aren't short of is time." Time flew by, and it wasn't until 2 days later that Shuisheng woke up groggily. In a romantic scene of falling flowers, Yi-Bei spoke first, asking, "Awake?" Luo Shuisheng rose happily. "Master, you're still here, that's wonderful." So all of this wasn't a dream. Her eyes showed curiosity as she asked, "Master, when did you pass the inner demon trial? Your disciple was negligent, please punish me." He answered gently, "Punish you for what? Your master only finished a few minutes ago." But soon, Yi-Bei covered his mouth and teased, "But you, girl, you've been asleep for 2 days, you almost started slobbering." Hearing this, Shuisheng's face turned beet red as she cried out aggrievedly, "Master!" But before long Yi Bei was stroking her head to comfort her. "All right, now that you're awake, go and greet your junior sisters," she pouted coquettishly. Before Shuisheng could respond, Yi Bei continued, "Your master has already broken through the 9th floor. Now I'm going to try that hidden 10th floor." No sooner had he finished speaking than he vanished in an instant, leaving Shuisheng alone. The scene shifted to a pitch-black space where the sound of dripping water echoed. Yi Bei observed and whispered to himself, "It truly lives up to its name, pitch black. You can't even see your hand in front of your face." Suddenly, a glowing bubble appeared before him. This was the core of the Time Tower. With that, Yi Bei reached out to touch it. As his hand entered, the half of his palm left outside withered due to the backlash. Wherever his hand touched, the skin instantly shriveled. All of this was within his expectations, as expected of a Great Dao artifact of time laws. "I must resolve this quickly." A moment later, he manifested the Chaos Jade. Yi Bei gave a loud command, "Supreme Demonic Bone, fuse the Time Tower and the Chaos Stone Tablet." While he strove to fuse the two items, he calculated, if the fusion succeeds, the quality will surely improve. If it fails, the lower quality Chaos Stone Tablet will likely be crushed by time. How can a fish become a dragon without leaping through the Dragon Gate? "I'm going for it." After a while, the stone from earlier made a crack sound and slowly turned into shards. Watching this, Yi Bei's old face flushed, and he couldn't help but curse. "Damn it, Chaos Stone Tablet, even if you're subpar, you're still a top-tier Emperor artifact. How can you not handle this?" But before he could finish, his thought shifted. "Wait, I have a way for these shards." He immediately began to form seals, according to his idea. "Since I can't force the fusion, I'll use the Chaos Stone Tablet as material to reinforce and upgrade the Time Tower." Afterward, he directly poured in his own power. The jade shards were now flying rapidly within the Time Tower's bubble. Yi Bei was filled with hope. "Good, it's absorbing. We'll see if it's success or failure now." The Time Tower and the Chaos Stone Tablet were in the process of merging. Yi Bei was concentrating his mind, one side of his hair already turning white. He said, "Light up, this kind of crude reinforcement is too rigid. I need something to suppress the Time Tower's rejection reaction." Finally, he had his own plan. "This is the only way." He chanted an incantation, his demonic bone erupting as he gritted his teeth and calculated, "Let it enter my sea of consciousness. I'll refine and adjust it while strengthening it." Energy flowed into the spherical space enclosing the Time Tower. Yi Bei gritted his teeth and concentrated his energy. "It's just an Emperor weapon, even if it's high grade, so what? I don't believe I can't handle you." Eventually, the Time Tower vanished from his hands, and the true form of the Supreme Demonic Bone finally manifested. Yi Bei stood before the true form and said, "Excellent. The Time Tower is slowly absorbing the shards. It can now be called a pseudo-divine artifact. If this were given to someone else, just the preliminary refining would probably take 80 to 100 years. Let alone thorough refinement." The true form of the Supreme Demonic Bone was controlling the Time Tower, exactly as Yi Bei had intended. "But I was prepared. The Supreme Demonic Bone possesses the power to devour everything. If refined at full speed, it will take about 8 months for the Time Tower to complete its refinement and strengthening." He looked at his palm and calculated privately. "After dealing with this divine artifact, the rest is just a matter of time." Yi Bei appeared behind Luo Shuisheng and called softly, "Shuisheng, I'm back." Shuisheng turned her head, her face filled with shock at the sight of him. "Master, your face." Yi Bei pretended to lean on a cane, his voice trembling as he said, "Shuisheng, your master suffered the backlash of the Time Tower. My essence and spirit have been devoured. I'm afraid my lifespan is nearly at its end." She immediately lunged forward to hug him. "If master is to leave, Shuisheng will go with you." She buried her head in his chest, saying sorrowfully, "I never want to experience the separation of life and death with you again." Yi Bei stroked her face and scolded her dotingly, "Silly girl, don't go talking about dying together all the time in the future." Luo Shuisheng was about to speak. "Master, but you?" Yi Bei pulled a jade bottle from his robes, gently popped the stopper and then poured the yellow pill inside into his mouth. Immediately afterward he squeezed his eyes shut, and the wrinkles on his face vanished without a trace. He pointed at the medicine bottle and explained, "Look, it was just the flesh withering. One restoration pill refined by Xingchen and I'm back to normal." Seeing this, Shuisheng turned away in anger. "If master ever teases me like this again, I'll ignore you." Yi Bei had to follow behind and coax her. All right, it was your master's fault. I'll never make that kind of joke again." Their figures disappeared at the mountain peak, as Yi Bei said to Luo Shuisheng, "Tai Bai, Wu Xiao and the others should have arrived too. Let's head out." She responded, "I've already brought the other junior sisters outside the place of opportunity. There's no need to stay here anymore." A giant blue fishtail appeared, its body transparent, revealing pearly white teeth as a beam of light traversed the monster's body. Ji Shenner stood on the back of the giant monster complaining loudly, "Only this many battle merits. What a waste for it to be this big." She looked at her hand and made a sorrowful compromise. Isn't it just 10 million battle merits to see Sister Shui? I'm giving it my all. Chi Tai witnessed all this and couldn't help but marvel. Has this girl always been so impetuous? Li Kui joined the conversation. She is practically the embodiment of the eldest senior sister's little fangirl. Sun Wuxiao leaned against a pillar and sighed while Ouyang Leng remained silent. After Jiyu Shen'er dealt with the monster, she said to Li Kui, I'm going elsewhere to earn battle merits. If Sister Shui comes out, remember to send a transmission to tell me. Li Kui promised, don't worry, I'll definitely tell you. However, what she thought in her heart was, I'm definitely not going to tell you. A reincarnation vortex appeared. Yi Bei and Shuisheng stood side by side while Zhu Ying and Li Kui knelt respectfully. Greetings, founder. Greetings, cult leader. Your subordinates are here to report. The entire Night Demon cult welcomes the cult leader's return. As for the founder's reinstatement ceremony, it must be held grandly and decently. No need to waste resources, sincerity is enough, Yi Bei said happily. The two accepted the command, and Wu Xiao immediately ran toward Shuisheng. Eldest senior sister, let me give you a hug. Tai Bai also spoke up. Eldest senior sister, the junior sisters all missed you very much. Shuisheng also smiled and replied, it's been many years. Tai Bai, Wu Xiao and A Lang have all become great emperors. But remember, going against the current means you'll fall back if you don't advance. You mustn't neglect your future cultivation. Wu Xiao answered obediently. Yes, eldest senior sister, an excited voice rang out from the courtyard. Master, eldest senior sister, how can we not have wine on such a wonderful day? A jar of fine wine was placed on the table, and Yi Bei asked, Lang, where did you get this wine? The road coming here was too boring, so I just brought some along, Ouyang Leng replied. Yi Bei added, I've heard of this fine wine from your tribe for a long time, but I haven't tasted it yet. The wine cups were already set on the table. Ouyang Leng raised her cup and shouted, to celebrate the reunion of the sisters, to Master, to eldest senior sister, everyone toasted happily. Yi Bei drained his cup, not forgetting to praise the aroma. He looked beside him and wondered, Girl, your alcohol tolerance used to be poor, just drink as much as you're comfortable with. Yi Bei turned his head and found that Shuisheng had also drained her cup. She set the cup down and said with a hint of tipsiness, Master and the junior sisters have all finished theirs. As the eldest senior sister, how can I just drink as I please? Her face was completely flushed. Come, you're the eldest senior sister's disciple. You have to drink this wine too, Wu Xiao toasted enthusiastically. Li Kui called out softly with a tearful face. Lord Wu Xiao was already drunk and began to talk nonsense. After this cup there's another one. Ouyang Leng also joined in the commotion. Fourth senior sister, after this cup there are 3 more. Shuisheng quickly refused. No, 1 bowl is enough. I've quit drinking for a long time. Everyone was a bit tipsy. And Ouyang Leng talked nonsense again. Does 5th senior sister want to challenge me one-on-one? If you get drunk I'm not responsible for carrying you to bed, Wu Xiao replied wobbly. Old 8, who's drunk on the other side? Yi Bei was accompanying Shuisheng. He spoke up, look, Wu Xiao and A Lang are bickering again, exactly as they were 300 years ago. Shuisheng called out softly, Master. Yi Bei looked down at Shuisheng leaning on his shoulder. This girl is indeed drunk, I'll take you somewhere with a breeze to sober up. Tai Bai looked at their departing backs and asked in confusion, Where are Master and the eldest senior sister going? Yi Bei replied, Going outside for a breeze to clear this girl's head. Shuisheng refuted groggily. I'm not drunk, clear what head? As she spoke, Shuisheng clung even tighter to Yi Bei. I'm not drunk. The two locked eyes as pink bubbles of romance seemed to rise between them, while the faint strains of a song drifted from somewhere unknown. At this moment, what did it matter whether one was drunk or sober? Chi Tai Bai thought to herself, could it be that the relationship between the great patriarch and senior sister has already? Golden light filtered through the gaps in the leaves, dappling the ground. Jiyu Shen'er suddenly let out a loud cry. Sister Shuisheng, the two turned their heads, thinking, crap, we forgot Jiyu Shen'er was still here. Hearing Jiyu Shen'er's voice and seeing the scene before her, Shuisheng's expression became blunt and direct. She waved her hand coldly and rebuked. I remember making myself very clear last time, stop pestering me. Tears welled up in Shen'er's eyes as Shuisheng added, her face as cold as frost. Do you think I'm joking with you? Yi Bei spoke up to remind her. Shuisheng, don't let it turn into a fatality. She quickly replied, Rest assured, Master, I'm just being firm so she knows to back off. Shen'er still wanted to say something. Sister Shuisheng, orbs of lightning condensed around Shuisheng as she spat out a cold sentence. I've said it many times, don't call me that. By now, all the disciples had arrived. Ouyang Leng said excitedly, So it really is the Emperor's sovereign realm, Tai Bai chimed in as well. This surge of pressure is worlds apart compared to the eldest senior sister of back then. Shuisheng let out a delicate shout, and her divine power shot out like a sharp sword blade. Just as Shen'er reached out to defend herself, a figure dashed forward. Jiyu Hangshan stood before her, his hand resting on his sword hilt. The lightning-infused energy orb collided head-on with his sword chi. With one strike he diverted the lightning ball's trajectory. The giant trees behind them were sliced clean through as the divine power vanished into the forest. This scene left Shenner utterly stunned. Jiyu Hangshan, the hall master of the Shadow Moon Hall, and an emperor sovereign had appeared. Hangshan thought with a solemn expression, "I didn't expect her to break through to the emperor sovereign realm so quickly, and her strength is not inferior to mine at all. Furthermore, she has many followers. Seeking a peaceful resolution to this dispute is the best strategy." Shuisheng rebuked him angrily. "Jiyu Hangshan, just how long do you intend to indulge this daughter of yours?" He spoke up. "So it is, cult leader Luo. Congratulations on your successful breakthrough to the Emperor Sovereign Realm. My daughter is young and reckless. She must have presumed to disturb you just now. Please be magnanimous and do not blame or punish her." Behind him, Shenner was shocked. "Father, why?" Just as she was about to argue, he immediately barked at her to shut up. He thought to himself, "This unreasonable daughter of mine has been madly infatuated with Shuisheng ever since she first saw her. I foresaw long ago that she would stir up such a massive mess eventually." Only then did Shenner lower her head in silence. Shuisheng gave a cold refusal. "Magnanimous, Jiyu Hangshan, for the sake of the friendship our two houses usually share, pay a compensation of 100 million battle merits and ground her for 100 years. What do you think?" Hangshan began to weigh the options. Though 100 million battle merits was a lot, it was only like cutting off a piece of flesh. It wouldn't hurt his foundation. Grounding Jiyu Shenner would also be a good way to make her restrain her feelings. At this thought he replied, "Cult leader Luo is indeed broad-minded and bold. Only thus can the Shadow Moon Hall continue to maintain friendly relations with the Night Demon cult. This is truly worth celebrating." At this moment Shenner's fists were clenched so tight they trembled slightly. "Sister Shuisheng, you're going too far. Why be so heartless? I just like you and want to stay by your side. Why treat me like this?" She gritted her teeth and pursed her lips, convinced in her heart that this was all because of the man who had suddenly appeared. Yi Bei, it had to be him who had driven a wedge between her and Sister Shuisheng. Damn him, she harbored a secret hatred in her heart. He was the cause of all this. As long as he disappeared, Sister Shuisheng might accept her. Yi Bei sensed the startling aura radiating from Jiyu Shenner behind him and was secretly surprised. Jiyu Hangshan also widened his eyes, sensing trouble. The look in this wretched girl's eyes, could she be planning to— Crap, Shuisheng's face darkened. Her eyes filled with killing intent. "What are you trying to do?" Her fury flared as her momentum surged abruptly. "If you want to move against my master, then don't blame me for not giving you a chance." Hangshan spread his arms to block Shenner, pleading, "Cult leader Luo, please show mercy. I am willing to pay any price. Just please spare my daughter." Shuisheng radiated a chilling murderous intent. "Blame your daughter herself." Suddenly, a hand rested on her shoulder, stroking it comfortingly. Yi Bei seized the opportunity to propose a high price. What does a child know? Haven't they already said it? They want more compensation. Yi Bei asked with an interested expression, "How do you want to compensate?" Jiyu Hangshan, trembling with fear, held up 2 fingers. 200 million battle merits. Additionally, my daughter will never appear before any of you again. Great One, does this suffice? Yi Bei gave an "oh," stroking his chin as if weighing the offer. Shuisheng watched her master with wide eyes. Is master about to use his signature move again? He directly doubled the price, 400 million. "I'll allow you to pay in installments as long as it's cleared within 100 years. She was left dumbstruck. Hangshan cursed inwardly. 400 million. This is too ruthless. Though he wanted to object, seeing the other party's terrifying lineup, he could only give up. Hangshan pondered for a long time, knowing full well that under these circumstances he had no choice but to pay. Shenner lowered her head in remorse, stammering. Hangshan's lingering anger flared as he backhanded her with a slap. "You wretched girl, you still dare to speak?" Hangshan cupped his hands and bowed his head, saying, "Thank you, Great One, for sparing my daughter's life. As for the 200 million battle merits, once the Great One returns to the frontline camp, you may withdraw them from my Shadow Moon Hall at any time. My Shadow Moon Hall will make up the remaining 200 million as soon as possible." Yi Bei agreed readily. "Fine, master and daughter of the Jiyu family, please suit yourselves. Then we shall not disturb you further." With that they hurriedly flew away. Yi Bei had made a massive profit for nothing and did not hold back his praise. "The hall master of the Shadow Moon Hall is quite a man of the world." Then Yi Bei gave his orders. "Tai Bai, you all rest and reorganize here for the time being." Tai Bai accepted the command. "As you command." He turned and called out, "Shuisheng, let's go, girl. Accompany your master for a walk. I happen to have something to tell you." She followed him out obediently. "Yes, master." The scene shifted to 10 miles away from the place of opportunity, where only the two of them remained. "Does master have something to say to your disciple?" Yi Bei gave a warning in advance. "After I finish, you must not get agitated. Stay calm." Shuisheng's thoughts drifted far away. What did master mean by this? Was there something making things very difficult for him? How should she react after hearing it? Shuisheng imagined a scene of herself blushing and leaning into Master's arms. Yi Bei took a deep breath to settle his emotions before finally speaking. Cho Tinli has joined the Tinluo Holy Temple. She was so shocked she couldn't speak. Cho Tinli, she actually really betrayed us. He patted her shoulder to comfort her. The Heaven List rewards will be updated in another 3 months. We'll head out after the rewards are distributed. Since the deed is already done, a couple of days earlier or later won't make a difference. Yi Bei closed his eyes and sighed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. This girl is good in every way, except she can't see through certain things. Suddenly, someone called out his name loudly. Yi Bei. The two turned their heads simultaneously. Who is it? Ji Wudi challenged. Yi Bei, don't think that controlling a few insects spawned by the Wulu King can wear me down. I will never stop. He mocked back. Oh, after fighting those insect slaves for so long, you still have the strength to find me? You do have some skill. No sooner had he spoken than the fellow fell face first and remained motionless. Yi Bei couldn't help but laugh. Fine, I'll consider that I overestimated you. Only then did Shuisheng learn the truth, asking in surprise. Master actually already dealt with and controlled that Wulu King. I remember when I fought it, it was indeed an extremely difficult fellow to deal with. Yi Bei felt it was no big deal and modestly declined the praise. Just good luck. If it were anyone else on the battle merit list, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been a match. Suddenly, a surge of black smoke seeped out from Ji Wudi's body, the power causing him to twitch all over. A voice rang out from within. Ji Wudi of the Wuji Holy Land is truly a brainless fool. He and Shuisheng watched coldly from the side. Yi Bei said in surprise. Ji Wudi's shadow is devouring himself. Shadow 9 immediately corrected him. I am not this waste's shadow. I merely used him as bait to catch the big fish. The newcomer was none other than the Shadow Race. Shuisheng described his characteristics. The Shadow Race is neither human nor ghost, specializing in assassination and stealth. They are often extremely wealthy on the battlefield. I once slew 2 Shadow Race Great Emperors. One was worth 80 million battle merits, and the other was worth 1 billion. Yi Bei's interest was instantly piqued. Oh, by that logic, this fellow is a big fish too. He made a quick calculation. The merits on a Shadow Race Emperor Sovereign likely won't be less than my 300 million, right? Yi Bei shot a spiritual energy ring toward Shadow 9. Shadow 9 tilted his head to avoid the green light, not letting it get close. Shadow 9 then manifested a demonic beast spirit pet. He spoke with appreciation. To be able to see through my Shadow Race's disguise and sense my realm. Kid, you're not simple. He stood in place looking down, lost in thought. The spirit beast approached Yi Bei and sniffed his clothes. At this moment, Shadow 9 also sensed it. There's a very familiar scent on you. Although it's faint, I can smell it. After thinking for a moment, Shadow 9 clicked his tongue and said, I remember now, this scent belongs to Jiamo, who was known as the Demon Sovereign 10,000 years ago. He was a nightmare on the external battlefield. No matter how the Heaven List was updated, that Jiamo could always rank among the top with his superior strength. He quickly rose into the top 5 of both lists. Pity. Just as I was gathering all the strength of the Shadow Race to besiege him, he left the external battlefield for unknown reasons and has not appeared since, he lamented. I didn't expect the Demon Sovereign Jiamo to be so formidable in his youth, Shuisheng mused. Gathering the whole race for a siege? She deduced. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Shadow 9, ranked 37th on the God of Slaughter list and 40th on the Battle Merit list. Even though his identity was exposed, he was not at all afraid. Oh my, I've been recognized. Yi Bei pulled Shuisheng behind him and said, Girl, you've just broken through to the Emperor Sovereign realm. Your realm still needs to stabilize. Leave this fellow to your master. Shadow 9 looked on with contempt. Just a mere peak Saint King realm, yet you have the audacity to refuse help and want to face me, an Emperor Sovereign, alone? He wanted to make the opponent taste some bitterness. Since it was another one who looked down on the Saint King realm, I might as well break through now. Yi Bei began to channel his magic to raise his realm, breaking directly into the Half-Emperor realm. Though somewhat surprised by his ability, Shadow 9 still expressed regret, saying casually, just a half-emperor. Pity such great talent has to die here today. He didn't wait for his opponent to steady himself before launching an attack, the 9-fold killing array. Thousands of poisonous insects surged forth, surrounding Yi Bei heavily. Shadow 9 also lunged forward directly. Yi Bei was deep in the encirclement but was not flustered at all. Can you only buzz around people like a fly? It's annoying as hell. Spiritual energy surged around Yi Bei, blocking the black fire released by Shadow 9. Shadow 9 then changed tactics, transforming into a massive mouth like an abyss. An ordinary half-emperor couldn't even block 10% of my power. You are indeed extraordinary. You are worthy of my serious attention. Shadow 9 barked a command. Space laws. Only then did Yi Bei draw his longsword. Ranking on both lists truly is something. You've actually mastered such an advanced means as space laws. Pity you only use it to create clones and for jontification. It's truly a waste of a godsend. Shadow 9 then performed a shadow secret technique, body reconstruction. In an instant the massive mouth filled with fangs clamped shut seamlessly. Shadow 9 said, "I've been comprehending space laws for less than 100 years and I'm not yet proficient. But my shadow race's secret techniques have long been practiced to perfection. Your sword cannot keep up with my recovery speed. When you are exhausted, this mouth of space laws will devour you completely and grind you to powder." eBay didn't care about Shadow 9's bluster. "Fine. Since you look down on my sword so much I have nothing more to say." He summoned the Great Dao resonance, Shira Dao. Instantly, countless phantoms holding sharp blades appeared behind eBay. "Then let's see just how fast your recovery speed can be." Shadow 9 used body reconstruction to swallow eBay into his mouth. The giant maw opened, revealing rows of fangs and a massive eyeball. Shadow 9 gave a cold snort. HMPH, your power is still a bit inferior to my giant mouth." No sooner had he spoken than two sharp sword glows flashed through the void in an instant. eBay radiated a domineering aura, his pressure completely enveloping the opponent. eBay swung his sword chi, hacking at Shadow 9 repeatedly. Shadow 9's space law array subsequently collapsed. Shadow 9 clutched his body, gritting his teeth as he endured the agonizing pain. eBay withdrew his aura, a few flickering electrical sparks still remaining on his body. He said with waning interest, "I'm already bored with this little trick." eBay tilted his head and glanced at him with a face full of disdain. Shadow 9, change to some other magic and show me." He clutched his shoulder, staring at eBay in utter disbelief. He thought to himself, how is this possible? He was clearly swallowed and locked within the space laws by me. My shadow race's recovery speed actually can't keep up with the hacking speed of his 6 divine swords. Shadow 9 gritted his teeth, having another plan. I must escape quickly. While there's life, there's hope. Just as he prepared to turn and leave, eBay reached out to stop him. Seeing Shadow 9 remain silent, eBay asked, "Are you unable to figure out why the space laws didn't take my life? With that measly half-baked comprehension of yours, you couldn't even scratch my supreme demonic bone, let alone harm my physical body. I said long ago that these space laws are a pure waste in your hands, used only for slaughter." Having said that, eBay released his aura to ignite Shadow 9, who let out a series of shrill wails. "Oh no!" This move directly caused Shadow 9's soul to scatter. eBay held his sword and watched Shadow 9's dissipating remnant soul. He walked forward slowly and said flatly, "Clearly an assassin, yet you insisted on a head-on clash with me. This is the consequence of your arrogance." eBay picked up the dropped space law treasure and laughed smugly. "These space laws belong to me now." Shuisheng walked to his side and said in a joyful tone, "Congratulations, Master, on seizing the space laws. How many battle merits did this fellow bring?" eBay turned to answer her. 1.5 billion. Including what I had, I now have a total of 1.8 billion. Mentioning battle merits, eBay suddenly remembered. "Girl, how many battle merits do you have now?" Shuisheng made a quick calculation and told him. 6 billion. 578 million. Hearing this, eBay stroked his chin and muttered to himself, 6 billion, 578 million is rank 12th. I wonder what rank your master is now. Shuisheng chuckled softly. "You'll know once Master returns to the frontline camp. For things like opening rewards, only doing it personally brings surprises. However, only the rewards for the top 20 have substantial use. Master probably wouldn't think much of the ones ranked lower." Looking at the list, eBay's rank had instantly risen by 34 spots. Seeing this, eBay said to Shuisheng, "There are no major matters left now. I finally have time to organize my recent harvests." eBay took out his mental cultivation method to examine it. He assessed that the Supreme Demonic Bone's reincarnation chaos was a mandatory technique. The refinement of the Time Tower's core was also underway, and the space laws likewise required time to comprehend. By now, the sky had returned to tranquility. Shuisheng's voice rang out, "Master may enter seclusion with a peaceful mind. Your disciple will first use the Night Demon cult's secret technique to hide Master's traces, then go notify Tai Bai and the others to stand by at any time." A few days later, eBay's door finally opened. eBay sat in the room resting his chin in his hand and let out a long sigh. Tisk, too slow. When he saw the woman before him clearly, eBay couldn't help but be startled. Luo Shuisheng had been standing guard there for some time. She spoke to eBay with a hint of shyness. "Master, why not break through directly to the Great Emperor realm? There might be some unexpected effects." eBay fell into deep thought and felt there was truth in her words. But breaking through to the Great Emperor realm was different from previous promotions. It required 100% of his focus. Realizing this, eBay sat cross-legged and began to concentrate his spirit to charge toward the new realm. Seeing that her master had entered secluded cultivation, Luo Shuisheng silently guarded his side before summoning Chi Tai Bai and issuing orders to the subordinates. Taibai, you, the 5th junior sister, the 8th junior sister, and I will set up an array around us to protect Master. Chi Taibai cupped his hands and accepted the order. Yes, dark clouds filled the sky, and the tribulation lightning began to spiral and crisscross above. Sun Wushao was utterly shocked, blurting out, Master's tribulation cloud has arrived. But this lightning tribulation is so strange, it's completely different from any I've seen before, Sun Wushao said to everyone. White heavenly lightning, this is the first time I've seen it too, and the clouds are continuously spreading outward. In a hidden place, 3 figures on a rooftop looked up at the sky. Fei Fei broke the silence. Lord Jiamo, Niufen, everyone, come out quickly and look at the celestial anomaly. At the same time, over at the Xingyao Holy Land, black clouds blotted out the sun, and the air was thick with an eerie aura. An old man was quietly observing this spectacle. He said hesitantly, could this tribulation cloud mean some emperor sovereign is about to ascend? Sensing an ill omen, he said worriedly, something terrible is about to happen. The lightning suddenly turned golden, its power becoming even more magnificent as its coverage expanded further and further. A sphere of light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black sky, enveloping the lightning within. Niu Fen, Fei Fei, and Diao Zhuang watched this rare sight together. Near the mysterious region, Fei Fei exclaimed, could this be Yi Bei undergoing his heavenly tribulation? Elsewhere, within the palace of the Xingyao Alliance leader, a majestic man also saw the dazzling golden passage. He asked in confusion, is he about to ascend to the immortal realm? Sun Wushao, Chi Taibai, and Ouyang Lang looked up at the colorful neon lights appearing below, leading straight to the immortal realm. Sun Wushao cried out, Master, and thought with some concern, Master, do you know how many God of Slaughter level powerhouses appearing on this immortal ladder will attract? Stairs unfolded within the vortex, shooting down toward the mortal world in a brilliant and eye-catching display. Yi Bei stood in the center of the array, thinking, I didn't want to make such a scene. This is really just a breakthrough to the great emperor realm. Zhu Ying and Li Kui watched the scene with mouths agape. Zhu Ying remarked, cult leader, when you broke through to the emperor's sovereign realm, you didn't make such a grand display. Luo Shuisheng lifted her head with a face full of pride. What of it? This is my master. She didn't care to argue. Yes, it's just that your experience is limited. Luo Shuisheng's expression darkened as she continued to observe and sense. She weighed things in her heart. Luo Shuisheng spoke. I sense it. Another emperor sovereign aura has appeared and it's already locked onto this place. She issued an order. Everyone to your positions, protect Master during his tribulation. Everyone shouted in unison. Yes, we follow the eldest senior sister's command. Yi Bei looked up with satisfaction. Good, this immortal ladder is high enough. At that moment 7 black shadows soared up surrounding the immortal ladder. The disciples all focused their attention, saying in unison, They're here. Chi Taibai exclaimed. 7 people. 7 emperor sovereign level powerhouses have arrived in just this short time. Ouyang Lang asked without taking her eyes off them. Not bad, eldest senior sister, are you afraid? Yi Bei was on his way to Ascension, he said flatly. A thing like a tribulation is meant for the headlines anyway. If I kill 7 emperor sovereign level powerhouses while I'm at it, Yi Bei's brow furrowed slightly as he stated with certainty, that will definitely be front page news now with him as the center. The 7 powerhouses had him heavily surrounded. Leaving no path for retreat, Jiu Hangshan was the first to speak. I never expected our next meeting would be me watching you climb the immortal ladder. A muscular man with a giant axe over his shoulder introduced himself. I am Wu Li. A mysterious person wearing a hood also introduced themselves. I am just watching you. 2 women spoke up. I am the Emperor Sovereign of Mirror Twin Cities, Fairy Qingxia, and this is Fairy Zixia. Luo Shuisheng thought indignantly, what? The combined battle merits of these 2 aren't even half of mine. What are they showing off for? A person from the Holy Land suddenly appeared in midair, questioning Luo Shuisheng. Do you know what kind of disaster Yi Bei will bring to your Xuanchen continent by triggering this celestial anomaly? Luo Shuisheng snapped her head toward him, her gaze instantly turning dark. She silently recognized the newcomer. It was exactly that person. He continued his interrogation. Do you understand the history of the Xuanchen continent? Do you know about the Jade Tower, Immortal Pavilion, and the Immortal Ladder? Luo Shuisheng's power erupted as she announced domineeringly, HMPH, anyone who hinders my master from obtaining his opportunity must die. Jiu Hangshan spread his arms countering those 2. That is where you are wrong. What does history have to do with anything? Jiu Hangshan began to accuse the White Protector. You lot, it's one thing for one person to be shameless, but now 7 of you are being shameless, and even talking about ancient history. You are despising the people of the Xuanchen continent, thinking no one knows the Jade Tower, Immortal Pavilion, and the Immortal Passing recorded in ancient texts. The White Protector was baffled. he asked back in confusion. 7, including you. Aren't there exactly 7 people? These words from the White Protector took Jiyu Hangshan by surprise. While Yi Bei was currently sitting opposite him, Yi Bei was also in the dark. He reached out to stroke his chin in thought, countless question marks surfacing in his mind. At this moment, Yi Bei spoke up to ask, "By the way, Jiyu Hangshan, surely you aren't the one leading this group to disturb my tribulation, are you?" Hearing this, Jiyu Hangshan was terrified. He hurried to point at the 2 people beside him and explain, "Lord Yi Bei, don't listen to their nonsense. How would I ever dare disturb your tribulation?" Facing the anomaly brought by Yi Bei and the magic emperors who had been sent, Jiyu Hangshan flatly denied it. "Before following this group here, I truly did not know this anomaly was produced by your tribulation." Yi Bei looked at him with a gaze full of suspicion. Then Jiyu Hangshan spread his hands and continued with a smile. "Legend has it that reaching the Emperor Sovereign level on the Xuanchen Plain is the end, because this world is restricted by a certain curse." Jiyu Hangshan looked ahead, his brow furrowed as he explained in a serious tone, "If one wishes to break this restriction, the only way is to rely on the tribulation anomaly before Yi Bei's eyes," he explained. "The immortal ladder that your lordship is about to climb, once successful, you will immediately reach the pseudo-immortal realm. The entire Xuanchen Plain will also benefit greatly from this." Yi Bei was getting a bit tired of listening. He waved his hand lazily toward Jiyu Hangshan and said, "Are you finished? If you're finished, then get lost." Jiyu Hangshan was overjoyed to hear this and hurriedly replied, "Yes, yes, yes." Before leaving, he pressed his hands together, his eyes still showing a hint of lingering attachment. Jiyu Hangshan gave a few dry coughs. Lord Yi Bei, my daughter caused trouble recently and still owes you quite a bit." Yi Bei closed his eyes slightly, then pointed at him, realization dawning on him as he said, "I see, so you suddenly appeared to help me just for this matter. No problem, it's a small thing, you can go." Jiyu Hangshan gave a salute, bowing his head respectfully as he thanked him. "Thank you, Lord." With that, Jiyu Hangshan quickly flew away, leaving those magic emperors behind to suffer. The Black Protector prepared to strike again, laughing wildly. "We should also thank Jiyu Hangshan. His nonsense just now made us even more certain that we must eliminate you before your breakthrough succeeds." Yi Bei smiled composedly, saying calmly to the Black Protector, "Eliminate me? Then what are you waiting for? Why haven't you made a move yet? Otherwise the process of breaking through this immortal ladder would be far too boring." Yi Bei beckoned them, his eyes full of contempt for them. He spoke up, "Does that fortune teller want to come up first?" The White Protector trembled with rage upon hearing this, roaring, "Fortune teller? I hate it most when people call me a fortune teller." He performed an array to summon swarms of insects. The White Protector raised his hand and shouted loudly, "O God of the insect race, we have forged a blood alliance and dominated the world for 10,000 years. Today the army descends once more." Qi Taibai stammered in terror. What is he trying to do?" Luo Shuisheng pointed at the enemy and ordered her junior sisters, "Ignore that. Focus on protecting Master." Luo Shuisheng stared fixedly at the White Protector's insect god array with a furrowed brow, her hands clenched tight, her tone resolute. "They truly intend to interfere with Master's climb up the immortal ladder." Sun Wushao stared ahead with her mouth agape in horror, exclaiming, "What? Those dense swarms of black insects are flying toward Master's tribulation anomaly." The Black Protector held his hands high, waiting with a flat expression as he said disdainfully, "Young people don't know how to enjoy their youth, insisting on climbing the immortal ladder." Then he shouted at Yi Bei, "I'll show you the consequences." With that, he waved his hand and sent a killing strike toward Yi Bei. But unexpectedly, the move he launched mysteriously vanished halfway. The Black Protector stood dazed on the spot, staring blankly at this absurd scene. He furrowed his brow and narrowed his eyes, saying insidiously, A lapse in focus. I indeed forgot about you lot." Luo Shuisheng, Qi Taibai, Ouyang Lang and Sun Wushao appeared together, blocking the anomaly and intercepting the Black Protector's strike. Luo Shuisheng looked at him, her eyes burning with intense, killing intent. She gave a powerful order to the junior sisters behind her. "Junior sisters, even if we die in battle today, we must hold out until Master succeeds." Dense swarms of insects flew through the air, gradually closing in on Yi Bei. He looked at them with a cold expression, his tone contemptuous. Yi Bei mocked, "Trying to use these insects to gnaw through the immortal ladder. How interesting, but do you really think these ants can stop me?" As the insect swarms drew near Yi Bei, he had already begun to channel his true qi, and a powerful golden aura instantly appeared in his palm. In a flash, the entire space was enveloped by this aura. This strike felt as if it would tear through the void. After Luo Shuisheng withdrew her move, a residual aura still remained in her hand. That blonde man closed his eyes slightly and clapped his hands, his tone carrying a hint of praise for her. "The power of destruction is indeed formidable, clearing the insect swarm with just one move." He revealed a sinister smile, watching Luo Shuisheng with burning ambition as he said slowly, "Pity it's already too late." the White Protector from the Holy Land suddenly appeared before Yi Bei, laughing out loud. That mocking laughter even took Yi Bei by surprise. This person stood with hands behind his back, his mouth curled into a confident arc. "Yi Bei, why don't I climb this immortal ladder for you?" Sun Wushao's eyes widened in horror as she glared at the White Protector and cursed. "Damn it, when did he sneak in?" Ouyang Leng stood to one side. Seeing this person suddenly appear, she felt uneasy and cried out worriedly. "Master!" Yi Bei sensed their tension and reached out to stop them, saying calmly, "Leave this guy to me, you go deal with the others." No sooner had he spoken than Yi Bei let out a great roar, his aura surging violently. The White Protector watched Yi Bei's actions with a cold smile. Yi Bei charged rapidly toward the White Protector, who did not back down either, his demonic chi surging. Yi Bei swung a palm to launch a fierce attack, and the White Protector met it with a powerful palm strike of his own. The two moves collided, erupting with terrifying energy that sent both Yi Bei and the White Protector flying back. The White Protector barely steadied himself. Although the demonic chi on him had weakened slightly, he did not give up. "Not bad, even stronger than I imagined." Luo Shuisheng flew to Yi Bei's side, unable to hide the panic on her face. She called out worriedly, "Master!" Yi Bei glanced at Luo Shuisheng, gripped the wrist of his other hand, and then gave her an order. "Silly girl, you are now the cult leader commanding 10,000. Go do what you must do and don't worry about me." Under Yi Bei's urging, Luo Shuisheng could only close her eyes and accept the order. She cupped her hands and bowed her head, accepting the command loudly. Watching Luo Shuisheng turn to leave, Yi Bei privately felt this was an excellent opportunity for them to grow. He suppressed the worry in his heart, his gaze returning to steadfastness, even showing a hint of killing intent. He furrowed his brow and asked the White Protector, "I'll play with you lot for a bit." Two wicked men from the Holy Land stood with hands behind their backs, demonic chi still radiating from them. Yi Bei straightened his back, watching the two from this side. After leaving Yi Bei's side, Luo Shuisheng quickly met up with Qi Taibai, Sun Wushao, and Ouyang Leng. Seeing her appear, Sun Wushao called out, "Eldest senior sister." The four stood opposite their opponents. Luo Shuisheng stepped forward to take charge, ordering everyone, "Junior sisters, each of you choose an opponent and finish them off for master." Sun Wushao gritted her teeth, her gaze settling on an opponent who looked back at her with a provocative smile. Qi Taibai's brow furrowed slightly, her eyes full of hostility as she locked onto a fellow wearing a headscarf. Luo Shuisheng was also about to pick an enemy, but Ouyang Leng's hand blocked her path. Ouyang Leng looked at Zixia and Qingxia, her gaze as sharp as a blade as her momentum erupted. "Eldest senior sister, leave these two women to me. I want to see just how far my strength has reached after my breakthrough." Seeing her say this, Luo Shuisheng agreed, placing high hopes on Ouyang Leng. "Very well, I believe in you." Qingxia feigned regret, saying, "Oh dear, isn't this supposed to be 2 against 2? Then Luo Shuisheng turned around, but still left a warning for Zixia and Qingxia. "To deal with weaklings like you, one of my junior sisters is enough." These words fully displayed her trust and affirmation of Ouyang Leng's strength. Zixia looked on with disdain, reaching out to stroke her chin as she provocatively said to Ouyang Leng, "Little dark-skinned girl, you still dare to play with a blade? Have your feathers even grown in yet?" Ouyang Leng stood with her sword, her aura as grand as a rainbow, energy flowing along the blade. She shot back coldly, "Stop the nonsense, bring it on." After leaving Ouyang Leng's side, Luo Shuisheng returned to Yi Bei's side once more. She flew in from behind, calling softly, "Master." Yi Bei looked askance. Seeing it was her, he asked in confusion, Why did you come back again?" Luo Shuisheng came to his side and answered politely, "Eighth junior sister wants to test herself. She's decided to fight 2 emperor sovereigns alone." The Black Protector then spoke up. "What of it in the end? It's still 2 on 2. Yi Bei's hand suddenly settled on Luo Shuisheng's waist. He pulled her slender waist tight, making Luo Shuisheng flush red with embarrassment. Yi Bei looked at the 2 men and smiled. "I should thank you for personally delivering yourselves today to earn experience points for my disciple." The White Protector let out a loud laugh upon hearing this. He raised his hand, gathering power in his palm, and then shouted sternly, "Arrogant and cunning, fine. Killing you today will also count as removing a variable for the external battlefield." His palm condensed increasingly powerful demonic chi, forming a vortex. Yi Bei looked at the White Protector, then gave an order to Luo Shuisheng, "Silly girl, I'll leave that Black Protector to you." Luo Shuisheng's gaze swept over the Black Protector as she accepted Yi Bei's order. She had exactly this intention. The Black Protector mocked Yi Bei, the great cult leader of the demon cult, ranked 12th on the God of Slaughter list with peerless strength, actually shrinking into a man's arms to act spoiled. This scene is truly nauseating. Luo Shuisheng was displeased by these words, her gaze toward the Black Protector filling with intense killing intent. Immediately following, the demonic chi around Luo Shuisheng erupted violently. She let out a low, angry roar. "You can insult me, but you dare insult my master and my feelings for him." Energy gathered in Luo Shuisheng's hand. the power of destruction rapidly accumulating. She shouted in fury, "Prepare to meet the Great Judgment." No sooner had she spoken than Luo Shuisheng swung a palm strike directly at the Black Protector. Her power of destruction was like sharp claws, as if intended to pierce through the Black Protector. The Black Protector stood motionless on the spot, watching Luo Shuisheng's fury with hands behind his back. Only then did the Black Protector leap back through the air, avoiding Luo Shuisheng's powerful strike. The Black Protector looked at her, clicking his tongue in admiration. "Tisk, tisk, this power of destruction is indeed amazing." Just as the words left his mouth, his eyes snapped wide with astonishment. Shuisheng charged at the Black Protector with staggering speed, closing the distance in an instant to unleash a heavy punch. The Black Protector turned pale with shock. Unable to believe what he was seeing, Shuisheng was so fast that he could only hurriedly brace his arms to block the blow. Before both vanished into the sky in the heat of battle, Yibo rested a hand on his forehead, looking into the distance with a sigh. "Sigh, that silly girl is as impulsive as ever." Meanwhile, the White Protector was not idle. He laid out a magic array, and as demonic chi surged, a tide-like swarm of insects began to emerge. He turned to Yibei with a provocation. "Still have the mind to worry about others? Your opponent is right here." A look of caution flashed in Yibei's eyes, but he quickly put his hands on his hips and looked at the White Protector with confidence. "Kid, let me guess. These bugs are the heavenly starfire, aren't they?" The insect tide swept in like a rainstorm, and the White Protector manipulated the swarm, asking arrogantly, "What's the matter? Want to witness the fires of hell?" Yibo coldly spread his palm, lightning flickering within it. "I had exactly that in mind." On the other side, rocks were flying wildly through the air. As jagged rocks shot forth, Dada was enveloped in a shroud of demonic chi. He pointed at Wu Xiao and swung his battle axe, roaring, "Ira?" The corner of Wu Xiao's mouth curled upward as she clenched her fist, her face written with confidence and resolve. "Hey," Wu Xiao said softly. "This guy actually has some substance, he's quite strong." She concentrated her power into her fist, erupting with a formidable aura as she let out a great shout. 30-fold King of Worlds fist, facing Dada's viciously swinging axe, Wu Xiao met it head-on with her empowered strike. Dada's eyes turned blood-red as he roared and charged forward. Elsewhere, Taibai began to display her sword techniques. Taibai's swordsmanship was exquisite and domineering, fully displaying the poise of a master. The one-eyed man was covered in dancing electrical arcs, and the two clashed instantly, causing brilliant, dazzling light to erupt within the space. Meanwhile, Qingxia touched the bridge of her nose and half-closed her eyes in mockery. "You sisters truly are impressive. In a one-on-one, you aren't falling behind at all." Zixia looked at Ouyang Leng with a face full of disdain and sneered. "However, thinking you can confidently take on two at once with just those hands, isn't that a bit too arrogant?" Ouyang Leng's presence flared to its peak as she replied confidently, "Hey me, who said I only had one pair of hands?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than she brandished her twin swords and unleashed a powerful array. The light from the array behind Ouyang Leng was blinding, and its aura wrapped tightly around her. Zixia marveled, "Interesting, but we don't plan on fighting you like this." With that, she released a surge of terrifying power. A massive ring, like a vortex, appeared in the void with overwhelming might. Ouyang Leng was slightly startled by the sight. The horrific suppression forced her to grit her teeth and narrow her eyes, thinking to herself, such powerful energy. Returning to Wu Xiao's side, the constant barrage of rocks forced her to retreat. She struggled to steady her form under the opponent's fierce assault, staring forward in a daze for a moment. Taibai and Wu Xiao hadn't yet grasped the situation, and could only do their best to block. As the surrounding earth and stone began to float, Wu Xiao looked at the unfavorable situation and asked Taibai, "Fourth senior sister, what's going on?" Taibai also wore a look of shock, replying calmly, "An incredibly horrific suction force is pulling at us." Everything in the vicinity seemed to lose control, with earth and stone being sucked into the energy vortex created by Zixia. Wu Xiao gritted her teeth, desperately resisting the pull. She let out an angry curse. "Damn it, I have to find a way to destroy that thing." At that moment, Ouyang Leng flew to Wu Xiao's side and comforted her. "Fifth senior sister, don't panic. As long as we join forces, we can surely break it." Seeing Ouyang Leng suddenly appear, Wu Xiao nodded in response. Old 8. Immediately after, Taibai unleashed the Green Lotus sword dance, the longsword in her hand shimmering with cold light as electrical arcs danced along the blade. Wu Xiao also exerted her power simultaneously, unleashing a 10-fold King of Worlds fist even more potent than before. Ouyang Leng also pushed her swordsmanship to its limit, her eyes half closed. As she unleashed a Shira consecutive slash with all her might, Taibai struck from the air, her aura crisscrossing through the void. Taibai's swordplay was soft yet firm, while Wu Xiao's fist shook the world with power that was in no way inferior. Ouyang Leng also slashed with cold, decisive precision. A world-shaking roar subsequently erupted in the sky, and the destructive aura plunged the surroundings into chaos. Both Yi Bei and the White Protector were focused on this fierce battle. Bei was immensely gratified by his disciples' progress and adaptability, sighing with heartfelt emotion. They've learned teamwork. Good. At that moment, Shuisheng charged at her opponent once more. A shield manifested around the Black Protector. Shuisheng kicked directly at him with a fierce strike and shimmering lightning. The Black Protector kept one hand behind his back while the other quickly countered, sending the floating rocks in the air scattering in all directions. The other person from the Holy Land stood in the rear, arms crossed as they quietly observed. Bei looked at the battlefield from afar, his face full of pride. My disciples have made great progress. I can finally rest easy. Immediately after, the Black Protector suddenly lunged at Bei, extending a palm to attack. Still worried about your disciples? Worry about yourself first. At that moment, a hideous giant insect appeared out of thin air, opening its maw filled with fangs, as if intending to swallow Bei alive. Bei stood in place with his hands behind his back, completely undefended, yet the surrounding area exploded with the erupting force. The Black Protector condensed energy in his palm and asked Shuisheng, "Silly girl, do you understand the history of the Xuanchen Plain?" He radiated a domineering aura like a raging fire, raising his weapon as he barked, "Let me, a 2,000-year-old senior, teach you a lesson." Shuisheng's face showed shock as she quickly retreated from the impact of the explosion. The Black Protector's gaze was vicious as he roared, "Trying to run? No way." He then performed a spell, manipulating a ringed battle axe and throwing it at Shuisheng. The battle axe was forcibly halted the moment it drew near Shuisheng. Bei made a casual feint, and the axe actually changed its trajectory under his control. The Black Protector gritted his teeth and cried, "My battle axe!" Shuisheng let out a startled cry. "Master." Bei kept one hand behind his back, controlling the axe as if it were a toy, and said without looking back, "This axe from Snake Mountain is perfect for killing bugs." A sudden explosion rang out, and Shuisheng shouted anxiously, "Master, leave a few for me to kill." The Black Protector's eyes turned blood red, and an eerie black chi swirled around him as he roared in fury, "Don't you dare look down on us elders of over 2,000 years." Shuisheng's gaze turned sharp as she barked, "Destruction Dao." She performed a spell, and a horrific torrent of energy shot straight forward. The White Protector was pale with shock, crying out the name Caligula. He suddenly realized something was wrong and immediately lunged toward Bei from behind. "Bei, don't even think about attaining Ascension." A brilliant light erupted, and Bei couldn't help but be stunned, wondering in his heart, what's the situation? A giant face with a hooked nose emerged, massive in stature with eyes like torches. He spoke to declare, "Those who are unqualified should not dream of stepping a single foot into the pseudo-immortal realm." Bei looked at him with a face full of surprise. The giant raised his arm, and a domineering surge of spiritual energy swept across the area. Bei stood still and observed, calmly dodging the aftershocks. The people from the Holy Land tried to dodge but failed, and were instantly zapped by the power until they convulsed all over. Seeing this, Bei mocked, "Serves you right." The stairs manifested once more, and the man stood at the highest point, radiating a violent pressure. He looked down at Bei and asked, "Are you the kid named Bei?" Bei answered candidly, "Exactly. I am Bei." The man raised his hand and looked at Bei, sighing, "Finally, someone from the Xuanchen Plain has arrived. I won't play coy with you. This old man is the tomb guardian of the Xuanchen Plain. I entered the pseudo-immortal realm long ago, and I have come today specifically to test you." Bei replied confidently. "Bring it on." However, the man revealed a sinister smile. "If you want to enter the pseudo-immortal realm, you have to sing with me first." No sooner had he spoken than he produced a microphone and a disco ball from nowhere and began to sing at the top of his lungs. "Hong Zhen is the best, Hong Zhen is the strongest." He even beckoned Bei to join in. "Quickly, sing with me. Hong Zhen is the best, Hong Zhen is the strongest. Sing along. Hong Zhen is the best, Hong Zhen is the strongest." Bei watched this absurd scene with a look of utter speechlessness, feeling a deep sense of powerlessness. Was this really the former #1 person of the Xuanchen Plain? Wu Shao, Tai Bai, and Ouyang Lang watched from the side, dumbstruck and filled with helplessness. Was this truly a world where the strong were respected? Bei finally couldn't take it anymore and roared, "What exactly do you want? Why haven't you helped me clear out this trash yet? To think you'd come here just to drag me into singing and dancing." He pointed a finger at Bei. "You still have the final 9 steps. Get up here quickly." Bei stepped forward and a bolt of lightning struck down before him. After a narrow escape, he questioned angrily, "What are you trying to do? This isn't meant to mess with you." Hong Zhen's eyes glowed as he crossed his arms and said, "In the final 10 steps of the Ascension ladder, every step carries an irresistible trial. One slight mistake and your soul will be obliterated." Bei stepped forward proudly. "Only 1 step left." Let's see what other tricks you have, the man asked irritably. You really won't sing a single line, Yibei replied. I came here to ascend, not to become a pop star. Suddenly he found himself unable to move, cursing inwardly. Damn it, what's going on? My body won't listen to me at all. The man remained standing there with arms crossed, mocking, You brat. This old man likes that death before surrender spirit of yours, but since you won't listen I have no choice. The trials of the Ascension ladder are beyond defiance. Despite the dense lightning above, Yibei continued forward against the pressure. He felt a powerful attraction, and Taibai cried out, Master is gone. By now, Yibei had been teleported to a high altitude shrouded in clouds and mist. He realized this was not the entrance to the pseudo-immortal realm, and shouted toward the vast sky, Hong Zhen, get out here. As soon as the words left his mouth, that giant face appeared behind him. Little brother, this is a space-time distortion zone. It's not under my jurisdiction. Yibei grabbed him by the beard, the corners of his mouth curling into a smirk. Old dog, I've finished climbing the Ascension ladder, so why haven't I entered the pseudo-immortal realm yet? What exactly is going on? Being tugged painfully, he hurriedly pleaded for mercy. Let go, this old man really just wanted to tease you. He looked at Yibei in confusion. When did you finish the Ascension ladder? Stop pretending, I'm the tomb guardian of the Xuanchen Plain, how could I not know your status? Yibei's gaze turned cold. Oh, then why don't you tell me, what exactly am I pretending? His face darkened as he spoke huffily. You brat, it seems we both had the same thought. Someone doesn't want you to ascend and has forcibly cut off the passage to the pseudo-immortal realm. At the very moment the lightning struck, you actually used your full strength to forcibly distort space-time. Yibei looked triumphant, spreading his hands and laughing. Old Hong Zhen, you only guessed half of it. I actually only used half of my strength. He was utterly aghast. What? I only used half my strength back then too. At that moment, two distinctly different energies, gold and purple, began to condense in Yibei's hands. Hong Zhen's mouth hung open in shock. What are you trying to do? Above, the spiritual pressure soared, and thunder and lightning roared. Yibei said in a deep voice, Eldest girl, your destruction Dao is equally powerful in my hands. He was full of praise. This kid really has guts, trying to use the destruction Dao to forcibly gather overloaded energy and distort space-time a second time. You intend to utilize the very energy that's blocking your ascension and transform it into hellish samsara marks. Meanwhile below, Zhu Ying, Li Kui and Jiyu Hangshan were also dumbfounded. Zhu Ying pointed toward the sky and shouted, Look, is that an illusory vision of a celestial paradise? Jiyu Hangshan marveled, I thought Lord Yibei was done for, but as expected nothing can stop him. Yibei flew forward and used the accumulated energy to forcibly blast open the gates. He laughed wildly. Gates of the Immortal Pavilion, are you people of the pseudo-immortal realm planning to play hide-and-seek? As he raised his arm, the energy became increasingly violent. Ascending a tribulation should be a matter of course, yet you want me dead. If not for my profound foundation, I would have been killed long ago. Since you are heartless, don't expect things to go well for you either. Yibei pointed his fingers like a blade toward the ball of lightning, and with a violent roar a mansion instantly collapsed. Burst, a horrific explosion erupted in midair, and the space crumbled like shards of a broken mirror. A passage emerged, and Yibei marveled, this must be the true gate of the Immortal Pavilion. The passage radiated a holy light, enveloping Wu Xiao and Ouyang Leng within it. Wu Xiao looked bewildered, while Ouyang Leng sighed. This light feels so comfortable. My realm seems to have received a massive boost. Yibei was also wrapped in the divine essence, sensing the dense divine power here, yet he frowned. Why did it take so much effort just to break through to the Emperor's sovereign realm? Is this Ascension ladder trying to make me accumulate more, or is it just playing with me? A voice rang out, If you want to challenge my master, you have to get past me first. Yibei turned his head in surprise to see a group of powerhouses appear, with Shuisheng confronting them coldly. A man barked sternly, Yibei, to make such a commotion just after breaking through to the Emperor's sovereign realm, you're a bit too full of yourself. Yibei sneered, 10 Emperor sovereigns at once, it seems someone is jealous of the Immortal Pavilion's divine power I brought to the Xuanchen Plain. Seeing this, Shuisheng hurriedly called out, Master, she then added, these 10 Emperor sovereigns are likely just bored and looking for trouble. Yibei chimed in, a bunch of fellows with nothing better to do. The opponent mocked. After opening the Ascension ladder and the Jade Tower Immortal Pavilion and obtaining so much energy, you only broke through to the Emperor sovereign realm. What a waste. Another person blustered. If you're smart, hand over the energy. Yibei beckoned with a finger in provocation. If you have the ability, come and take it. The crowd below also began to egg them on. Kill him and take back the Immortal Pavilion's energy. Yibei didn't even bother to lift an eyelid. As he coldly spat out, truly overestimating yourselves. Immediately after, he snapped his eyes open, and a violent surge of divine power burst from his gaze. As he swung a heavy punch, the domineering energy swept across instantly, and those 10 Emperor Sovereigns were knocked down one after another. Shuisheng's mouth hung open in shock. They're all dead. Her heart was filled with adoration. With just a single punch, he had obliterated 10 Emperor Sovereigns of the new generation. Yi Bei glanced askance at Shuisheng and said flatly, "Girl, there are still many who aren't convinced. Do you believe that?" Shuisheng nodded repeatedly. "I certainly believe Master's words, but this is just too ridiculous. After all, this benefits everyone." Yi Bei smiled with a look of grim determination. "It seems there are still plenty of people who refuse to be convinced." At that moment, more and more plain powerhouses began to appear. Ouyang Leng, Sun Wuxiao, and Qi Taibai materialized behind Yi Bei and Luo Shuisheng simultaneously. Yi Bei spoke up, "I actually hope more of them come. After all, besides myself, my disciples also need to be properly tempered." Yi Bei then issued the order, "Disciples, charge. Kill all these Emperor Sovereign trash. From now on you shall sweep both lists and seize everyone's power source." Upon hearing this, the three immediately flew forward and charged. The plain powerhouses also lunged forward with roars, "Kill them, we need that power too." Yi Bei, "His distribution is unfair, this is simply garbage." Yi Bei's face darkened as he remarked, "Besides those who are unconvinced, there are those harboring jealousy and delusions. This group is indeed troublesome." The aggressive plain powerhouses were suddenly hit by a series of intense light attacks, but they gritted their teeth and pressed on. Dazzling green light and sharp slashes intertwined as crisscrossing beams of intense light erupted violently, enveloping the entire area. Yi Bei praised, "My disciples have all improved." Shuisheng clapped her hands excitedly, a cheer for everyone's progress. Meanwhile, Yi Bei stood with his arms crossed, calmly observing the group of powerhouses charging toward them. Yi Bei handed the god-striking whip to Shuisheng, instructing her, "Eldest girl, I'll leave this group of death-seekers to you." "Take this," Shuisheng asked in surprise, "the god-striking whip?" Seeing this, the plain powerhouses were filled with pride and mockery. "That blonde brat, what kind of weapon is that whip? It can't kill anyone at all." A terrifying aura radiated from Shuisheng's body. Upon hearing them, she cursed angrily, "You fools, come and see for yourselves." She swung the long whip, which transformed into countless long ropes that coiled around them. One powerhouse froze in place, and soon everyone was bound tightly by the cords. No matter how much the plain powerhouses struggled, they were only strangled tighter, completely unable to escape. Shuisheng looked coldly at the group being strangled to death. Seeing this, Jiyu Hangshan broke into a cold sweat and thought to himself with relief, "This fellow is truly terrifying. Killing Emperor Sovereign powerhouses is as simple as swatting mosquitoes. Fortunately, I didn't pick the wrong side just now." The plain powerhouses turned and fled in terror. Someone shouting, "We miscalculated. These guys aren't ordinary Emperor Sovereigns. Retreat, quickly." Yi Bei had no intention of letting these powerhouses go. He pointed a finger and barked, "Disciples, after them. Don't let these experience points get away." Sun Wuxiao, Qi Taibai, Ouyang Leng, and Luo Shuisheng accepted the order in unison. "As you command." A few days later, the ranking board updated with new notifications. 49th on the God of Slaughter list, Sun Wuxiao of the Xuanchen Plain. 48th on the God of Slaughter list, Qi Taibai of the Xuanchen Plain. 47th on the God of Slaughter list, Ouyang Leng of the Xuanchen Plain. 45th on the God of Slaughter list, Yi Bei of the Xuanchen Plain. 35th on the God of Slaughter list, Jiyu Hangshan of the Xuanchen Plain. At this moment, a magical spiritual light radiated from the sky, and a spatial teleportation gate appeared in its center. Within that swirling mass of tyrannical energy, the silhouettes of two people emerged. The ones who appeared were precisely Fu Zheng and Zheng Fu. Fu Zheng said in a mocking tone, "The spiritual energy in this place is as thin as garbage. It's truly sickening." Zheng Fu echoed, "Exactly. If it weren't for Hong Zhen and Yi Bei, they wouldn't have achieved anything even if given another 100 years. Fu Zheng's expression turned serious. "We should complete the task entrusted by the Immortal Lord as soon as possible." The two were currently suspended in midair. Fu Zheng remarked, "Come to think of it, if it hadn't been for Yi Bei's ascension, we wouldn't have had the chance to descend to the mortal realm." Zheng Fu nodded in agreement. "The station chief is right. In fact, the plane passage can only be opened whenever someone breaks the boundary to ascend. This gave us the chance to descend." Fu Zheng continued, "Following the Immortal Lord's will, I shall go to the Tinluo Holy Land to assist in its revitalization." Zheng Fu took up the thread. "The Immortal Lord is absolutely right. I will go to my hometown, the Tianqi Holy Land, to gather some information." In an instant, the two flew off through the air. "We shall meet again after the mission is completed." By the lakeside, two snow-white feet stepped into the water. Yi Bei was soaking in the lake with Shuisheng. As he was enjoying himself, Shuisheng, holding the god-striking whip, spoke up, "Master, I'm returning the god-striking whip to you. It was a great help this time." Yi Bei, bare-chested and revealing his well-defined six-pack, smiled and said, "Keep it. Consider it a gift from your master." Shuisheng pointed downward and gave Yi Bei a lithe smile. "Master, I've also prepared a gift for you. Look below." By now, eBay had dived into the water, bubbles rising to the surface before he reappeared. eBay held a blue crystal in his hand and laughed loudly. Found it, Shuisheng spoke cheerfully to eBay. This is internal member data for the dual heaven lists. With this we can definitely break into the top 5. eBay praised her. Well done. Though the slots on this list are only enough for one person. Since this was data Shuisheng had found specifically for eBay, she happily stated that it was collected specifically for her master and should naturally be given to him. Amidst a natural landscape, eBay said, "That won't do. This is a major matter for our sect. Tomorrow we go to the Black Tower Square. There will surely be information we need there." In midair, a pair of hands scattered flyers across the sky, followed by a loud shout. I, Luo Shuisheng, require all data on the top 20 members of the dual heaven lists. I'll take as much as you have. Price is no object. eBay and Shuisheng stood in the center of the crowd as Shuisheng's dominant declaration echoed around them. She demanded, "Within 2 days, deliver all collected data to the Black Tower Square. Those who provide useful information will be handsomely rewarded." The majestic declaration sent the crowd into a stir, with someone cheering excitedly, "We're going to be rich." The atmosphere on the scene was tense and exciting. An opportunity for profit was right before their eyes. Suddenly a voice came from the crowd, "No need to wait 2 days." eBay was startled upon hearing this. "Who is it?" A green-haired youth and a red-haired girl stood back to back holding lutes. They introduced themselves. "We are the external battlefield's #1 singing duo, the Dragon Phoenix Legends." eBay and Shuisheng were full of confusion. Street performers? Seeing the professional look of the two, the green-haired youth said, "Please call us singers." The red-haired girl added, "We're here to deliver experience points." eBay and Shuisheng stared straight at them. eBay rested a finger on his cheek and asked majestically, "Deliver experience points?" Hearing this, the youth panicked a bit. Wait, not that we're giving ourselves to you as experience points." eBay understood but was still surprised. "Oh," the two said with a smile, the youth speaking first, "we are touring singers who have traveled to every corner of the external battlefield. We've seen more people than songs we've sung, so we're here to help you find your experience points," the girl added. "When it comes to understanding the dual heaven list data, no one knows it better than us." The youth mistakenly thought the two were a married couple, saying he had admired the worthy couple for a long time and had always wanted to collaborate once. He continued, "We have all the information you want, but we also have conditions." Shuisheng felt a bit shy hearing the word couple, and muttered it under her breath, while eBay asked, "You want to negotiate conditions with me?" The youth held a green cuboid object and said, "I need you two to cooperate and show your faces on this." He turned the object, and like a mirror it reflected the images of the two. eBay asked in confusion, "What is this?" "This is a mobile phone. It can turn into a giant screen." The youth held the phone and proposed, "You two do me a favor. As long as you charge into the high rankings, your heroic postures can appear across this plane." eBay asked in bewilderment, "Live streaming?" eBay turned to Shuisheng and said, "Eldest girl, you try it." She pressed the start button and nodded in praise. The youth pointed at the screen and said excitedly, "Look!" The images of eBay and Shuisheng appeared in the live stream immediately. Seeing this, she seemed very excited. "I can actually do this?" The green-haired youth raised his hand toward the phone screen and said, "Think about it, you two. The heroic posture displayed on this is just like a superstar on a stage. It's very cool." He pointed to the excited crowd below and said to the two, "Look, this is your charm. We will bring unprecedented excitement to the entire external battlefield." eBay instantly understood the intention of these two singers. "I see, the performance can earn you several times more money than the bounty, can it?" The boy and girl were not surprised to have their purpose found out. The youth lamented that Lord eBay truly lived up to his reputation. Nothing could be hidden from him. He took out a jade pendant and a list, saying, "The data on these powerhouses belongs to you two." eBay crossed his arms and said with interest, "I think that works." Shuisheng also happily expressed her agreement. The screen showed footage of Shuisheng defeating a bald man. The ranking positions kept jumping. 20th on the God of Slaughter list, 26th on the Battle Merit list, 15th on the God of Slaughter list, 18th on the Battle Merit list. eBay's footage followed. 10th on the God of Slaughter list, 14th on the Battle Merit list, Shuisheng defeated a monster. 9th on the God of Slaughter list, 11th on the Battle Merit list, 7th on the God of Slaughter list, 10th on the Battle Merit list. On eBay's side, he also dealt with a group of monsters. 6th on the God of Slaughter list, 8th on the Battle Merit list. Another monster was defeated, 4th on the God of Slaughter list, 6th on the Battle Merit list. eBay and Shuisheng continued completing tasks, and the rankings updated. Luo Shuisheng was ranked 3rd on the God of Slaughter list and 4th on the Battle Merit list. eBay was ranked 2nd on the God of Slaughter list and 3rd on the Battle Merit list. Rainbow light shined brilliantly. and the red-haired girl said in surprise, "Just as expected, in only 10 days you both made it into the top 3 of both lists. It's so wonderful to be this close to my idols." With the help of the two, eBay thanked them for the information they provided. The green-haired youth suddenly remembered something. "Ah, that's right, Lord eBay. During yesterday's tour, a fan from the Tianqi Holy Land said the team you left there has been completely wiped out." eBay asked in shock. "Who did it?" The youth scratched his face and answered innocently, "I'm not too clear about things outside the external battlefield. You'd better go there in person when you have time." eBay turned around, his heart full of doubt. eBay said to him, "All right, thanks to you two for these past few days." eBay then instructed Shuisheng, "Eldest girl, we don't need to grind our rankings anymore. Tomorrow, once the dual list rewards are finished being distributed, go to the Tianqi Holy Land immediately to check the situation." 3 days ago at the Tianqi Holy Land, Zheng Fu appeared and shouted a demand. "Who is it? Who on earth did this?" eBay's subordinate cracked his knuckles and retorted with a frown, "Who's making a noise here? Don't you know this is Lord eBay's territory?" Zheng Fu reached out and grabbed the man's throat. eBay's subordinate was lifted up, struggling as he asked, "Who are you? You dare lay a hand on me? Lord eBay will never let you off." Zheng Fu sneered. "What kind of thing is eBay? The Tianqi Holy Land is our immortal lord's hometown. How dare he take it as his own?" The subordinate tried to pry his hand away, gritting his teeth as he said, "Lord eBay took the Tianqi Holy Land by his own strength, to have us guard it." Hearing this, fire burned in Zheng Fu's eyes. He exerted force with one hand and eBay's subordinate instantly vanished, leaving only splattered blood. Zheng Fu's face was full of malice. "Since you dared to kill my Tianqi disciples, I shall eliminate you people on behalf of the immortal lord. eBay, this grudge between us is officially sealed." Below the square, everyone was anxiously waiting for the ranking results. A youth in brown said to a man in black, "The dual heaven list rewards are about to be announced. I wonder what the reward will be this time." The man in black picked up the thread. "I wonder what power those two monsters, eBay and Luo Shuisheng, will awaken this time." Between two horizontal bars, a door seemed to open. Below, everyone observed the brilliant light rotating around a mysterious sphere. eBay and Shuisheng stood in the center of the crowd, their entire bodies completely enveloped by flames that even spread to the tops of their heads. The two were slowly lifted by those flames, suspended within a brilliant circle of light. They were currently enduring the influence of some powerful energy. Shuisheng couldn't bear it and said, "Master, my body is so hot." eBay comforted and encouraged her. "Eldest girl, hold on. This shows the reward is very generous." One person below looked up with a wide-open mouth and shouted, "The energy is too strong. Is this the reward from the dual heaven lists?" At this moment, eBay was surrounded by cyan energy and purple light spots. Mysterious energy seeped into his body. eBay moved to a different space and asked in confusion, "Oh, what is world power?" System announcement. A world tree is growing within the host's body. A glowing tree shadow slowly emerged on eBay's chest. eBay reached out to pull open his lapel, only to see a small tree radiating golden light at his chest. System prompt, current world power level is 0, obtained special abilities, spatio-temporal shift, consciousness insight. If the host agrees, a new environment can be created in a desolate world, and simultaneously the consciousness of all living beings within that world can be obtained. Upgrade condition, collect 1,000 people. In the endless space-time, eBay looked at the announcement in confusion. 1,000 people? It seems I'm being asked to go on a headhunting spree. In a space where giant stones floated, eBay deduced, world power means that in my small world I am the master of all things. Not just space, but even time can be changed at will. eBay rested his chin in his hand and pondered, I wonder if I can manifest a little Luo girl. System alert, alert, alert. The current world level cannot create humans. Hearing this, eBay said, fine, I get it. He walked toward the glowing teleportation gate, muttering to himself, I'll go out and see how the eldest girl is doing. Observers below discussed, last time I killed 2,000 people on the God of Slaughter list, I was only rewarded with a high-grade gemstone. Another replied, that's not bad, I only got an ancient text. I wonder what Lord eBay obtained. The glowing sphere left everyone in awe. Everyone was exceptionally excited, with someone screaming, what tyrannical power! eBay stepped out of the teleportation gate while the sphere beside him was also bursting with powerful energy. He said, it seems the eldest girl's harvest isn't small either. eBay pressed 2 fingers to his forehead, thinking to himself, let's see where this girl's progress is. He covered one eye with his hand, the other looking with a sharp gaze. At this moment, a sphere radiating purple light appeared, containing powerful energy. Electrical arcs surrounded the energy ball. Within the ball, Shuisheng was closing her eyes in full concentration. At this moment, she didn't have a stitch of clothing on her person, her body shielded only by the radiant energy she emitted. Seeing this, eBay's old face instantly turned beet red. Amidst a brilliant light he hurriedly dispersed the crowd. "All of you get lost." A powerful push sent the crowd flying in all directions. Yi Bei muttered to himself in embarrassed rage. "This is infuriating. If I had known this girl was finished with her training, I would have entered the small world a bit later." Yi Bei stayed by the sphere, guarding the entrance to the alternate space. He lamented, "It seems I'll have to stay here and protect her until this girl wakes up." Subsequently, a selection match was held in the center of a massive square with a yin-yang symbol in the middle, and a long line formed below. A voice announced the start of the selection. "The Immortal Lord has sent me down to the mortal realm, firstly to revitalize the Tinluo Holy Land, and secondly to select young talents to join the upper realm sects." Below, someone whispered, "The upper realm's spiritual energy is abundant, and resources are as plentiful as cattle hair. Whoever gets to go there is bound to strike it rich, wouldn't they?" Another person chimed in. "Exactly. Look at this immortal, so young, yet already a powerhouse at the middle stage of the Emperor Sovereign Realm." Above, Fuzheng announced the grand event. In 2 days, a breakthrough ceremony would be held here. The Immortal Lord's grace would bless the entire clan, opening the path to a glorious future. The crowd below was ecstatic, shouting in unison, "We thank the Immortal Lord." As Fuzheng prepared to turn and leave, he felt a flicker of doubt regarding the vice station chief's situation, just as a hand silently reached out toward him. When the hand rested on his shoulder, Fuzheng froze instantly and whipped his head around. Who dared to launch a sneak attack? The person behind him was none other than Cho Tinley. She revealed herself and walked toward him, saying, "To think a station chief sent by the glorious Immortal Lord would only react once I've placed my hand on his shoulder. It seems I truly am a once-in-a-century genius." Fuzheng's face turned bright red, secretly shocked that he really hadn't detected her presence. "Who are you?" he did. She leaned in and whispered in his ear, "My name is Cho Tinley, and I'm exactly the person you need at the Tinluo Holy Land. So what do you think? Do you want me?" Seeing this, Fuzheng's subordinates were fuming with rage. "You demoness again, what exactly are you trying to do?" another subordinate added. "Let go of the immortal this instant. If you've got guts, come at me instead." She ignored them, affectionately putting her arm around Fuzheng. Fuzheng gave a few dry coughs, saying, "Miss, let's take a step back before we talk." She refused to let go, insisting, "I want you to promise me right now." Resting her head on Fuzheng's shoulder, she said, "Lord Station Chief, how many people in this Xuanshan plain do you think could hold you this tightly without you even noticing?" he replied. "Indeed, not many," she replied coquettishly. "That's right. So why are you still hesitating? Promise me. Choose me now and let me become one of your people." Fuzheng's subordinates shouted in anger, "Demoness, let go of the Lord Cho Tinley. How much more trouble are you going to stir up in the Tinluo Holy Land?" She reached out to hug Fuzheng's chest, revealing her background. "These useless juniors have been jealous of me for a long time. To tell you the truth, although I am Yi Bei's disciple, I've never submitted to him. Let me follow you, and you'll easily obtain intelligence on that man who just underwent his tribulation." Fuzheng didn't hesitate, placing his hand on her shoulder and saying, What you say makes a lot of sense. Come, let's go inside and continue discussing the matter of Yi Bei." The scene shifts back to Shuisheng. Currently surrounded by a powerful beam of energy, she sat cross-legged, focused on absorbing that power. She slowly opened her eyes, a hint of exhaustion in her gaze. Seeing Yi Bei beside her, he asked, "Awake? How do you feel?" Seeing him, she called out softly, "Master." She clenched her fists in excitement and said, "I've reached the peak of the Emperor Sovereign Realm, and my destruction Dao has also leveled up twice." He was genuinely happy for her. "Wonderful. This time I've used the power of the Immortal Pavilion and the rewards from the dual heaven lists to evolve a brand new grand system, World Power." She looked at him and asked, "Is World Power that legendary ability to create and destroy heaven and earth?" She suddenly looked down at herself and was startled. Inside the glowing halo, she asked, "Where are my clothes?" Yi Bei teased. "While you were cultivating in the sky just now, you almost gave everyone a full show." She screamed, "Ah, don't say it, stop talking." She reached out to grab Yi Bei's clothes, and he gently hugged her back to comfort her, saying, "I'm just teasing you. How could I let anyone else see you like that?" She responded softly, As night fell, discarded clothing lay scattered across the floor. Cho Tinley sat on the bed, asking in confusion, "Why wasn't I the first to take the He Yuan pill?" Her outer garment was still unbuttoned. Fuzheng, lying on the bed, told her that she currently only ranked second in the Tinluo Holy Land, and the Tinluo Holy Master hadn't taken the medicine yet. She pressed him, "If I had swallowed it first, wouldn't I be the Holy Master?" He replied, "The Immortal Lord and the Tinluo Holy Master are old friends. If you had snatched it and taken it first, you would be opposing the Immortal Lord." He sat on the bed, his clothes in disarray. She looked at him and said, "Lord Station Chief, let me tell you a secret. The one who slept with you last time was actually the Tinluo Holy Master." He immediately asked, "Are you saying?" She replied, "Exactly, just as you suspect." she continued, claiming she was the true power behind the throne. His expression darkened. "Little girl, are you playing with us?" On the bed, Cho Tinli held a tobacco pipe, her translucent nightgown exuding charm. She asked Fu Zheng, "If you had known my relationship with the Holy Master earlier, would you still have agreed to me just now?" A fair hand picked up a wooden talisman with a taiji pattern. She teased that after so much cloud and rain, she had almost forgotten about the vice station chief. The object emitted a sound like a phone, with the other party reporting loudly, "Station Chief, I'm at the Tianqi Holy Land, and I've found that it has been completely ransacked by Yi Bei. I've just killed everyone he left there. I'll wait here for Yi Bei and punish him severely. Then I'll notify you to bring people over." Cho Tinli grew alert at the mention of Yi Bei's name. She looked at the jade talisman and thought to herself that Yi Bei wanted to go to the Tianqi Holy Land, while Fu Zheng began to curse Yi Bei loudly. That bastard! The Tianqi Holy Land was the home of the Immortal Lord. "Yi Bei, you've got some nerve." She looked at Fu Zheng's captivating eyes and sensed his killing intent was set, so she asked, "From your tone, Lord, do you intend to kill Yi Bei?" Fu Zheng lowered his voice and said fiercely, "He destroyed the Immortal Lord's home, the Tianqi Holy Land. I will certainly make him pay the price." Cho Tinli leaned in and admitted she also wanted to eliminate that guy, saying, "Aren't we aligned in our purpose?" Fu Zheng asked in surprise. "What do you mean by aligned?" "Do you have a grudge against Yi Bei too?" Cho Tinli explained. "Lord Station Chief, among Yi Bei's 108 disciples, no one's strength is above mine except for the eldest senior sister, Luo Shuisheng. But Yi Bei has never recognized me. All these years I've traveled the Xuanchen Plain just so I can one day defeat Luo Shuisheng and then personally strike down Yi Bei." She began to plot her scheme. "If I swallow the He Yuan pill, I can break through my realm within 2 days. Me defeating Yi Bei is helping you too, isn't it?" Fu Zheng admitted. "I also hope you can help us deal with Yi Bei, but regarding the Tinluo Holy Master," Cho Tinli comforted him, "don't worry, I'll go convince the Holy Master. He will surely agree to let me take that He Yuan pill first." Inside the Grand Hall, someone barked sharply, "What? The He Yuan pill needs to be tested for poison, and you want my heavenly power to be the one to test it?" Fu Zheng, holding the pill box, joked. "Rather than saying a person swallows this pill, it's more like the pill swallows the person." Cho Tinli leaned into the Holy Master's embrace, feigning a look of self-sacrifice for the Holy Land. "Holy Master, let me test the medicine for you. I am willing to sacrifice myself for the Tinluo Holy Land." He looked at Cho Tinli with a look of deep affection, determined not to let her face danger. "How could I let the most dazzling pearl of the Tinluo Holy Land test for poison with her own body?" Even so, suspicion arose in his heart. It was clearly agreed that the Immortal Lord would bestow the He Yuan pill upon him, yet now this situation had arisen. Had the station chief already made a private deal with Cho Tinli? Fu Zheng continued to persuade the Holy Master. The Holy Master also said she was the brightest star here, so the probability of her being devoured was extremely low. The Holy Master retorted, "Then isn't the probability of me being devoured even lower? Why not let me try directly?" Cho Tinli hurriedly blocked him. "Lord Holy Master, have you forgotten the vows we made back then?" She pressed close to him, her finger drawing circles on his chest. That delicate voice was enough to melt one's heart. "At that time I said I would share everything with you, and you personally promised me." Her eyes flickered with purple light as she asked again, "You'll agree to me this time too, right?" The Holy Master's gaze also began to turn hazy. He subconsciously responded with a fine, but immediately after, his eyes snapped wide, and energy erupted from his palm. He said bluntly, "You dared to use a charm technique on me. I didn't expose you before because I thought you were still somewhat useful, but I didn't expect you to be so shameless as to target the He Yuan pill. Furthermore, I didn't expect even the station chief to be bewitched by a demoness like you." Fu Zheng struck a pose as if he was going to hand the pill to Cho Tinli, saying, "Since I've been seen through by the Holy Master, I have nothing to explain." Blood seeped from the corner of Cho Tinli's mouth, and she looked wretched at this moment as she whispered, "Holy Master, in these past 3 months I have proven that I am the true leader of the Tinluo Holy Land." The Holy Master stood opposite her and said directly, "Finally stop trying to hide it. Cho Tinli, your ambition is known to all, but I hope you still know how to show restraint." He called for his guards. "Come out." 4 black-robed guards appeared instantly. Cho Tinli gripped the pill, still trying to stall for time. "Holy Master, I came today to discuss things with you. I didn't want to make a scene. After all, when we first got together I did have feelings for you. I also mentioned to you during Yi Bei's tribulation that my goal is to reach his level. I originally wanted to ask for your help, but you never taught me the Holy Land's secret techniques. Since that's the case, the Holy Master has nothing to worry about. Give the order to move," she continued. "I'm swallowing it right now." One of Cho Tinli's eyes flashed with purple light as energy violently overflowed. Fu Zheng laughed triumphantly. It worked, and she wasn't devoured by the backlash. With a boom, the Holy Master fell into a glowing formation. He shouted in terror, "Where are you?" Cho Tinley was about to seize power. She extended her arm and threw a heavy punch directly at the formation. The Holy Master was trapped in the formation, unable to move. Fu Zheng's subordinates appeared with faces full of terror at the place where he had made the announcement. Seeing the gates tightly closed, they were all filled with doubt. It's been 2 days already. Shouldn't the breakthrough ceremony be held today? The people beside them were also puzzled. Why are the gates still closed? At this moment a foot silently appeared. The scene returns to Cho Tinley, surrounded by demonic chi, currently using magic to deal with the Holy Master. The Holy Master was trapped in the array, and as she continued to exert force, the array's power became increasingly formidable. He gritted his teeth and said, "Cho Tinley, if you become the Holy Master, they will not submit." She laughed coldly in response. "If I expose all those ugly secrets between us, they won't submit to you either. If I kill you now, I'll still have a way to make them submit." Fu Zheng appeared beside her and spoke. "Holy Master, this young lady's meaning is already very clear. It's better for you to cooperate," he continued. "Just hold a simple abdication ceremony. I have plenty of treasures here for you. We don't want to take your life." The Holy Master gritted his teeth in pain. "I really shouldn't have taken you in back then. Pity there's no medicine for regret in this world. I agree to your terms today." Cho Tinley walked out with him, and he announced to the public, "I announce that the next Holy Master of the Tinluo Holy Land shall be Cho Tinley. I shall wash my hands of the scene today and retire behind the curtains. Thank you all for your care over the past few years. The new Holy Master will rebuild the Tinluo Holy Land from scratch and lead everyone to glory." The crowd below buzzed with discussion. "Why so sudden? What happened?" someone lamented. "The old Holy Master truly is old, and Cho Tinley's strength is indeed formidable." At this moment, Cho Tinley's heart was full of hatred for Yi Bei. She said gloomily, "Today I have been reborn. Yi Bei, you just wait for me." A beam of energy wrapped in a ring shot out. Yi Bei and Shuishang were flying through the air. She spoke, "Master, I often remember how Cho Tinley looked when she first entered the sect, hopping around all day, never acting with proper discipline." Yi Bei responded, "Not every disciple can give me as much peace of mind as you do." She asked again, "Didn't you say back then that the little girl had a spirit that refused to admit defeat?" Yi Bei sighed. "Pity, I feel that spirit of hers has already turned sour." The two landed at the Tinluo Holy Land. As soon as they touched down, a chill emanated from beneath Yi Bei's feet. Shuishang asked in confusion as she walked, "How has this Holy Land turned into this state?" Yi Bei told her that the temperature here is usually twice as high as the outside world. The rocks beneath her feet shook violently, and the two struggled to steady themselves. She cried out, "Master, watch out!" The rocks below were suddenly upturned, and Yi Bei and Shuishang quickly leapt into the air. She sensed a spatial anomaly and asked, "Something is wrong with this space. Is it a barrier?" Yi Bei's gaze was sharp as he shot a beam of energy from his fingertip. A barrier like frost shattered upon impact. He said, "This is no ordinary barrier. Entering recklessly might result in being crushed by this power." The two hovered in midair with giant rocks beside them. She lamented, "Master, this ambush spot was chosen quite craftily." Yi Bei followed up, "If I said I destroyed half of the Tinluo Holy Land before, then now it can be considered completely destroyed." Sunlight projected into midair as a figure charged toward the two. It was the subordinate Yi Bei had once appointed to manage this place. Yi Bei reached out to block him. The man's head hung low in silence, his body stiff and motionless. Shuishang asked in confusion, "Is he dead?" Yi Bei said to her, "Eldest girl, this is the person I left to guard the place. I assume the rest have also met a tragic end." Yi Bei spread his palm toward the corpse and asked, "Was this done by Cho Tinley?" Hearing this, she replied, "It couldn't be, could it? Has her ability already reached the point where she can set such barriers?" Yi Bei said, "Eldest girl, I think regardless of whether she did it or not, anyone who can set such an ambush must at least be an emperor sovereign powerhouse. In other words, this is just in time for me to earn some points to upgrade my world power." Yi Bei grabbed the kneeling person and said, "A powerhouse has personally delivered some experience." Zhang Fu stood in midair looking down and saying, "Yi Bei, you destroyed my Tianqi Holy Land. Do you know what the consequences will be?" Hearing such laughable words, Yi Bei shot back, "Consequences? Does one consider the consequences when stepping on an ant by the roadside?" Shuishang also chimed in from the side. "That is naturally so." Zhang Fu held a talisman between his fingers and said contemptuously, "The lower realm truly lacks talent. To have a piece of trash like you be the leader. It seems someone needs to open your eyes and let you know who you cannot afford to offend." Yi Bei stroked his chin, pretending to think before calmly stating, "Is that all? Still want to teach me a lesson? Eldest girl, you go. Ever since receiving the breakthrough rewards from the dual heaven lists, you haven't met an opponent. This is a perfect chance for you to practice. Shuisheng accepted the order. Yes, master. Zheng Fu raised his hand and shouted loudly. Rise! No sooner had the words left his mouth than a group of bloody zombies with skull faces was summoned. Yi Bei asked the person beside him in thought, Eldest girl, can you tell the origin of these fellows? She raised her brow to observe and replied that they bore some resemblance to junior sister Limo's undead Dao. Yi Bei was clearly confident. Correct? Rather than saying they are similar, it's better to say they share the same origin. You haven't had the chance to spar with Limo before, now is a good time for a direct challenge. Go. Shuisheng responded. Yes, Zheng Fu said arrogantly. Arrogance and conceit will only make you die faster. Immediately after, text appeared on the talisman and burst forth with beams of light. He let out a great roar, activating the undead talisman once more. As soon as the words left his mouth, the corpses emitted a series of growls, their somber eyes flickering with an eerie light. At Zheng Fu's command, the corpse swarm launched an encirclement. The bodies seemed to have regained a spark of life as they pounced forward frantically. Shuisheng swung her long whip, unleashing a powerful shockwave that swept out to block them. In an instant, 2 blood-soaked zombies leaped toward the crown of her head, her brow furrowed as she sank into thought. Immediately after, hundreds and thousands of corpses surged like a tide, surrounding her heavily. Believing Shuisheng was doomed to defeat, Zheng Fu laughed triumphantly. Your precious disciple probably has her skull crushed to bits by now. He then turned to Yi Bei with a sneer. Old man, do you regret what you said just now? Kneel now and kowtow to admit you're wrong, and I might just leave your corpse intact. However, Yi Bei showed no fear, responding coldly. You were right about one thing, arrogance and conceit will only make you die faster. You'd better look closely for yourself. Suddenly, a commotion broke out among the zombies as streaks of cold light burst from the center of the encirclement. Immediately following, a horrific force shot into the sky, sending the surrounding zombies flying. Though somewhat surprised, Zheng Fu remained full of confidence. It seems I underestimated you, but I only used 30% of my strength just now. The real show is only beginning. Having said that, he stood proudly atop the bones of the zombies. The zombies' power seemed to have received a massive boost, their eyes flashing with a blinding light. He continued. The mystery of the undead talisman lies in the fact that as long as the remains exist, I can resurrect them an infinite number of times. The stronger the opponent, the more people die, and my power grows stronger along with it. Zheng Fu laughed insidiously. Yi Bei, it's time to say a permanent goodbye to your little lover. Just then, a sharp blade pierced through his body in an instant. Shuisheng, holding her weapon, had run Zheng Fu through. She announced proudly, Master said that to capture the rebels, one must first capture their leader. Furthermore, how could I just stand by and watch you direct these pieces of trash corpses in front of me? Zheng Fu stared at the wound in his chest with a face full of disbelief. Shuisheng suddenly swung her long whip and a cold light flashed. She turned to Yi Bei and said, Master, I thought the people of the Immortal realm would be strong, but it turns out he couldn't even take your disciple's first move. Suddenly, a chilling aura accompanied a raspy voice. To be able to wound me so severely, it seems I truly did underestimate the enemy. A flicker of surprise crossed Shuisheng's eyes as she saw that the zombie remained perfectly intact, its entire body radiating a terrifying pressure. Shuisheng gnashed her teeth and barked. Damn it! She casually unleashed the Dao of destruction, and the zombie roared as it met the attack. Intense light erupted, and a violent energy swept through the surroundings as the zombie opened its blood-red maw. Facing the billowing black mist, Shuisheng showed no fear. Yi Bei spread his palm and reminded her, Little Luo, besides capturing the leader to catch the rebels, Master will teach you another move called paying them back in kind. With that, he unleashed a Dao resonance and the undead Dao began to shine. A giant skeletal hand burst from the earth, firmly gripping the zombie's head, followed by another zombie pouncing to pin it down. Shuisheng looked back to see Yi Bei controlling the undead and marveled. Master, Yi Bei responded in a flat tone, don't be in a rush, there's one more move. The corners of his mouth curled slightly as he spat out 5 words, kick them while they're down. The next move, Dao resonance, Dao of destruction. Just as those two skeletons were locked in combat, the figures of Yi Bei and Shuisheng emerged within the circular array. The array's range expanded rapidly, and a blinding purple light shot out as the energy gradually dissipated. Shuisheng lowered her head somewhat despondently, saying, I'm sorry, Master, I let you down. Yi Bei comforted her. To be able to fight someone from the Immortal realm to this extent, Master is already very satisfied. He continued his analysis. In terms of strength, you are not inferior to him, but you were careless at the final moment, which led to the failure. Shuisheng's face fell in gloom. Just then, a particle of immortal qi shimmering with golden light appeared out of thin air. Shuisheng exclaimed in surprise. This is immortal qi. She looked toward the other side and said, Master, there's a pleasant surprise. Yi Bei responded. Zheng Fu's soul must have shattered. allowing the immortal chi to reform. This is likely equivalent to a spirit pill from the immortal realm. Immediately after, Shuisheng leaped into the air, reaching out to seize the mass of immortal chi. "Master, I'll go get it for you." Just as her fingertips were about to touch it, the immortal chi suddenly changed direction and flew into midair. A hand caught it steadily. Shuisheng barked at the treasure snatcher. "Who's there?" Fu Zheng replied with an arrogant expression. "Is an item of the immortal realm something a group of lower realm ants like you can covet?" Shuisheng's brow furrowed slightly, just as Chou Tinli suddenly appeared beside Fu Zheng, speaking in a sarcastic tone. "Eldest senior sister, long time no see," Yi Bei asked expressionlessly. "So it's you," Shuisheng shouted her name in anger. Chou Tinli raised her hand, gathering a powerful energy as she said with resentment, "It seems Master no longer recognizes me. Seeing this move, haven't you all remembered something?" No sooner had the words left her mouth than a giant python holding an energy halo charged forward violently. With a casual wave of his hand, Yi Bei shattered it to pieces. Yi Bei's face darkened, and he spoke with a voice as cold as frost. "A person who betrays their master is naturally etched into my memory." "Are you even worthy of calling me master?" Tinli retorted with resentment. "Was I the one who betrayed the sect first? It was clearly you lot who were heartless and ungrateful first." Shuisheng looked at Tinli's state and couldn't help but question. "Tinli, how did you turn into such a ghastly sight?" she roared with gritted teeth. "A ghastly sight? Am I not in this state today because you all forced me to be? Back then, Master took out a gold pill and told me privately that it would only be given to me because I was the most obedient, most talented, and most industrious." Tinli recalled that scene, her heart filled with joy at the sight of the gold pill. She continued her disappointed accusation. "I only found out later that you gave extra care to everyone. The things I dreamed of were as cheap as candy to them." She condensed another energy sphere and said, "The me of now is no longer the me of then. What you owe me I will make you pay back piece by piece." The energy halo grew rapidly, filled with killing intent. Shuisheng hurriedly explained, "Tinli, it wasn't like that. It's because your Dao of greed was completely unsuitable for—" Yi Bei interrupted. "Enough, step aside. She has been blinded by hatred. Since she was once my disciple, leave what follows to me." She looked at him with a face full of worry. Yi Bei looked at Tinli and said, "Master for a day, father for a lifetime. If you are willing to turn back and reform, I can still treat you as I did before." "Hey, turn back," she screamed frantically. "Master, I'm afraid the current you is no longer qualified to lecture me." As soon as the words were spoken, Tinli blasted a horrific surge of power straight at Yi Bei. Yi Bei stepped aside and channeled his aura, saying coldly, "The Dao of greed most fears an insatiable heart. The more you rush for quick success, the easier it is to reveal a flaw." Just then, a small snake suddenly coiled around his wrist and bit him. In an instant, Yi Bei's entire body was tightly bound by the snake's form. He broke into a cold sweat from the pain. Yi Bei thought to himself, "This is the serpent of greed, an ancient exotic plant. Once entangled, one's entire power is drained away until they die of exhaustion." Immediately after, giant mouths roared as they drew near, and the situation became extremely critical. Tinli mocked, "Master might still be able to escape, but the current me possesses the power strengthened by the He Yuan pill. Even if you are in the Emperor Sovereign realm, don't dream of escaping, Master. This is the last time I'll call you that." In an instant a thunderous boom rang out, accompanied by a blinding light as the aftershock swept through the area. Fu Zheng stood high in the air and coldly gave the order, "This Yi Bei has already killed Zheng Fu. I thought he was a formidable character, but I didn't expect a single Chou Tinli would deal with him. There's no need for me to act personally. As expected, those of the lower realm were nothing but jumping clowns. Deal with the remaining one as well." Tinli flew down. She arrived before Shuisheng, surrounded by fierce giant pythons, and mocked triumphantly, "Eldest senior sister, I'm afraid it's too late to leave now." Shuisheng calmly controlled the Dharma treasure in her hand and responded, "You think you can kill Master with just that bit of ability?" Without a word, she directly commanded the Dharma treasure to attack Tinli. Amidst the turbulent airflow, Shuisheng was suddenly startled. Tinli had appeared behind her at some unknown moment. She spoke up, "Eldest senior sister, you are indeed strong, but my current strength far exceeds yours." Shuisheng whipped her head around, her brow furrowed as she felt something entangling her body. A snake tail coiled up from beneath her feet, and Shuisheng was instantly strangled tight by the giant python. Tinli looked at the struggling Shuisheng and said contemptuously, "Luo Shuisheng, it turns out you are nothing special after all. Where did that arrogance of the Dao of destruction go? Doesn't look like much to me." She spread her palm, gathering a terrifying power within it. Tinli laughed triumphantly. "Your Dao of destruction is useless against me now. I wonder if Master, who is waiting in the underworld, will still recognize you as his disciple." A blinding light burst from Shuisheng's entire body. She gritted her teeth, her heart full of hatred, yet the sky at this moment was eerily calm. "What's going on?" Tinli was startled. On the other side, Fu Zheng also furrowed his brow, a sense of unease welling up in his heart. Just then, a pillar of light descended from the heavens. Tinley looked up and, seeing the newcomer, screamed with gritted teeth, "Yi Bei!" The intense light crashed down, and Shuisheng took the opportunity to break free and fly out, caught steadily by a pair of powerful hands. Shuisheng looked at the person who saved her and called out, "Master!" Tinley's face was full of shock. "Impossible, how could you still be alive? Bound by my serpent of greed, you should have died of exhaustion," Yi Bei said coldly. "I have already given you many chances, hoping you would turn back, yet you have repeatedly challenged my bottom line, betraying your master and harming your own kin." That giant python stared insidiously at Tinley, its tone somber. "Enough nonsense. If you want to kill, then kill. You won't have the same luck to survive this time." As soon as the words left its mouth, the giant python opened its blood-red maw and pounced. Yi Bei channeled his spiritual energy, condensing a golden halo before the python's mouth. Seeing the giant python unable to move, Tinley felt a surge of panic. How can this be? I've never seen this situation before. Could it be that Yi Bei's realm completely counters my python spirit? Tinley angrily smeared blood on her face and roared hysterically, "Charge for me!" The giant python let out a roar and pounced once more. Yi Bei closed his eyes and then spat out a sentence, "You think you are strong, but you are actually nothing special." A terrifying pressure erupted from his entire body, the aura piercing through the python's form as black chi continued to leak out. He spoke with a darkened face, "What you are most proud of is being able to seize the Dao of greed from others. And it is precisely this Dao of greed that led you astray step by step. Now I shall take it back." Tinley showed no fear, controlling her chain tail as she sneered. "Then just try it." Yi Bei recited an incantation, Dao Resonance, Dao of greed. The moment he opened his eyes, purple-red runic circles appeared in his pupils. Immediately after, a purple python shadow whistled out, firmly biting Tinley's python spirit, its giant teeth sinking into the flesh and causing an agonized wail. Tinley broke into a cold sweat, screaming inwardly, "Oh no, my Dao of greed is being devoured." The purple python shadow opened its massive mouth as if to swallow everything. Tinley froze on the spot. No, this is impossible. In the blink of an eye, her python spirit had been completely torn to shreds by the sharp teeth. Tinley wailed with a heart full of resentment, "Impossible, how could I lose?" As the python's mouth snapped shut, her python spirit was completely devoured. At the same time, the system announcement showed, Dao of greed recovered. Reward obtained, Great Emperor skill card. Yi Bei glared at the person kneeling at his feet. Fu Zheng looked at the array and, seeing Tinley defeated, cursed with a face full of disdain. "Truly a waste. Even after eating my Hiyuan pill, you're still a useless thing who can't even beat Yi Bei. What bad luck, I'm in no mood to play with you lot today." Just as he was preparing to escape, Shuisheng flashed forward and blocked his path. Trying to slip away after using Cho Tinley as a shield, it won't be that easy, Fu Zheng shot back viciously. "If I can't handle Yi Bei, do you think I can't handle you?" Suddenly his face changed drastically. Yi Bei had appeared behind him silently. Yi Bei coldly pushed him into the spatial ring. "Get in there." The ring gradually closed. Shuisheng pointed at Tinley and asked, "Master, are we really going to kill her?" Yi Bei stroked his chin and sank into thought. Just then a giant vortex appeared high in the sky. Accompanied by a majestic voice, "Where is this seat's disciple?" A powerhouse with white eyes manifested. Shuisheng thought to herself, "Immortal Lord, disciple, this arrogant and overbearing tone is truly familiar. It seems he is the master of Fu Zheng and Zheng Fu." Yi Bei mocked casually, "What is your disciple's name?" "I don't remember." Hearing such mockery, the man flew into a rage and swung a giant palm toward this ant. "To dare challenge this seat, you are simply seeking death." Yi Bei responded calmly, "How coincidental, I have already died several times, why don't you help me remember?" As Yi Bei waved his hand, his aura gushed out, and two powerful forces clashed head-on. Shuisheng spoke up, "Master, this fellow is difficult to deal with. Why don't I lend you a hand?" Yi Bei refused. "No matter, this fellow's strength is only so-so, it won't stump your master," the man calculated privately. "No, making too much noise might invite heavenly punishment. I don't have much time left, and this kid's potential is excellent, much stronger than that girl Cho Tinley. If I can take him for my own use, it might be a double gain." At this thought, she took out a book scroll and said in a lowered tone, "Young man, you are a good seed. If you are willing to call me master, this seat can let bygones be bygones, and all these treasures shall be yours." On that book scroll was written, "Arts of the Bedchamber." Yi Bei was stunned looking at those words, and Shuisheng also flushed with shame. The woman looked embarrassed and quickly swapped it for another. "Sorry, I took the wrong one, it's this one." This scene left the master and disciple utterly speechless. Yi Bei still responded firmly, "Pity, my favorite thing in this life is being someone else's master. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you." After being rejected, the woman flew into a rage of shame. "Don't be ungrateful." Suddenly, her movements stiffened, and she thought with a darkened face, Oh no, if I don't go back now, I'll lose 300 years of my cultivation base. So she prepared to leave, not forgetting a threat before she departed. I'll spare your life today, but since you killed 2 of my disciples, the next time we meet shall be your death. Shuisheng was somewhat confused. She's just leaving like that? Suddenly, Shuisheng's heart skipped a beat and she hurriedly looked to one side and shouted, Master, Cho Tinley. Shuisheng voiced her concern. Master, she made such a commotion. Could it be to take Cho Tinley away? Yi Bei explained. It's not because she wanted to take her away, but because she could only take her. If she didn't leave now, she herself would have to die there. Shuisheng was still confused. What use could taking Cho Tinley be to her? Yi Bei set off, his tone somber. That Fu Zheng should be very clear. Let's go, we're going to catch him. In the desolate small world, Yi Bei thought confidently. In this world no secret can be hidden from me. Now every single thing from Fu Zheng's birth to his death, how he colluded with Cho Tinley, and what their goal was in the lower realm, I can investigate clearly with just a flick of my finger. The two arrived at the place where he was imprisoned, and Yi Bei applied a surge of aura to Fu Zheng, causing his memories to manifest. In the memory, Cho Tinley laughed insidiously and coldly. Yi Bei will never guess that all those well-behaved disciples of his are completely under my control. Hearing this, Shuisheng was shocked. What? In the memory footage, Tinley continued. No matter the outcome, I stand undefeated. Even if I die, those good disciples of Yi Bei's will never escape my grasp. They will avenge me and let him taste the flavor of betrayal and deception, a pain even worse than death. Hearing this, Yi Bei only said flatly, if a disciple of mine, Yi Bei, were so easily bought off, she wouldn't be worthy of being called a she-devil. Shuisheng turned to ask, Master, will my junior sisters be in danger? Yi Bei pondered. Whether Cho Tinley's words are true or false remains to be seen. To uncover the truth now, the only way is to find her. Shuisheng said worriedly. The passage to the upper realm has closed. We must wait for the next person to ascend. Once someone ascends, it's unlikely anyone else will be able to for another 100 years. By then, my junior sister's situation will be even more perilous, I fear. Yi Bei smiled. I've thought of someone. But little girl, you have to do something for me first. A moment later, under a clear sky, lay a steep stone mountain. Deep within a cave, a figure sat cross-legged. Demon Sovereign Jiamo was cultivating in peace. When sensing movement outside, he snapped his eyes open and roared. Who is it? Get out here. To reach the 9th floor of the time trial tower is no small feat. Why not show yourself for a chat, sir? At that moment, Shuisheng walked in alone. Demon Sovereign Jiamo said angrily, Since you show such disrespect to this old man, don't blame me for being ruthless. He struck out suddenly, and she moved to block the blow. Jiamo watched the incoming move, somewhat surprised. Why does this person's technique look so familiar? The rock beneath him was shattered to pieces. Jiamo leapt up, looking down from above. Who are you? Why do you possess such a technique? She fell into silence. Jiamo's gaze was sharp, his voice carrying immense pressure. Not talking, then don't blame me for being unkind. He transformed into his true form to launch an attack. There are no more than 2 people in this world who can dodge this old man's divine tortoise-whirling slash. His energy condensed into a terrifying vortex. Shuisheng summoned the destruction Dao, and the 2 forces collided instantly. His true form lunged toward her. Suddenly a voice rang out, Please stay your hand, Elder Jiamo. Yi Bei appeared by her side, blocking the surge of energy. Seeing him, Jiamo was stunned. Yi Bei spoke, Long time no see, Elder Jiamo. Jiamo lipped down, landing in front of Yi Bei. Little friend Yi, so it's you, Jiamo inquired. Little friend Yi, who is this beside you? He introduced her. This is my disciple, Luo Shuisheng. She greeted him with a smile. Yi Bei cast a glance and said flatly, I sent this girl to kill you just now. Jiamo's face darkened. What did you say? Yi Bei patiently repeated. I said she is the person I sent to kill you. He seemed very angry. Emitting a flash of intense light, Jiamo threw a punch. When you helped me detoxify back then, was it a premeditated scheme? Yi Bei easily blocked the punch. Not at all, Jiamo said disappointedly. I trusted you in vain and considered you a benefactor to my demon race. I truly misjudged you. Jiamo gnashed his teeth in anger, then suddenly withdrew his hand, saying resentfully, Fine, you may leave. For the sake of saving my life, I will not hold this against you today. Yi Bei smiled and explained, Don't be angry, Elder Jiamo. I was just teasing you. I came this time to help you ascend. He snorted coldly. Help me ascend? Is that your way of sending me to the afterlife? Yi Bei scratched his head awkwardly. I just wanted to test your current realm, Yi Bei further explained. Besides, killing you does me no good. Sensing the other's reaction, he thought to himself, I played that a bit too far. Jiamo turned to leave. This old man is already at the peak of the Emperor's sovereign realm, just 1 step away from Ascension. I only need another 100 years. I don't need your help. Yi Bei had no choice but to state his purpose. I have a reason to go to the Immortal realm now, but I need someone to ascend. Only when someone ascends in broad daylight can I open the passage to the Immortal realm. I've thought it over, and you are the only one in the Xuanchen Plain closest to Ascension. And so he replied, you could have just said that earlier. Why go through all these twists and turns? Jiamo turned back. Although I am only one step from Ascension, breaking through might still take several hundred years. I'm afraid I won't be able to help you by then. Yi Bei answered, you needn't worry about that. As long as you're willing, I can help you ascend right now. Jiamo was stunned by his words. What? He thought to himself. He talks about Ascension as if it were the simplest thing in the world at the Tianqi Holy Land. Jiamo was surrounded by surging energy. Yi Bei asked, are you ready? He answered confidently. No one from my demon race has ascended in 100,000 years. Win or lose, this old man must try today. Yi Bei was satisfied. Good. Yi Bei formed a seal and shouted, 49 heavenly tribulation source. Streaks of purple light shot into the sky as he commanded the lightning tribulation to descend. Jiamo looked at the barrier and marveled. Good heavens, the Ascension tribulation is indeed extraordinary. After 100,000 years I've finally waited for you. Purple light split the firmament like lightning. Xuesheng said worriedly, Master, are we about to part ways? Yi Bei gently rubbed her head. Silly girl, your master is going up first to scout the way. Once I've scouted the situation, I'll come to fetch you. When I find a way to break the shackles of the rules, I'll bring you all up. Xuesheng nodded. Her eyes held a hint of sorrow as she thought, if I could be even stronger than I am now, I could accompany Master to the Immortal realm. Sooner or later I will stand in the same position as Master and be his strongest support, rather than being as I am now. Subsequently he warned again, I'm not sure of the truth of Cho Tinley's words. Work hard in the lower realm to seek news of your other sisters. I will search for her traces in the upper realm, and we will coordinate from both sides. She obeyed submissively. Your disciple understands. Just then a voice came from within. Little friend Yi, come help me, I can't hold on much longer. Coming, he responded. Tribulations have their strengths and weaknesses. Yi Bei waved his hand and a surge of power rose. The energy poured out, the light beam shining brightly as he sneered. Hey, nothing more than this. By now Jiamo had reverted to his true form, saying unyieldingly, Little friend Yi, I heard long ago that you once shattered the Ascension ladder. Seeing it with my own eyes is truly amazing. The younger generation is indeed formidable. Just then the gates high above opened and Jiamo cried out, It's the Immortal Pavilion. Xuesheng asked in surprise, Why is this Immortal Pavilion black? He fell into thought. A beam of light shot out from behind the gates, and Yi Bei, Luo Xuesheng and Elder Jiamo were now suspended before a magnificent city gate, with a pinpoint of light above their heads. Elder Jiamo couldn't help but marvel, not expecting the pressure of the Immortal Pavilion to be so strong. Yi Bei thought to himself, this Immortal Pavilion is no different from the ones I've seen before except for the color. Unless the passage underwent a mutation during Ascension because Elder Jiamo is a demon beast, he raised his hand to condense a yin-yang energy ring. Elder Jiamo, let me help you. Since it's all about opening the passage to the upper realm, the weakest point should be the same. Practice makes perfect, combining the Purgatory Reincarnation Seal with the Power Dao. Aim for the weakest part of the Immortal Pavilion. Hurry! With that he hurled the Purgatory Reincarnation Seal at the city gate before them. Jiamo was greatly surprised by the sight. If I could go to the Immortal realm with little friend Yi, it would be better than flying up directly. The more he thought, the brighter his eyes became. Immortal Pavilion Jade Nectar, countless rare treasures, immortality. My demon race can finally rise. He smashed his fist into his other palm with force. Little friend Yi, I will assist you. Suddenly, Yi Bei noticed something unusual. The light above the three of them began to spread outward with increasing intensity. Soon after, a spatial rift formed. The massive suction force made him hurriedly grab hold of Xuesheng beside him. Damn it, the force just now was too strong and shattered the passage. Elder Jiamo was unfortunately caught in the giant vortex within the rift. He screamed in terror, Little friend Yi, save me. Naturally, Yi Bei couldn't stand by and watch him die, not forgetting to warn his disciple before he went. Girl, I leave the matter of your other sisters to you. As his figure vanished into the rift, the crack gradually closed. A flash of light crossed the pitch-black space. Immediately after, he slammed heavily onto the ground with a resounding boom. Yi Bei scanned the surroundings warily. Is this the upper realm? I don't see Elder Jiamo. Could he have been thrown elsewhere by that impact? Suddenly, the shouting of a group of people came from nearby. Hurry up, walk faster, or I'll break your legs. What are you looking at? If you lose, you become a slave of my Southern Heaven battle arena. Don't even think about escaping in this lifetime. Several of them suddenly noticed him. Hey, a newcomer. Who's going to go take him? I'll go. The quality of this recent batch is really poor. Few meet the standard. The man sized Yi Bei up. Wonder which backwater place you ascended from. You've even mutated. Which race, which plane? Speak up. Yi Bei completely ignored the other's arrogant attitude. The man raised his elbow angrily, preparing to strike. I'm talking to you? Yi Bei swept a flying kick into his lower body. The man tumbled through the air like a tumbler that had lost its center of gravity. He followed up with a kick to the face. As he leisurely trampled the man beneath his feet, he spoke provocatively. "A mere little rat demon dares to question this deity. You truly don't know the meaning of death," the man begged repeatedly. "Lord have mercy, Lord have mercy. Please show mercy and spare my lowly life. I can take you to the battle arena and the reception hall." This proposal piqued his interest. "Battle arena," the man hurriedly explained. "There's one thing you don't know. All ascended demon beasts must go to the battle arena to compete for resources. The winners live, the weak are eliminated." Yi Bei stroked his chin, lost in thought. It seemed the so-called heavenly ascension was not meant for leisure, but to maintain the balance of power across every plane. "I'm afraid many who come up find their status even lower than in the lower realm. The gap is so huge. I wonder how Elder Giamo is doing." They soon arrived at the entrance of the battle arena, just as the man had promised. He bowed his head respectfully. "Lord, this is the place. Once you register inside, you can collect your entry token." While appearing submissive and friendly on the surface, who knew his heart was full of malicious calculation? "The battle arena is no good place. You'll get what's coming to you in a moment." The two stepped slowly inside, he announced loudly. "A newcomer has arrived. Come and attend to him," however. Yi Bei was equally shrewd and had already seen through their ambitions. "I want to see what tricks you can pull." A crisp sound rang out as he clapped his hands, followed by a voice. "Don't worry, we will take good care of this newcomer." The man stood excitedly beside a great demon, introducing, "This monster's strength is impressive, already at the peak of the Emperor's sovereign realm. Once tamed, he'll surely fetch a good price." Meanwhile, Yi Bei was surrounded by a group of monsters. The great demon handed a bag full of money to the man. "This is your reward." He was instantly overjoyed. "Thank you, boss. I'll leave the rest to you." Yi Bei clicked his tongue. "Tisk, it seems the immortal realm is just as dark." The group of monsters cracked their knuckles. "Look at your tender skin. It's your fortune to be sold to the nobles of the immortal land, so don't be ungrateful," he sneered. "Fortune, kin killing kin, selling demons to others. I doubt any demon would dare want such a fortune." The great demon gave the order decisively. "Stop the nonsense, get him." Yi Bei was not one to be polite and displayed his strength, just enough to settle things once and for all. A massive, colorful python appeared. This special skill was precisely the absorption of the Great Dao. It quickly entangled those monsters, leaving them in a panic. "What's going on? It's like I'm stuck. I can't move." He's absorbing our power," he spoke disdainfully. "To dare be a human trafficker with such measly strength, you've truly brought shame to the demon race of the immortal realm." The great demon raised his scepter provocatively in front of him. "Shame, young man, don't be happy too soon. Let me see what kind of monster you are." Instantly, he was startled as he sensed something wrong. At some unknown moment, an array had formed beneath his feet, followed by the emergence of countless chains. He looked triumphantly at Yi Bei, who was trapped behind the chains. "The soul-trapping array hasn't been used in a long time. I'm afraid it's a bit bloodthirsty. You must be careful." He felt things were becoming increasingly troublesome. "Why bother?" A purple power gradually gathered in Yi Bei's hand. "I just wanted to register. You insisted on forcing me to stay and destroy your entire estate." A sharp glint flashed in Yi Bei's eyes. He recited an incantation. "Supreme demonic bone." A ball of multicolored flames burned fiercely within the chains from before. The great demon slumped to the ground in terror. "Impossible. You're clearly only at the Emperor's sovereign realm." The energy ball behind him continued to expand. Whether human or demon, once they became a trafficker, their end was destined to be destruction. From a distance, a massive explosion could be seen within the ancient architectural complex. All that remained was a black hole with Yi Bei standing proudly in the very center. He rested his chin in his hand, lost in thought. Since it's a demon trafficking shop, there must be many deceived demons locked up. Just perfect for upgrading my desolate small world. Suddenly, movement from the distant entrance caught his attention. The people inside were very surprised to see him walk in. "So you're all here." A cunning smile played on his face. The people behind the iron bars felt a chill down their spines. Panic-stricken screams echoed throughout the city. "Help!" Citizens heard the sound and ran curiously to check. "What's that sound? Go take a look." A horned skull hung above a city gate, looking exceptionally terrifying. Yi Bei stepped majestically inside. The guards were very surprised to see him. It was he who had just killed all the monsters here. The captain privately surmised that this monster had actually settled the Demon Trafficking Association, which had been a headache for the city lord for a long time with just a bit of power. It seemed he was a difficult character to deal with. Perhaps he could contend with that crazy new king on the battlefield. He hurried to reach out and stop Yi Bei. "Wait a moment." Yi Bei immediately cast a threatening glance. "If you don't want to die, get out of my way." The captain bowed respectfully. "Please don't misunderstand. I am the enforcement captain of the Southern Heaven battlefield. We won't do anything to you." He naturally didn't believe it. "Oh, won't do anything, I just killed hundreds of your monsters," the captain explained anxiously. "They were just a bunch of trash. Our Southern Heaven battlefield doesn't lack demons with excellent talent like you. How could we harm you? We haven't even had time to recruit you yet." Yi-Bei raised an eyebrow, putting on an arrogant air. "Then what do you want to say?" The captain finally revealed his intention. "I hope you can serve as the boss of the Southern Heaven battlefield," he asked back in confusion. "What?" The captain recounted Yi-Bei's battle achievements, overturning the anti-demon hall single-handedly, even killing the reception manager of the false Immortal realm in one hit. "If a genius like you becomes the boss of the Southern Heaven battlefield, we can surely strike fear into those factions of the Senluo battlefield." To his surprise, Yi-Bei left heartlessly. "Not interested, don't block the way." A subordinate beside him cursed angrily. "Bastard, this guy is far too arrogant. Let me handle him and show him what I'm made of." Another subordinate was about to step forward when his companion pulled him back. "Even the captain doesn't dare touch him easily. Are you going there to die? Have you lost your mind?" The captain still didn't want to give up. After all, countless people dreamed of joining the Southern Heaven battlefield. Rare treasures, top-tier cultivation methods, classified intelligence. Whatever you desire, we have it all. However, none of this moved him. "I don't need them," Yi-Bei replied, issuing a blunt order to leave. "I still have someone to find. If you dare pester me again, don't blame me for being unmerciful." Someone just happened to add fuel to the fire. "By destroying the anti-demon hall, you've offended the entire Tinluo Immortal land. Even if you leave here today, don't think you can just walk away from this." Yi-Bei suddenly grabbed the captain by the throat, roughly hoisting him into midair as he repeated the man's words. "You said the Tinluo Immortal land." Seeing this, the subordinates instantly became restless. "Captain, let go, quickly." Despite his difficulty breathing, the captain desperately argued. "We never dared to move against the anti-demon hall because they were colluding with the Tinluo Immortal land. Now that you've destroyed it only under the protection of the Southern Heaven battlefield, can you keep your life?" Agitated, Yi-Bei threw him onto the ground. "Tinluo Immortal land, they really came knocking on my door today." He gasped for air, coughing violently. "Cough, cough," the captain issued the invitation once more. "So do you agree to join our Southern Heaven battlefield?" Yi-Bei rubbed his chin and pondered for a moment. Rather than barging into the Tinluo Immortal land alone, it would be better to use the influence of the Southern Heaven battlefield to apply pressure and then eliminate them step by step. Finally, he made his decision. "I agree," the captain braced himself and stood up. "I'll take you to see the old Pavilion Lord first." Yi-Bei didn't stand on ceremony either, signaling "lead the way." Within the Kongyun Pavilion, a tall red building towered amidst the dense forest. Two guards whispered outside, "Captain, this person is truly impressive. But is he really up for it? If he isn't, are you?" The captain launched into a long analysis. "In the Four Directions Battlefield Championship, 3 of our main force groups have already collapsed, and now only one group is struggling to survive. If the last group loses as well and our prestige is seized by that newcomer from the Senluo battlefield, our Southern Heaven battlefield will be reduced to the bottom tier of the 4 battlefields. None of us will be able to hold our heads high after that." The discussion continued to drift over. "I see, this person's strength is unfathomable. My gut tells me he can bring a world-shaking change to this battlefield championship." Inside, Yi-Bei heard everything clearly. No wonder they had come looking for him. It turned out that the Southern Heaven battlefield no longer had anyone capable of handling this competition. In the center of the spacious spectator stands, 2 people stood facing each other, their bodies enveloped in 2 completely different auras. The old man asked, "You must be Yi-Bei, right?" He didn't avoid the question. "Yes." The old man suddenly opened his mouth and let out a roar, his body erupting with a radiant light as bright as a sun, as if gathering boundless divine power. That domineering pressure sent Yi-Bei's hair and clothes flying backward. The captain and subordinates guarding the outside had to shield their eyes. Looking at the severely damaged ground beneath his feet, he couldn't help but marvel inwardly. The false Immortal realm is indeed stronger than imagined. If we went head-to-head, I might only have a 40% chance of winning. The old man was equally astonished. Is this truly the Emperor's sovereign realm? To remain completely unharmed in the face of my pressure. He followed up with a series of questions. Excellent. Which race of demon are you? How many times has your physical body broken its limit? Yi-Bei wiped away sweat and thought to himself, humans and demons have been incompatible since ancient times. If he sees through my identity, it'll likely be inconvenient. I need to make up a reason. Thus he spoke some nonsense. I come from the ape race of a very distant plane. As for physical limits, what is that? The old man didn't suspect anything. Instead, he patted him on the shoulder affectionately. You mean to say you haven't broken your physical limits yet? In the moment of crisis, Yi-Bei seemed to suddenly remember something. He closed his eyes, concentrated his spirit, and recited an incantation. Creation Dao, transformation secret art. A blurry giant ape phantom emerged behind him. Seeing this, the old man was completely convinced. It turned out he really hadn't broken his physical limits. A slight cold sweat broke out on Yibei's temple. He had almost been seen through by this guy, but fortunately, the creation Dao had stabilized his spiritual power. The old man praised repeatedly. "Good lad, you're in luck." He behaved very modestly. "Forgive me, I hail from a desolate land and have meager knowledge. I have never heard of physical limits. Could the Pavilion Lord explain in detail?" The old man then explained. "The physical body is a treasure trove containing infinite potential. Humans mainly cultivate the soul, while we demons rely more on the physical body. Every demon, after breaking through to the Emperor's sovereign realm, can attempt to challenge their physical limits." The old man condensed an energy ball in his hand. "The first breakthrough requires finding 5 elements spiritual treasures: gold, wood, water, fire, and earth. Using the power of the 5 elements to temper the body, and using a secret method to break through this shackle. Successfully completing the initial breakthrough will directly double your physical strength." Yibei asked in confusion, "If I can break through 5 times, wouldn't I be able to tear through heavenly tribulations with my bare hands?" The old man spoke candidly. 5 times to break through 4 times is already defying the heavens." A smug smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "Then I'll start by trying to break through 4 times. The old man's eyes widened in shock upon hearing this. "Ha!" The old Pavilion Lord revealed a cruel truth. "Little brother, although your aptitude is extraordinary, even a single physical breakthrough takes a considerable amount of time, half a year at the least, or several years at the most. Some spend their entire lives and still struggle to break through 4 times. Thus," Yibei asked back with a dazed expression, "you think I can't do it?" The old man explained gently, "It's not that I don't believe you, it's just that the selection for our last group starts in 8 shichen. There simply isn't enough time." Without a second thought, he turned to leave. 8 shichen is enough. If you don't believe me, then I'm leaving now." Seeing this, the old man hurried to stop him. "Wait, wait!" A glowing energy condensed in the old man's palm once more. "Take them, don't be shy. Any one of these is enough for you to use, but I'm afraid it'll be difficult to refine in such a short time." A bulging pouch appeared out of thin air, and the old man added excitedly, "Don't be discouraged, I will personally guide you after the match." Upon hearing this, he immediately snatched the bag from the old man's hand. "Thank you for your concern, Pavilion Lord Kang. I'll go prepare for the match then." The old man froze on the spot, commenting helplessly, "This kid really isn't polite at all." At this moment, on the 9th floor of the Time Tower, Yibei was sitting cross-legged before a massive glowing bagua furnace. The 9th floor possessed a 2,000-fold time flow. 16 hours in the outside world was exactly nearly 2,000 years here. Using this time to temper his body and break through the first limit should make it in time for the match. "Let's begin." After reading carefully, he found the pages were actually incomplete. "Are there pirated books in the Immortal realm too? How are there a few pages missing? Never mind, it won't affect refining these treasures." Before long, after 9,981 days, the light radiating from the bagua furnace grew increasingly brilliant. Yibei opened his eyes with precision. "It's done." Suddenly, in an illusion, his master actually appeared as a female selector. The scene before him left him speechless with shock. He couldn't help but wonder, "Lin Feng, what are you doing here?" The other party added, "It's not just me. Our senior and junior sisters have been waiting here for a long time." Besides her, 3 other disciples appeared together. "Master, master, master!" Surrounded by so many beauties, he felt a bit unable to restrain himself, his nose bleeding profusely. The women swarmed around Yibei. "Master, we were caught and brought here by Cho Tinley, and have waited for you for so long. Don't you miss us?" However, he still worked hard to keep his true heart stable, feeling that these people were somewhat suspicious. Just as the disciples were working hard to entice him, a slight smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. "I see, those few missing pages in the book were the very essence of breaking the limits. The refinement of physical limits is not just about the physique, but even more so a test of spiritual power. No wonder." He clasped his hands and recited a spell. The transformation behind him instantly revealed its true form. "Master!" His eyes flashed with golden light and the bagua furnace vibrated violently along with it. Finally, he revealed a satisfied smile. This time it was probably, "Ha, it's done." The scene shifts to a city tower where 2 figures stand side by side. The captain spoke with worry. "Pavilion Lord, there's less than half an hour left before the match starts. We've searched the entire Southern Heaven battlefield and haven't found a trace of that kid. Did he take the treasures and run away?" The Pavilion Lord remained composed. "No rush." A countdown announcement rang out in the arena. 10-9-3-2. The newcomer king of the Senluo battlefield wins. The audience in the stands cheered enthusiastically. Newcomer king, strongest of the Senluo battlefield." The captain turned to ask again, Pavilion Lord, what should we do now? Although somewhat anxious, the old man still said firmly, I believe he is absolutely not a person greedy for wealth. Wait a bit longer. The referee was urgently pushing the match process in the field. The selection for the fourth group of the Four Directions battlefield is about to begin. First, please welcome the contestants of our Southern Heaven battlefield to enter. Cold sweat broke out on the captain's temple. It's all my fault for bringing back a thief. Who could have expected him to slip away right under their noses? The referee's urging continued. Contestants for the Southern Heaven battlefield, please enter as soon as possible. The fine sand in the hourglass had nearly run out, indicating that time was about to expire. It's over. The last hope is gone. The referee quickly made a ruling. Next I announce that the contestant for the Southern Heaven battlefield. Suddenly someone interrupted loudly. Wait! Yi Bei was standing in the arena at some unknown moment right in front of the newcomer king. Looking at the scene before him, the newcomer king's eyes widened in surprise. Yi Bei seemed to have sensed something. The more the newcomer king looked, the stranger it felt. This feeling was far too familiar. The two brushed past each other without a word. He activated a certain skill, attempting to see through the other's background. However, the other party walked past him with an elegant posture. He was utterly perplexed. What is this person's identity? Even using a soul-searching art, I can't see through his true appearance. His appearance directly ignited fury in the stands. Bastard, who is this guy? He actually dares to provoke the newcomer king. Seems like a newcomer from the Southern Heaven battlefield, taking someone else's slot. Damn it, I knew it. This is clearly a relationship hire. The Southern Heaven battlefield had a bit of hope left. No, with this relationship hire on the field, they can just wait for a total wipeout. After restoring order, the referee announced loudly, the match begins. Yu Li and his demon companion issued a flamboyant and provocative challenge. In this life I hate this kind of person most. He doesn't have any of a king's majesty at all. I got to where I am today entirely by my own effort. Brothers, let this little young master see the cruelty of society, lest he loses face when he goes out in the future. At his command, a swarm of snarling monsters pounced toward Yi Bei. Yi Bei only gave a flat smile. Hey, he clasped his hands, condensing two pitch-black energy balls. Supreme demonic flame, he barked in a low voice. Super multiplication. In an instant, a domineering demonic power erupted, sweeping through the entire field. By the time the monsters realized it, it was too late. Countless massive demonic power slashes struck down upon their heads. When the dust settled, only Yi Bei stood proudly. The entire audience was stunned. Holy crap, what happened? Where are the monsters? This is a one-hit kill. I haven't seen such an exciting scene in hundreds of years. Various exclamations of surprise rose and fell. Those monsters just now were all in the Emperor's sovereign realm, yet they were wiped out by him in a second. I must get his autograph. Damn, that's intense. The referee signaled. The match is over. He was about to announce, I announce that this battlefield championship, but was interrupted by the trembling Yu Li, who was slumped on the ground. Don't kill me, the top three can all advance, you've already won. Yi Bei asked back, then why should I keep you around to fight me in the next round? He hurriedly argued. I'm actually just a relationship hire here to experience life. Who knew everyone struck so hard? You guys actually kill demons. He lowered his ears like a frightened puppy. Don't kill me, I'll definitely let you win the next round, and my family is very rich. I can give you whatever you want. Yi Bei stroked his chin, pretending to be aloof. It's not impossible to spare your life, depends on your performance. Hearing this, he immediately introduced Yi Bei to everyone with great fervor. Everyone listen up, from now on this person is my Yu Li's boss, and the savior of my Qingqiu race. Whoever dares to offend him is offending my Qingqiu race. Boos erupted from the crowd. Damned relationship hires. Although they were unhappy, there was nothing they could do. Yu Li, however, ignored them, and focused on leading the way for Yi Bei. Boss, this way. He pointed politely toward the exit. I've already sent a transmission to arrange a private VIP suite, where you can rest and prepare for tomorrow's semifinals. Yi Bei praised him softly. Well done. This left the neglected newcomer king's heart full of resentment. Who on earth are you? The captain stood before Yi Bei and Yu Li, holding a floating glowing ring. Lord Yi, the Pavilion Lord, said he truly did not misjudge you. This is what he asked me to hand over to you. Yu Li leaned down and whispered in his ear. In the entire Immortal realm there are fewer than 5 of these sourceless rings in total. There must be treasures hidden inside. Pavilion Lord Kang is truly generous. Afterward, Yi Bei said to the captain, then thank Pavilion Lord Kang for me. The secret treasure he gave last time was a huge help. The captain bowed respectfully. Very well, then I shall take my leave first. The door to the room closed heavily. As soon as the person left, Yu Li hurriedly warned, Boss Yi, you must never be fooled by these enforcement captains and Pavilion Lord Kang again. Yi Bei was confused. Fooled? Yu Li continued. Although this ring and the things inside are precious, the champion's reward for this competition is the true miracle. Yi Bei cast a sharp gaze. Then tell me, what are the champion's rewards? He hesitated before revealing. Pavilion Lord Kang is actually after the clues regarding the new immortal realm within the rewards. This intelligence caused Yi Bei to let out a contemptuous sneer. HMPH, I have no interest in that kind of simple ring. Under the blue sky and white clouds, a group of contestants lined up before the referee. Ah, it's my turn in the very first round. Yu Li curiously leaned over to look at the slip of paper in Yi Bei's hand. What number did boss draw? Yi Bei took a glance and only gave an acknowledgement. Yu Li's expression became exceptionally surprised. Written prominently on the paper was a large number, 7. He couldn't help but marvel. Boss, you drew a bye this round and don't have to fight. What incredible luck! Those around who heard this showed looks of jealousy. Damn it, he drew the bye ticket again. So lucky, is it luck? Even if you get into the finals through byes, it's useless if you can't get the championship. The newcomer king thought coldly. The referee began to explain the rules for this round. Although our promotion match has a total of 12 slots among those present, only 7 of you fought your way into the finals based on your own strength. Congratulations to you all. Yu Li leaned in and whispered in Yi Bei's ear. The competition this year is exceptionally brutal. Every one of these people is incredibly strong. Across the 4 group matches, there wasn't a single match where more than 2 contestants advanced. It's simply terrifying. Especially that newcomer king who suddenly appeared a year ago. He kills gods and demons alike and has never lost. This competition is practically a suicide mission. It looks like I'll have to win the championship. The two of them instinctively glanced at the distant newcomer king. He continued, saying that while the champion's reward was average, it shouldn't warrant such desperation. Yi Bei also felt this person was extraordinary. To fight so hard, he was either a martial arts fanatic or there was something in the rewards he was determined to get. The referee raised his hands and announced that they were entering the semi-finals. Except for the one who drew the number 7 bye, the other 6 would face off in pairs. This round should have left 4 people. But the newcomer king suddenly interrupted. Wait, I have an objection, he proudly proposed. Since we're fighting, let's have all 6 of us go at once. With the bye person included, going from 4 to 2, then 2 to 1 is too much trouble. Why don't you all just come at me together? The group of people in dark clothing sneered. 1 against 6, do you really think we're just great Emperor Realm mobs? He's the strongest person here. If the 6 of us team up to deal with him first, we'll still have a chance to compete for the top 3. If we go 1 by 1 in order, I'm afraid you won't even make it to the finals. You idiots, one of them thought. That makes sense. If we can take out this newcomer king first, maybe we can win the championship. The others were also extremely excited. Without the newcomer king, the championship might be theirs. Soon they reached a decision. I agree. We agree too, the referee coordinated from the side. Since no one has any objections, it's settled. Now next, at that moment, Yi Bei suddenly spoke up. Wait, I have an objection. He shook the slip of paper between his fingers. I drew the bye. Why should I have to fight with you? I don't agree. The crowd behind whispered curses. Idiot, only those without strength like to take shortcuts. Seeing this, the newcomer king immediately proposed. Since this brother was lucky enough to draw the bye, he doesn't need to participate in this round. He can go straight to the finals and face the winner or winners of this round. The referee looked around and asked, Does anyone have an objection? The newcomer king had no intention of lingering on the matter. Yi Bei said, I have no objection, you guys have fun. With that, he turned and left. The referee re-announced the rules. In that case, the format of this match will be changed to a melee. The final 2 survivors will earn a spot in the finals. I announce that the match officially begins. As soon as the match started, countless powerful warriors displayed their skills. Someone summoned ice for a large-scale attack. Massive chunks of ice quickly spread across the battlefield, and the caster's target was precisely the newcomer king. More than one person was targeting him. 3 other powerhouses immediately teamed up, quickly closing in while he was trapped in the ice. A violent explosion erupted on the field, shaking the entire arena. Yi Bei stood leisurely outside watching the show. Once the smoke cleared, the figures had already vanished. A sudden beam of light shot toward the group in black, the attack slicing their bodies in half. The referee, narrating the melee with a microphone, was dumbfounded by the sight. Over here, Yu Li is being harassed by the Scorpion King and is in a total mess. Can I forfeit now? The other party grabbed his collar tightly. That's not up to you. The Scorpion King exerted all his strength and threw him toward the newcomer king. Caught off guard, he could only scream helplessly, ah. Fortunately, he reacted with lightning speed and dodged in time. Immediately after, another ice attack was fired, but he caught it with one hand. He coldly announced, You lose. However, the opponent seemed quite smug, showing no fear. That's not necessarily true. Spikes suddenly grew out of the ice the newcomer king was holding, piercing through his flesh one by one. The Scorpion King condensed an ice weapon on his other arm and charged forward confidently. "Haha, got you." His face turned terrifyingly dark. "No one can stop me from winning the championship." The newcomer king violently broke free from the ice. A surge of pure green energy slowly condensed in his palm. The newcomer king used the momentum to strike with a palm, blocking the opponent's attack. Seeing this, Yi Bei was greatly shocked. It was the void great palm print. The terrifying pressure sent shattered stones flying, and the opponent seemed to be swallowed by a massive light. He solemnly announced, "The match is over." The referee, breaking into a cold sweat, pointed to one side. "Wait, there's still one demon on the field." The newcomer king snapped his head toward Yu Li, who had just been thrown over, while the referee scrambled away to find safety. The match continued, and Yu Li pleaded for mercy while retreating. Thank you, and your whole family. Don't come any closer." Suddenly, a voice entered his mind, giving him a start. "Let him go, otherwise everyone on the field will discover you aren't a demon." He brushed past as if nothing had happened. "Consider yourself lucky. Someone just saved your life." The referee hadn't yet reacted to what happened, but he finally performed his duty. "I announce that the winners of this semi-final are Yu Li and the newcomer king, Lin Feng." He let out a burst of smug, wild laughter. "Ha ha ha, didn't expect that, did you? My ancestors are protecting me. I made it to the finals even while lying down." Shortly after leaving the arena, the newcomer king walked into a patch of bushes and softly ordered, "Come out." He questioned the person opposite him. "Who are you? How dare you humiliate me by saying I'm not a demon?" Yi Bei was not one to be outdone. "If it were a humiliation, you wouldn't have come here." He urgently negotiated. "Tell me straight what you want, and I can give it all to you." Yi Bei got straight to the point. "How about this? I want you to forfeit the match and give the championship to me." His eyes instantly darkened. Fine. He immediately pointed 2 fingers forward, preparing to release his power. "That depends on whether you have the skill to take it." Yi Bei curled his lips into a cold sneer as a bat of surge of energy erupted in the forest with a violent roar, leaving the place where the newcomer king stood shrouded in smoke and dust. He had to admit the opponent's strength. This person was far too powerful. "Damn it, right now I probably only have a 30% chance of winning." However, he was unwilling to back down, and secretly calculated in his heart. "A wise man doesn't fight when the odds are against him. I'll settle the score with him after I've recovered." Realizing that force wouldn't solve the problem, he continued to negotiate. "I can give you the championship, but I want the longevity realm slot inside." Yi Bei gave a wicked smile. "Giving in so soon? What if I say no and that I want it all?" His eyes instantly became empty and filled with threat. "If you insist on fighting me for it, you'll have to step over my corpse first. Otherwise I will absolutely not let it fall into anyone else's hands." To explain why the newcomer king was so resolute, let us turn back the clock to the room 3 hours ago. Yu Li was hurriedly explaining to Yi Bei, "Boss, among the rewards for first place, the best performer will receive a slot for the longevity realm. This longevity secret realm is a ruin of an ancient battlefield, filled with infinite opportunities and all sorts of strange and exotic treasures and inheritances. They are countless, even top-tier divine artifacts and the power of laws can be found there. Some have even jumped directly from the Great Emperor realm to the false Immortal realm." Yi Bei stroked his chin, lost in thought. No wonder so many people were willing to bleed and risk their lives to participate in the competition. They would risk their lives just to enter the competition, he added. "What the boss might not know is that the most formidable thing there is the legendary life and death Dao, which can bring people back to life. Anyone below the Great Emperor realm can be resurrected." Yi Bei furrowed his brow in deep thought. Bringing someone back to life, saving oneself, the truth was gradually surfacing. "It really is you, my third disciple, Lin Feng. That's right." The newcomer king he was about to face was the very same person he had seen in the illusion. The referee's loud announcement soon caught the attention of the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the finals of our 4 Directions battlefield. After countless rounds of brutal combat, 3 contestants have finally appeared on the field. First is the newcomer king, standing with his arms crossed in a majestic posture. He is a top-tier contestant with an undefeated record. Next is Yi Bei, with an extremely relaxed expression. He is a sudden dark horse whose identity remains a mystery. Finally, there's Yu Li, waving lightheartedly to everyone. A member of the Tibetan fox tribe. The referee asked for the 3's opinions. Among these 3 who will ultimately seize today's championship throne, we welcome you all to look forward to this peak duel with us and choose the contestant in your hearts." As it turned out, it was Yu Li who spoke first. "Wait a moment." Seeing this, the audience broke into a flurry of discussion. "What's going on? Does he want to pull a 1 against 2 like the newcomer king? Ha ha ha." His next words took the referee completely by surprise. "Before the match begins, I want to say sorry to everyone. I forfeit," he gave a casual shrug. "I'm serious. I, Yu Li, am just someone who got into the finals through connections. I'm just here for the fun of it, so how could I possibly win? I have money, but I'm not stupid, so I'm giving up my right to compete." After speaking, he gave a playful wink to Yi Bei. "Boss, it's all up to you now." The referee didn't waste any more time. "Since contestant Yu Li has wisely withdrawn from the match, we will proceed directly to the championship battle between the newcomer king and Yi Bei. Who will become our champion? Let us look forward to the top prize reward together." The two sides continuously exchanged gazes thick with the scent of gunpowder. The atmosphere on the field was tense to the extreme. The newcomer king frowned and thought to himself, "I just finished fighting the Scorpion King yesterday and was seriously injured. Although I've recovered quite a bit, my current power is only at 70%. I must go all out to kill this man and shut him up." He pressed his hands together, and the energy throughout his body gradually converged to a single point. "I must settle this quickly." Yi Bei arrogantly held up 3 fingers. "Newcomer king, 3 moves. Within 3 moves, if you can defeat me, the championship and the secrets will all be yours." He cursed inwardly. "Stupid disciple, you still haven't realized the one you want to kill is me. I'll tease you a bit." The newcomer king's expression was now extremely unsightly. "What?" Yi Bei calmly asked back. "What, you don't agree?" He chanted an incantation, summoning a massive phantom dragon. "Since you are bent on seeking death, I will fulfill your wish." He then controlled the phantom dragon to charge at Yi Bei, the attack hitting the target without any obstruction. A massive deep crater was left on the arena floor, accompanied by mysterious blue smoke. Before he could celebrate, he sensed something was wrong. "Where is he?" A figure gradually emerged from the smoke, giving him a start. "First move," the newcomer king growled through gritted teeth. "It seems I underestimated you." "Then how about this move?" He condensed a massive handprint once more. Pouring in all his strength, a heavy palm strike slammed down. Yi Bei merely gave his palm a slight turn. "How many times did I teach you back then? There's a small oversight every single time, and after all these years you still haven't changed." A blinding light radiated around Yi Bei like a halo. The opponent's attack was instantly neutralized. The audience in the stands cheered excitedly in response. The newcomer king was utterly perplexed. "This is the finishing move my master taught me. How is this possible?" The more Yi Bei thought about it, the more smug he became. "Are you shocked, stupid disciple?" He instantly became extremely vigilant. This person was far too bizarre. Why is it that he can easily see through every one of my skills? The feeling he gives off is just too familiar. Yi Bei still calmly reminded him, "That's 2 moves. After the final move, it'll be my turn to strike." A surge of lightning gradually rose, enveloping his fist. "He could only use that move, Master once said," he muttered to himself. "It must never be used unless as a last resort when stepping into the gate of death. I can't worry about that now." Then he shouted out the name of his finishing move. "Samurai Great Dao." A massive magic circle formed above his head. "The stronger you become, the stronger I will become as well. Let's see who can hold out until the end." Yi Bei sighed inwardly. The Samurai Great Dao can copy all of an opponent's moves with the exact same shape and power. The stronger the power it encounters, the stronger it will become too. Yi Bei calmly spat out, "Oh, is that so?" Naturally, he wouldn't sit and wait for death, so he struck back. "Then let's try this move." The newcomer king's eyes widened in surprise. It was a massive handprint bursting out from a teal-colored magic circle, sweeping through everything in its path, finally colliding violently with the handprint the newcomer king had just summoned. Smoke and dust filled the space. Yi Bei walked out of the smoke and said softly, "Has Lunatic still not recognized his master?" Only then did he recognize him in shock. After a moment of daze, he called out softly, "Master." Tears had already soaked his eyes. 300 years. You've really come back to life." Yi Bei approached step by step and reached out his hand. "Aren't you going to come over and let your master have a look?" He closed his eyes and waited. "You silly girl." The newcomer king could no longer suppress the excitement in her heart. "Master," however, the eruption of emotion was a bit too excessive, as she actually turned it into a physical output, punching him straight in the stomach. "Ha!" The result left her very satisfied. "It really is, Master, I wasn't dreaming." Yi Bei clutched his stomach and crouched down. "Whether it's a dream or not, wouldn't you know if you tested it yourself? Do you really have to treat your master like this?" While struggling to stand up, he questioned his disciple. "That really hurt. I even used a secret technique. I can't believe you didn't recognize me," she hurriedly argued. "I just couldn't believe it. Please don't be angry, Master. The match is still going on." She began to harbor the idea of giving up. "Now that you've come back to life, there's no point in me taking this championship." The newcomer king raised both hands and announced loudly, "I forfeit." The entire audience instantly fell into chaos like a disturbed nest of hornets. "What is this, a scam? Where's the referee? This is a fixed match, right?" the referee urgently pressed. "Newcomer King, are you serious? You're the most promising contestant this year," she stated with absolute certainty. "Totally real. I, the Newcomer King, have always been as good as my word," the referee tried to dissuade her. "But if you lose, the audience's bets will suffer a terrible loss." She waved her hand, showing that she couldn't care less. "It has nothing to do with me. I've already surrendered. You handle the rest yourself." Under the watchful eyes of countless people, the master and disciple left the arena. "The championship rewards will be presented this afternoon." "Master, let's go rest first." "Good. I also want to know how you've been all these years." The audience's fury grew increasingly violent. "Bastards, I'm broke. It's definitely a fixed match. The Newcomer King and that Yi Bei must have played us on purpose. Give us our money back. Give us our money back." An angry hand slammed heavily onto a table, sending metal shards flying. The hallmaster said through gritted teeth. "Just as our Senluo Hall contestant was about to win the championship, I had to see this scene. Do you think the championship position is given away so easily? It's not that simple." He immediately summoned his subordinates. Only a second later, a figure appeared, and he sternly ordered, "How dare they defy my intentions? Go and show them some colors." In another room, after carefully closing the door, the Newcomer King turned around. Yi Bei kindly rubbed his chin and said, "Don't you plan on facing your master with your true face?" She obeyed submissively, and without hesitation pressed her hands together to chant an incantation. Yes, a moment later he transformed into a stunningly beautiful woman. Yi Bei relaxed into a wide chair. "Explain it. How did you get up here? And how did you end up looking like this?" She excitedly ran over and sat beside him. However, her foot was suddenly tripped by the hem of her long skirt, and she almost lost her balance and fell to the ground. Facing her impressively resilient chest, Yi Bei couldn't help but have a nosebleed. He reached out to cover his face, hiding that hint of improper smile. 300 years without seeing you, you really have grown up." The Newcomer King awkwardly pulled at her skirt, seemingly a bit unaccustomed. She began to tell the whole story. "This is for the best. After your fall back then, my senior and junior sisters were all heartbroken. Everyone racked their brains but couldn't find a way to resurrect you, Master. And the senior sisters eventually couldn't help but want to give up. Even I almost gave up until I met a certain person. To answer your question, Master, back then, I had drifted to some unknown wasteland and was locked in a struggle with a flood dragon. That person advised me to spare the dragon's life, saying he could fulfill my request, so I told him my story. Later he fused the flood dragon with me, which is how I was able to reach the demon Immortal realm. At that time, she decided to embrace this formidable power. When I first arrived here, I was alone without a soul to turn to, and my strength was meager. I suffered quite a bit. The human King Lin Feng recounted everything with excitement, but fortunately later, once I learned of the existence of the longevity realm, all those hardships vanished like smoke. Yi Bei gently stroked his disciple's head, saying, "You all worked hard while I was away." She replied joyfully, "As long as you could return, it was all worth it." This harmonious atmosphere was suddenly shattered by a heavy thud as someone forcibly broke in. Both master and disciple were stunned, not yet understanding the situation. They looked in the same direction with unkind expressions. The human king slowly rose, settling into a combat stance. The intruders were from the Senluo battlefield, and she once again performed her transformation technique to revert to her male form. "Master, you rest first. Leave these people to me." Yi Bei naturally wanted to join forces with his disciple as well. "Since they've come knocking on our door, it would be wrong of us not to go out and teach them a lesson," she responded loudly. "As you command," a figure stood at the massive crack in the wall. "You surrendered publicly in the arena, causing our Senluo battlefield to lose face. According to the agreement, after losing the match you must hand over all the data in your possession and return to face punishment by competing in the next match on behalf of Senluo," the man announced loudly. "As I expected, it's you people. I'm nullifying my contract with you," Lin Feng declared in opposition. Tang Zi wore a look of disdain. "Hey, the hallmaster expected you to do this long ago." Suddenly, countless red arrows shot from him, attacking at an incredible speed. "Once you enter the gates of the Senluo battlefield, you no longer have the right to decide." The human king stood in place, intending to handle these arrows with one hand, but she soon discovered something was wrong. These arrows were not just weapons but also ropes. In an instant she was bound tightly. "What?" Tang Zi curled his lip contemptuously. "I forgot to tell you, as soon as you signed the participation agreement, you became bound by the rule power within the contract. No matter how strong you are, you cannot break free. If you admit you're wrong now and hand over the flood dragon soul within your body, I might still spare your life." Facing the threat, the human king remained unmoved. "In your dreams, Furious, Tang Zi launched an attack. "You're seeking death." He raised his hand and summoned an endless lightning hurricane. Yi Bei timely propped up a stable defense shield protecting the master and disciple within. He was full of confidence in his move, just a little bug who recently broke through to the Emperor's sovereign realm. He thinks he's the center of the world just because he won a championship, though these red lines might not wound you. I've seen very few people who could ever break free from them. The space was instantly dyed a vivid red. Before his physical limit breakthrough, he lamented, "Against a false immortal powerhouse I might not have a great chance of winning. But right now you are simply no match for me." A sharp purple light suddenly flashed in Yi Bei's eyes. Destruction Dao, lightning gathered successively beneath his feet. A circular shockwave expanded from the area where they stood. Tang Zi clenched the ropes and ordered, "Strengthen the binding." The density of dark energy around them continued to climb and cracks appeared on the ground. However, Yi Bei remained composed. "Is this all you've got? I haven't even used any strength yet." His eyes widened in terror, unable to believe it. "What?" Yi Bei snapped his fingers with a domineering air. Boom! A metamagical impact swept through, letting out a piercing roar. Tang Zi had no way to dodge and took the full force of the attack head-on. The human king praised repeatedly. "Master, you're even stronger than before." He slumped to the ground, his face full of horror. Impossible. How can someone defeat the power of a contract? Despite being beaten black and blue, he still struggled to ask, Who exactly are you?" Yi Bei unceremoniously summoned a deep black hole. "If you want to know who I am, you'd better go inside here to find out." After dealing with the young man, the master and disciple walked toward the light. "Let's go. It's time to collect the championship prize." Outside, the wave of fury had not yet subsided. "Where is the newcomer king? Tell him to get out here and apologize. Is this a conspiracy by your arena? Just to swallow our money? Tell us exactly who that Yi Bei is, or we'll never recognize this result. Get out here." Facing the siege of the audience, the referee was panicked. "I don't know either. Who knew that Yi Bei would be so formidable?" He even made the newcomer king cry from the beating. The audience's reaction grew even more intense. "It's definitely a conspiracy." The referee, Jiyu Qingming, shouted, "I'm not lying to you. I also bet on the newcomer king and ended up losing everything." Someone grabbed his collar and questioned him. "I don't believe you." The referee, as if catching a lifesaver, pointed toward the master and disciple who had just emerged. "Yi Bei and the newcomer king are over there. Go find them." Everyone's attention shifted instantly to Yi Bei and the human king in the distance. The angry crowd swarmed forward. "Kill him, and there won't be a champion. Kill him, and the championship reward will be ours." Yi Bei said nothing, only casting a cold, intimidating gaze toward them. The momentum of the crowd's charge came to an abrupt halt. They showed looks of fear and began to shift the blame to each other. "His aura is too terrifying. Why don't you go first? Everyone charge together." "How can I do it alone?" The leader raised his hand and shouted. "I'll count to 3 and everyone charge together." Yi Bei didn't want to waste breath on them and directly opened another space. In an instant they were all sucked inside, and he subsequently condensed the space into a sphere in his palm. System announcements rang out successively. "Desolate small world upgrade complete. Current level 1. Please check the current world level rewards." Level 1. Awakening ability, control life and death. The host can execute or resurrect all living beings within the desolate small world. Lin Feng stared at the sphere, utterly shocked. This was simply reaping the benefits without effort. Not only can he gain memories by entering people's small worlds, but he can even control their life and death at will. Then, once they enter the small world, wouldn't I be invincible? The system responded. Theoretically, that is indeed true, but only when the host's cultivation is higher than the opponent's can they be pulled into the small world. Hearing this, he had nothing more to say. Afterward, the two walked out. He sent his disciple to collect the prize, and she obeyed obediently. Yes, because of this, he also felt deeply that the strong bullying the weak was indeed an eternal truth. Somewhere, the referee hurriedly squeezed through the crowd. "Excuse me, coming through. It turned out he was going to fulfill his duty of presenting the award. He stood proudly in the center of the arena as the referee announced, "The champion of this 4 directions battlefield is Yi Bei, the elite of our Southern Heaven battlefield." He then pulled out a card, and it was unknown where those gems had come from. "Champion Yi, these are all yours." The audience in the stands buzzed with discussion. 100 spirit crystals. 1 is enough for us to live for half a year. What does that count for? The longevity realm jade plaque is the true treasure. Yi Bei reached out to take it. Suddenly, someone jumped down and shouted a halt. "If you want to take the prize, first ask if our Senluo battlefield agrees. You colluded with our external aid contestant, killed my capable lieutenant, and still want to take the championship prize?" Yi Bei glanced at the old man and replied calmly, "Today I act on behalf of heaven, accepting this prize on behalf of the heavens." That old man was none other than the hall master. Before he could even touch Yi Bei, he was blocked by a flash of sword light. Recognizing the person blocking his way, the old man retreated in fury, his face full of rage. Pavilion Lord Kang admonished with the majesty of an emperor sovereign. Hallmaster Tang, you've lost your composure. As the person in power at the Senluo battlefield, to think you can't even afford to lose a single match and have to snatch things from a junior. Unwilling to lose face, the Hallmaster provoked. Whoever is stronger has the final say, Pavilion Lord Kang shouted angrily. Then let's try it. Swords were drawn and tempers flared between the two, their killing intent climbing to the peak. Looking at Yi Bei, Lin Feng Human King was immensely shocked. Pavilion Lord Kang's divine majesty is actually so powerful. Is this the strength of the false immortal realm? The Hallmaster asked back with a darkened face. Are you going to make an enemy of my Senluo battlefield for him? Pavilion Lord Kang stated without hesitation that if you want to be our enemy, though my southern heaven battlefield is not what it once was, if provoked like this I will not hesitate to fight you to the death. Hearing this, he let out a cold snort and turned to leave. Pavilion Lord Kang turned back and affirmed to Yi Bei, Little friend Yi, it's all right now. Yi Bei smiled in response. Thank you, many thanks, Pavilion Lord Kang. He held the jade plaque, intending to give it to Lin Feng. You were bullied on the way here and signed that overlord contract to fight for Senluo. This is for you. She hadn't expected her master to even know this, but she quickly waved her hand in refusal. Master, you know why I took the jade plaque, I don't need it now. But he explained that this jade plaque would aid her growth and pushed it directly into her hand. Inside this is not just the life and death Dao opportunity of the longevity realm, other things will also be of great benefit to your growth. Take it. Seeing this, she was stunned, her heart full of gratitude. Thank you, Master. Pavilion Lord Kang was extremely surprised to hear this form of address. Master, Yi Bei also introduced modestly. To be honest, this is a disciple I took in the lower realm. The old man was struck as if by lightning. I never expected your plane to be a place of hidden dragons and crouching tigers. A single sect is actually this formidable. Previously, the enforcement captain suggested I let you be the boss, but I always felt it was impractical. Now I formally announce, you are the second elder of our southern heaven battlefield. Yi Bei smiled in response. You flatter me. But he thought to himself, promoting me to such a high position in the blink of an eye. Pavilion Lord Kang truly is a good calculator. The old man then sighed with emotion. Our southern heaven battlefield hasn't produced such a genius in a long time. You destroyed the anti-demon hall and won the championship for our southern heaven battlefield. If you can serve as the second elder, you can call upon any resource of the southern heaven battlefield at will. Upon hearing this, Yi Bei no longer declined. Then I shall accept it with gratitude. Afterward, the old man continued to explain. The two learned more about the uses of the jade plaque. By the way, although this jade plaque is precious, there isn't just one. The newcomer king needn't feel guilty. There are 100 entry jade plaques for the longevity realm in total. Though very few remain after being distributed to the various demon immortal realms, you can still get one if you work hard. Yi Bei didn't quite understand. Please explain in detail, the old man stated candidly. Prodigy City is located at the junction of the demon territory and other racial territories, not belonging to any faction's jurisdiction. It's not impossible to find another jade plaque there. In addition, he added that there is also a place called the Prodigy list in the city. If you can gain its recognition and be rated as a prodigy, you can obtain a great opportunity. It will be of great benefit to visit there before the longevity realm opens. Under the blue sky and white clouds, amidst the refreshing forest, a voice rang out. The auctions in Prodigy City often have rare treasures. Perhaps there's a longevity realm jade plaque inside. Within Prodigy City, a loud shout rang out on the street during the day. All citizens of Prodigy City are forbidden from private brawling, flying, or damaging public property. Violators will be severely punished. Yi Bei and Lin Feng walked calmly through the bustling market. Lin Feng spoke. Prodigy City has many races. I thought there would be many disputes, but I didn't expect the rules to be so strict. It seems quite peaceful. At that moment, a robbery seemed to occur. Stop, give me back my ring. Only a fool would stop. Yu Li used a skill in desperate rage. In that case, don't blame me for being unmerciful. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning struck down, instantly turning the person into charred coal, and he fainted away. This won't do either. Clearly it was him who stole my thing. Yi Bei recognized his follower and called out, Yu Li. He was stunned. Boss, Yu Li, as if seeing a savior, tightly hugged Yi Bei's leg. Boss, it's you. Seeing this, Lin Feng was so angry she kicked him in the face. Stand further away when you talk. Eventually, the commotion subsided. She gnashed her teeth and cracked her knuckles. Yi Bei turned to ask him, Why are you here? He answered truthfully. After the match ended, news came from home asking me to come to Prodigy City to auction something. As a result, not long after I arrived, my ring was stolen by that man, and now I'm penniless. eBay couldn't help but laugh upon hearing this, thinking truly a case of more money than sense. It just so happened that he also issued an invitation. We also want to go to the auction. Let's go together. Moved to tears, he made a move to hug him. Boss, I really didn't follow the wrong person. Before he could touch eBay, he was kicked into the sky by Lin Feng. Stay away from my master. Afterward, the three arrived at their destination. Yu Li introduced that this was the Prodigy City auction. Don't let its ordinary appearance fool you. It was luxurious inside. The floors were paved with special high-grade spirit stones, and even the furniture was made from rare gifted spirit wood. Lin Feng asked curiously, "What are the conditions for entry?" He scratched his head, looking a bit awkward. "Entry requires a spirit crystal card, which costs quite a bit. Unfortunately, my spirit crystal card and spirit crystals were all stolen," Lin Feng said proudly to Yi Bei. "Master, I've saved quite a few spirit crystals over the past few years. If you need them, I'll give them all to you." Yi Bei didn't care much, continuing forward. "Your master still has that bit of money, let's go." A person nearby showed a look of disdain. "Where did these paupers come from? Send them away quickly." Immediately after, the price he quoted for the cards startled the two. The red card is the lowest grade, costing 100 low-grade spirit crystals. If you can't afford it, get lost quickly. Don't waste my time. Yu Li slammed the table in anger. "Who are you looking down on?" The man remained leisurely seated as he answered. "I'm not looking down on you. You can't even afford a decent set of clothes, so don't waste everyone's time." Lin Feng slapped a pillar, cracking it. "Can we enter like this?" he mocked without changing his expression. "I don't care how strong you are. If you don't have money, you can't enter." Lin Feng was so angry she rolled up her sleeves to hit him. "You!" But she was stopped by Yi Bei. "How much is your most advanced card?" The man didn't mind quoting the prices again. "Red card is 100, green card is 10,000, purple card is 100,000, Yu Li said in surprise. "There's even a black card," he admitted. "That's right, black card is 500,000. Buy it if you can afford it, if not, don't block the way." Yi Bei confidently placed something on the table. "Do you think this is enough?" He didn't know the value and raised an eyebrow in disdain. "What on earth is this, a weed?" At that moment, a woman walked over. "What's going on?" forcing him to stand up. "Manager," the manager inquired while sizing them up. "What's the matter?" he answered glibly. "Manager, this person wants to trade a common spirit herb for a spirit crystal card to get in." Seeing Yi Bei's glowing spirit medicine, she hesitated and blurted out. "This is," her eyes widened, unable to believe it, "the legendary Baohei Snow Ginseng from the longevity realm?" Though it looked like withered grass, it contained the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Taking it in the Great Emperor realm can lead to an immediate breakthrough. The manager hurriedly picked it up. "Let alone a purple card. This is more than enough for a black card." Hearing this, he was somewhat flustered, utterly astonished. She then warmly invited them inside. "Our distinguished guests must have heard about how attractive today's grand finale is, which is why you made a special trip here, right? Please follow me this way." Yi Bei sat majestically on his chair while the manager bent over and introduced softly, "This is our auction house's heaven-class VIP lounge. The seating and view here are the very best. We have also specially prepared 4 Emperor Sovereign Realm attendants to protect your safety, my lord." He flatly refused. "No need for the attendants," she quickly agreed. "Understood. If you take a fancy to any item later, simply press this button next to you, and the amount will be deducted directly from your black card." He smiled and thanked her. "Thank you." Hearing this, she praised him endlessly in her heart. What a wealthy, talented, and polite gentleman, she thought, not forgetting to tell him he could call on her at any time. "Then I shall take my leave first. If you have any needs, you can transmit your voice to me at any time." The manager finally withdrew. Yu Li couldn't help but feel they had lost out. "Boss, I've seen plenty of natural treasures, and this Baohei Snow Ginseng is worth far more than 500,000. That manager made a huge profit. He replied flatly, "One gets the level of service one pays for." That manager was a smart person. There was no way she didn't understand that principle. Lin Feng was somewhat worried, unsure if this auction would feature the jade plaque. Yu Li comforted her, saying there was no need to worry about the jade plaque, it would naturally turn up when the time was right. "I heard my father mention that this auction is extremely grand, so it will definitely be here. Rest assured." The sound of a gavel rang out, and the auction officially began. The manager stood before the crowd and announced in a resounding voice, "I declare that the 9th Auction Grand Assembly officially begins." The audience below buzzed with discussion. "What are you here to bid on this time? I heard some major figures are attending this auction." "I'm not buying, I'm just here to watch the fun, but I don't want to miss out either." She didn't keep the audience waiting, preparing to pull off the covering red silk. "No need for pretty words, great goods speak for themselves. Today I won't beat around the bush. This particular auction item can be called the rarest treasure across all dozens of auctions held this year." Immediately after, the red silk was unveiled, revealing a suit of armor. The crowd was stunned upon seeing it. What is this? The aura on it is terrifying. This was the Shira armor. She continued to explain its origin. This item is named the Shira armor, obtained by a client several hundred years ago in a desolate, perilous land. After being appraised by our professional appraisers, this Shira armor has been classified as a divine artifact. Inside the room, Yuli cried out in surprise. My word, a divine artifact like this is perfect for fighting those above one's realm. Yi Bei rested his chin in his hand as he analyzed the armor. Wearing it makes one invincible among peers and overwhelmingly powerful against those of a higher realm. It is truly the strongest armor for close combat. Then the three of them said in unison, Our junior sister would look perfect wearing this. Bids began to come in. The manager announced loudly, the Shira armor, starting bid at 100,000 spirit crystals. Let the bidding begin. The crowd below looked at each other. Are you bidding? 100,000 spirit crystals is enough for a lower-grade demon clan to live for several lifetimes. I'll wait and see. This is probably prepared for the VIPs on the second floor. We'd better not think about getting our hands on it. A voice echoed over, 150,000. The people from before were shocked. Heaven room number 3 belongs to the Tinluo Immortal land. Damn, they're so generous. Yuli turned to ask him, should we raise the bid? He unhesitatingly stated a higher price, 200,000, the manager said with a face full of smiles. Heaven room number 4 bids 200,000. Is there any higher bid? 200,000 going once, but the room on the other side refused to back down and raise the price. 250,000, somewhat displeased, he directly doubled the price. 500,000, a loud angry crash echoed from the other side. Bang, soft laughter echoed inside his room. The sound of a shattered cup. They must be furious, unable to bid any higher. Finally, the manager called out the numbers while tactfully praising the bid and settling the final price. 500,000 going twice, 500,000 going thrice, sold. Just who on earth is in heaven room number 4 to actually go head-to-head against the Tinluo Immortal land? Spending 500,000 on a single suit of armor is incredibly generous. The crowd's eyes widened in astonishment. This is only the very first item, yet they're already fighting like this. If they really clash later, it will be even more spectacular. Coming here today was definitely the right choice. Outside, the manager's voice continued to carry over. Next, please look at our second auction item. The clear sky had turned to the orange glow of the setting sun inside the room. Yu Li praised Yi Bei endlessly. Boss, you are truly incredible, not letting heaven room number 3 buy a single thing they want. Seeing them get so flustered and exasperated is hilarious. Lin Feng was puzzled. After auctioning so many items, there was still no sign of the Longevity Realm Jade plaque. Could it be that there wasn't one? He assessed that there was a high probability it would turn up. The manager proceeded to take out a new auction item. For this next item, the client made a huge resolution before deciding to put it up for auction. If you wish to obtain a unique opportunity, along with various natural treasures and endless insights into Grand Dao cultivation, then you must absolutely not miss it. It is, she held the jade plaque high and shouted loudly. The Longevity Realm entrance jade plaque, starting bid at 100,000. Seeing this, Lin Feng immediately called out a bid, 200,000. The room on the other side, refusing to be outdone, directly raised the price by 2.5 times. 500,000. The crowd below gasped in amazement. 500,000. The Tinluo Immortal land is surely spitting blood in anger now. Seeing that the other side seemed completely unrestrained, his lips curled into a smirk as he made a domineering bid. Since you've crossed paths with me today, Tinluo Immortal land, I won't let you get a single thing. 800,000. An angry voice rang out. 800,000. Does he truly think anyone who gets the jade plaque can successfully walk out of the Longevity Realm alive? The woman asked with displeasure. Who on earth is that? How dare they oppose our Tinluo Immortal land? The attendant beside her replied. To protect client privacy, the VIP rooms participating in the auction have all been outfitted with soundproofing and magic shields, so we cannot hear their true voices. Tinley gritted her teeth and calculated. Her budget this time was only 2 million spirit crystals. If she kept competing with him, she feared she wouldn't be able to get the final item. The manager's voice rang out. The Longevity Realm Jade plaque, 800,000 going once, 800,000 going twice. Her gaze turned sharp. If it doesn't work out this time, there's always the next. Once the Longevity Realm opens, I'll just snatch someone else's jade plaque directly. Along with the manager's words, the chime of a bronze bell rang out. 800,000 going thrice, sold. She raised her hand and announced happily, Congratulations to the distinguished guest in room number 4 for winning this item. The human king's expression relaxed. Fantastic. Yu Li smiled with his eyes closed. See, I told you it would definitely be here. Immediately after, he asked in confusion, Boss, do you still have money? Adding in my item today, you've already spent nearly several million spirit crystals. Yi Bei crossed his arms and said calmly, "Buying out today's entire auction shouldn't be an issue." Suddenly, the human king cried out in surprise, "Master, look at the final item." The manager introduced a large box beside her. "The final item, its identity and origin are rather unique, so we have decided to set a flexible price. The starting bid is 10,000 spirit crystals." The audience was shocked. A flexible price, putting something up for auction without even knowing what it is. "Whoever bids is an idiot," someone said disdainfully. "How foolish. Often the items that no one dares to bid on are the true treasures." They were intrigued. "Then I'll bid 20,000 spirit crystals. I'll join in the fun too. Anyway, 10,000 spirit crystals is a steal, and I can help raise the price for those rich folks." 50,000, 100,000, the human king turned and asked. "Master, can you feel it, the aura of that item?" Yi Bei furrowed his brow. "That is the aura of my second disciple." Resting her chin on her hand, she analyzed, "Second senior sister is definitely related to this item, and I can faintly sense a massive opportunity contained within." He leisurely instructed her. "Do you still remember the chaos reincarnation art I taught you? Try running it." She accepted the command. "Yes." The human king closed her eyes and focused on forming seals. The box on the stage suddenly began to vibrate violently, catching the manager's attention. The crowd below cried out, "What's happening? The auction item is vibrating." The human king opened her eyes and reported, "This auction item shares the same origin as my chaos reincarnation art." Yi Bei stroked his chin as he sensed it. "Indeed, it is generating a resonance," she added. "The opportunities hidden inside are incredibly rich. If we can obtain it, it will be of immense benefit to our entire sect." Yu Li grinned foolishly on the side. "I clearly understand every single word, but why does it make no sense when put together?" Back in heaven room number 3, Tinley looked out the window in delight. "It's here." The crowd below looked up to watch as she placed a bid of 1.5 million. The manager announced with a face full of smiles, "As the bid from VIP room number 2 has reached an unprecedented height. Today will also become an unprecedented day in our auction history." She narrowed her eyes and continued to ask, "Is there any bid higher than 1.5 million? No sooner had the words left her mouth than room number 4 bid 3 million. The guests downstairs were dumbfounded. "He has already bought so many things today, yet he still has 3 million? He must be talking nonsense," someone suggested. "Manager, why not check how many spirit crystals he actually has? Normally a territory's annual income is only 700,000 to 800,000 spirit crystals. I don't believe anyone can squander several million in a single auction." That man also doubted that anyone could be this wealthy. "To dare spend money like this," the person beside him agreed. "He alone has taken so many good treasures. If he truly has that much money in his card, I have nothing to say, but if there's no money in his card, the manager had better check thoroughly." Influenced by the crowd, the manager also grew nervous. This matter, she fell into deep thought. Although that young man had indeed produced natural treasures, at most they were worth 1 million. Natural treasures were already rare. It was absolutely impossible for him to produce 2 or 3 more. It was safer to perform a check. The crowd shouted in unison toward room number 4, "Check, check, check." Inside the room, the manager wore a professional smile. "I am terribly sorry. For the sake of fairness, would it be possible to let us take a look at those 3 million spirit crystals first? I certainly trust you, but with everyone watching now, both sides are in an awkward position, so we must trouble you." Yi Bei looked over flatly. "Apologies, but I currently do not have 3 million spirit crystals in hand." Her face instantly became unsightly and filled with anger. "What?" Yu Li jumped up in fright and shouted, "What? We don't have 3 million spirit crystals?" The human king roared back angrily. "Keep your voice down, everyone outside can hear you." The crowd below buzzed with discussion. "What? They don't have 3 million spirit crystals?" The manager gritted her teeth. "Are you playing me?" Yi Bei stood up and answered calmly, "The Baohei Snow Ginseng I gave you is already worth 3 million, isn't it?" She held up her hand with a cold face. "That is natural, but the total amount you bid today has already exceeded 3 million spirit crystals. If you can produce another Baohei Snow Ginseng, all your debts for today can be wiped clean." Yu Li widened his eyes and yelled, "Produce another one? Do you think they are cabbages? Who could possibly produce so many at once?" No sooner had the words left his mouth than Yi Bei produced 4 different treasures all at once. The manager was left dumbstruck as if struck by lightning. He coldly asked back, "Is this enough?" She clenched her fists, her attitude instantly returning to her previous warmth. "Of course it's enough." She then winked at the servant behind her. "Hurry up and bring the items over." The human king lifted her face with an arrogant posture. "You offended my master, yet you still want to take our treasures?" The manager's eyes widened, and she froze in place. She then bowed 90 degrees. "My apologies, esteemed guest. I have been in this industry for so many years, yet today I failed to recognize your true worth. I deserve to be punished. Closing her eyes and breaking into a cold sweat, she continued, as an apology, we will no longer auction the final item and will present it to you directly as a gift. Will that do? The manager looked up cautiously. I paid such a hefty price and now you finally know how to speak politely. Yi Bei asked back unceremoniously. Is that all? She looked up to ask. Then if you have any needs, please feel free to tell me. As long as it is within a reasonable scope, we will certainly satisfy you. He raised his eyebrow and crossed his arms. There is indeed one matter where I wonder if you can be of help. Yu Li frowned beside him. HMPH, the manager seemed somewhat surprised. Please speak. Yi Bei pointed upward and asked directly. Do you have anything that can allow a person to quickly ascend to the immortal realm? She stood up straight, whispering the word Ascension under her breath. Under normal circumstances, one naturally had to rely on their own cultivation. If one wants to take a shortcut, they must consume spirit pills or encounter some sort of opportunity. But speaking of rapid ascension, a spark of inspiration flashed in her mind. There is indeed one thing that can achieve it. The manager held up 4 tiny blue lightning sparks and introduced, this is the upper realm mark. Once a person from the immortal realm perishes for some reason, such an upper realm mark will appear. It is an important identifier of the heavenly Dao used to distinguish people from other worlds. Possessing it allows one to bypass the heavenly Dao's detection. Yi Bei reached out to accept it and asked in confusion, is the heavenly Dao so easily fooled? She informed him, you must be joking, this is only temporary, for 3 months at most, and 3 days at the shortest before one is banished back to the lower realm. He clenched his fist to put it away and voiced his thanks. With a word from the manager, the room door closed. Then I shall have the final auction item delivered to you in a moment. Others were very surprised upon hearing the news. What? The auction is cancelled? I heard it was completely bought out by the guests in Heaven Room number 4. Why do I feel like this was directed at the Tinluo Immortal Land? They didn't win a single item today. Why care so much? The Tinluo Immortal Land has been arrogant for so long, it's about time someone taught them a lesson. 2 demonic beast attendants began to carry the box. Tinley's furious roar echoed from her room. Just which bastard dared to snatch all the things belonging to our Tinluo Immortal Land? Wu Yi lowered his head and answered, apologies, but I am not at liberty to disclose that. It was a stranger who recently ascended. She grew suspicious. A person who just ascended has such financial power. Are you lying to me? She bowed and said, how would we ever dare offend the Tinluo Immortal Land? Every word we say is absolutely true. Tinley anxiously bit her nails, contemplating this opponent. With such massive financial power and that familiar feeling, when she suddenly realized a familiar figure emerged in her mind. Yi Bei, no way. How could he have broken through so quickly? Exasperated, Tinley demanded again. Who on earth is in the room opposite us? Wu Yi only stammered, unable to answer. Her eyes were filled with determination. If you won't say, I'll go see for myself, she then thought to herself. Yi Bei, whether it's you or not, I will find out shortly. Voices of resistance came from outside the room. Distinguished guest, you cannot do this. With a powerful push from Tinley, the door flew open, yet the room was completely empty, without a single shadow in sight. She furrowed her brow, gritting her teeth. They left so quickly. Wu Yi let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they left, otherwise offending both this esteemed guest and the Tinluo Immortal Land at the same time would have left us with no way to explain to either side. She spoke calmly. You saw it yourself. It's not that I refuse to tell you, but this esteemed guest comes and goes like the wind. How could people like us ever touch someone like that? Wu Yi continued to explain. That esteemed guest has astonishing financial power and might appear frequently. If there is any news of him in the future, I will notify you. She narrowed her eyes, thinking with a face full of disdain. Tinluo Immortal Land, you rely on the backing of the 9 Immortals Alliance, and have offended everyone in the immortal realm. Only a fool would tell you. Tinley fell into deep thought, a notion flashing through her mind. With such wealth, it definitely isn't Yi Bei. Perhaps suffering that loss at his hands last time was a pure fluke. With that meager spiritual energy of the Xuanchen Plain, he wouldn't be able to ascend even after several hundred years. Suddenly, a message arrived. The heavens are collapsing and the earth is splitting. Urgent report from the Immortal Land. Return immediately with the treasure. She was startled. It was a transmission from the Immortal Lord. She turned to look at Wu Yi. Manager, our Tinluo Immortal Land didn't win anything at this auction. Out of respect for your establishment, it wouldn't be appropriate if you didn't produce something, would it? No sooner had the words left her mouth than a bottle of medicinal pills from his person flew straight into her hand. Wu Yi's face instantly darkened. The He Yuan pill she took last time hasn't even been settled yet, and she's taking more? Ha, damn it, and I still have to maintain a polite smile. Whatever makes you happy. She was secretly furious. Tinluo Immortal Land, just you wait. In the darkness of the night, Yu Li said excitedly, "Boss, thanks to you, I didn't fail my father's entrustment and managed to secure the auction item," the Human King immediately chimed in. "Since you got the item, go back quickly and leave him alone," Yu Li said. "Boss, once I deliver the item back, I'll return to find you immediately." She crossed her arms and mocked, "You'd better not return." "A single auction item cost Master tens of thousands of spirit crystals," Yu Li retorted. "When the time comes, I'll definitely bring back even more things to repay the boss," she questioned. "Master, the people from the Tinluo Immortal Land were right opposite us just now. Why didn't we make a move?" Yi Bei replied. "They are nothing but remnants and defeated generals, not worth our action here. Now we should head to the Prodigy Pavilion." She narrowed her eyes, sensing something amiss. "Reporting to Master, someone is tailing us," he replied with a smile. "I know, ever since the auction started there have been 3 groups of people following us," the Human King was puzzled. "Private brawling is forbidden in Prodigy City, so what use is there in them following us? Do they actually want to snatch our things?" Yi Bei explained. "Although private brawling is forbidden in Prodigy City, it doesn't mean underhanded schemes and kidnappings are barred. As long as they don't use force, don't make too much of a scene, and avoid detection by the power of the rules, they can do whatever they want," the Human King asked in annoyance. "Then what should we do? Just let them follow us like this," he said calmly. "Let them be. For now they can't do anything to us," she nodded. Suddenly an old man walked up and said arrogantly, "Distinguished guests, it looks like you are also heading to the Prodigy Pavilion, aren't you?" he proposed. "I am a guide here. How about you give me some tips and I'll lead the way?" Yi Bei swept a cold glance over him. Lead the way. Along the way, the old man introduced that the Prodigy Pavilion had existed since the birth of heaven and earth, and everyone in Prodigy City would pay it a visit. If one can be recognized as a prodigy, they will obtain countless opportunities. But if they are not, entering it will reduce them to ashes, therefore ordinary people dare not try. A moment later, a majestic building appeared, with an energy vortex in the center of the entrance. The Human King marveled, "So this is the Prodigy Pavilion." At that moment, the old man reached out toward Yi Bei's waist. "Since we've arrived, I'll just take the reward money myself." His brow furrowed slightly, a look of disgust on his face as a bolt of lightning struck precisely where he had just stood, illuminating the surroundings. He landed gracefully. The Human King and he stood at the entrance, looking at the old man as she said, "I knew you were up to no good." "Huh?" As the smoke cleared, a group of people was revealed behind the old man. The old man laughed sinisterly. "You actually managed to dodge it." He pointed at Yi Bei and his companion. "Everyone, charge. He was just poisoned by me and can no longer use his spiritual energy." A slight smirk played on his lips. "To think they even dare to rob the heavenly punishment." The final auction item is indeed a coveted prize. Tinlei and the onlookers all rushed forward. With that, Yi Bei ordered to enter the Prodigy Pavilion, and immediately flew toward the gate together with the Human King. She acknowledged. The figures of the two vanished completely into the energy vortex. The crowd outside broke into an argument. "Why did you press them so hard? Now look what happened. Ordinary people who enter the Prodigy Pavilion will be reduced to ashes by the power of heaven and earth. Now that he's gone in, both his body and his ring will probably turn to nothing. Damn it!" The energy vortex let out a thunderous roar. From the center of the vortex, 2 pillars of light shot out, striking directly in front of the gate. The figures of Yi Bei and the Human King emerged. He asked Lin Feng, "You've changed back to your female form?" She replied, "Sai, this place is a bit strange. My transformation technique was forcibly dispelled." He assessed that not only was this place desolate, but there was also not a single trace of spiritual energy, making everything extremely eerie. "Should we look around? The immortal realm is supposed to be teeming with spiritual energy, yet this place is completely empty. Does it even deserve the name of the Prodigy Pavilion?" Yi Bei stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. With a sudden flash of inspiration, he turned and said, "Lin Feng, try releasing all your spiritual energy." She was somewhat surprised, but immediately accepted the command. "Yes." She closed her eyes and took a deep breath, pressing her hands together in a pyramid shape, and began to release the spiritual energy within her body. However, to her astonishment, all the spiritual energy dissipated in an instant. The Human King spoke in resentment. "Master, this place restricts spiritual energy. What kind of Prodigy Pavilion is this? It's simply an empty heavenly prison." Just then, the light overhead vanished suddenly. A massive ancient bell appeared above the two of them. He recognized it at a glance as the heavenly treasure Mystic Bell. The Human King immediately followed up, explaining that once the heavenly treasure Mystic Bell rang, it meant a prodigy was born, and celestial anomalies would appear in various places to welcome them. The Ascension anomaly here means looking up at the cascading light. He said this meant that as long as one stepped into the Prodigy Pavilion, they had already obtained the certification of Prodigy status. If anyone can ring this mystic bell, then they are a true Prodigy, she said excitedly. I thought the Heavenly Treasure Mystic Bell was a milestone of success, but I didn't expect it to actually be a trial of success. Looking at her fist, the Human King asked, now that we can't use spiritual energy, wanting to touch it is simply a pipe dream. Master, what should we do? He pondered. Since it's a Prodigy assessment, it must require extraordinary ability, wisdom, or opportunity to activate. Her eyes widened as she asked in confusion. Master, I still don't quite understand, he explained patiently. It doesn't necessarily have to be struck physically to ring. Vibrating the surrounding air to make it sway can also produce a sound, she remarked. Swaying such a colossal bell won't be easy, he curled his lips. Sucking out all the air here or filling this place with spiritual energy to create a disturbance can both make it sound. Her eyes lit up as she thought of an idea. The grand finale treasure from the auction. A large wooden box was retrieved and placed on the ground. eBay touched the treasure and instructed, circulate your chaos reincarnation art. Without hesitation, she closed her eyes, placing her hand on the wooden box to circulate her spiritual energy. Waves of energy fluctuated and radiated from her palm. Sensing a response, she exclaimed in delight, it's working. He continued to guide her. Speed up the circulation of the purgatory reincarnation art within your body. Only the last flame is missing. At that very instant, energy erupted wildly, forming circular pillars of light that shot straight toward the mystic bell, causing it to shake violently. Her eyes widening, the Human King cried out in pleasant surprise. It's a success, Yi Bei, he smiled with satisfaction. It indeed worked. The mystic bell swung increasingly hard, generating intense sonic vibrations and a brilliant radiance that even penetrated out of the Prodigy Pavilion. As the bell chimed, the powerful sound waves swept through the surrounding buildings. The crowd outside the door covered their heads, wailing in pain. Ah, what is that sound? It's too piercing. My head is about to explode. On a nearby rooftop, two figures were conversing. That is the Heavenly Treasure Mystic Bell. Once the Heavenly Treasure Mystic Bell rings, a prodigy is born. The other sighed. I haven't heard this chime for hundreds of years. Meanwhile, in a forest surrounded by birds, Luo Shuisheng also heard that sound. She looked up at the sky in surprise, whispering softly, what is that sound? The massive ancient bell radiated a holy light within a brilliant ring of halos. The Human King marveled. So this is the true appearance of the Heavenly Treasure Mystic Bell. Within the swirling flow of energy, the Human King stood beside Yi Bei and spoke softly. It feels as though something over there is summoning me. With that, she turned to look at him, a trace of hesitation in her eyes. Master, he did not refuse, only giving his silent consent with a smile. Go if you want to, you have sacrificed a lot for me, and now your master has resurrected. Since that's the case, do whatever you wish to do. Hearing this, she couldn't help but fling herself forward and hug Yi Bei tightly. Thank you, Master. The Human King looked up, her eyes showing a hint of reluctance to part. Master, you are indeed too good to me. Once I break through my realm, I'll return to find you immediately. He caressed her face and advised affectionately. Go. Without hesitation, she quickly flew toward the space of the Heavenly Treasure Mystic Bell. Yes, Yi Bei laughed softly with pride. It seems during the hundreds of years I was gone, my disciples have grown quite a lot. The system suddenly appeared. Reunion with Disciple 62,108. Reward, 1 Emperor Sovereign level skill card. He glanced down, only giving out the reward now. Then resting his chin in his hand, he muttered. I recall I currently have 2 Emperor Sovereign level skill cards in hand. Are there any new exchange events recently? The system immediately displayed the details of the latest event, Binding of Planes and the Desolate Small World. Yi Bei fell into deep thought, contemplating movement between 2 different planets. Binding a plane? Does it mean directly connecting the entrance of the plane to the small world? Before he could finish his thought, the system continuously updated the prompts. Binding the Xuanchen plane requires 100 half-Emperor skill cards. Binding the Insect Race plane requires 100 half-Emperor skill cards. Binding the Upper Realm requires 1,000 half-Emperor skill cards. He looked toward the sky with interest. I haven't seen little Luo girl for a long time. If I bring her up here, this opportunity in the Prodigy Pavilion might just help her ascend. Following that, he gave the order to open the spatial gate. System, I want to bind the Xuanchen plane. Accepting the command, the system began to establish the connection. A hazy, illusory light emerged in the deep night sky. A familiar voice resounded in the sky, startling the people below into searching all over. Silly girl. Seeing no one, she was puzzled and murmured softly, Is it because I miss Master too much that I'm hearing things? Yi Bei appeared behind Luo Shuisheng, speaking with a smile. Silly girl, I said I would return to fetch you, she called out in astonishment. Master, He leaned in close to her face and teased, "Girl, what were you just murmuring about?" Her face flushed red with embarrassment as she pushed him away with both hands. "Ah, master, why are you here?" he replied with wide-open eyes. "Your master missed you." Her eyes widened in curiosity as she asked, "Master, aren't you in the immortal realm? How can you appear here?" Yi-Bei patiently explained, "I connected this place to the Xuanchen Plain through the desolate small world. I came this time to bring you into the immortal realm. Though getting in requires a bit of a method." With that, he pressed a finger to her forehead and energy instantly infused into her, causing Luo Shuisheng's eyes to widen in shock. "This will do," he explained. "With this, you can temporarily evade the detection of the heavenly Dao and enter the immortal realm." She rubbed her forehead and nodded. "Thank you, master." He extended a hand in invitation. "Let's go. I'll take you to see a wonderful treasure." No sooner had the words left his mouth than the two vanished into the spatial gate. A moment later, they appeared beneath the glowing mid-air suspended heavenly treasure Mystic Bell. As the two figures stepped out, she observed the surroundings and marveled. "Such dense spiritual energy, borrowing the spiritual energy here is completely enough to ascend," he turned and suggested. "You should cultivate and undergo your ascension right here." She agreed readily. "Yes." Luo Shuisheng sat cross-legged to cultivate, a brilliant blue light radiating from her body like a protective barrier. The sky suddenly darkened, and lightning flashed across the air, radiating an earth-shattering majesty. Her brow furrowed slightly as she growled with determination, "For master and for us, I must succeed." Violent lightning crashed down as if to obliterate everything, and waves of energy swept across, causing the surrounding structures to tremble slightly under the pressure. Two mysterious figures quietly observed, utterly astonished. "How long has it even been?" "Yet another prodigy." Yi-Bei stood behind Luo Shuisheng, his heart filled with joy, as expected of my eldest disciple, ascending so quickly and even obtaining the Prodigy certification. Then, a calculating smile appeared on his face. "Next, it's my turn." Yi-Bei raised both hands, operating the Chaos Reincarnation art to condense a massive ball of energy. His gaze sharp. "Go!" It instantly crashed into the heavenly treasure Mystic Bell, triggering a violent tremor. Waves of energy surged and rolled, and Luo Shuisheng swayed unsteadily under the horrific pressure. She gritted her teeth, raising her arms to reinforce her defense as the hidden pressure of the Mystic Bell erupted. If not for master, any ordinary person would have already exploded and died. Following that, a crystalline, glowing skeletal frame enveloped Yi-Bei's body. Suddenly, a crack appeared on it and rapidly spread like lightning. She watched this scene in horror. "Master, your supreme demonic bone." His gaze darkened, his brow furrowing slightly. The supreme demonic bone is actually unable to suppress it. After a moment of thought, he pressed his hands together. An unparalleled pressure erupted from around Yi-Bei, and every single bone radiated a purple light. He chanted an incantation. "Unbound law, unbridled power, refining the supreme demonic bone." His eyes flashed with a cold purple light, heaven-burning alignment. No sooner had the words left his mouth than it transformed into spiritual energy and seeped into his body, the spiritual energy erupting like flames. "It's a success." Luo Shuisheng quickly ran over, her tone filled with worry. "Master," the eruption of spiritual flames forced her to retreat, operating his cultivation. Yi-Bei warned, "Silly girl, this is different from the supreme demonic bone. This heaven-burning alignment will incinerate the opponent's spiritual power and spiritual energy, possessing extreme might. Whenever you see it, make sure you do not get close." She bowed her head in response. "Yes." After channeling the spiritual energy in his hands for a while, it was finally complete. He reached out to grasp Luo Shuisheng's hand. "Luo girl, by now you should already be in the pseudo-immortal realm, shouldn't you?" She nodded. "Yes, master." Then she thought to herself happily, "The pseudo-immortal realm, I am one step closer to master." Wasting no more words, he took her hand and walked toward the spatial gate. "Good, your master will take you out to see what the upper realm looks like." She expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, master." The moment they arrived, countless gazes and whispers were directed toward them. "Are they the prodigies? Heavens, what is their background? Could they be from the Tinluo Immortal Land again?" No, if they were from the Tinluo Immortal Land, they would have been beating gongs and drums long ago. Luo Shuisheng observed the surroundings with curiosity, although the cultivation realm of those in the immortal realm was stronger than those in the lower realm. "Why do they look so average?" Yi-Bei glanced over and explained, "It's not that they are mediocre, Luo girl, it's that you don't understand your own strength yet." Then, pointing a finger toward the high sky, he indicated, "Even in the upper realm, you are a top prodigy. The way they look at you is naturally different." Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice rang out, startling them both into turning around. "Distinguished guest, please wait." Yi-Bei turned around and recognized the familiar face. "Manager," she congratulated him cheerfully. "Distinguished guest, I indeed did not misjudge you. I didn't expect that in just a short span of 2 days you would be recognized as a prodigy." With that, she stole a glance at Luo Shuisheng. Their eyes met and he replied politely, "Just convenient, that's all." Luo Shuisheng furrowed her brow, murmuring in confusion. "Manager." Breaking into a cold sweat, she thought to herself, replaced so quickly. Sensing the atmosphere turning bizarre, Yi Bei spoke up first. "All right, do you need something from me?" She smiled. "I wanted to present something to you." Elsewhere, a teacup was struck by an external force, crashing to the floor and shattering to pieces. The Tin Luo Immortal Lord roared in fury. "Look at the task you've accomplished." Kneeling on the ground, Tinley paid her respects and explained, "Immortal Lord, after I left the Southern Heaven battlefield, that person suddenly appeared at the Anti-Demon Hall. We truly did not expect this." He frowned as she recounted. As for the auction, his wealth was simply too immense. Hearing this, his anger flared even more. He stood up and rebuked, "Useless trash. Since when does our Tin Luo Immortal Land need to pay to take things?" Taking a deep breath, he regained his composure and looked down to assign the task. "Forget it. Now I am giving you a task. Go to the Southern Heaven battlefield and capture the person who wiped out the Anti-Demon Hall. I have a use for him." Her heart was in a state of chaos and panic. "Is the Immortal Lord planning to abandon me? No, I must absolutely not let that person return alive." Finishing her thought, she hurriedly accepted the order. "As you command." In the center of the smooth wooden floor, a subterranean trapdoor opened slightly, revealing a flight of dark wooden stairs leading down into the deep depths. The sound of rustling wind echoed at the narrow entrance of the cellar, merging into the bottomless darkness below. Various sounds intermingled inside the cellar room. "This is the gift I have prepared for you. I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll get straight to the point." The manager held out her hands, gesturing toward the stone coffin before them. "This person is He Shao, the sect master of the Blood Soul sect, who was in the true immortal realm. Hundreds of years ago, because of the carving in your hand, she was relentlessly hunted down and killed by treacherous villains." She then looked at Yi Bei with a smile and added, "And you can use what you have in your hand to resurrect her, so that you will have a subordinate in the true immortal realm." Yi Bei raised a hand to stroke his chin, his voice low and cold, showing no trust at all. "A powerhouse of the true immortal realm at my beck and call. What exactly is your auction house planning?" The manager nodded, not minding his suspicion at all. "To be honest, it is indeed because no one in our auction house can currently subdue her, so we wanted to hand her over to someone who can control her." A mixture of doubt and suspicion flickered across Yi Bei's face. "Why must it be me?" She took a deep breath and said firmly, "I would like to ask you to help me take revenge on the Tin Luo Immortal Land." Luo Shuisheng, who had been silent all this time, suddenly spoke up. "The Tin Luo Immortal Land again." The manager furrowed her brow, fire burning in her eyes. "For years, the Tin Luo Immortal Land has acted tyrannically, relying on the power of the 9 Immortal Lands Alliance to suppress others everywhere. Our auction house has also suffered greatly under them." She gradually regained her composure, taking a deep breath to calm her anger. "That is why we hope to find someone who can help us take revenge." As soon as she finished speaking, Yi Bei chuckled, looked at her, and interjected, "Coincidentally, I am also looking for the Tin Luo Immortal Land." Her voice was soft and laced with temptation. "In that case, are you willing to accept my request? The person in the coffin is a subordinate that countless people dream of. As long as you have that statue, you can possess her." But Yi Bei's very next words broke her into a cold sweat. "But that statue has already been shattered by me." Her eyes widened, her face filled with shock. "What did you say?" Yi Bei took out the remaining fragments. "These are the shards of that statue." She froze, letting out a sharp scream. "Ah!" Holding the fragments, the manager stared at them with trembling hands. "Damn it, are we just going to let them off like this?" Yi Bei reached out to touch the coffin, murmuring in a low voice, "I only said the statue was shattered. I never said He Shao couldn't be resurrected." She clenched her hands tightly to her chest and asked, "What did you say?" Yi Bei looked over with absolute confidence. "I can resurrect He Shao on my own. I accept her request." With that, a purple magic array manifested in the palm of his hand resting on the coffin. The manager was overjoyed, filled with endless gratitude. "That is wonderful. With your help we are guaranteed to succeed." Just as she was celebrating in excitement, Yi Bei, Luo Shuisheng and the coffin suddenly vanished into thin air, leaving her to look around in utter bewilderment. Where did they go? Meanwhile, inside another desolate space filled with vibrant colors and jagged floating rocks, they had teleported from the manager's cellar through the magic array. Luo Shuisheng looked around with curiosity. "This is," explaining as he went, Yi Bei snapped his fingers, "this is the power of the level 2 desolate small world. It can control life and death, allowing me to resurrect whomever I wish at my master's whim." His action caused the stone coffin in front of them to suddenly vibrate and shake. The harsh scraping sound of wood and stone friction echoed violently and continuously in the space. In the dim space, a pair of eyes suddenly lit up. like two flickering flames piercing through the thick darkness. Suddenly, a blinding, intense golden light erupted from the stone coffin, shooting straight into the sky like a bolt of lightning piercing the dark heavens. The two of them watched quietly. Even as shattered stones showered down around them, they paid no heed. A young girl with white hair and red clothes materialized, her surrounding energy surging out like roaring flames. "Have I been resurrected?" He Xiao lowered her head, her brow furrowing slightly. "People of the Tinluo Immortal Land," with a dark, somber face she reached out her hand, and her sharp fingernails, resembling eerie talons, lunged straight at Yi Bei. "Go to hell." Unflustered and completely without fear, Yi Bei simply barked a cold order, "Kneel." Suddenly, as if seized by an invisible force, she stopped abruptly in midair, her body, completely out of her control, automatically dropped to its knees in a bowing posture, sending shattered rocks flying in all directions. He Xiao trembled as she tried to move, but her body remained utterly frozen. "What's going on? Why can't I move?" Yi Bei approached with a majestic gaze, warning her coldly. "I am the one who resurrected you. Right now, if I want you to live, you live. If I want you to die, you die. So will you listen to me?" She gnashed her teeth and roared in fury. "Dream on if you think you can be the master of the Blood Soul Sect master." Yi Bei wasted no words, directly stepping on her head and grinding it into the ground, raising an eyebrow. A teasing and contemptuous smile curled on his face. "How do you feel now?" Knowing she stood no chance against him for now, with her head pinned to the ground, she hurriedly spoke up. "Master, please feel free to command He Xiao. What I admire most is strength. As long as you are stronger than me, I will obey you in everything." While saying one thing, her mind was plotting another, thinking to herself with furrowed brows, "If you ever become weaker than me in the future, don't blame me." Yi Bei looked down at her and began to probe into the past. "Do you know how you died back then?" Still face down beneath his foot, she recounted. "In order to snatch that statue, the Tinluo Immortal Lord allied with the other 8 immortal lands to surround and kill me. I was outnumbered, but in the end he still couldn't take that statue away." Hearing this, Yi Bei stroked his chin and thought, "So that's how it is? In that case, go do something for me." Receiving the order, she answered in a serious tone filled with immense inner power. "Understood." Sometime later, in the bustling streets bathed in warm sunlight high atop the tower of the Tinluo Immortal Land, a red-clad figure stood proudly beneath the blue sky. He Xiao looked down from the heights with a cold expression. She recalled his instructions when the three of them had sat down to formulate their plan. There was a tactic called making a feint to the east while attacking in the west. The alliance of the 9 immortal lands was difficult to crush head-on, but if they sent He Xiao to cause havoc, breed panic and sow discord among them, it would be much easier. He Xiao would launch surprise attacks on the 8 allied immortal lands of the Tinluo Immortal Land, giving them a shock. She wouldn't have to fight them to the death. She would simply hit and run, killing the chicken to warn the monkey. Luo Shuisheng had looked to the side and remarked, "While they are living in fear on the eastern side, we will make our move on their western side," striking directly at the headquarters of the 9 Immortal Lands Alliance. Yi Bei had nodded exactly. Yi Bei had then turned to instruct He Xiao. "Therefore, He Xiao, it is most appropriate for you to attack the 8 allied immortal lands right now," after which they would spread some rumors. She had accepted the command. The memory ended. At this moment she raised her arms high, absorbing a massive fiery red halo of light, plunging the entire sky into a raging hurricane. "Tianqi Immortal Land, let's start with you." With a playful smile, a sharp glint flashed in her eyes as she hurled the halo downward. The light sphere struck and exploded, tearing through space and forming a surging tempest of energy that shot straight toward the ground. The crowd fell into chaos and buzzed with confusion. "What's happening? Enemy attack, stay alert, there's a traitor. The one who caused the explosion is over there, catch him quickly." Elsewhere, someone was leisurely sipping tea. Luo Shuisheng looked at Yi Bei anxiously and asked, "Master, what are we doing next?" A waiter stepped forward and spoke up, "Respected guests, the two of you must also be here to participate in the recruitment assembly of the 9 Immortal Lands Alliance, right?" Yi Bei was somewhat surprised to hear this. "Recruitment assembly?" He turned back with a puzzled sigh, mentioning what he knew. "Hasn't the longevity realm already opened?" The waiter explained that during the previous attempts, the alliance of the immortal lands had been too inefficient and had lost a large number of geniuses, which was why they started this recruitment. If anyone could pass the assessment, they would directly receive a longevity realm jade plaque for free, along with a vast amount of top-tier natural treasures to boost their cultivation. Luo Shuisheng turned to confirm, "There is actually such a good deal?" The waiter nodded. "Yes. Though any items brought out of the secret realm must have been cultivated for more than 5 years, still many people are going. You two should definitely give it a try." Yi Bei found it interesting and suggested, "Luo girl, you've just arrived and aren't quite clear about your own strength yet. Since we've run into such a good opportunity, your master will take you to have some fun," she said excitedly. "Thank you, Master." A moment later, the two arrived at the crowded venue where everyone was waiting to participate. The announcements rang out. Late stage Great Emperor, Strength Index 34, Spiritual Power Index 40. Failed. Mid stage Emperor Sovereign, Strength Index 45, Spiritual Power Index 40. Failed. Next, hearing this, the crowd whispered in surprise. Even a late stage Emperor Sovereign couldn't pass. This is for entering the longevity realm, so the requirements are naturally strict. Do you think it's as easy as ascending? To think not a single person passed today. It's not just today. So far at this year's recruitment assembly, no one has passed the assessment except for Cho Tinley. Hearing that familiar name, Yi Bei cast a sidelong glance at her, only to see her whispering with a face full of disgust. Cho Tinley, he really is in the Tinluo Immortal land. Yi Bei reached out to grasp her tightly clenched hand, subsequently comforting and urging her to calm down and relax. She is nothing but a traitor. We can just deal with her in passing. She isn't worth being so alert over. The Tinluo Immortal land is our main event. Come, let's go test your strength. The two stepped forward together, and the host pointed at a stone monument, saying, "I see that you two possess a noble bearing and an extraordinary aura. Why not give it a try? Trying it won't hurt," Yi Bei probed. "We've only just ascended and wanted to join the fun. We don't know much about this," the host quickly guided him. "It's just a test. You only need to throw a punch at it. Don't be nervous, nobody has passed anyway." Yi Bei took a step forward. "Was that so?" Then, adopting a horse stance, he clenched his fist and launched a heavy punch at the purple stone monument before him. Instantly, the result appeared, 93. Yi Bei turned around, resting a hand on the stone, and asked, "Like this?" Meanwhile, the host's eyes widened in utter shock. "This?" The crowd below immediately burst into an uproar. A strength index of 93. The highest index ever recorded in history. Is he really a newcomer? Hurry, report to the Immortal Lord, a genius has appeared. Yi Bei turned to look at the stone monument, wondering to himself, could this machine be broken? I didn't even use any force yet. The man replied awkwardly, "That shouldn't be the case." Yi Bei looked at Luo Shuisheng and said cheerfully, "Luo girl, you try it. The machine isn't broken." Without a word, she simply nodded. Next, she lightly threw a punch at the purple stone monument, turning her head to ask, "Like this?" Yi Bei looked up in contemplation. It seemed it really wasn't broken. However, he didn't know that the man had already frozen in place, his eyes nearly popping out of his skull as he stared open-mouthed at the displayed result 89. Just as Yi Bei and Luo Shuisheng were about to leave, the man rubbed his hands together and called out to stop them. "Please wait, you two geniuses. Our Immortal Lord will be arriving shortly. You two will surely win her favor." The two exchanged a tacit look, understanding each other perfectly. "The Tinluo Immortal Lord, it seems the battle is about to begin again." Pulling her by the shoulder to hold her close, Yi Bei declined his invitation. "My wife and I are only here to join the fun. We don't want to get involved in other matters, nor do we wish to see any Immortal Lord," the man shouted, attempting to entice them. "That won't do. As long as you score over 60 in the soul-sensing test, you will obtain the qualification to enter the longevity realm. With your talent, you will surely obtain countless natural treasures once inside, and when you come out, you will be an honored guest of our 9 immortal lands." Seeing her lower her head with a blushing face, Yi Bei said, "Not interested." Seeing that his previous offers failed to move him, the man suggested, "Please just tell me what you want. As long as you are willing to stay, we are willing to give you anything." Yi Bei furrowed his brow slightly to confirm. "Anything." Breaking into a cold sweat, the man hurriedly replied, "Name your price." Yi Bei calmly and flatly hinted, "My wife's health has always been poor, as delicate as a reed, therefore I have been searching for natural treasures that can nourish her body for many years." So, at this moment, Luo Shuisheng ignored everything else. Hearing him address her that way, her heart bloomed with joy, thinking, "Hee wife." Meanwhile, the onlookers below were absolutely dumbstruck. A wife with a strength index of 89 is considered delicate as a reed? The man joyfully patted his chest and guaranteed, "No problem, I understand. I will arrange it for you right away." This was exactly the response Yi Bei was waiting for. So he immediately laid out his demands. "Therefore, I require 10 stalks of spiritual ginseng, 10 celestial spirit fruits, 10 portions of earthfire flame, 100 bottles of celestial nectar, and 200,000 high-grade spirit crystals." Hearing this, his eyebrows shot up as he froze in suspicion. Fearing he had misheard, he turned to ask his subordinates, "Did I hear wrong?" They shouted in anger. "Boss, you didn't hear wrong. He is playing us. Let's stop talking nonsense with him and just capture him to hand over to the Immortal Lord." He immediately ordered the guards to charge forward with clubs to capture them. Luo Shuisheng glanced at them. Seeing this bunch of overconfident fools dare to make a move, she unleashed her long whip without another word, viciously lashing out and sending them flying. Retracting her weapon, she confirmed with him, "Master was right. These people of the immortal realm are nothing but a disorganized mob with slightly stronger spiritual power." Clutching her weapon, she added with deep feeling, Master, after passing through the Prodigy Pavilion, the power of my golden whip has increased more than tenfold, Yi cheerfully suggested. Try using your Dao of destruction. Below the late stage of the false immortal realm no one will be your match. The man fell to his knees, begging with a look of remorse. Two great heroes, it's a misunderstanding, it was all a misunderstanding just now. We have all the natural treasures you mentioned. We will deliver them to you shortly. Please spare us. Looking down from above, Yi spoke with a chilly gaze. A misunderstanding? Furrowing his brow with a placating smile, the man answered in a low voice. Of course it's a misunderstanding. I originally wanted them to test your spiritual power, but I didn't expect those bastards to misinterpret my meaning and actually attack you, while thinking to himself. You just wait. Once the Immortal Lord arrives, I'll show you. He then remained kneeling on the ground, looking up and gesturing. Now please test your spiritual power index once more. Yi placed his hand on the stone monument to sense it. A score of 60 counts as passing, right? The man hurriedly replied. Yes, with your strength you will certainly pass with ease. Yi raised his hand to inject his spiritual power, then withdrew his hand calmly, his face written with calculation. The result appeared instantly, 60. The man's eyes widened, his mouth agape in shock. He is deliberately controlling his score. Just how strong must one be to precisely control the values like this? Truly top tier. Luo Shuisheng followed his example, reaching out to inject her spiritual power. The result appeared once more, exactly the same as Yi 60. A commotion broke out among the crowd below, while the man remained so frozen he couldn't speak. Looking up at the result, she murmured. I am terribly sorry. I did my best. Suddenly a shout rang out, causing them to turn and look. SOS, an enemy attack. The 8 allied immortal lands have been seized. Send word quickly. A soldier ran over, clutching his chest and panting heavily as he reported the new message. It was the sect master of the Blood Soul sect. She had returned for revenge. A crowd appeared before the main gate, shouting and cursing. Was it that man who slaughtered the territory of the Blood Soul sect master? Bastard, isn't he already dead? Quick, report to the Immortal Lord, quick, the youth asked in confusion. Why hasn't the sect master of the Blood Soul sect come back to life? Another person chided. Who cares if she's alive or not? She's definitely here for revenge. Given how the Immortal Lord treated her back then, what's there to guess? Let's go, quickly. Standing between two guards, the man shouted to the crowd, Calm down, all of you. He pressed down on the guard's shoulder to ask about the situation, saying, What exactly happened? The guard explained in detail. The 8 allied immortal lands have suffered heavy losses. The sect master of the Blood Soul sect runs after striking, her movements completely unpredictable. The sound transmission arrays have also run into issues, which is why the Immortal Lord sent me to pass the message to have headquarters prepare. He furrowed his brow in deep thought, recalling the Immortal Lord's instructions. We cannot let these people leave. Send word to the Immortal Lord once the array core is confirmed. Then he turned back and ordered, You few, come over and guard the array core. No one is allowed to leave here. I will send a message to the Immortal Lord. Understood, Lord, yes. Yi and Shuisheng walked up from behind him. Yi spoke to remind him, Master Tester, aren't we going to see the Tinluo Immortal Lord? The man replied coldly, My deepest apologies. An emergency has just occurred. We must report to the Immortal Lord first before arranging a meeting later. Yi suddenly teleported in front of him and said, No need, startling him. What? Yi slowly explained his reason. There's no need to send a message to the Immortal Lord, because the enemy has already infiltrated the interior. Hearing this, the man honestly looked around in confusion. Where? Yi said nothing, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. Blue spiritual energy began to surge from his body as he pointed at himself. His hand was already raised, swiftly condensing an energy sphere that refracted rainbow light right in front of the other man's forehead. Yi spread his palm before the man, and a massive force instantly enveloped his entire head. In a highly provocative tone he said, I am your enemy. Under that fatal blow, the man's body collapsed limply to the ground. Seeing their superior eliminated, the guards immediately rushed forward to surround and attack them. Ah? Yi remained standing there calmly, not taking them seriously at all. Yi lamented with a look of disdain, truly overestimating your own capabilities. He opened a dark vortex swirling with purple light and crackling with electricity. He issued an order to Shuisheng, Luo girl, drag all these remaining people into the desolate small world. Standing to the side, she responded without a second thought. Understood, the system's cold voice rang out. Collected population, 5,142 5,000. Quest completed. Emperor Sovereign Realm, 2050, Pseudo-Immortal Realm 120. A heavy, stone-patterned gate was pulled open. At this moment Cho Tinley was tightly choking a beastman, lifting him high into the air as she threatened through gritted teeth. Where is the person who destroyed the anti-demon hall? The beastman, beaten black and blue, stammered with great difficulty. Prodigy City. I saw them heading towards Prodigy City with my own eyes. Cho Tinley thought to herself, Prodigy City, could it be such a coincidence? Then she pressed further. What is his name? Terrified by the beating, the man dared not hide anything. I think he is called Yi Bei. That name struck like a sudden thunderclap in her mind, leaving her staring wide-eyed, frozen in place. Cho Tinley recalled the previous clues. Yi Bei, Prodigy City, the auction. Could that mysterious bidder have been Yi Bei? Shortly after, a voice came from a corner of the red and black tiled roof. That esteemed guest has already gone to the Prodigy Pavilion. In front of a grand and luxurious high-rise, the red-haired woman stood before a vortex gate that was constantly flashing with light. She cursed in absolute rage. Damn it, a step too late again. Where on earth do I find him now? A glowing yellow rectangular talisman paper materialized from a five-colored space, with Chinese characters flashing upon it. She reached out to take it, and after inspecting it for a long while, she murmured her conclusion. It was a voice transmission talisman, and an anxious voice echoed from within. The Immortal land is under attack and the voice transmission array has been destroyed. Return immediately upon seeing this talisman. Cho Tinley snapped back to reality, with only the name Yi Bei lingering in her mind. Shuisheng looked at the people lying in disarray on the ground and asked for Yi Bei's opinion. Master, the people here have been mostly dealt with. Shall we go find Cho Tinley next, or the Tinluo Immortal Lord? Yi Bei suddenly turned his head to look in a certain direction and replied, No need to look for her. Behind them, Cho Tinley descended through the air, barking sharply, Yi Bei, Luo Shuisheng, I finally found you. Her tightly clenched fists trembled uncontrollably with rage. Yi Bei provocatively mocked, What's the matter? Are you afraid of me? Your hands are shaking like crazy. Her face was deathly pale, and her entire body shook as she gave a sinister smile. Afraid? I'm just too excited. This isn't your lower realm. Today I will definitely avenge the blood feud from back then. A slight smirk curled at the corner of Yi Bei's mouth as he replied, What a coincidence. This deity thinks so too. With lightning speed he threw a heavy punch wrapped in spiritual energy straight at her face. Cho Tinley was no amateur either. She immediately leaned back to dodge the sweep. Taking advantage of the momentum, she grabbed his arm and accused triumphantly, Yi Bei, back then you snatched away my Great Dao, stripping me of all my abilities and making me suffer the agony of bone stripping. Utilizing the flexibility of her arms, she leaped into the air and exerted force from her feet, preparing to launch another attack. Although I hate you, it's also thanks to you that I was able to discard those low-grade abilities of the past and follow the Immortal Lord to cultivate the dual cultivation Dao. She channeled all her strength to chop down fiercely toward Yi Bei's head. However, with a dull thud, her leg was blocked by Yi Bei's hand. Peering over his collar with a sharp gaze, Yi Bei asked in confusion, The dual cultivation Dao. He secretly communicated in his mind system. Can this also achieve resonance? His thoughts drifted further and further, thinking that if he could cultivate this move with his eldest disciple, a look of yearning couldn't help but appear on his face as scenes of dual cultivating with Shuisheng flashed through his mind. The system answered mechanically, The Dao resonance function has not yet been developed. However, given Cho Tinley's special identity, after the host completely reclaims the Dao resonance, he grabbed Cho Tinley by the ankle, indicating it was absolutely no problem. Pouting in fury, she formed hand seals to cast a spell. She then exhaled a gust of pink mist without hesitation, completely enveloping her opponent. The surrounding pink mist made Yi Bei feel that something was amiss. Within that layer of mist, Yi Bei's gaze gradually turned hazy, covering her mouth and nose. Shuisheng desperately warned, Master, watch out, there's a trick to this pink mist. Before long she also turned flushed red from the poison, weakly calling for help. Master, I'm so hot. She collapsed exhaustedly to the ground while Yi Bei remained frozen on the spot. Seeing this, Cho Tinley laughed uproariously. Haha, it seems he has already drowned in the gentle embrace of the beauties from his hometown, leaving him no time to care about you. Yi Bei, slowly enjoy the sweet dream I have woven for you. She raised her hand, letting the pink mist entwine around her fingertips, her eyes cold as if looking at a corpse. Go back to hell and continue dreaming. Farewell forever. The five-colored golden core within Yi Bei's body vibrated violently, with the chest area, which was most heavily affected, reacting the most fiercely. Yi Bei collapsed silently, his eyes devoid of focus. Witnessing the entire process, Cho Tinley happily added, Farewell, Yi Bei. He lay in a pool of blood enveloped by darkness with only his eyes wide open. Deathly chi swirled around, refusing to disperse. Cho Tinley laughed to the heavens. Ha ha ha. Yi Bei is finally dead. My revenge is finally complete. Just then, a voice suddenly echoed from behind her. Are you happy? The smile on her face froze instantly. Trying her best to maintain composure, she whipped around and screamed, Who is it? Yi Bei stood there leisurely at some unknown moment. Raising his hand, Yi Bei chuckled softly. Was the dream just now pleasant? She was thunderstruck, demanding through gritted teeth. How could you possibly? As specks of transparent light began to appear on her body, Cho Tinley felt as though she was being consumed by fire, clutching her head and screaming in agony. Yi Bei, you can't kill me, your disciples are still in my hands. He gave a mocking smile. Do you really think you can deceive me a second time with the same lie? Go to hell. He suddenly exerted force and she instantly exploded to pieces. It is you who killed my vessel again. A somber voice of blame suddenly came. Yi Bei was startled. A sudden attack surged forward. Although the attack range was massive, he still avoided it nimbly. An old man approached, condensing spiritual energy into a purple spiritual pill in his hand. Staring at the spiritual pill, the old man remarked with deep resentment, "The vessel I painstakingly nurtured for so long destroyed just like that. Fortunately, her immortal grade wasn't wasted, and was entirely absorbed by your world pearl." Yi Bei thought to himself expressionlessly. Cho Tinley really found herself a good master. It seems this old fogey doesn't plan on letting me off either. The old man's face was filled with malice as he spoke. You have ruined my plans time and again, and now you have even killed my disciple. Today I will make you pay the price. Since you killed Cho Tinley, the old man erupted with a violent spiritual pressure, then you shall take her place and become my vessel. At some unknown moment something had already crept beneath Yi Bei's feet. This sudden development caught him completely off guard. The moment that thing surged up, about to envelop him, Yi Bei immediately cast a spell. Ah! Seeing this, the old man let out a smug cold laugh without trying to hide it. Yi Bei furrowed his brows, not understanding what the opponent was laughing at. Then Yi Bei suddenly realized, oh no, his target isn't me. He whipped his head around, only to see that Shuishang had already been swallowed up. He cried out, Luo girl, the old man laughed triumphantly. Haha, surprised? My target was never you to begin with. Yi Bei was thoroughly enraged, a terrifying, killing intent bursting from his eyes. There is a path to heaven, yet you refuse to take it. There is no gate to hell, yet you break in anyway. The old man's face was filled with disdain. A junior who has only recently ascended dares to boast so shamelessly. You truly do not know the height of the heavens or the depth of the earth. Violently crushing the ground beneath his feet, Yi Bei charged forward at extreme speed, focusing his spiritual power into his fist as he prepared to deliver a heavy strike. System prompt. Imperial Power Blessing. Dao Resonance 60x. The old man raised his hand to block, only to find this attack was far from ordinary. This was definitely not a power that a late-stage Emperor Sovereign should possess. He was hiding his true strength. The old man's hand was nearly shattered by the impact. The strike blasted him straight into the wall, carving out a massive crater, yet he still struggled to his feet, clutching his injured arm as he pondered. Something is wrong. His strength is not just the power of divine abilities but more of his physical body's raw strength. Could his constitution be? I must test him again. If it really is that, it would be wonderful. The old man's expression turned solemn. To verify his suspicion, the old man gathered energy with both hands, forming a massive lance nearly 10 feet long, and hurled it with all his might at Yi Bei. This move triggered a violent explosion. But once the smoke and dust cleared, Yi Bei was still standing steadily on the spot without a single scratch on his body. He let out a contemptuous sneer. A grand immortal lord, and this is all the ability you have? The immortal lord marveled in his heart. It's real, he actually possesses the innate true dragon immortal body. An attack containing the majesty of heaven and earth can only be withstood completely unharmed by a true dragon immortal body. It truly is a case of traveling far and wide only to find it effortlessly. On the other side, Yi Bei's momentum was like a raging torrent as he said, This is the heaven-burning alignment I obtained not long ago at the Prodigy Pavilion, specifically used to burn spiritual power and souls. Today, let's test its power. The old man replied, I indeed underestimated you, before arrogantly declaring, but killing me won't be that easy. Yi Bei ignored him, ordering He Xiao to take him down. Startled, the old man immediately whipped around, but there was nothing behind him, and at the same time he realized Yi Bei had already teleported away from his original spot. Only then did the old man realize he had been played. Yi Bei instantly closed the distance, delivering a heavy punch straight into the Immortal Lord's abdomen. With his other hand, Yi Bei cast a spell, Heaven-Burning Alignment. This move seemed to forcibly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to pour into the Immortal Lord's meridians, causing his spiritual power to clog up. The old man could only curse inwardly. Damn it, though in excruciating pain, he still wanted to make a desperate gamble. This is the perfect opportunity to seize the true dragon immortal body. I must absolutely not let it go. I'm going all out. Having decided, the old man swallowed a crimson orb without hesitation, and the surrounding spiritual energy was instantly dyed dark red. Yi Bei's eyes widened in surprise, not expecting this orb to actually assist him in devouring the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. As the Immortal Lord's body began to swell, not enough, still not enough, Bei felt a surge of unease. At this rate, the Tinluo Immortal Lord will suffer chi deviation sooner or later. It seems there's no need for me to act. The Tinluo Immortal Land will bring about its own destruction. The top priority now is to find where Shuisheng is, condensing spiritual power with one hand. The old man roared with complete confidence. Once I kill you, your body will be mine. Bei paid no heed to the old man's words, his mind entirely filled with concern for his disciple. Where on earth did he hide Shuisheng? Both struck simultaneously, their killing intent soaring to the heavens. The resulting collision triggered a massive explosion. Bei grew increasingly worried about Shuisheng. The Tinluo Immortal Land relied entirely on the balance of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to maintain its existence. And now that all the spiritual energy has been devoured by the Tinluo Immortal Lord, I'm afraid this place will collapse very soon. I must find Luo Girl as quickly as possible. Driven mad, the old man raised his leg to kick him. You're dead meat, Bei spoke calmly. Hey Xiao, you've indeed arrived. The old man's killing intent flared even hotter, his spiritual power burning like wildfire. Still trying to deceive me? I won't fall for your tricks again. No sooner had the words left his mouth than several cyan beams of light shot forward simultaneously, catching the Immortal Lord completely off guard. The beams slammed directly into him, and the resulting violent explosion shook the entire Tinluo Immortal Land. As the smoke cleared, He Xiao bowed respectfully. He Xiao pays respects to Master, Bei praised her. Well done. Take down the Tinluo Immortal Lord first. The Immortal Lord still retained consciousness, letting out an enraged roar as his surrounding killing intent surged even more. Bei and He Xiao were only slightly startled, their faces remaining completely calm. The old man spoke with a darkened face. Bei, you have indeed given me quite a pleasant surprise. First the true dragon immortal body, and now these useless trash. I have coveted their immortal grades for a long time but simply never had the opportunity. The old man cast a forbidden technique to extract their immortal grades, and a massive black hole appeared above his head, beginning to absorb the spiritual energy. Seeing the situation turn grim, Bei gave a serious order. Hey Xiao, the Tinluo Immortal Lord is acting a bit strange. Stall him first while this deity goes to save Luo Girl, she replied. Yes, he thought to himself that the Tinluo Immortal Lord definitely couldn't take Luo Girl away in such a short time, and in order to restrain him the man would surely leave her here. Suddenly his thoughts shifted to another possibility. Could he also possess the space Dao? Bei forcibly tore through space on the spot. He formed hand seals to sense her location. System prompt, space Dao has been torn. The space above Bei's head instantly shattered. Shuisheng fell from the spatial rift and Bei leapt up to catch her. The surrounding space began to fracture. Holding his disciple tightly, he was filled with intense anxiety. Oh no, I've fallen into the Tinluo Immortal Lord's array. The current Tinluo Immortal Land was rapidly collapsing. If they were a step too late, they would likely fall into the spatial turbulence and never escape. With time running out, Bei grew increasingly anxious. The Immortal Lord barked madly from the outside as debris continuously rained down. Bei, you can remain in that room forever, undying and unperishing. Suffering eternal loneliness, flying against the path of the falling debris, he thought in panic. This is bad. The Tinluo Immortal Lord actually used the Immortal Realm plane to cast his array. And if I can't find the entry spatial fragment, I might be lost in the darkness forever, never able to return. Suddenly, his gaze locked onto a certain direction. Bei cried out in surprise. Chu Xing, Chu Xin. Could they be? He locked onto the coordinates of the Earth plane. After carefully weighing his options, since the Tinluo Immortal Lord had destroyed the passage to the Immortal Realm, returning in the short term was indeed difficult. In that case, it would be better to return to the Earth plane first to check things out. If he could find Chu Xing and Chu Xin to obtain the system rewards, he might be able to pinpoint the Immortal Realm plane to return once more. Settling scores with the Tinluo Immortal Lord then wouldn't be too late. Following that, Bei flew straight into that spatial fragment. Earth plane, I'm back. From Bei's perspective, the speed was so fast that only the afterimages of purple air currents could be seen. Space shifted rapidly, and soon the cities of Earth came into view. Still dressed in his Immortal Realm robes, he observed his surroundings. Shuisheng asked in confusion, Are we back on Earth? She couldn't help but marvel at the sight before her. Is this the hometown Master once spoke of? She lamented. Master's hometown indeed has abundant spiritual energy, with talent emerging in large numbers. The strength of these people is actually all above the half-emperor realm. Bei looked utterly bewildered. How could Earth have spiritual power? Something is wrong. What on earth happened here? In a certain corner, a crowd of people was huddling together, creating a chaotic scene. Can you really obtain the divine inheritance just by squeezing in? Exactly. What's there to fight and crowd over? It's been so long, yet no one has obtained the inheritance. Our Yanwang has finally managed to get 3 inheritance relics. There will definitely be tons of people in a bit. Charge, brothers, amidst a sigh from someone being pushed down, an arrogant youth cursed. What's an old hag like you joining the bustle for? Serves you right. Someone stepped forward to help the elder up, lecturing him. How can you be so rotten? Exactly, is being in the Emperor Sovereign realm so amazing? Apologize to the elder right now, the youth mocked. In this day and age, living so long without cultivating, doesn't she deserve to be bullied? Yi-Bei appeared and casually cast a spell, sucking him into a translucent light purple orb of light, leaving him suspended in midair, trapped inside. The man roared in fury. Who the hell do you think you are to capture me? Do you know who my dad is? Expressionless, Yi-Bei threw his own words back at him. In this day and age, isn't cultivating just like dragging your dad out with you? Don't you deserve to be bullied? With that, he immediately cast the soul-searching art. Clutching his head, the man screamed in agony. How dare you do this to me? My dad will definitely. Yi-Bei did not care. Then let your dad come and play with you as well. The man instantly exploded to pieces. Shuisheng asked about the situation. Master, what did you find from the soul search? He replied in a solemn tone. It turns out so much has happened on Earth since I left. He then explained in detail. After I left back then, Earth's spiritual energy revived, natural disasters struck, and many demonic caves began to appear. High-rise buildings were attacked, leaving the entire city shrouded in smoke. A group of people joined forces to attack massive monsters. Ordinary firearms and weapons had become useless, leaving humanity heavily battered and the land devastated. Yi-Bei associated this with the scenes of monsters becoming increasingly violent over time, with a woman holding an axe standing before him. He continued, Fortunately, heaven is fair. Humans began to awaken abilities and receive inheritances. 3 colossal towers rose from the ground, each marked with a unique symbol. The prodigies who received these inheritances brought light back to humanity, and people established the inheritance temples, the Thunder Temple, the Sea Temple, and the Snake King Temple. These 3 grand temples ultimately managed to rival the demonic beasts, temporarily maintaining peace in human society. Since then, almost all the temples have been located in the west, with only the Snake King Temple of the Insect Island nation in the east. Against the dark background, a swirling whirlpool-like mark was exceptionally conspicuous, and a clear look of disgust appeared on Yi-Bei's face. Our Yanwang is looked down upon because we have no inheritance, Shuisheng asked in confusion. Master, now that you are back, why fear anyone bullying Yanwang? Hearing you say that, it makes sense. You're right. Not only do we need to find Chu Jing and Chu Xin, but we also must uphold justice for Yanwang, she asked again. But the Earth plane is so vast, who knows where Chu Jing and Chu Xin actually are, he replied confidently. Your master has his ways. Suddenly detecting something unusual, Shuisheng spoke up. Master, your hand seems to be shaking. She felt his hand, examining it closely. After checking, Yi-Bei replied, There is something inside resonating with my body. She suddenly recalled what happened just now. What those people were talking about seemed to be some inheritance relic. Yi-Bei gave a devious smile. A divine inheritance can awaken an ability, and it can also absorb the faith power of the populace to strengthen the soul. It seems we've been presented with a grand gift right upon arrival. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the scene shifted to the front of a house. Wearing a tight-fitting sexy dress, Shuisheng flushed a deep red with embarrassment. Master, is this really okay? Yi-Bei replied calmly. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Besides, didn't you want to wear it for your master to see anyway? She grew even more bashful. Master, let's attend to proper business first. Have you figured out the origin of this inheritance relic? He answered indifferently. Your master has already probed it once with spiritual power. The spiritual energy inside this inheritance relic is highly similar to the heavenly treasure Mystic Bell in the Prodigy Pavilion. Perhaps they both originate from the primordial chaos of heaven and earth. Shuisheng looked at Yi-Bei with a smile. If he could obtain this divine inheritance, he would surely rise several minor realms in succession. Suddenly, a person holding a phone for a live stream barged in, laughing and shouting arrogantly, his words filled with disdain. Ha ha. Brothers, come look at this joke. The Yanwang nation actually found a worthless rock to deceive people, and there are even 2 idiots here taking it seriously. Pointing the camera directly at where Yi-Bei and Shuisheng stood, he continued to mock, using a broken rock to fool the Yanwang officials, and they actually treat it as an inheritance relic. Yanwang people are truly foolish beyond belief. Ha 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 ha. At this moment, comments kept popping up on his screen. As far as I know, Yanwang is the only country in the world without an inheritor or a temple. The Western temples are the absolute top tier. Ha ha ha, I can't believe people in Yanwang actually buy it. They don't have any inheritance relics at all. Bro, go teach those 2 idiots a lesson on sight. Just then, some people noticed they were making a move. Yi Bei lifted the protective glass cover. "Wait, look everyone, what are those two doing?" He cast an array, commanding, "Won't you reveal yourself yet?" The inheritance will was activated, and a pillar of intertwined red and green light emerged, after which a woman radiating green light flew out from the stone. "Human, defeat me and you shall obtain the inheritance. Otherwise you can only—" A flash of killing intent crossed her eyes, and Yi Bei's eyes widened in surprise. He immediately activated Dao Resonance and the Shield Dao for defense, blocking her attack. She continued pompously, "For a human to summon me and even block my strike, you are indeed decent, but you are still lacking." With that, she looked down to scan the area. But the ground was completely empty. The figures of Yi Bei and his disciple were nowhere to be seen. Suddenly he appeared behind her, grabbing her by the neck. "What's the rush? The real show is only beginning." She was struck with terror, unable to believe he could appear behind her so silently. He continued, "Since you and the heavenly treasure Mystic Bell are both born from the power of heaven and earth, then the heaven-burning alignment tempered by primordial chaos can also refine you." Yi Bei cast heaven-burning alignment, bursting forth with a blinding purple light. The power inside this small room is simply terrifying. The intense light dissipated, revealing Yi Bei floating in midair. She spoke respectfully, "You have finally arrived, my inheritor." He examined his hands. The fused power inside incredibly abundant. Standing below, Shuisheng was overjoyed for him. "Master, you did it." Yet unnoticed by anyone, a camera in a certain corner recorded everything that had just occurred. Swish, 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 3 streaks of light shot across the city sky. They were none other than the Thunder God, the Sea God, and the Snake God. They conversed. "For 10,000 years, Yanwang has had no inheritor, yet they have actually found one now. We must never let him resonate with the power of faith. Having me as the sole Eastern deity is enough." The three shared an incredibly aligned goal: eliminate the Yanwang deity. Soaring through the city sky, their gazes grew increasingly vicious. Finally, they spotted Yi Bei. "He's over there, and he hasn't completely finished the inheritance process. Kill him." Yi Bei looked down at the three with a cold squint. "A mere few avatars think they can interrupt my inheritance." He then unleashed an earth-shattering palm print, forcing the three to retreat into defensive positions. The Snake God analyzed, "He has basically completed the fusion now. Our avatars are probably no match for him." Thunder God attack his soul. During inheritance, the soul is at its weakest. This is likely their only weakness. The Thunder God curled her lips confidently. "Understood." She narrowed her eyes. "Kid, it's a pity you're from Yanwang and had the misfortune of running into me. Otherwise you could have served as our lackey and lived a bit longer." Yi Bei fired back disdainfully. "Has no one ever told you that only others serve as my lackeys?" The Thunder God struck directly, purple electricity crackling around her entire body as she unleashed her ultimate skill. Soul Strike. He merely closed his eyes leisurely. "I'm terribly sorry, but my current soul has already reached the true immortal realm. I am invincible." No sooner had the words left his mouth than beams of golden light burst from his eyes, leaving the Thunder God utterly dumbfounded as the lightning backfired directly onto her. The Snake God and Sea God quickly caught her. Sweating cold sweat in agony, the Thunder God gasped. "He actually devoured our attack." Golden light flickered on Yi Bei's fingertip. "Now it's my turn." Golden feather, divine judgment, world destruction, an energy sphere instantly shot out, heading straight for the three. The Thunder, Snake, and Sea Gods immediately opened a spatial channel to flee, leaving behind a threat. "Don't celebrate too early, we will definitely make you pay," Yi Bei replied. "Yanwang has no need for Western deities." Standing to the side, Shuisheng thought to herself in joy. "Master has grown even stronger. I must work harder to keep up with his pace." Yi Bei landed at the edge of a cliff, asking Luo Girl what was wrong. She shook her head and replied, "Nothing. I was just wondering why Chu Jing and Chu Xin are here." The two conversed as they walked. Yi Bei replied, "Let's leave that question for 7 days from now." She asked in confusion, "Will Master have news of them in 7 days?" Inside the Snake God temple of the Insect Island nation, the Sea God spoke up. "What is the origin of this youth? Why have we never heard of him before?" The Thunder God assessed, "His soul and divine ability realms are terrifyingly high. Truly unheard of before." The Sea God analyzed. "Such a deity appearing out of nowhere must be to snatch the faith power of the populace." "What should we do?" the Snake God said. "Trying to go head-to-head with this greenhorn to determine who is stronger is absolutely out of the question." "Only," the Sea God tilted his head and pressed. "Only what?" the Snake God continued. "Only, even if the three of us join forces against him, it will still be a hard-fought draw. By then both sides would suffer, allowing others to take advantage of the opening. That would be troublesome." The Sea God agreed. "Indeed so." The Thunder God closed her eyes in deep thought, resting her chin in her hand. "Do you still remember our other archenemy?" Hearing the target she pointed out, both the Snake God and Sea God were startled. "The demonic beast leader." Resting her chin in her hand with a melancholic look, the Thunder God sighed. 20,000 years ago, Earth's spiritual energy revived, and we barely managed to control the emerging demonic beasts with the help of our inheritances. Who could have thought? Recalling the smoke-shrouded buildings, another leader emerged 3 years ago, breaking through our defensive lines time and again. Battles broke out all over the cities. After only a few clashes, they suffered defeat every time, and their attempts to negotiate with them were repeatedly rejected. And now another youth of comparable strength has appeared. The demon leader is our enemy, and this youth is also a thorn in our side. The Thunder God's brow furrowed at the thought of Yi Bei. Her voice echoed in the temple. Lure this youth out and let him fight the demon leader to the death so we can reap the spoils of their conflict. The sea god lowered his head and thought, the question is, how do we lure him out? The snake god spoke with proud confidence. I have already sent someone to deliver an invitation, saying we want to negotiate with him. The thunder god turned her head to ask, what if he doesn't believe it? She was completely unconcerned. Of course he will. That youth is so young, he definitely hasn't seen much of the world. Give him a little sweet taste and deal with him once he takes the bait. On the other side, someone was holding the invitation. Yi Bei inspected it and remarked, to think they want to lure me into a trap with such meager benefits, truly foolish beyond belief. Standing beside him, Shuisheng asked, since we know it's a trap, are we still going? He replied calmly, of course we're going. How else can we watch the good show? His eyes were filled with amusement. I only fear that once they invite this deity in, getting rid of me won't be so easy. 2 streaks of light landed side by side in front of the temple gates. The snake god came out to welcome them. It is this deity's honor that the 2 of you would grace us with your presence. Letting bygones be bygones, she smiled and stepped aside. Let's skip the empty pleasantries. I'll take you to see the treasures right now. Standing before a pile of jewelry and gold coins, Shuisheng remarked, is this the treasure room? It certainly is a nice place, the snake god praised. You indeed have an excellent eye. I carefully selected this place out of 1,000. Keeping the treasures here allows the spiritual energy within them to grow day by day. She continued her introduction. If an ordinary person cultivates here, their speed will be increased tenfold. Yi Bei stepped forward. You caused me such immense emotional distress last night. Are you planning to use these to make amends? She put on a considerate display. The treasures here are all natural rarities. You're still young, so you've definitely never seen them before. Feel free to choose, take whichever one catches your eye, she thought to herself. Just wait and see how I deal with you later. Raising his hand, he replied, since you're so generous, we won't stand on ceremony. Actually, I was wondering if I should just move all your things into my desolate space. The corners of the snake god's mouth curled slightly in secret disdain. These items have already recognized me as master. Don't blame me when you can't take them. Yi Bei raised both hands high, creating an energy sphere that continuously sucked the treasures in. She was dumbfounded. This, her eyes widened as if struck by lightning. You, he maintained a nonchalant posture. What about me? Breaking into a cold sweat, the snake god could only swallow her anger. Take whatever you want. In truth, the veins on her face were already bulging, and she cursed inwardly, damn brat, you just wait. The treasury was swept completely clean, leaving only the bare golden floor. Facing her helplessness, Yi Bei said, thank you for the hospitality. From today onward we are one family. She pretended to agree. He squinted his eyes happily. Since we are one family, I have a request. I wonder if you can satisfy it. Even though she was furious, the snake god still squeezed out a smile. Speak, I'm listening. Internally she urged herself to endure. Bastard, I'll endure. Recalling the temple's architecture, he calmly proposed, when I entered, I felt the snake god temple was quite grand. Now that I have also received an inheritance, I wonder if I can build one opposite your temple. Stroking his chin, Yi Bei suggested, it doesn't need to be too extravagant, just slightly larger than your temple. The snake god could no longer smile, gnashing her teeth in sheer rage. You 2 are truly pushing things too far. But Yi Bei merely casually gripped her scepter, and no matter how much force she exerted, she couldn't wrest it back. His strength was even greater than yesterday's, far surpassing hers. Shuisheng and Yi Bei revealed brilliant smiles. He asked, are the 2 of us not good enough? The snake god forced an apologetic smile. You are very good, it is my issue. I will go build a temple for you right now. Her face darkened with rage as she thought, I must endure until you've had your fill of smugness, then I'll make you wish you were dead. Standing before the new temple, the 3 of them looked on as Yi Bei praised. You're quite fast, the snake god chimed in. Naturally. Aside from that, I have also specially prepared a grand gift for you. Resting his hands on his hips, he asked in confusion. A grand gift, she replied. You may not have heard of it, but the reason our divine inheritances have lasted to this day is entirely thanks to a secret realm. Recalling that ancient building, she explained, there are countless natural treasures and opportunities inside. The treasures you saw just now were all obtained from there. Yi Bei squinted at the snake god with disbelief. "A place this amazing and you're willing to hand it over," she replied candidly. "With your strength, having you enter the secret realm with us is our honor. How could we be unwilling?" He made up his mind instantly. "In that case, lead the way." Standing before a tower in the forest, she informed them that this was the territory of the demonic beasts, and the leader was exceptionally brutal. "Brother Yi, it all relies on you this time," Shuisheng evaluated solemnly. "They say it's a demonic cave, yet there isn't a single sound." "How dare you play us?" the snake god sneered. "How could that be?" She raised an eyebrow, her face full of confusion. "Reasonably speaking, a fight should have broken out here long ago. So why was there not a single sound today?" Suddenly a massive boom echoed from deep within the forest, startling the birds to scatter in all directions as a powerful wind swept up, falling leaves across the sky. Her eyes widened suddenly, realizing the main target had arrived, and she immediately revealed an insidious smile. "Brother Yi, it all relies on you now." Her eyes were filled with calculation. "Once you disturb the demon cave leader and fight to a mutual defeat, I will swoop in to reap the spoils." Just then, someone stepped on a dry branch. The snake god's heart leapt into her throat and she turned back to look warily. No way could it be here so soon. Only when she saw the newcomers were the sea god and the thunder god did she breathe a sigh of relief. "So it's you guys." The sea god leapt down, speaking up. "Naturally. Didn't we agree to keep an eye on that kid together and wipe them all out in one fell swoop?" The thunder god chimed in. "Exactly." With her back to them, the snake god said, "You didn't make a sound just now. I thought it was a demonic beast." Little did she know a blood-red maw was opening wide right behind her. She then instructed them, "Follow me, we still have quite a few things to prepare." With a loud boom, a massive explosion shook the entire forest. Fortunately, the snake god reacted quickly, timely spreading a green protective shield, her entire body radiating a green aura. "Who on earth are you? Why are you masquerading as the sea god and the thunder god?" Standing in front of the purple mist were none other than Chu Sheng and Chu Xin. Chu Sheng mocked, "Haven't you been racking your brains to find the demonic beast leader? What's the matter? Now that you've met them, you actually can't recognize them." Just then, Yi Bei walked over holding 2 sacks. "Are you looking for these two?" The real sea god and thunder god were thrown onto the ground, idly bound and unable to move. The snake god was thunderstruck, frozen on the spot. "Sea god, thunder god, you too." Chu Sheng and Chu Xin immediately knelt before Yi Bei to pay their respects. Chu Xin pays respects to master. Chu Sheng pays respects to master. The snake god's brow furrowed tightly. "So you are in league with the demonic beasts. No wonder I had never heard of your name in Yanwang before." Yi Bei looked at her calmly. "This is all thanks to you, otherwise this deity wouldn't have been able to find all my disciples so quickly." Her face was dark, and she gnashed her teeth in rage. "So I fell into your trap from the very beginning. How detestable." Yi Bei held up 2 fingers. "Considering you helped me reunite, I will give you 2 choices. First, end your own life. Second, let us do it ourselves." The snake god held her scepter high, summoning a massive teleportation magic circle. "Don't think you can defeat me just because you obtained the inheritance. I am one of the only 3 inheritors on this continent." Suddenly, a surge of purple energy violently struck her waist. With a loud boom, she was blasted straight into a nearby towering tree. The soul phantom behind Chu Xin still radiated a lingering glow. She raised an eyebrow, too lazy to waste any more words. Clenching her scepter tightly, the snake god prayed to the void, "Citizens of the Snake Island nation, sacrifice your faith power. This god shall eradicate all disasters for you." Unfazed, Chu Xin barked a cold order, "Avenue of 10,000 beasts, go." The ruby on the scepter burst with brilliant light and the snake spirit instantly turned to stone as it faced the giant purple claw shadow. Terrifying power surged out to envelop it. And under the pressure, the green light gradually became unable to move, until finally a giant dragon was directly turned to dust. Chu Xin and Chu Sheng launched an attack simultaneously. Chu Xin seized the right moment, preparing to snatch the scepter from her hand. Holding the scepter high, the snake god roared, "Previously you had those demonic beasts taking hits for you, which made you so ignorant of the heights of heaven. Now that they are gone, do you still think you can defeat me?" The ruby flashed once more as she unleashed snake spirit petrification. Seeing this, Yi Bei's face darkened slightly, and he shouted, "Zinger, Zinner!" As soon as the words left his mouth, the 2 girls instantly turned into stone statues while still maintaining their combat poses, giving Yi Bei a shock. The snake god took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack from behind. "It's your turn." With a loud boom, green light erupted, illuminating the forest, and Yi Bei was frozen into a stone statue just like his disciples. Even Shuisheng was not spared. The snake god reached out to stroke Yi Bei's stone statue, sighing with emotion, "The true dragon immortal body indeed lives up to its reputation. You're quite good-looking too. If your strength were a bit weaker, I might have considered taking you in. Unfortunately, someone like you will never submit to others and is bound to be a menace sooner or later. So, farewell." Just then, debris peeled off the stone statue, revealing Yi Bei's eyes. The snake god's pupils contracted sharply, her face filled with disbelief. Yi-Bei spoke coldly. I haven't even started using my strength yet. As his hands broke free, he praised. To actually be able to control me for 3 minutes, it seems I underestimated you. With that, he tightly choked the snake god, making it difficult for her to breathe. How could you break free from my restriction so easily? This is absolutely impossible. Her face was filled with shock, unable to believe the scene before her eyes. As the stone layer on Shuisheng shattered, Yi-Bei explained calmly, I forgot to tell you, I also possess the Chaos Immortal body. She gripped his hand tightly, thinking in despair. 2 top-tier immortal bodies plus an inheritance. How is this possible? Regretfully, the snake god begged for mercy. Is it still too late to beg for mercy now? The corners of his mouth curled slightly, his eyes ice-cold. Anyone who touches my disciples must die. Mentioning Chu Xing and Chu Xin, Shuisheng finally felt at ease upon hearing Yi-Bei's words. Master dotes on them the most and will never let them suffer even a bit of grievance. Once we return, I will definitely restore them to how they were. He summoned a dark spatial gate, opening the Desolate Small World. For the upgraded Desolate Small World, Level 2 awakening ability was Control Life and Death. At Yi-Bei's thought, the world orb continuously shrank. As long as their realm is lower than mine, or they are bound by my small world contract, I can control their life and death. Following that, 2 beams of intense light shot toward the stone statues of Chu Xin and Chu Xing. Yi-Bei barked in a low voice, Resurrect my disciples. The stone layer on Chu Xin's face began to crack, and after they broke free, their garments were also completely refreshed. The 2 disciples excitedly flung themselves toward Yi-Bei. Chu Xing coaxed with a beaming smile. Master, I thought I would never see you again. Chu Xin rubbed against his shoulder and said, Master, I missed you so much. Although Yi-Bei's heart was blooming with joy, he deliberately put on a flustered look. Don't be like this isn't very appropriate. Standing to the side with her chin in her hand, Shuisheng teased, What's this? Aren't you going to hug your eldest senior sister? Chu Xin immediately threw herself into her arms. Eldest senior sister, we missed you super much too, she responded gently. All right, I know. Yi-Bei took out 2 outer robes and said, Let's go. How did you 2 end up here? You were almost killed by the snake god just now. Chu Xin explained that it was a misunderstanding. He then instructed, Put on these spare clothes first. The 2 replied in unison. Thank you, master. After putting on her clothes, Chu Xin recounted the past. Back then, after our parents passed away, we sisters depended on each other to survive. We lived a very bitter life, only having birds and beasts for company, until eldest senior sister and master took us back. Chu Xing chimed in. Master also taught us the way of survival and bestowed upon us the avenue of 10,000 beasts. Hearing Shuisheng mention this, Yi-Bei fell into contemplation. They had gone through hardships and finally broke through to the Saint Realm. With her hands on her hips, Chu Xin said, We were very sad at the time and wanted to do something for Master, so we came here to the place Master protects, Yanwang. Yi-Bei asked back, Protecting my hometown? She answered with a smile. When they first arrived here, the 3 great deities carved up the territories and bullied those who had no inheritance, so they took action to teach those people a lesson. Chu Xing clenched her small fists. Though they couldn't defeat those 3 back then, they had been secretly gathering strength. She proudly demonstrated, Now we have our forces all over Earth. Master, since you are back, as long as we join forces, let alone Yanwang, the entire Earth will be yours. Yi-Bei gave a thumbs up and praised, Well done, you should be rewarded. Then, putting on a stern face, he scolded, However, just now, because you underestimated the enemy, you were almost killed by those fellows from the Snake God Temple. If I hadn't been here, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Chu Xin lowered her head and mumbled softly, But master, you absorbed her cultivation base. That's not entirely a bad thing. As soon as the words left her mouth, both sisters received a flick to their foreheads from Yi-Bei. Still dare to talk back to your master? Clutching their heads, Chu Xin and Chu Xing begged for mercy in unison. Sorry, master, we were wrong. Chu Xing followed up curiously. Master, now that you've absorbed the snake god's cultivation base, are there any changes to your body? Yi-Bei looked at his hands and replied, My cultivation base increased by 1 level, leaving me only a thin line away from the false immortal realm. Other than that, there are no changes. Suddenly, his entire body shuddered violently. Subsequently, he found himself inside a black and white space. Yi-Bei looked around in confusion. Where is this? Could it be a trick played by Chu Xing and Chu Xin? A phantom named Yi Zhongbi suddenly materialized and proposed, Mortal, are you willing to become my slave and accept my inheritance? Squinting his eyes, he recalled the scepter. It seemed this was the snake god's inheritance will. Squinting her eyes to tempt him, she said, Come over and hold my hand, and you shall obtain the inheritance, immortality, and infinite power. He threw the scepter straight at her. The previous inheritance almost killed me, and this time it's so simple, I don't believe it. She hurriedly dodged. Furious, she barked, I asked you to hold a beautiful girl's hand, yet you actually wanted to kill me. Is your brain made of wood? Yi-Bei maintained a calm face. There is no free lunch in this world. I don't believe it. I choose to subdue you myself." Then with a slight curl of his lips he clenched his fists and barked, "Cut the nonsense, show me your moves." Yi Zhangbi quickly waved her hands to stop him. "Wait," with a fawning smile on her face she coaxed. "I'm begging you, all right, please accept my inheritance." With a sharp gaze he questioned, "Who on earth are you? Why do you force others to accept your inheritance?" She smiled and introduced herself. "I am the ancient goddess Yi Zhangbi. Because I violated the mandate of heaven, I have been sealed inside the staff for thousands of years. Now I've finally been released with great difficulty. I only want to find a reliable host." Stroking his chin, Yi Bai pointed out, "A host? I suspect you want to possess me, take over my body, and completely obliterate my soul." With a bashful face she said, "Is it not good to have such a beautiful girl like me stay in your body? Or we can coexist peacefully, and I can occasionally manifest a physical form to warm your bed or something." Yi Bei immediately turned his head away. "I don't want that. I don't keep idle people under my wing." Yi Zhangbi stepped closer, placing both hands on his shoulders. "I am still very useful. Come here, let me whisper it to you." Suddenly a rainbow light flashed between Yi Zhangbi's and Yi Bei's brows. His eyes widened. "This is," wrapping her arms around his, she explained, "all the chaos power within my body has been infused into yours. That desolate small world of yours has probably reached the maximum level." He looked at his hands in joy, sensing the small world's max-level attributes. Then, proudly patting her chest, she asked, "How is it? Are you willing to accept me now? As long as you willingly share a bit of your true dragon immortal chi with me, I can possess a physical body to stay by your side." The moment Yi Bei agreed, Yi Zhangbi suddenly kissed his lips, forcefully sucking out a gust of green chi. Somewhat bashfully he wiped his mouth. "Are girls nowadays all this bold? Don't you know that taking without asking is stealing?" She gave a cunning smile. "Stealing it is then, thanks a lot." Then she snapped her fingers. "Done, let's go back." The two instantly appeared in front of the ancient tower. He looked up. She floated behind him. Shuishang and the Chu sisters came forward to welcome them. Chu Xin asked, "Who are you? Why are you here?" Yi Zhangbi hid behind Yi Bei and said, "Let him explain it to you." 10 minutes later, under the brilliant starry sky, Chu Xin realized. "So that's how it is," stroking her chin, Chu Xing said. "In that case, why doesn't Master take her in as a disciple? It perfectly fills the vacancy left by Cho Tinley." He considered it for a moment, feeling it was viable. However, Yi Zhangbi immediately shook her head in refusal. "No way, absolutely not." Under everyone's cold gazes she announced proudly, "This divine maiden will never be anyone's disciple, even if you kill me." Resting his cheek in his hand, Yi Bei made a proposal that startled everyone. "I can help you find a body to possess on the condition that you must remain by Chu Xin and Chu Xing's sides forever to protect and assist them." Struck like lightning, Chu Xin and Chu Xing exclaimed in unison. "Master, does that mean you are leaving?" He answered calmly. "Your master came to Earth partly out of homesickness, and partly to visit you. Since you are doing very well and your forces are spread everywhere, I can rest easy." He then informed them, "I still have to go to other places to search for your other senior and junior sisters, so we can all be reunited." Reluctant to part, Chu Xin said, "Master, we will miss you very much." Chu Xing instructed, "Master, you must notify us once you find the other sisters." Just then, Shuishang seemed to sense something, while Yi Zhangbi bit her handkerchief, sobbing hysterically. "It seems having a master is actually quite nice. He can shield you from the wind and rain forever. Even after thousands of years he remains your strongest support." Weeping in agony she sobbed, "I regret it so much, Hua." Holding his two young disciples to comfort them, Yi Bei said, "Too late, next I will help you complete the possession." She opened her mouth wide in excitement. On the empty long street, Shuishang sat in a convertible sports car and asked, "Master, is it really fine to put Yi Zhangbi's soul into the snake god's body?" While driving, Yi Bei replied, "One wants to restore her cultivation base, and the other wants a body. Isn't it a perfect match of mutual needs?" She commented that if those two ended up fighting, it would surely be quite a show. The car stopped in front of a hotel with a swimming pool. He told her to ignore them. Having finally returned to Earth with great difficulty, they hadn't even had a good time yet, so they must enjoy themselves to the fullest today. Passers-by pointed at the beautiful woman and the supercar, green with envy. Someone wondered how much this hotel cost for a night, and the answer was 9,000 spirit stones. Shuishang's mouth fell open in shock, and Yi Bei informed her that now that the desolate small world was at max level, they could go wherever they wanted. Under the hotel's massive signboard he shouted, "Before heading to the next plane, let's enjoy ourselves to our heart's content." She nodded in agreement. On a steep cliff in the far north, a deep and dark cave sat in the daylight. A pair of sharp eyes suddenly snapped open. The person they had been waiting for had finally arrived. Someone blocked the entrance, preparing to welcome the guests. Deep footprints were left on the snow, and Shuishang said in confusion, "Chu Xing and the others said several junior sisters had been here, but we've been walking around for over half an hour. There's nothing but ice here, not even a living creature. Is the entrance really here?" Yi-Bei replied calmly. No rush. Do you still remember what your master said when teaching a food to comprehend the 5 elements 8 trigrams array? She recalled the directions of the 5 elements. Wood in the east, fire in the south, metal in the west, water in the north, and earth in the center. Looking at the drifting snow, she asked in confusion, but looking as far as the eye can see, let alone metal, wood, fire, or earth, there isn't even a single drop of water. It's all ice. What does this have to do with the 5 elements 8 trigrams array? He only said. Having walked for so long just now, did you not discover the secret beneath the ice? Shuisheng lowered her head to look at the ground. Yi-Bei knelt on one knee, sensing that above the ice was a killing intent, while beneath the ice lay infinite vitality. Just because the array wasn't on the ground didn't mean it wasn't underground. They only needed to find the array core. Then we can enter the true far north. Following his words, she realized in a sudden flash of insight, the array core. In the 5 elements of this place, the water element was the strongest, while the fire element was the weakest. If they could attack its fire eye, they would surely be able to break this array. He reached out to stroke the snow, praising, a teachable child indeed. The array lit up, the ice cracked, and the array core is right beneath our feet. The ice collapsed, and the two fell. She let out a startled scream as she plunged into the bottomless pit. After a long while, the two landed steadily on the thick ice. Exhaling a puff of frosty air, Shuisheng sighed in wonder. This place is truly a paradise cut off from the world. Truly wondrous. A sudden voice caught her and Yi-Bei's attention. Welcome to the far north. Looking up, the two discovered someone hanging suspended. She cried out in shock, Jielin, with her head hanging low. The other person showed no reaction. Though she then began to speak as if trying to say something, Shuisheng widened her eyes in worry. Jielin, who made you like this? Why are your pupils spinning as if you're possessed? Yi-Bei pressed down on her shoulder, urging Luo girl to calm down. You've already fallen into its trap. Only then did she snap out of it, clutching her head. What is wrong with me? He explained. The array on the ice layer was just an appetizer. The array here is the true 5 elements 8 trigrams array, using people as the array core and utilizing resentment and desire as the spellcasting medium. His voice echoed throughout the vast space. Anyone who enters and fails to calm their mind will either become an array core themselves or end up as nourishment for the creatures here. Shuisheng closed her eyes. Master, I'm sorry. I should have been calmer, but those blood-colored sound waves seemed to stir up the desires and bloodlust in my heart. I couldn't quite control it. Yi-Bei's gaze turned cold. You worry too much about your senior and junior sisters, so naturally you are susceptible. Be doubly careful from now on, for they have already arrived. The snow beneath their feet vibrated violently, as a massive mouth lined with razor-sharp teeth opened wide, attempting to swallow the ground they stood on. Shuisheng instantly unleashed a lightning vortex, catching the shark demon in it. She and Yi-Bei seized the opportunity to leap to safety, and she looked up, exclaiming that there indeed were monsters. A flash of inspiration hit Shuisheng, and she turned to say, By the way, Master, Jielin spoke to me just now. She said we need to find the man who broke the array. At that moment, a mysterious figure with long cascading hair was observing Yi-Bei and his disciple through a distant orb. Staring intently, he murmured, The people here are indeed intriguing. Returning to Yi-Bei's side, they were clearing out the fish demons in midair as they moved. Luo Shuisheng spoke up. The attacks of these demon beasts seem purposeful, as if trying to separate us. The man Jielin mentioned might be the mastermind controlling these fish demons, she analyzed. The more fish demons swarm us, the greater the suspicion on the person pulling the strings behind the scenes. Since they want to play, let's just show our trump card and see exactly how capable they are. Yi-Bei leapt into the air, crossing his hands to unleash Dao resonance. Avenue of 10,000 beasts, a massive magic circle manifested, scattering the terrified fish demons in wild retreat. He chuckled softly. It seems this place is indeed fraught with danger. Shuisheng tilted her head to listen. Master, do you hear that? Someone is crying. The sound came from up ahead. The two approached and asked, Who are you? Why are you sitting here crying? A red-haired woman sat sobbing on a rock. Wah, my master is dead. The two were startled. Master, Yi-Bei pressed solemnly. Who is your master? She slowly began her story. I was still young back then. A demon beast was terrorizing our village, and they said only sacrificing a young girl would guarantee their safety. As she recounted her past, the mocking faces of the villagers surfaced. For a mere 10 spirit stones, her parents disregarded her life and sent her out of the village. She closed her eyes. Weak and helpless, she had no way to escape and was delivered straight into the beast's maw. Gory images flashed by. It was her master who descended from the heavens, slaying the beast and rescuing her from the depths of despair. Her eyes were filled with lingering dread. Warm romantic memories of the two beneath a cherry blossom tree drifted into view. He taught me cultivation, the way to survive, and showed me what family truly means. But 300 years ago, I could only watch helplessly as my master died right before my eyes. Kneeling before a coffin, she closed her eyes in lamentation. I have cried for 300 years, crying myself blind, yet I still couldn't bring him back. Shuisheng asked in confusion. Jielin, is that you? Her expression darkened as she pleaded for help. Senior sister, save me. Filled with sympathy, Shuisheng asked, Jielin, how did you end up like this? Senior sister will take you away, but Yi Bei stopped her. Wait a moment, she replied. Master, he explained, have you forgotten? Jielin is still trapped in the 5 elements 8 trigrams array at the entrance waiting for us to rescue her. The woman's figure began to blur. Realizing this was an illusion, she knit her brows and asked, Master, is this Jielin an illusion or a real person? Doubts sprouted in her mind. Could it be that ever since I set foot in the far north I've been trapped in an illusion? Yi Bei called out to her with a strange expression. Luo girl, what nonsense are you spouting? Come over quickly. Clutching her head, she refused. No, you are all projections of my inner desires trying to lure me into a trap. I'm afraid I'll fall into chi deviation and never be able to get out. Shuisheng closed her eyes with determination. Master, I will definitely escape this illusion. Wait for me. Yi Bei kept calling out, Luo girl. He stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. Ever since we stepped out of the 5 elements 8 trigrams array, Luo girl has been missing. It seems someone deliberately separated us to launch a sneak attack. His gaze grew icy. Too bad you've kicked an iron plate. Standing between 2 doors, Yi Bei bellowed. Use whatever tricks you have, dawdling like this. Are you afraid? One door was posted with a white list, and the other was red. Pondering over the gates of life and death, he sneered. It seems you are highly confident, believing yourself to be the god of this place, capable of controlling anyone's life and death. Must others walk the path you've laid out? Since you think you can kill me, I'll choose the gate of death just to show you. With that, Yi Bei charged straight into the red gate. Who on earth can dictate my life and death? From within the red door a voice echoed. I indeed did not misjudge you. A tragic wailing echoed from the depths of the cave. It was the exact same woman from before. Bah, my master is dead. Yi Bei stepped forward to stroke her hair, calling out Jalin's name, and she turned around, crying, Master, you're back. Suddenly he sensed something was wrong as a powerful force blasted him backward. Steadying his stance, Yi Bei cursed in rage. Damn it, an ancient demon beast phantom materialized. Yi Bei's expression grew grim. Another ancient demon beast, the far north truly holds no shortage of surprises. Launching a head-on assault, he slammed a heavy punch onto the beast's head, following up with a barrage of rapid strikes that sent the demon beast reeling backward. The demon beast erupted with power, forcing him back, and he leaped out of the cave to gain distance. Looking at his hands, Yi Bei analyzed. There's something bizarre about this place. After clashing with this Qilin a few times, my physical strength, agility, and attack power have actually increased by this much. With a sharp glint in his eyes, he realized that this place was actually a premier cultivation ground. The gate of death for the weak, and the gate of life for the strong. The beast's eyes glowed fiercely. Gathering his power, he executed the beast with a single direct punch. I hadn't been able to trigger my 5th breakthrough since my last physical limit breakthrough, but to think I would achieve it right here. What an unexpected pleasant surprise. Looking at the tears flowing from the fallen beast inside the cave, he wondered, could it be that it didn't want to be killed by me? Movement echoed from deep within, and a pair of crimson eyes lit up in the darkness. Sensing someone behind him, Yi Bei whipped around warily. Who is it? A muscular, robust man stepped out from a crevice in the rocks. Little friend Yi, you've finally arrived. An elderly man with graying hair materialized, his voice incredibly familiar. He gasped in surprise. Elder Jia, what are you doing here? Elder Jia ran over, clutching his leg as he wailed. Little friend Yi. My life has been so bitter, I want to return to Xuanchen. I want to go back to the demon race. Completely bewildered, Yi Bei asked, What? Once the old man calmed down, he finally revealed the truth. Ever since I ascended with you, I've been trapped here. Elder Jia recalled the past. Back then, when you helped me shatter the Immortal Pavilion, I thought I would ascend to the Immortal realm. Who knew the passage would suddenly explode and a massive black hole would suck me in? I watched helplessly as the Immortal realm was within arm's reach, only to be dragged here by the spatial turbulence, barely having time to let out a scream. No, hearing this, Yi Bei felt incredibly guilty. His strength back then had been a bit too excessive, and shattering the passage had actually caused Elder Jia to fall here. The old man continued to lament. Little friend Yi, I've been trapped here for nearly 5 years. Now that you're finally here, can we leave? It sounded highly bizarre. Elder Jia, your current cultivation should already be in the false immortal realm, right? How could you be trapped here for 5 years without finding a way out? The old man sighed. It's a long story. Little friend Yi, you don't understand. The truly terrifying thing here isn't the demon beast, but the bizarre arrays. There is no sky or earth here and no end in sight. I've searched for 5 years and still haven't found an exit. He described the abnormal patterns of spiritual energy. Yi Bei fell into thought. Patterns of operation. Seeing his disbelief, Elder Jia condensed a sphere of spiritual power and handed it to him. Little friend Yi, come try it for yourself and you'll see. With that, he tossed the sphere high into the air. Yi-Bei stared at the ball only to find it vanishing into thin air. Sensing an unusual light behind him, he dodged to the side as the sphere of spiritual power flew back into Elder Jia's hand from the opposite direction. He understood. Skills would emerge from the opposite direction. Elder Jia chimed in. Exactly. Skills here cannot launch direct attacks, and the circulation of spiritual energy in the body is also different from the outside world. Sometimes it dries up and sometimes it surges like a torrent through the meridians. If you're lucky, you break through. If you're not, your meridians rupture and you die, the old man added helplessly. The cultivation laws here completely overturn common knowledge. If you stay too long, even your memories will become jumbled. For instance, I even began to feel that it was because you, little friend Yi, shattered the passage that I ended up in this state. Yi-Bei was startled by his words. Feeling a bit panicky, he forced himself to stay calm. Ahem, cough. Indeed, this place is truly bizarre. Even your memories are scrambled. How could I ever do such a thing? Trying to fish for information about the exit, he asked. That being the case, why did I feel that the process of executing divine abilities was different from the outside world upon entering? Elder Jia said dejectedly. The longer you stay, the greater the influence. Since you've just arrived, it's naturally not obvious, but this is indeed too unfathomable. Elder Jia, having stayed here for so long, have you really not discovered any patterns? The old man admitted. Not completely, none. Close-range attacks are still the same as in the outside world. He rubbed his chin and thought, the closer the distance, the closer the temporal laws are to the outside world. Suddenly, a theory he had heard back on Earth crossed his mind. Imagine raising goldfish in a cylindrical fishbowl. In our eyes, the world is normal, but to the goldfish, because of the curvature of the glass, the world is distorted. Laws that humans deem correct are completely wrong in their perception. Yi-Bei furrowed his brows in deep thought. Could we currently be trapped inside some unknown fishbowl, watching us make fools of ourselves here? Elder Jia was utterly bewildered. What fishbowl? What goldfish? Yi-Bei explained. What I mean is, if we want to leave this place, we must either break the fishbowl, which is the barrier here, or thoroughly grasp the distorted laws of this world. Hearing this, Elder Jia looked distressed. That is far too difficult. We can't even find where the barrier is. Yi-Bei wore a look of confidence, clearly having already devised a plan. No rush, I have a way. Turning proudly to Elder Jia, Yi-Bei said, hand over all your cultivation, destiny, and fortune to me, and I will blow this place to pieces. The old man's eyes widened in a daze. Suppressing his rising fury, he asked, give everything to you? Are you trying to kill me? Yi-Bei smiled candidly. Exactly. This is the only way out. The old man grit his teeth. Then are you willing to give your cultivation to me and let me destroy this place? Yi-Bei sneered. No, I am not. Just as the words left his mouth, he unleashed his power, sending Elder Jia flying with a heavy blow. He chuckled softly. Elder Jia, you carry the aura of someone else within your body. How do you expect me to trust you? The old man's face darkened. So you still managed to find out? Yi-Bei's gaze grew sharp. If ranged attacks don't work, and we close the distance. With a resounding boom, Elder Jia was blasted 100 meters away, sending shattered rocks cascading down. Yi-Bei brushed the dust off his clothes and walked out proudly. A voice echoed from the exit. We finally meet. Startled, Yi-Bei looked up to see a figure standing atop a flight of towering steps. He asked warily, are you the man Elder Jia spoke of? And the mastermind behind all of this? At the top of the steps stood a white-haired old man, draped in a peculiar robe with a dazzling divine halo glowing behind his head. Indeed, this king is the ruler of the far north, Ming Xuanchen. Yi-Bei spoke up, I see you have no intention of harming me, nor do I wish to fight you. Hand over my disciple and we shall call it even. Walking down the steps, he replied. Before you arrived, this king had already divined that a genius would come. But I never expected you to give me such a grand surprise, he continued. Matchless talent and comprehension, the true dragon immortal body, and most importantly, you are the first to see through the secrets of my array. Are you willing to become this king's disciple and take over the far north? Yi-Bei snorted in disdain. Not interested. Hurry up and release my disciples. Ming Xuanchen removed a bead from the prayer beads around his neck. Each bead seemed to represent a distinct realm within the cosmos. Your disciples and that old fellow are all safe and sound. There's no need to worry. Will you truly not consider it? Slumping his hands into his pockets and straightening his back, Yi-Bei replied, I have no desire to watch over this barren place. I have no time. The other laughed uproariously. Ha ha, I indeed did not misjudge you, Ming Xuanchen admitted candidly. Today, whether you are willing or not, this king will absolutely pass down the ancient cultivation method to you. You are the most suitable successor. Yi-Bei asked in confusion. You went through all this trouble just to pass down a cultivation method? He began to gather his power, an illusion resembling the Milky Way manifesting around his body. It is not that this king has taken a liking to you, nor is it to test you. Every step you took to reach this place was an opportunity, But this king must remind you, the greater the opportunity, the greater the tribulation. Once you decide, you must forge ahead without turning back. Bei furrowed his brows. A tribulation? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Staring at the luminous bead in his hand. Ming Xuanchen explained patiently that this cultivation method required gradual comprehension. Attaining its peak could destroy the heavens and create worlds, allowing one to become the master of all creation. Looking at the tiny pearl in his hand, Bei was somewhat skeptical. The world within this pearl was far too vast. If he tried to comprehend it recklessly, his body would likely rupture and explode. He would still have to take it step by step under Ming Xuanchen's guidance. Before he could even notice, Ming Xuanchen had vanished without a trace, and the spatial gate at the top of the stairs rippled. Bei stepped inside quietly, looking around only for something to suddenly catch his eye and leave him frozen. A clear bell-like voice rang out. "Master, how did you come out so quickly?" He crossed his arms nonchalantly. "Spit it out. What on earth is going on?" Jielin rushed over, hugging him tightly as she wailed. "I'm sorry, Master," she cried in agony. "Master, I can no longer be your disciple." Before Bei could even figure out what was happening, he blurted out. "Ha!" Jielin rubbed her eyes and wept even harder. "Master, your disciple has failed you. Ming Xuanchen forced me to accept his cultivation method. I am no longer worthy of being your disciple." Bei let out a sigh of relief. He had thought another Cho Tinli had appeared, which had given him quite a fright. He replied with a solemn face, causing Jialin's eyes to widen. "I already know about this. Ming Xuanchen possesses immense power. Even if I were to fight him, it would be hard to determine a victor. Since you were forced, I can understand, not to mention you, he forced a cultivation method on me just now as well." Jielin hurriedly wiped away her tears. "Ah, Master, it is so wonderful that I can still be your disciple." Bei gently patted her head. "All right, if you keep crying, I won't acknowledge you anymore." She sobbed. "I won't cry anymore." After comforting her, he pressed with a serious face. "When I came in, I saw you with 7 of your other junior sisters. Speak, what on earth is going on?" She hemmed and hawed, forcing a smile to dodge his gaze as cold sweat poured down her face. "Well, let them come out and explain it to Master together." After finding the other 7 disciples who were tied up, he untied their ropes and the women's complaints rose one after another. "My butt, my head, my chest." Within the room, his other 7 disciples knelt one after another. "We pay our respects to Master," the purple-haired woman said excitedly. "Master, back then our skills were inferior. It took us a long time to break through to the Saint Realm, and we could only watch helplessly as you perished, powerless to do anything." She lowered her head slightly, her voice filled with immense pain. "After you left, we decided to travel through the 3,000 worlds to search for immortal methods, hoping to resurrect you. But we never expected that right after entering the far north we would be trapped here, unable to leave." She happily continued. "He told us that as long as we waited here for 300 years, we would see you. He didn't trick us. We really have seen you again." Bei stroked his chin, falling into deep thought. For that man to actually predict what would happen 300 years later, combined with these bizarre arrays in the far north, his methods are indeed extraordinary. He is truly a terrifying figure. Jielin, standing nearby, hurriedly chimed in. "Master, although he is very formidable, he isn't a bad person." Blushing, she added. "Just now he locked us up here merely to punish us for stealing and eating his spiritual fruits, and to distract your attention as well, but I know Master definitely won't blame us." Bei pinched Jialin's cheek in feigned anger. "You certainly have a way with words." Tearing up from the pain, she quickly explained. "But that's how it is. I was rescued by Master from demon beasts and villagers when I was a child. I know Master is the most powerful person in the world, and you definitely wouldn't fail so easily." He didn't bother to argue. "Fine, this Master will temporarily accept your flattery. Since I have arrived, you no longer need to be trapped here. You may leave at any time." Jialin's eyes widened, her hands still cradling her swollen, aching cheek. "Are we leaving with Master?" He chuckled. "No, you have your own path to follow." "You don't need to follow me. The choice is yours," she muttered quietly in slight jealousy. "Then why does eldest senior sister always follow Master around?" Bei mercilessly gave her an elbow strike, causing a large bump to swell on her head from the pain. "Who told you to poke your nose into things? Right now she is not only your eldest senior sister, but she might even be your mistress in the future." After some thought, the remaining disciples also spoke up. "Master, we've been here for 3 years and find this place quite nice. Most importantly, we feel there is no place more profound than this. Therefore we want to stay here and explore its mysteries." "That's right, Master." Bei felt comforted. "In that case, this Master will fulfill your wishes." All 8 of them ran over to hug him, the atmosphere growing warm. "Thank you, Master." This left him feeling somewhat awkward, leaving him to shout, All right." Just then the system also popped up a prompt, "Reunion with Disciple 73,108. Reward skill cards, 24 Emperor Sovereign level, 200 Great Emperor level." Bei was surprised. Wow, the system is truly generous this time, giving so many Emperor Sovereign level skill cards. I can almost fight my way straight back to the Immortal realm, he said gently. It is time to say goodbye. This master must also leave this place, he did not forget to ask. Have you seen where eldest senior sister is? One disciple answered. Eldest senior sister possesses great concentration and is incredibly strong-willed, just like Master. She'll be out very soon. It's just an exit. Master will see her once you go out. Bei confirmed once more. Before we part, this master wants to ask if you have seen any of your other senior or junior sisters, she answered quickly. I haven't. Her sisters behind her also chimed in. Haven't seen them. Suddenly, one disciple excitedly raised her hand. I think I have. Her eyes grew deep as she fell into memory. Before, when I went out for training, I coincidentally passed by the vicinity of the demon cave and saw a figure. She looked like second senior sister, but also a bit like senior sister Hangyue. I couldn't say for sure. Bei furrowed his brows slightly. The demon cave, he had long heard that its terrain was treacherous, and most who entered faced certain death. It wouldn't be surprising if a disciple was trapped inside. He seemed to have chosen his next stop. Then we will head to the demon cave first. Perhaps we can find some opportunity. After activating the pearl left by Ming Xuanchen, he would likely find no rival upon returning to the Immortal realm. In Sand City, the soft conversation of the master and disciple echoed at the foot of the mountain. Master, according to the map Jielin gave us, we aren't far from the demon cave. Bei calmly made his decision. Then let's take a rest here. Looking ahead, Luo Shuisheng remarked, there seems to be a tea stall over there. Does Master want to go over and have some tea to quench your thirst? He didn't want to wait a single second longer, quickly replying, let's go, let's go. Suddenly, a shrill scream echoed nearby. Help! Chasing two little boys was a monster with a long tongue and massive teeth looking extremely hideous. It opened its massive mouth lined with sharp fangs, letting out a spine-chilling roar. The two weak boys fell into extreme panic, weeping bitterly. Ah! Just then, a faint gleam flashed, and in an instant the monster's head was severed from its neck. Before the two boys realized the demonic beast was already dead, they remained huddled together, sobbing in fear. Sister, I'm so scared. Sob. Ah, I'm going to die. I haven't said goodbye to my sister yet. I haven't seen the grasslands and I haven't had a big bowl of water yet. Seeing the two too terrified to open their eyes, Bei spoke up, little friends, you aren't dead yet. Hearing this, the two hugged each other and wept with joy. Woo woo woo, we survived. But before they could celebrate for long, they choked up again, saying, I'm alive. But Aching and Grandpa Shui are already dead. With a serious face, Bei said in a deep voice, tears are the most useless thing. They won't save your family and friends. They will only turn you into a coward who wallows in pain. But with tears still welling in his eyes, the boy said painfully, Sister and the general said water is the most precious thing here. Tears are too. But every time I see everyone leave one by one, I just can't help it. Hearing this, Bei sighed helplessly. Go ahead and cry. Weeping is your final goodbye. Only by crying it out can the departed spirits who haven't drifted far hear your voices. And look back one last time. No sooner had he finished speaking than the two boys burst into loud wails. After a while inside an inn, Bei, Luo Shuisheng and the boy from earlier sat together. The boy spoke first. This is the water left for my sister and the general. You must drink it all, not a single drop can be wasted. He nodded in response. Once the boy calmed down, Bei asked, I hear you mentioning your sister and the general all the time. Who exactly are they? The other replied. Judging by your appearance, you must be immortals from elsewhere traveling for trials, right? He answered. You could say that. Xiao Liang stared wide-eyed, answering, Actually, many immortals come to our land for trials. Because if you cross our land, right opposite is the demon cave. They say there are many natural treasures inside that can aid cultivation. But I only know that those who head in that direction are all flesh-eating devils. The boy used a deep red apple as a metaphor for his story. Those devils treat us like livestock, coming to hunt regularly to use our flesh and spiritual energy to raise their cultivation bases. Bei listened intently, asking, Then why don't you leave this place? Xiao Liang lowered his head, his eyes filled with worry. It's not that we don't want to leave, we just can't. Those devils love to set up arrays here. Unless we kill them and break the arrays, we can never leave. From the day I was born until now, I have never stepped outside, nor have I seen the grasslands and streams my sister talks about. The boy's voice gradually rose, filled with grievance. Our relatives are constantly slaughtered, and even children who have just reached adulthood are killed by them. None of the passing immortals could defeat those devils. Group after group of people come and go, and only the general stayed behind. Bei became interested in this mysterious hero. Who is this general? Xiao Liang immediately began to explain with pride. The general is the most heroic woman under heaven. She fought to the death with a longbow, helping us protect a piece of territory and saving us from the fate of being devoured. Hearing this, Luo Shuisheng blurted out, Hangyue. The the boy continued, his expression filled with deep respect. The general is the faith of everyone in our Sand City. She taught us to protect ourselves and showed us what strength is. I came here today to wait for her and my sister. I didn't expect a colossal demonic beast to sneak into the general's array, which is why you saw what happened earlier. Xiao Liang reminded the master and disciple. All right, since you saved my life, I've told you everything. You should leave here quickly. These demonic beasts are incredibly powerful. Yi Bei calmly asked back, what if I say no? The boy panicked. Really, you must leave quickly. I'm not lying to you. Showing no fear, Yi Bei instead wore an intrigued smile. What you say sounds very interesting. I'd like to meet this general and those man-eating demonic beasts as well. Suddenly, a rapid piercing alarm rang out in the originally quiet space. Xiao Liang immediately recognized the signal, warning in panic. It's the warning bell. Oh no, this rapid ringing means a large force of demonic beasts is invading. The general and the others are in danger. Yi Bei instantly perked up, standing up with a smile. Little guy, lead the way. With determination in his eyes, he added, we also want to go join in the fun. Maybe we can lend your general a hand. Aching thrust her spear forward in rage, cursing, go to hell, you damn beast. Eerie, jade-colored bands of light emerged around the beast as it waved a hand, sending her flying, and the dirt and stones beneath its feet instantly shattered and splattered. Seriously injured, Aching spat out a mouthful of blood. Hong Yue assumed a stance and drew her bowstring. Grand Dao bow, every arrow carried formidable power as they shot toward the demonic beasts. A dazzling light erupted instantly. The two stood firmly on the ground. Aching stood behind Hong Yue, clutching her wound as she murmured with a frown. Hong Yue voiced her suspicion. The demonic beasts today are somewhat abnormal. Not only has their number increased, but their strength is also 3 times stronger than usual, as if they've consumed spiritual pills that boost their power. Worrying about their strategy, Aching asked, what should we do now? We've already lost too many people today. If this continues, we will be outnumbered and Sand City will soon be breached. Hong Yue comforted her seriously. Calm down, once our formation falls into chaos, we'll only lose faster. Aching, take orders, she instructed. My combat strength is the highest. I'll be responsible for attracting most of their attention. You and the others will be in charge of support. Hold out for as long as you can, she hesitated. But we've already fought for 3 days and 3 nights. If we charge forward again, I'm afraid, Hong Yue solemnly declared, hesitation leads to defeat. If we don't go all out, how can we protect those we want to protect? Not far away, 3 figures stood atop a massive stone pillar. Xiao Liang gestured. Over there is the battlefield where we clash with the demonic beasts. Yi Bei and Luo Shuisheng watched intently. He revealed a gratified smile. Hong Yue, is it really you? She asked. Master, shall we go over? He instructed Xiao Liang. Go back first and take care of the wounded in the city. We are definitely helping with this battle. The little boy bowed in gratitude. Thank you. Luo Shuisheng suddenly reported. Master, look over there. Countless colossal demonic beasts lined up in front of them, red light flickering in their eyes, eager to pounce. Hong Yue encouraged Aching to hold on, assuring her they would definitely defeat them. She replied with trust, I believe in you, General. The demonic beast smirked sinisterly as it activated its power, startling her. Suddenly, an arrogant voice echoed through the clouds. You want to harm my disciple? Ask me first if I agree. Hong Yu's eyes widened in surprise. Countless massive bolts of purple lightning cascaded from the heavens, striking the demonic beasts. Powerless to resist, they let out tragic wails. Luo Shuisheng asked curiously, Master, are these demonic beasts real or fake? Yi Bei explained coldly. Beasts, Yao, just like humans, rely on the nourishment of spiritual energy to cultivate, whereas devils, Mo, are born from resentment and desire. The cultivation paths of humans, beasts, and devils are completely different, and their auras are also vastly different, he asserted with certainty. The aura on these demonic beasts is clearly spiritual energy, so they are naturally beasts, not devils. She felt puzzled. Isn't that the demon cave over there? Why would there be a beast clan? Suddenly someone spoke behind them. Master, eldest senior sister. The two were startled, turning around. Hong Yue knelt on the ground, supporting the unconscious Aching as she spoke respectfully. Your disciple pays respects to Master. Yi Bei reached out his hand, asking, Little Hong Yue, are you satisfied with this greeting gift I've given you? She lowered her head. Thank you, Master, for helping me drive away these beasts, she expressed joyfully. But Master, your resurrection is the greatest gift of all to me. Yi Bei noticed the person in her arms. My good disciple, who is this? Hong Yue introduced. Her name is Aching, a companion who has shared life and death with me. She was seriously injured just now to save me. Master, please save her. He patted her head to comfort her. Since she helped my disciple, this master will naturally save her. It's just that you've had a hard time during this period. Her expression was sorrowful. Hong Yue doesn't feel it was hard. I only beg Master to save her. After observing for a moment, Yi-Bei diagnosed, "This young girl is too severely injured. She requires an immortal-grade spiritual pill to be saved." Hong Yue hurriedly took out a pill. "I have one. It was given to me by Master back then." She then fed it to Aching without hesitation. After consuming it, Aching's face became much rosier than before. Yi-Bei raised an eyebrow. "All right, lay her down to rest. Tell me, why are you so good to this person? You were unwilling to eat the immortal pill yourself, yet you gave it to her without hesitation." Hong Yue fell to one knee to plead guilty. "Please punish me, Master." Shuishang immediately walked forward with a smile to help her up, and Hong Yue quickly stood up. "Don't you know Master by now? If he wanted to punish you, he would have done so already. Why would he wait until now?" She nodded in agreement repeatedly. Hong Yue recalled calmly, "After Master fell back then, I wanted to wander around and didn't want to return to that heartbreaking place, Xuanshan. Later I happened to come here and got lost in my memories. Seeing the innocent and lovely children here reminded me of how good Master used to be to us. I really couldn't bear to see them swallowed by the demonic beasts, so I stayed here." Hearing this, Shuishang looked at Aching with eyes full of sympathy. "I raised Aching since she was a child. Her parents were killed by demonic beasts, leaving her to depend on her younger brother. She has a strong personality and is deeply loyal. I've always treated her like my own younger sister." Aching had not yet awakened, leaning against the rock with steady breathing. Hong Yue explained, "Master saved us disciples back then, so when they need help I will also stand up just like you did." Yi-Bei let out a helpless sigh. "Silly girl." Then closing his eyes he advised, "Forget it, let's not mention this anymore. Your master didn't come to find trouble with you either. Your master will only remind you of one thing. The demonic beasts you discovered earlier are not devils but beasts." She also voiced her own discovery. "I knew they were a bit strange, but I didn't know the exact nature of their strangeness." Yi-Bei ordered with interest, "Tell me what you think." Hong Yue analyzed seriously. "Although these demonic beasts are powerful, their reactions are sometimes a bit too slow, as if someone is controlling them from the shadows. Moreover, they do not eat humans. They always carry the bodies away after killing them, so I suspect there is another mastermind behind them." Yi-Bei stroked his chin in thought. "Controlled beasts, this feeling was somewhat familiar," he concluded. "It seems this demon cave is not a real demon cave." She nodded in confirmation. "Exactly. I investigated it secretly before. It is very crude and the types of beasts are quite limited. It is nothing like the legendary demon cave." Yi-Bei fell into contemplation. This was getting interesting. Just who was promoting this place as a demon cave? Unable to reach a conclusion, he simply announced, "Once we find the person controlling this demon cave, we will naturally know who is behind this mischief." Then, pointing his index finger, he assigned the task, "Hong Yue, rest well tonight. Tomorrow the three of us, master and disciples, will go and wipe out the nest of this fake demon cave together." She responded happily, "Yes." Several silhouettes were cast upon the yellow sand. The three slowly stepped into the entrance of the demon cave. Yi-Bei spoke, "The barrier outside has already been broken by your master. The rest is up to you. Let your master see what you can do." The two accepted the command in unison. Hong Yue suggested with great interest, "Eldest senior sister, let's do it like before. Whoever finds the demon cave leader first wins." Shuishang agreed without hesitation. No sooner had she spoken than the two charged forward simultaneously. Straightening her back, Hong Yue fired 3 arrows at once, counting 1, 2, 3. Following that, the 3 sharp arrows pierced precisely through the beasts, letting out continuous dull thuds. 6 beasts, 7, 8, 9, 10. Not to be outdone, Shuishang harvested countless lives in an instant. She smiled proudly. "The 11th. Hong Yue teased, "Eldest senior sister, don't underestimate me." As they vied to eliminate the beasts, Shuishang joked, "Little Hong Yue, you've always been our sect's little war god. How would your senior sister dare to underestimate you?" Just then, a world-shaking explosion erupted, the pressure vibrating the surroundings as smoke and dust filled the air. The two landed gracefully, and Hong Yue pointed, "The demon cave leader is over there." In front of them was a completely crimson beast, with 2 bead-like horns on its head, shrinking back in terror into a corner. Hong Yue drew her longbow in resentment, "Treating us like a slaughterhouse to massacre and play with us, and even Aching." She gnashed her teeth and announced coldly, "You will never be forgiven." The sharp arrow was immediately unleashed, aimed straight at the motionless beast. The beast was terrified out of its wits, tears streaming down its face as it thought it was completely finished. At the critical moment, a force deflected the arrow, causing it to plunge weakly at an angle into the ground. Hong Yue questioned, "Eldest senior sister, what are you doing?" Shuishang glanced behind and corrected, "It wasn't me. It was master." Yi-Bei walked forward and reminded her, "Don't let hatred blind your eyes." He questioned calmly, "The secrets behind the demon cave have not yet been unraveled. What is the use of killing it?" Hong Yue realized her recklessness. "I am sorry, master, I was too impulsive. The leader looked extremely pint-sized, not even reaching Yi Bei's waist, yet it mustered up the courage to threaten them, wanting to know the secret behind the demon cave. "Unless you spare my life, I will absolutely never tell you," Yi Bei responded coldly. "Do I still need to be threatened by you?" He unleashed his power in anger, mocking, "How ridiculous." Sensing the aura of danger, the beast leader's face instantly turned pale, cold sweat dripping down. This man was far too terrifying. At that moment it felt an aura even more horrific than death itself. It sensibly knelt on the ground and trembled. "I was too foolish to dare threaten you all. Please spare me, I will tell you everything." Yi Bei ordered, "Speak." Gathering its courage, it raised its head to explain. "The Tinluo Immortal Lord sent us. I am responsible for helping him domesticate beasts to form a demon army." Yi Bei frowned in displeasure. "The Tinluo Immortal Lord again?" Hong Yue questioned. "Sand City is so barren, why choose this place for domestication? Are you lying to us?" The demon cave leader quickly explained. "Sand City has seen no rain for years, and the spiritual energy here is highly unique, containing extremely pure yang power. If combined with the secret technique provided by the Tinluo Immortal Lord, we can refine beasts into demonic beasts." It weakly cleared its name. "I am merely a puppet he chose. None of this has anything to do with me." Yi Bei stroked his chin in analysis. From the anti-demon hall of the Immortal Realm, the Southern Heaven battlefield, the Prodigy City auction, the 9 Immortal Lands Alliance, the recruitment assembly, to this Sand City, it seemed everything was connected by an invisible thread, and the source of this thread was the Tinluo Immortal Lord. He went to such great lengths, all to vie for resources, beasts, inner cores, immortal-grade items, and a demon army. Guessing the truth, Yi Bei let out a cold sneer. "He wants to become the overlord of these 3,000 worlds at first. Luo Girl and I almost disrupted his plans and destroyed the 9 immortal lands, and because of that, I fell into another plane, only to encounter his demonic beast army once again. It seems there is indeed a destiny at play." Yi Bei coldly ordered, "Kill it." Hong Yue had been waiting for these words, and her palm slammed down heavily. Hearing this, the demon cave leader was enraged and struck the ground violently. "No, you can't kill me. I told you everything." An array flashing with strange patterns appeared where it knelt. Yi Bei was startled by this scene. It transformed into a beam of pink energy, shooting straight into the clouds. Hong Yue cursed. "Damn it, it escaped," she blamed herself. "How hateful. It's all my fault for being careless and letting that demon cave leader seize the opportunity to escape." Yi Bei comforted her calmly. "It's not your fault. Looking at this barrier, a route of escape was probably laid out long ago. It was just playing us just now." She pursed her lips, a worried look on her face. "If it escaped back to complain to the Tinluo Immortal Lord and sent more people here, what would they do? If so, Sand City would probably," Yi Bei still analyzed composedly, "it is severely injured. Not only did it lose Sand City, but it also leaked so many of the Tinluo Immortal Lord's secrets. It wouldn't dare return to face him now." Shuisheng asked for instructions. "Then should we?" Yi Bei decided decisively. "Pursue it to see what other tricks it has," the two responded in unison. "Yes," Shuisheng smiled and reminded, "Let's catch up too." Hong Yue nodded happily repeatedly. Suddenly the array from before burst with a blinding light, causing the two to widen their eyes in shock. Hong Yue cried out, "Oh no, it's a trap!" At the same time, Yi Bei was standing in the center of the array, surrounded entirely by blooming red spider lilies. He looked at this sea of red spider lilies, doubts rising in his mind. Its aura was still here just now, so why has it vanished completely now? He pondered with a calm gaze. What other tricks does this place have? There was a sudden movement in the flower bushes beneath his feet, and a peculiar scent rose. Yi Bei was made to sneeze by the scent. Furrowing his brows and rubbing his nose, he wondered, what kind of pollen is this to actually be able to penetrate my physical body? No sooner had he finished speaking than the entire area shook violently. What's happening? The very foundations of this place seemed to be shaking. In the sky, spatial fragments continually fell, forming rifts of black holes. Yi Bei mocked speechlessly. What kind of garbage realm is this? It shatters just from a sneeze. Not far away, a winged little fairy shrieked loudly. Warning, human invasion. Where are the underworld flower sea demons? Someone is here. Help! Instantly, countless little fairies appeared and surrounded him. The leader, Xiao Huang, stood with arms akimbo and threatened. Human, don't take another step forward or the consequences will be more than you can bear. The fairies on both sides held their spears, preparing to attack. Yi Bei stroked his chin and thought, what on earth are these fairies? Why is their spiritual power so weak? They don't seem very bright either. He tried to provoke them. With just this meager spiritual power of yours, it's more than I can bear. Xiao Huang immediately affirmed, that's right, arrogant human, don't think that having a high spiritual realm means you're truly strong. Even though your realm is indeed unfathomable, and we are not powerhouses in your eyes. If you kill any single one of us, it will cause the underworld flower sea to spin completely out of control. When that time comes, you can perish along with our plane. Yi-Bei chuckled softly, completely ignoring her warning. On second thought, this was indeed the survival strategy of low-level spirits. Simple but highly effective. These little things were so weak that they would break if he even wiggled a finger. What should he do with them to avoid hurting them while still finding the person he was looking for? Xiao Huang spoke proudly. How about it, scared human? Hand over 3,000 drops of spiritual liquid as a toll, and we will let you leave safely. Yi-Bei was somewhat surprised. Spiritual liquid? He suddenly clapped his hands as an idea struck him. I have a way. Yi-Bei cast a spell, summoning a massive amount of teal-colored liquid. The liquid cascaded down from the heavens, sprinkling over the surroundings. The little fairies cheered in pleasant surprise. Ah, spiritual liquid, so much spiritual liquid, all of this was within Yi-Bei's expectations. These little fairies were naive. Despite calling it extortion, they only asked for 3,000 drops. Splashing just a tiny bit of the spiritual liquid he had collected at the bottom of the pond back then would be enough to drown them. He laughed self-satisfiedly. Enjoy it slowly, little fairies. The abundance of spiritual liquid turned into a torrential downpour, pouring over the red spider lily sea. After the rain cleared and the sun came out, Yi-Bei noticed an object not far away. He slowly walked closer to inspect it. It was a flower coffin. Who was lying inside? Lying inside was a silver-haired girl fast asleep. She was Yi-Bei's 27th disciple, Yunk, who had the appearance of a little Lolita, lively, adorable, and extremely carefree. Sometimes silly, sometimes cute, she cultivated the charm Dao but had been stuck at a bottleneck, unable to make progress. Once she went into seclusion, she vanished for 300 years. Seeing this, Yi-Bei was also somewhat surprised. Yunk, he spoke to wake her. Yunk, time to wake up, yet she made no movement whatsoever. He was a bit puzzled. No reaction. Could it be just like 300 years ago? Suddenly remembering something, his heart raced and his face flushed. Deciding to give it a try, he leaned down and kissed Yunkyu's lips. She snapped her eyes open, appearing exceptionally excited. Success, my charm Dao is finally a success. The two remained locked in a kiss. Filled with curiosity, Yunk wanted to see who had been captured by her charm Dao. Yi-Bei spoke. You're awake. As expected, you're still the same. She realized in shock that it was her master, calling out bashfully, Ah, master. Yi-Bei revealed a teasing smile. Weren't you looking for someone to help you complete your charm Dao? It's me. After recognizing him, Yunk pouted in disappointment. Why is it master again? Under Yi-Bei's dumbfounded gaze, she returned to her previous posture. Oh no, my charm Dao hasn't succeeded yet. I need to quickly lie back down. In a bit, someone has to come over and kiss me on their own. Yi-Bei's mouth twitched, feeling rather helpless. Yunk, my good disciple, we haven't seen each other in 300 years and you aren't even going to pay respects to your master? She opened one eye to look, putting her index finger to her lips to warn him. Shesh, master, don't disturb me, she recalled nonchalantly. Back then, because of master, everyone called me a little Lolita. As a result, everyone treated me like a younger sister, and my charm Dao couldn't be used at all. In the end, all my senior and junior sisters completed their Daos, and only I was stuck at a bottleneck. I went through so much trouble to place a restriction on myself. If I could break through, I would succeed, but master still ended up disrupting it. Yi-Bei furrowed his brows and pinched Yunkyu's cheek in irritation. The so-called restriction was to treat herself as a sleeping beauty lying there, waiting for someone to kiss her. If she could entice someone to kiss her voluntarily under these circumstances, you would be able to master the charm Dao. Are you still playing around there? Get up, she complained in pain. It was almost a success. It's all master's fault for messing up my plan, he gnashed his teeth and questioned. Is that my fault? She raised her voice in confirmation. It absolutely is. Yi-Bei turned away in a huff. Forget it. Consider it as if I never took you in as a disciple. He glanced at Yunk, who was pulling at his sleeve, and asked, What? Want to acknowledge your master again? She begged for mercy pitifully. Master, I was wrong, okay? I was just in a hurry just now, she quickly explained. 300 years ago when I left the sect. It was precisely to complete this plan, yet the first person I see when I open my eyes is still master. How could I not be anxious? Yi-Bei was still displeased. According to you, your master waking you up from the underworld flower sea actually harmed you? Yunk sensibly denied it and acted obediently. No, thank you, master, for waking me. Master once told me that the true charm Dao must be realized through the heart. When body and mind become one, the Dao can be achieved. It's not something a kiss can decide. Look, master, your disciple remembers it all by heart. Only after hearing this was Yi-Bei satisfied. She was still teachable. She spread her hands and shook her head, saying, But look, master, hundreds of years have passed and I'm still the same old way, with absolutely no change. No sooner had she finished speaking than her chest became full and elastic, and her hips turned pert and curvaceous. The girl was utterly astonished. Ha ha, after looking herself over, Yunk announced excitedly, My chest, my legs, it succeeded. From that little Lolita, she had transformed into a truly sexy woman. I knew that kind of restricted cultivation method would definitely work. Thank you, Master. Yibo helplessly pressed a hand to his forehead. She indeed still hadn't taken his words seriously. Yunk twisted her body to strike a pose. Am I not sexy? Yibo coldly bypassed the topic. Tell me, why are you here? Yibo expected to find the same mischievous little girl he knew 300 years ago. But Yunk just pulled off the ultimate glow-up, leaving our Grandmaster absolutely stunned by her new seductive look. How will our legendary ancestor handle this spicy turn of events? And what other shocking secrets are the rest of his 108 disciples hiding? The journey continues in Part 2. Once it is live, the link to the full playlist will be updated immediately in the description and pinned in the comments section below, so make sure to check there. Make sure to hit that like button, subscribe, and turn on the notifications bell for Manhua Recap so you won't miss the epic finale. Thanks for watching, and I'll see you in Part 2.